1 Izvestiya, March 12, 1925. For the text of the notes see Kyokin. Number 3, 9, 1936, pages 73 to 74, they were originally published in Izvestiya Ulan. Bader Koto, March 15, 1925. On March 6, 1925, Carr officially notified the Peking government that the evacuation of Outer Mongolia had been completed. Russian Review, Washington, May 1, 1925, p. 198. For the earlier withdrawal of troops see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 523. 2. What appears to be a deliberate note of caution was sounded in a small book apparently written soon after the adoption of the Constitution of November 1924. It is scarcely possible to assert that the present situation of Mongolia is stable, and that the Chinese militarists will not attempt anew to penetrate Mongolian territory and raise anew the question of its subordination to China. V. Volinsky, Sovremenaya Mongolia, 1925, p. 4. 3. Bisharandib, Narodnaya Revolyutsiya v. Mongolia, 1956, p. 125. It was publicly announced in Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, February 8, 1925. 4. This seems to be the correct reading of a confused passage in Novi Vostok, 12, 1926, 185. 5. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narodny Revolyutshnoi Party, 1925, pp. 2235. 828. Foreign Relations. Point B. Proclaimed the determination of the Mongolian people to orientate itself on Comintern and on the USSR as the only revolutionary centers which really come to the help of the oppressed peoples of the East, and it denounced the Chinese bourgeoisie and usurers. A special article was devoted to a condemnation of the Pan-Mongolian movement which arose in 1919 with the support of Japanese imperialism and as a cloak for its annexationist designs. But this did not prevent the appearance of a reference to other Mongolian tribes beyond the frontiers of the republic suffering the intolerable oppression of Chinese colonizing power and usurious capital, and of an undertaking to support the struggle for their liberation, both from the alien yoke and from their own feudal lords and theocrats. On the ideological plane, the program prepared the way for the transition to socialism by requiring the party to educate its members in the spirit of the Marxist view of the world. The program was provisionally adopted by the committee for consideration by IKI and by the lower party organs in advance of the next party congress, to which it would be submitted for final approval. The session of the party central committee was followed on April 3, 1925, by a session of the Central Committee of the Youth League. The new Central Committee appointed at the Congress of September 1924 blamed its predecessor for a series of mistakes, censured the old leaders as too subjectively devoted to the interests of the Mongolian working people, and amended the original program defining the relations of the League to the party. Point to the comparatively mild terms of this resolution suggests that opposition in the Youth League was less easily overcome than in the party. The attempt to lay the foundations of a Mongolian trade union movement was a step in the same direction. The first great girl had decided to create a union of toiling Aras. Dambadurji, who introduced the proposal, pointed out that the full text of the program has not been available for quotations from its Novi Vostok, X11, 1925, 207 to 210, Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narodno Revolyutshnoi Party, 1925, p. 46. Renchino is said to have defended the Pan-Mongolian movement of 1919, in which he had himself participated as democratic. 2 CP 823 above. 3 Chetverdit SS Mongolskot Narodno Revolyutshnoi Party, 1925, pp. 20 to 21, for the original program CP 811 above. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 829. Possession of freedom and membership of the People's Party would be empty sounds if nothing was done to improve the material position of the masses. The aim of the proposed union was, however, not purely economic but cultural and political. To unite the masses of our people, to develop education among them, to promote their independence. This could be achieved only by overcoming their isolation. Only the organized Ara will be able to help himself, to help the state, to help the party. Renchino spoke of the need to strengthen the channels that link the party and state machine with the working masses. At present 4 such channels existed: party organs, the youth league, the cooperatives, and organs of local self-government. The proposed union would constitute a 5th channel, and, since it could deal with everyday tasks, the improvement of daily life, and so forth, it would be particularly useful in maintaining contact with the non-party masses. Underscore the resolution of the Great Kuril followed these lines. It described the projected union of toiling Aras as a semi-trade union organization, pursuing, in the first place, the aim of the economic and cultural interests of the whole union and of its individual members, and also the aim of organized participation in the work of state construction, of cooperation of all kinds in governmental measures, and of the defense, above all, of general state interests. The same resolution demanded that serious attention should be paid to the trade union movement and to the concentration in trade unions of workers in industrial enterprises and institutions. Shortly after the adjournment of the Great Kuril, an announcement appeared that a union of toiling Aras had come into being in order to protect the members of the union and to draw them into participation in state construction. Point 4 Some progress was also made towards the establishment of industrial trade unions. 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogovi Likago Kuril Dana, 1925, pp. 266 to 268. 2 Abid p. 269, Renchino precisely anticipated the 5 leads or levers enumerated by Stalin in 1926 through which the dictatorship of the proletariat made itself effective: trade unions, Soviets, cooperatives, youth league and party. Stalin, Sakhainania, 8, 32 to 35. The idea was not new. Stalin in 1923 had postulated 7 transmission belts from the party to the working class. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 231. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogovi Likago Kuril Dana, 1925, pp. 270 to 272. 4 Izvestiya, December 19, 1924. 830 Foreign Relations. Point B, which held their first conference on June 17 to 18, 1925.1 on. Fortunately, this step also showed up the weakness of the Mongol proletariat. For several years a majority of trade unionists were Chinese. When the 4th Party Congress met, rather more than a year after the 3rd, on September 23, 1925, the atmosphere in the party had changed from crisis to routine. Amigov spoke as Comintern delegate, explaining that this was the first Zion on which a representative of Comintern had appeared at the Congress. Nikiforov, the Polpred, speaking on behalf of the Russian Party, stressed the links of the Mongolian Party with Comintern and with the International Revolutionary Movement, and celebrated the memory of Sukhotay. A feature of the opening speeches was the attention given to the national liberation movement in the East, in China, in India, and even in Morocco. A new significance could now be claimed for Outer Mongolia. The world imperialists are afraid lest the oppressed peoples of the East should follow in the steps of Mongolia and understand the meaning of the policy of the Soviet Union in supporting the national liberation movement in the East. The keynote of the Congress was a combination of two related themes: the need to produce trained and educated party workers, and the need to improve local administration. Much self-congratulation was heard on the overcoming of past deviations, and on the new course set by the Third Congress. Dambadorji, now president of the party Central Committee, quoted an old Congress resolution recognizing as indispensable and opportune the study of Marxism by members of the party and the Youth League, and a Central Party school with 100 students had opened its doors in June 1925.5, but this was an ambitious program. The purge had revealed, as Dambadorji admitted in his report, that a majority of the members of the party, with few exceptions, were at a very low political level. In replying to the 1 Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, June 23, 1925, 2 of a total of 527 members of trade unions in 1928, 3,458 were Chinese, and 335 Russian. Skidnetsbit, number 3, 9, 1929, p. 104, a special Russian section is mentioned in Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, February 23, 1926. 3 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narod Norevalia Chinoy Party, 1925, pp. 2-4, cf. Ibid p. 102, 5-6. 4 Void. pps 3,17, 5 Ibid pages 23-24. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 831. Debate. He confined himself to the modest demand that MEM bears of the party who hold the rudder of the state in their hands should one and all be literate, and the Congress resolution on the report included the decision to take decisive measures for the liquidation of elementary illiteracy among members of the party. The weakness of the party in outlying districts was notorious. The decisions of the first great girl, declared Tsarin Dorji, the head of the government, have not been carried into effect in the localities. The special resolution on work in rural areas called for a strengthening of the local party organizations. Point 2. Amigov attributed local weaknesses to activity on the part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which made no attempt to guide the work of local organs of government, gave them no directions, kept up no lively contact, and sent no instructors. Point 3 of the program provisionally approved by the party Central Committee in the preceding March plus the 2 first sections had incurred criticism from Comintern, and it was now decided to postpone the program for further consideration and adoption by a later Congress. Point 5 at the same time attempts were made to build up the party machine. A few weeks after the Congress it was announced that the party Central Committee had set up 3 sections, a section on party organization, an agitprop section, which was engaged on the liquidation of technical and political illiteracy, and a section for work among women degree registered. The 4th Congress of the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party was followed by the 4th Congress of the Youth League, which met on October 17, 1925. At the opening session, J. Tamba, on behalf of the party Central Committee, testified that correct relations had now been established with the party, and the right deviations overcome. Nikiforov, the Palpred. 1 Ibid pages 22, 34, 41. 2 Ibid pages 56, 73. 3 Ibid p. 85. 4 C pages 827 to 828 above. S. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narod Norevalia Chanoperdit, 1925, pp. 44 to 53. The first draft programs of the Mongolian Antonituva parties were said to have been approved by the Eastern Department of Igi. Anjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 333, but it is not clear to what stage this refers. 6 Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, December 5, 1925, a first all-Mongolian women's conference was held at the end of the year, Anjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 68. 832. Foreign Relations. Point BB. Greeted the Congress in the name of the Russian Party, Amigov, on behalf of Comintern, and Nitsov for Kim, Nitsov harked back to the old traditions of the League when he included among its functions the struggle against pan-Mongolism and against spiritual reactionary tendencies. The main concern of the Congress seems to have been with the conditions of admission to the League. Nobody contested the view that the core of the League should consist of Puraras. An extreme proposal to exclude former lamas, nobles, and well-to-do elements altogether was rejected. Such persons were, however, required to produce 2 sponsors, and to serve a probationary period of a year before admission as full members. Like the party Congress, the Congress of the Youth League had before it a draft program, which it decided to adjourn to the next Congress. Past insubordination had been quelled, and the relations of the League to the party were correct and uneventful. An old grievance was removed. When in 1926 2,000 members of the League, having, no doubt, reached the age limit, were transferred to the party, the League, thus assuming its proper role as a reservoir and recruiting ground for the party. The League continued to grow, and by the beginning of 1928 possessed 6,980 members, of whom 6,690 were Aras and 6,053 Puraras, but of whom only 932 were fully literate. Point 5. The orderly structure of party and state which appeared to emerge from the Third Congress of the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party and the first session of the Great Kurul of the Mongolian People's Republic in the latter half of 1924 was in some measure illusory. In the first place, the formal distinction. 1 Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, October 20, 1925. Further reports from this source have not been available. 2 Diffugent International, number 6, February-March 1926, p. 47. 3 The formula expressing the relation evolved gradually after the Congress. Nitsov wrote in the Journal of Kim that the League conducts its work in ideological political contact with the party, Ibid number 3, November-December 1925, p. 37. The same article insisted on democratic centralism and strict discipline as guiding principles of organization in the League. Rather more than a year later, according to the same journal, the Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League works under the political leadership of the People's Revolutionary Party, Ibid number 7, March 1927, p. 38. 4 Ibid. 5 Die Comintern War Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 505. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 833. Between party and state, which had been established at an early stage of the history of Soviet Russia, had little meaning in Mongolian politics. The discussion of public affairs, and of the Records and policies of different departments of state, at the Party Congress in August 1924 did not differ perceptibly in tone from the discussion in the Great Girl 3 months later. The proceedings of the Great Girl were published under the authority of the President of the Party Central Committee. The People's Party, the Youth League and the People's Army were described as the three supports without which the Mongolian state would not exist. Secondly, the impressiveness of the structure, based on Russian-Soviet models, masked the paucity of the human forces available to man it. In the army, it was pointed out, there are very few well-trained officers in Mongolia. It is very difficult to train them, and it cannot be done quickly. The first aim of the political department of the army was to teach elementary literacy to recruits, most of whom were said to return home literate after 3 years service. 2 Underscore the high incidence of illiteracy, even among the party elite 3 was symptomatic of the extreme shortage of usable manpower throughout the administration. The newly constituted Ministry of Justice at the end of 1924 was manned by G officials, 2 translators, an interpreter and 12 clerks. The Urga city administration had 12 employees. Trained specialists in any field did not exist. Russian advisors were confined to important supervisory posts. As in ordinary. 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velkogo Kuraldina, 1925, pp. v. 8-9. 2 Ibid pages 93, 98. An article in Novaya Vostok gave a vivid picture of the transformation effected by the educational and political organs of the Mongolian People's Army. The young Mongol, clumsy and full of prejudices, with a pigtail on his head and an amulet round his neck, when he enters the army, returns home a completely new man, literate and conscious, with a widened horizon and a reforming zeal. Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 185. 3 see pages 815, 831 above. 4 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikogo Kuraldina, 1925, pp. 163, 200. Imiski, Sovremenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 276, gives the following figures of total personnel of all grades in ministries under the Bogdogagan in 1920, Ministry of Justice 57, of Finance 43, of Foreign Affairs and Internal Affairs 41 each, of War 40. The whole central governmental apparatus employed some 200 to 300 persons. 5 At the end of 1926 Russians were still apparently employed at the head quarters of the secret police, Mahotiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English. Transdot, Baltimore, 1949, p. 68. 834, Foreign Relations. Point B. Administrative work. The gap was filled either by former lobbyists, whose loyalty to the regime might be questionable, but who were the only literate section of the population. These probably formed a majority of all officials at this time, or by Grant Buryat Mongols. The Buryats, though of Mongol stock and speech, had, under Russian rule, shed the nomadic habits and religious trappings of Mongolian society and become partly Russified. They had begun to filter into Outer Mongolia in considerable numbers after the proclamation of Mongolian autonomy under the Russian aegis in IQII, occupying, in virtue of their language qualification, more or less responsible posts in the administrative machine, or earning their living as craftsmen or skilled workers among the more primitive Mongols. The resulting reactions were summed up 10 years later by a Russian observer. The Mongols feel the cultural superiority of the Buryats, and are aware that they cannot do without them, but they do not like the Buryats, regarding them in some sense as traitors to the historical traditions of the Mongol race, who have fallen a prey to foreign influences. When Soviet Russia sought to transform Outer Mongolia into a modern state, the existence of a small Russian-educated Mongolian-speaking Buryat intelligentsia was of enormous value, and its members soon acquired an influence out of all proportion to their number. From 1922 onwards, local Buryat departments were organized, where the population was mainly or exclusively Buryat. By 1924, 4,360 Buryat households, or 16,093 individuals, had acquired Mongolian nationality. 3 A year later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was begging the Ministry of Internal Affairs to give these households an allocation of land plus precise informa. For this situation, see Izlotkin, Okerki Novoy Novye Istoria Mongolit. 1957, pp. 2103. At the first session of the Great Girl in November 1924, it was reported from one province that the princes and lamas of our province adopt a favorable attitude to the government, and loyally carry out all the obligations that fall on them. Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikogo Kuraldina, 1925, p. 189. 2 Miski, Sovremenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pages 93 to 94. For the Buryat Mongol Autonomous Socialist Soviet Republic, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 359. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikogo Kuraldina, 1925, pp. 205 to 207. 4 Chetvertit SS Mongolskot Narod Norevalia Chinoy Party, 1925, p. 78. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 835. Shin about the number of Buryats employed in official positions in party and state is not available, since they were not separately classified, but the number was certainly large. Renchino, who was in all but name the delegate of Comintern at the Third Party Congress in August 1924, and was one of the authors of the Constitution of the Mongolian Republic, was a Buryat. Amagov, who succeeded Renchino as the most active spokesman of Moscow in Mongolian party and state affairs, had been president of the TSIK of the Buryat Mongol Autonomous Republic, and first visited Urga in May 1924 in that capacity. 6 months later he was elected, clearly on Soviet instigation, to the small Kurul of the Mongolian Republic and became president of the newly formed Economic Council. 4 In September 1925 he was delegate of Comintern to the 4th Mongolian Party Congress. In the summer of 1925 the decision was taken, in agreement with the Soviet government, to recruit Buryat Mongols into the Mongolian army, no doubt by way of stiffening registered. Through this combination of expedients, and by using Russian advisors, lamas, and Buryats to fill the gaps till a new secular Mongol bureaucracy had been trained, progress in different branches of administration certainly occurred. But it was often arduous and slow, and the paucity of records makes it difficult to assess. The introduction of higher secular education, hitherto unknown in Mongolia, dated from 1923, when the first middle school and the Mongolian People's University were established in Urga. In the following year the section of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in charge of education was transformed into a Ministry of Education. 8 And in 1925 the small Kurul voted a Renchino was conscious of the prejudice which might be felt against him as a Buryat. 3 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 209, 4 Chinos. Part in the drafting of the Constitution CP 826 above. 2 Urgenskaya Gazeta, May 31, 1924. 3 When his name was put forward, a delegate remarked that nobody has seen Abagov, but evidently all know who he is and it is therefore necessary. Sorry to confirm his candidature. Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provoga. Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, p. 275. 4 Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, February 8, 1925. 5 CP 832 above. 6 Ti. Korostovets, von Sinkis Konzua Soviet Republic, 1926, p. 342. 7 A. Kalinikov, Revalyachane Mongolia, ND 1925, p. 80, the first state elementary school in Urga had been opened in October 1921, Bisharendib. Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongoldi, 1956, p. 98. 83, SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 69. 836, Foreign Relations Point B. Special property tax on owners of cattle to finance education. But in 1926 the Republic still possessed only 1 university, 1 middle school and 13 elementary schools, besides several special or short-term schools. In addition 100 young Mongols were reported to be receiving education in Moscow, Leningrad and Verkhnudinsk, and some dozens had been sent to France, Germany and the Soviet Union for specialized training. The 2 most backward and primitive branches of administration were justice and health. A decree of 1923 prohibited the use of torture by the courts. Up to this time torture, mainly in the form of beatings of varying severity, had been regularly applied to the accused, to witnesses and sometimes even to the complainant. 3 But cases of torture were reported after that date. At the 4th Party Congress in September 1925 Abagov alleged that the Ministry of Justice had done nothing in the past year to carry out the judicial reform, that obsolete Manchu laws and tortures that had been abolished long ago were still applied, and that no people's courts had been created, or revolutionary laws promulgated. 4 Comments were frequently made on the shocking conditions in what appears to have been the one prison in Ulaanbaatar. In February 1926 an advertisement appeared of a lottery to raise funds for the prison committee, attached to the Ministry of Justice to give help in providing amenities in prison life. Registered health services grew still more slowly, since here European medicine had to face the competition of the traditional Tibetan medicine. The 3rd Party Congress in August 1924 listened. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodnoye Revalyachane Party, 1925, p. 80. To Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 185, 15, 1926, 176. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, p. 164. The reform is said to have been prompted by a campaign in the Russian language newspaper Urgenskaya Gazeta. 4 Ibid p. 186, Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Revalyachane Par. T. 1925, p. 86. 5 A prayer service held by a lama in the prison provided the occasion for some crude, but revealing, anti-religious propaganda in the Russian language newspaper. The prisoners hope that the praying will appease the evil spirit of the prison building so that they will be warm without stoves, light without windows, and well fed without bread. Of course the spirit who guards the prison will not bring himself to exterminate living creatures, the bugs and fleas, but, after the praying, these will probably abate their appetites. Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, October 14, 1925. 6 Ibid February 23, 1926. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 837. With astonishment and admiration to an account of the wonders of European medicine. 1 The first preoccupation was with the health of recruits in the army, among whom venereal disease was said to be almost universal. In 1924 a Russian doctor organized a military hospital in Urga, to which 4 civilians were also admitted, and a government dispensary was established. 2 But the Ministry of Internal Affairs still refused to accept responsibility for health services on the ground that these were the business of the Ministry of War. 3 Early in 1925 it was announced on the authority of the Great Girl that the Tibetan lazaret had been closed, and that all medical work would henceforth be conducted on the basis of European medicine. 4 In September 1923 a veterinary administration of vital service in a cattle raising country was established in Urga with the help of the USSR and branches set up in provincial centers. Veterinary courses were also instituted. In the following year a veterinary section was attached to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and made a report to the Great Girl in November 1924. The development of the Mongolian economy with Soviet aid, which was a prerequisite of a successful social and political revolution, faced at the outset a major obstacle, a virtual Chinese monopoly of economic organization. The primitive mechanisms of trade and finance were exclusively under Chinese control. The whole trade of the country, ran a Soviet report of the period, is in the hands of the Chinese. The Mongol turns to the Chinese for every trifle. 7 A few direct intrusions of Russian state enterprise after 1911 had done little to change the shape of 1/3 cents SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 111. 2 Ibid p. 95, a decision to establish a military hospital had been taken in August 1921, Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p. 100. But does not seem to have been carried out. 334 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pages 103 to 104. 4 Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, February 1, 1925. 5 Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p. 93. 6 3% SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 69, Novaya Mongolia. Protokoli Provogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, pages 62 to 67. 7 Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 234. The ubiquitous Chinese merchant was usually an agent, not a principal. In 1912 large Chinese trading concerns operated in Outer Mongolia with an annual turnover of 10 million rubles. Imeski, Sovereignty Mongolia, Irkutsk, a 1921, p. 169. 838 Foreign Relations Priv. The economy, and had for the most part been effaced by the end of the decade, when the new regime was set up in Outer Mongolia. Under the Soviet aegis, 2 steps were taken to break the Chinese stranglehold. A decree was issued annulling outstanding loans and debts to Chinese traders and moneylenders, and a Soviet state trading organization was set up in Urga to develop trade between Outer Mongolia and Soviet Russia. Neither of these measures touched more than the surface of the problem. According to one account, the order of annulment was deliberately published in a garbled and incomprehensible form. In any case, official decrees had little force outside the capital, and government Writ was often less potent than the pressure of the ubiquitous and indispensable Chinese merchant. This state of affairs was avowed by a speaker at the Third Party Congress in August 1924. The old debts owing to Chinese firms, usurious debts, which were annulled by our government in the first days of its existence, are still being exacted from the population, secretly. Of course, with the active support of some of our party officials and organs. The diagnosis of a combination of bribery and intimidation as the method by which Chinese economic predominance was maintained does not lack plausibility. In fact, the country could not do without the Chinese trader and moneylender so long as there was nothing to put in his place. The Soviet Gostorg was no substitute. After 2 years of Soviet state trading, Soviet Russia took only 13.7% of Mongolian exports and provided only 13.5% of Mongolian imports, almost the whole balance of 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 154. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were said to have been advanced by Chinese moneylenders to Mongol aristocrats on the security of the whole population of the department, which was held collectively responsible. Novi Vostok, 12, 1926, 187. 2 Tibid, 1314, 1926, 465, Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revolyutsiya v. Mongolia, 1956, p. 96. The organization, which was a branch of Dal Gostorg, began to function in the autumn of 1923. 3 Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 187. 43 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 11, it was officially stated in September 1924 that in one province debts to the value of 260,000 lands, or nearly half the outstanding debts of the province, had been collected by a single Chinese firm, Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revolyutsiya v. Mongolia, 1956, p. 123. A provision once more annulling the debts was inserted in the constitution. See Xli Outer Mongolia 839. Mongolian foreign trade being carried on with China. China was the dominant factor in the foreign, as well as in the domestic, operations of the primitive Mongolian economy. From this point of view, a more significant step was taken when the Mongolian People's Central Cooperative, Monsenko, was founded in 1921. Its purposes, as defined in an announcement of the Ministry of Finance, were to struggle against the oppression of foreign capitalists, to purchase goods for its bears, to sell local raw materials direct to buyers, and to organize enterprises to work up local materials. It was also to concern itself with the organization of popular education and the training of clerical workers. Point 2. This step was beyond doubt due to Russian inspiration and guidance. Maysky, who headed the first important Soviet mission to Outer Mongolia in 1919, came as representative of the Irkutsk office of Centrosoyuz. Point 3. Monsenko had at the outset no more than 70 members, and its turnover in the first year of working did not exceed $14,000 in native products and $15,000 in imported goods. Its credentials and affiliations were, moreover, dubious. Like the Russian cooperatives in the first stage of the revolution, Monsenko could become an instrument of capitalism just as easily as of socialism. 3 years after its foundation, it was alleged to be the preserve of RO, or 12 rich men and a cover for Chinese firms which remained in the background, and resolutions adopted by the party and the Youth League at their congresses in 1923 to take the cooperative into their hands had remained ineffective. The weakness of the cooperative as a popular institution was that it was not understood by the nomad and the shepherd. A more serious drawback was probably the shortage of capital, the complaint. 1T. Zlotkin, Okerki Novoye Novyeshe, Istorit Mongolit, 1957, p. 201. In 1923 to 1924 Soviet exports to Outer Mongolia were valued at 1,500,000 rubles. Soviet imports from Outer Mongolia at 1,970,000, the corresponding figures. For 1924 to 1925 were 2,769,000 and 3,583,000, Novi, Vostok, 1314, 1926. 465. 2 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 218. 3 Jamiski, Sovereignty Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, was the report of this mission. 4 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Revolyutsiya Party, Ulaanbaatar, 1925, p. 82, Krestinski International, No 3-5, March-May, 1926, p. 103. 5 3 cents SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 9. 840 Foreign Relations Bev was made that Chinese traders sold goods on credit and the cooperative did not. From 1923 onwards the major part of the capital of Monsen Kop came not from the deposits of members but from government funds. In the year 1924 it received 1 million lands from the Ministry of Finance to strengthen its resources. Indeed, as a candid commentator observed at the Third Party Congress, it includes in its character that of a state trading institution. The most serious complaint was, however, the inability of the cooperative to recruit staff. Experienced workers had to be imported from Soviet Russia, and not enough literate Mongols could be found, even for clerical work. The Third Party Congress in August 1924, after a debate in which the shortcomings of the cooperative were extensively canvassed, and odious comparisons made with the efficiency of Chinese traders, passed a resolution declaring that it was desirable for all party members to join the cooperative, that the cooperative should have power to recruit compulsorily literate Mongols equally with other governmental institutions, that the social status of members of the cooperative should be examined, and that where branches of the cooperative existed, Chinese traders should be excluded from the trading booths. The debate on the cooperatives in the Great Kuril 3 months later drew attention to the same difficulties. As one critic complained, when raw material is delivered to the cooperative, it does not give the equivalent value in goods, so that the population sells the raw material to the foreigners. The employment of Buryats and Russians was defended on the ground of the impossibility of finding qualified Mongols. Of the staff of Monsenko, 20% were said to be Buryats, 45% Russians and 35% are Mongols. A section of the General Economic Resolution of the first session of the Great Kuril in November 1924 was devoted to Monsenko. It expressed the desire to develop the institution on the lines of purely cooperative. 1 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pages 31, 91. 2 Ibid p. 117. 3 Ibid pages 198 to 201, 15 out of 200 Mongols who applied for employment were said to be barely literate. 4 Ibid pages 202 to 207. 5 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, pp. 185, 219, 222. In 1926, a staff of 786 consisted of 361 Russians, 257 Mongols, 95 Buryat Mongols and 73 others. Foreign Affairs, NY, 9, number 3, April 1931. PI 2. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 841. Tip principles rather than of state subsidies, stressed the Emperor. Tans of dealing direct with producers and manufacturers in order to eliminate the intervention of private firms and merchants. And finally dwelt on the need to train cooperative workers and to send young people to the USSR and other countries to learn cooperative work. At the end of 1924, Monsenko had representatives in Moscow, Tientsin, Kalgan, and Haler. Point 2. Among the causes which impeded the growth and efficient working of Monsenko, as of other Mongolian institutions, the dearth of trained, or even literate, Mongol personnel ranked high. At the time of the Fourth Party Congress in September 1925, the Monsenko school was said to have 75 pupils, though another speaker reckoned only 30, of whom 24 were Buryats. Point 3. The year 1925 was one of rapid development for Monsenko. At the Fourth Party Congress in September 1925, it was reported that Monsenko had received a subvention of $3 million for 1925, that its turnover in native products and imported goods had amounted in 1924 to $1,029,000 and $1,080,000, and that it was planned to raise these figures in 1925 to $7,128,000 and $4,275,000 respectively. The complaint was made that Monsenko failed to supply the rural population with goods of prime necessity. Point 5. Thereafter progress appears to have been more rapid. By 1926, Monsenko had 26 branches. Degree its membership amounted to 6,687 in 1926 and 10,366 in 1927.7a. Chinese Observer in the winter of 1926 to 1927 reported that Monsenko had adopted a policy of selling all kinds of goods at low. 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, pp. 236 to 237. 2 Abid pages 218 to 219. 3 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narod Noravalya Chanat Party, 1925, pp. 83, 94. A German visitor in 1927 to 1928 reported that Monsenko was at that time headed by a former Buryat Cossack officer, and staffed mainly by Russians and Buryats, though Mongols were beginning to replace the Russians. Ost Europa, 4, number 3, December 1928, p. 161. 4 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narod Noravalya Chanat 1925, pp. 80, 82, Kreskinsky International, No. 3-5, March May 1926, p. 103, gives a figure of $16 million as the general turnover of Monsenko in 1924, with $533,876 as net profit in 1925, according to the same source. Soviet trading organs accounted for 7% and Monsenko for 27% of Mongolian trade, the remainder falling to the private, and predominantly Chinese, sector. 5 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narod Noravalya Chanat Party, 1925, p. 88. 6 Izlotkin, Okerki Novit Inovia Istorit Mongolit, 1957, p. 201. 7 Skidnewsvit, number 3, 9, 1929, p. 104. 842 Foreign Relations. Point B. Fixed prices. And was doing a thriving trade thanks in part to its privileged fiscal status and to the requisitioning of booths and warehouses originally established by Chinese traders. Some dozens of Chinese firms were reported to have been liquidated. Point 2 But Chinese resistance was tough. Figures per porting to show the relative share of Chinese and Russians in Mongolian trade gave percentages of 85 to 7 and 14:3 respectively. For 1924, by 1926 the gap had narrowed only to 68 to 7 and 31°3. More success was, however, enjoyed in the procurement of Mongolian raw materials for the Soviet market, the proportion taken by the Soviet Union rising from 24,7% in 1924 to 1925 to 59% in 1927 to 1928. The most important of these raw materials was wool, of which the Soviet Union took only 13% in 1924 to 1925 and G3% in 1927 to 1928. What lay behind these figures was summed up in the remark that the share of the Soviet Union in the wholesale wool buying business of Mongolia has increased enormously year by year at the cost of squeezing China out of the Mongolian market. Point 4 In 1928 to 1929 it was claimed that the Soviet Union, though it still supplied only 48% of Mongolian imports, absorbed 85 to 5% of Mongolian exports. Point 5 Much of the success was due to Monsenko, which was described by an official commentator as the biggest factor in Mongolia's foreign trade, and the instrument of government monopoly. Registered. Since shortage of capital was, next to shortage of personnel, the principal handicap, it is unlikely that Monsenko would have achieved even this limited advance unless something had been done to break the monopoly of the small Chinese capitalist. Of the economic projects which Vasiliev brought with him from Moscow on his arrival in Urga in January 1924, the most important was the foundation of a bank under the name of the Mongolian Bank for Industry and Trade, a Mongolian national bank. 1 Mahutiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English translate, Baltimore, 1949. Po 75, to Novaya Vostok, 1213, 1926, 465. Mahutiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English translate, Baltimore, 1949. P 70. 4 Savitsky Azia, No 3-4, 1931, p. 160. 5 J Zlotkin, Okert Novit 1 Novia Istoria Mongolia, 1957, p. 201. Besides wool, the main Mongolian exports were hides and furs, the main imports tea, textiles, and metal goods. 6 Foreign Affairs, NY, 9, number 3, April 1931, p. 515. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 843, which worked with Russian capital and was a subsidiary of the Siberian Commercial Bank, had been established in Urga in 1915. But this came to an end in 1918, and an attempt in 1919 to set up a Chinese bank in Outer Mongolia was even less successful. The new bank opened its doors on June 2, 1924. 1 half of its founding capital of 250,000 gold rubles was vested in the Mongolian Republic, the other half jointly in the Soviet Gazbank and in Narkomfin. In practice, as was unavoidable at the outset, the working capital was provided from Soviet sources, and the management and staff were predominantly Russian. An initial balance of $214,000 was reported to have risen to $34 million a year later plus. One of the immediate purposes of the bank was to issue and support a Mongolian currency. Down to 1924 the silver lan, a measure of weight, served as a unit of account. But no Mongolian currency existed, and Chinese, Mexican, and American dollars and Russian rubles all circulated. A provision in the Russian-Mongolian Agreement of November 5, 1921, that an issue of Mongolian paper currency should be guaranteed by a loan of 1 million rubles from the RSFSR copyright was not carried into effect. In 1923 the Mongolian government had issued Mexican dollar notes, apparently without backing, to a value of $34 million, but a proposal to mint silver dollars broke down owing to the prohibitive cost of the necessary machinery. The first great one Jamiski, Sovremenea Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pages 177 to 180, 209. 2. The announcement was made in Urgensky Gazeta, May 31, 1924. 3. Ost Europa, 4, number 3, December, 1928, pages 154 to 156, Novit Vostok. 1314, 1926, 234 to 236. The amount of the original capital was recorded in Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 141. Izlotkin, Okerki Novoy Novyshe Istoria Mongolit, 1957, p. 200, speaks of the necessity of organizational and financial aid from the Soviet Union. 4. Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, June 4, 1925. 5. Land is the Mongolian or Russian equivalent of the Chinese liang, an ounce equals approximately 14 English ounces. This was conveniently used, like that alternative word tael, to indicate an ounce of silver, having at this time a value of about $1.45. In Russian currency it was equivalent to $1.43 gold. Rubles, Novaya Vostok, I, 1922, 177. 6. Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 142, for the agreement of 1921. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume p. 520. Asterisk Wokai Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, pp. 142 to 143, machinery was subsequently ordered from Germany, ibid p. 145. 844 Foreign Relations pt.1v. Kurl in November 1924 declared that the bank should become the fundamental basis for establishing a state monetary system, and for the issue of currency, and pointed wistfully to the hope of receiving foreign loans on appropriate conditions. It was, no doubt owing to further financial aid from the Soviet Union, that the Mongolian government was able to issue a decree on February 22, 1925, establishing a Mongolian currency, the unit of which was the tugrik. The tugrik was a silver coin equivalent to 0.88 Mexican dollars or 131 rubles. The bank now began to keep its accounts in tugriks. The government seems to have made the transition somewhat later, and on December 7, 1925, after extensive agitation and propaganda, by word of mouth and in the press, about the importance of the monetary reform, issued the first tugrik notes. Point 2 underscore the notes, and the coinage which followed them, were printed and minted in Moscow. A resolution of the Fourth Party Congress in September 1925 gave its emphatic blessing to the monetary reform. The bank encouraged the use of the new currency by making reduced charges for transactions in tugriks, and Soviet organizations undertook a campaign to popularize it throughout the country. But even after the introduction of tugrik coinage, the familiar Mexican dollar remained legal currency. Asterisk. The ultimate aim of the bank, as its name indicated, was the promotion of trade and industry, and this meant, in Mongolian conditions, their regulation and development by the state. At the session of the Great Kurul of November 1924, the naive complaint was heard that the bank did not help the poor man, since it made loans only on the security of assets far exceeding the value of the loan. The resolution spoke of the concentration of all credit policy in the hands of the state and of the need to increase the founding capital and work out a correct plan for its 1. Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, b. 158. 2. Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 235, Izlotkin, Okerki Novoy Novyshe Istorit Mongolia, 1957, pages 200 to 201. The first issue of notes was announced in Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, December 9, 1925, for the text of the decree authorizing the issue and fixing the official parity. See of December 16, 1925. 3. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narod Norevalyachinoy Party, 1925, b. 96. 4. Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 235 to 236. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 845. Operations. Underscore by the middle of 1926 the bank had 6 branches. A contemporary account of the establishment in the autumn of 1925 of a branch in the remote western Kobdo province reveals something of the nature of the problems and the functions which the bank was called on to perform. In the Kobdo province all organizations were and are in need of ready cash. Transactions had hitherto been mainly in kind. Money takes a long time to reach here and little of it is sent. The bank was expected to keep the accounts of the customs and postal authorities, of the local army administration, of the ecclesiastical administration, of the state sewing fund, and of the veterinary department. On the other hand, few private accounts would be handled, and, owing to distance and cost of transport, high rates would have to be charged for advances. Chinese merchants were not expected to use the bank, but it might be used by a few traders from Bisk. In Soviet territory. Point 3. The introduction of a banking system illustrated what was being attempted in these years in every sector of the Mongolian economy. Everywhere a direct transition was being made, in face of almost insuperable difficulties, from the primitive natural economy of a nomadic people to a modern industrial economy, bypassing the intermediate step represented in Mongolia by the Chinese small trader and moneylender. The establishment of the bank and of a Mongolian currency paved the way for the introduction of order into public finance. The first regular Mongolian state budget was for the year 1923, and ostensibly balanced at 3.7 million Mexican dollars. T down to 1922. At any rate, taxation in kind was levied through the delivery of cattle to the state. 5 of the state revenues in 1924, 80%. 1. Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuralana, 1925, pp. 141 to 142, 157 to 158. The desire to come to the help of the population which needed cheap credit had been optimistically mentioned at the Third Party Congress 3 months earlier as one of the purposes of the bank. 3 as Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 117. 2 J. Zlotkin, Okerki Novoy Novye Isterit Mongolit, 1959, p. 201. 3 Izvestiya Ulan Bader Koto, December 5, 1925. 4 Izvestiya, June 5, 1927, Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Probogovi Likago. Kuraldana, 1925, p. 143 admits that before 1923 no estimates of state revenue and expenditure were drawn up, according to Novaya Vostok, 15, 1926, 170. The budget had no practical significance before 1925. 5 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Probogovi Likago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 142. A law of November 9, 1923, prescribed severe penalties for concealment of cattle, Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v. Mongolit, 1956, p. 93. 846 Foreign Relations Point B. Or 2,400,000 lands, were derived from customs dues, including dues levied on internal trade. In 1924 state wine and spirit monopoly was instituted and was estimated to yield about 100,000 land a year. Point 2 A resolution of the first Great Kurul of November 1924 recorded with satisfaction that the budget had increased from 3 million land in the previous year to 5 million land, and that, in spite of an enormous reduction of the tax burden and without any foreign loans. Point 3 But the limiting factor continued to be the lack of qualified personnel. This deficiency weighed especially heavily on the customs service. No rewards were paid to informers. A school to train young customs officials had been a failure, and the older officials behaved very badly to Mongols, particularly to the poor and to the country people. The implication being that well-to-do Chinese traders could bribe their way through. In November 1924 the Minister for Finance once again reported to the Great Kurul an insufficiency of intelligent workers and translators. The result was that thanks to the impossibility of obtaining suitable staff, many important projects have made no progress up to the present time. Point 5 In 1924 the Department of State Control, which had been set up on the Soviet model 2 years earlier to check abuses in administration, instituted courses for the training of bookkeepers registered. During the next few months, thanks largely to Soviet aid and example, substantial advances took place on the economic and financial front. In July 1923, in preparation for the Second Party Congress, the Party Central Committee had drawn up some principles of economic policy and proposed the establishment of an 1-3% SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, NT, pages 122, 138. According to these figures, nearly one-third of customs revenue came from internal trade. The customs service dated from the establishment of Mongolian autonomy in IQIL. 2 Abid p. 118, Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Probogovi Likago Kuraldana. 1925, p. 214. 3 Abid pages 45 to 46. 434 SS Mongolskot Narodnoy Party, NT, pages 128 to 129. A few years later a Chinese traveler made the opposite complaint that Chinese traders were victimized. Ma Hodian, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English translate, Baltimore. 1949, pages 19 to 20. 5 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Probogovi Likago Kuraldana, 1925, p. t. 6 Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v. Mongolia, 1956, p. 97, courses in bookkeeping at the Ministry of Finance are mentioned in Novaya Vostok. 15, 1926, 177. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 847. Economic Council. But nothing had been done to carry out this proposal. Up to the end of 1924 the Ministry of Finance was the only department of state concerned with economic affairs. The Great Kurul decided in November 1924 to separate off from the Ministry of Finance a special economic ministry to direct commercial and industrial affairs, and also to attach to the government an economic council for the general direction of the economic policy of the country. The Minister for Finance in his report noted two main desiderata of economic policy. A. The development of industry in Mongolia. 4. The organization in the towns and provinces of governmental and public undertakings on cooperative principles, by inviting foreign instructors and Mongol workers. The latter can be recruited compulsorily on the spot. The financial and economic resolution of the Great Kurul declared that the Republic must stand for the development of state capitalism, concessions, leases, cooperatives, etc., which alone offers the possibility to develop the productive forces of the country under the direction of state power, and at the same time, to prevent the exploitation of Mongolia by international capitalists. It called for the development of industry, as a complement to a cattle-raising economy, on the basis of working up the natural resources of the country. In its section on trade, the resolution concluded that the development of the economy depended on state regulation of the prices of products and goods, and on the gradual weakening of the role of private trading and money-lending capital, and demanded a policy of the general development of state and cooperative trade at the expense of private trade. Among the economic projects canvassed at this time were a state monopoly of the soft coal industry, hitherto in the hands of the Chinese, a plan for working deposits of hard coal, a statute for the conservation of forests, and the building of a new 1 Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v. Mongolit, 1956, p. 101. 2 Abid p. 153, the Minister for Finance explained that his ministry had hitherto discharged the functions of a Ministry of National Economy. 3. SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, NT, p. 126, shows that the Economic Council was originally projected under the title of Gosplan, Supreme Economic and Financial Council. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Probogovi Likago Kuraldana, 1925, pp. 217, 227 to 228, 230, 234. 848 Foreign Relations PRA. Electricity Station. Foreign non-Soviet aid which would have been necessary to develop deposits of gold and other minerals had not been forthcoming. Foreign capitalists took up a waiting attitude in regard to the present political status of Mongolia. Point 2. The years from 1924 to 1926 witnessed a rapid expansion, not only of the national economy, but of state finances. The budget increased from 3,7 million Mexican dollars in 1923 to 11.5 million in 1926.3. It was noted that direct taxes were paid almost exclusively by foreigners entering the country to trade or work. The estimated customs revenue of 2,400,000 lands for 1924 had been exceeded by 100,000 lands. The customs revenue for 1925 was estimated at 3,150,000 lands, and steps were taken to abolish internal customs levies. Local budgets, based partly on independent self-taxation, but mainly on deduction from state taxes, largely escaped central control. The principal aims of Fiscal policy at this time were said to have been the abolition of local taxes and uniformity of taxation throughout the country, the substitution of monetary taxation for taxation in kind, and the introduction of a progressive tax on incomes. On the expenditure side, the proportion of the budget devoted to industrial construction and to aid for cattle breeding rose from 10 to 69. 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925. Pages 118, 120. The electricity station was to provide light for the city of Urga, and was almost completed in the autumn of 1925. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy. Narodnorevalyachinoi Party, 1925, p. 81. 2 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, p. 210. 3 Izvestia, June 5, 1927. The most detailed figures available are quoted in Mexican dollars in Novaya Vostok, 15, 1926, 172. The figures for 1926 are called preliminary. 1923, 1924, 1925, 1926. Income 3,671,000, 6,625,000, 8,298,000, 12,380,000. Expenditure 3,594,000, 5,957,000, 7,437,000, 11,057,000. 4 Ibid 15, 174. 5 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodnorevalyachinoi Party, 1925, p. 80. In 1926 customs receipts accounted for only 37% of the revenue, but were still the largest single item, being followed by receipts from monopolies, mainly the spirit monopoly, and receipts from state trade and industry, including profits on the state capital invested in Monsenko, Novi Vostok, 15. 1926, 173. Osif Daxenroy. 7 Izlotkin, Okerki Novoy 1 Noviasha Istria Mongolit, 1957, p. 203. After 1926 herdsmen owning less than bodos or units of cattle, a bodo was equivalent to 1 ox, cow, or horse, 7 sheep, 14 goats or 4 camel, were exempt from the cattle tax. Ibid p. 204. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 849. Percent in 1924 to 2027% in 1926. The allocation for education rose from 322 to 559%, and the allocation for health from 0 degree 5% in 1925, the first year on which any such allocation was made, to 2 to 7% in 1926. Among the attempts to modernize the Mongolian economy, more symbolical than practical importance attached to the attempts to introduce agriculture. Few sectors of Outer Mongolia had a soil and climate suitable for the cultivation of grain crops. At any rate, without extensive irrigation. 2 Such agriculture as existed had been brought to Outer Mongolia by Chinese military colonists planted in the Kobdo province in the west and on the northern frontier in the 18th century. Some descendants of these still cultivated the soil in the same regions. A further considerable influx of Chinese settlers had occurred in the northern plain round Kayakta in the second half of the 19th century, land being made available to the settlers at a nominal annual rent. 3 Market gardening in the neighborhood of Urga was conducted exclusively by Chinese. And the gradual decline in the Chinese population which set in after 1911 had as a result a reduction in the area of land under cultivation, which fell from an estimated total of 60,000 to 70,000 desiatins before that year to 50,000 desiatins 10 years later. As an attempt by the Bogdo-Gagan in 1917 to encourage agriculture encountered religious objections. Degree later, the government was said to have made the development of agriculture difficult by refusing to lease land for more than 1 year. 7 On the other hand, Russian and Soviet policy had always been associated in Asia with the attempt to substitute settled agriculture for nomadic ways of life, and such a transition, if it could be effected, would clearly facilitate the creation of a modern economy and modern system of government in Mongolia. 1 Ibid p. 205. 2 Imiski, Sovereignty Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pages 228 to 230, reported that, notwithstanding the severity of the climate and the dryness of the soil, fairly favorable results might be achieved by artificial irrigation, but concluded with emphasis that Outer Mongolia had no agricultural future. Cf. Ibid p. 232, 3 Ibid p. 227. 4 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velkogo Kuraldina, 1925, p. 201. 5 Imiski, Sovereignty Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pages 226 to 227. 6 Ibid p. 229. 7 Ost Europa, 4, number 3, December 1928, p. 159. 8 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, pages 316 to 317, 327. 850 Foreign Relations PTAB. A state fund was created for the provision of seed, and land for cultivation was placed at the disposal of Mongols without payment, in order to encourage Mongols to engage in agriculture. In one region workers were said to be cultivating 800 desiatins of land under the direction of the Ministry of Finance. 2 But reports made to the Great Kuril in November 1924 revealed the trivial and isolated character of these efforts. In one province, the population gets seeds and sows a little grain without state aid. In 2 others, the population in some places engages in agriculture on a small scale. In a department of Kobdo province, wheat and barley had been sown in 1923 and again in 1924, on orders from the Ministry of Finance, but in both cases the harvest was a failure, and the department petitioned for release from the obligation to cultivate. Early in 1925 an agricultural instructor from Moscow gave an interview to the press in which he expressed the view that the importation of tractors would be premature. In Mongolian conditions plowing with horses was still 3 times as cheap, but he seems to have remained silent on the general question of the prospects of agriculture in Outer Mongolia. State farms were afterwards said to have been introduced in 1925, but no record of them has been found at the time. 10 years later, after persistent efforts to encourage agriculture, not more than 1/3 of the limited demand of the population for grain was met out of local production registered. The development of communications was an important factor in the creation of a modern state machine in Mongolia, as well as in the policy of substituting Russian for Chinese influence. The fact that the distance from Urga, the capital, to the Russian frontier was only 1/3 of the distance to Kalgan on the frontier of Inner Mongolia worked powerfully for the Russian cause. No regular system of communications existed in the period of Chinese supremacy. Goods moved in caravans with 13 TSS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, NT, pages 118 to 119. 2 Ibid p. 125. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Prvogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, pp. 183, 189, 191, 196 to 197. The revenue from agriculture in Kogdo province in 1924 was, however, estimated at 100,250 lan, IBID P 212. 4 Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, January 29, 1925. 5 Planovihozyaispo, number 6, 1936, P 176. 6 IBID number 6, 1936, P 181. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 851. Draft or pack animals oxen, yaks, camels and underscore horses. Government services were maintained by placing on local dignitaries the obligation to provide relays of horses over fixed distances. For government officials and messengers the Erden system. As late as 1924, the Third Party Congress was told that there is absolutely no post in Mongolia, and that newspapers and packets are often held up for months and are lost en route. One of the first concerns of the Russian government after the establishment of Mongolian autonomy in 1G11 had been to negotiate an agreement for the construction of telegraph lines, too. And a telegraph agreement was the second of the two projects brought to Urga by the Soviet Palpred Vasiliev in January 1924. Some time was evidently required to settle practical details. On October 3, 1924, Vasiliev signed with the Mongolian Minister for Foreign Affairs a telegraph agreement providing for telegraphic communications between Urga, Kyakhta, and Irkutsk, and thence to the outside world. 3 other lines connecting outer Mongolia with the USSR were to be constructed in the near future, the Soviet government undertaking to give assistance to the Mongolian government for the purchase of the necessary equipment. A school to train telegraphists was set up, but in the autumn of 1924 still lacked both premises and instructors. Since no telegraph lines ran from Urga southwards, telegrams to China were also routed through the USSR. The most interesting clauses of the agreement were those fixing the tariff. Telegrams from Outer Mongolia to the USSR cost 10 kopecks a word, to 13 ISS Mongolskat Narodnoy Party, ND, P31. This was modified by the statement elsewhere that a postal service existed only between Urga and Altyn Bulak, the Mongolian frontier town across the river from Kyakhta, Ibid. P88, according to Imiski, Sovremenea Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 172, some form of postal service existed in 1919 to 1920 between several of towns. The first Great Girl of November 1924 attempted to provide for the improvement of the Erden service, Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provoka. Vilakago Kuraldana, 1925, pages 71 to 72. 2 GM Freighters, Outer Mongolia and its international position, Baltimore, 1949. Pages 88 to 89. According to Imiski, Sovremenea Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921. P 172, 3 telegraph lines, built by the Russians in face of Mongolian obstruction, existed in Outer Mongolia in 1919 to 1920, including the line Kyakhta, Urga Kalgan, but it is uncertain whether these lines were still in operation. In 1924. 3 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 20, Art. 135, SSSR, Spornik Diastwish. Iktagovorov, Soglashini I Konvencji, I2, 1928, E97, pp 283 to 285. 43. SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 852 Foreign Relations PTV. Other destinations, except China, 10 gold kopecks a word, and to China 19 gold kopecks a word. At the end of 1926, when regular postal services had been developed within Outer Mongolia, and between Ulaanbaatar and the Soviet frontier, no postal service existed between Outer Mongolia and China. Letters from Outer Mongolia to Chinese destinations were dispatched via the Soviet Union, and had to be restamped on the Soviet-Chinese frontier. Thus, while Chinese sovereignty over Outer Mongolia was still formally asserted, the provision in Outer Mongolia of such elementary and essential facilities of the modern state as postal and telegraphic communication served to make Outer Mongolia dependent on Soviet friendship, to forge closer links between the two countries, and to detach Outer Mongolia from her former dependence on China, and they were, beyond doubt, consciously used for this purpose. Road building was an urgent but arduous task. Significantly, a start was made on the road from Ulaanbaatar to Altyn Bulak. In 1925 it was announced that road works, including the construction of bridges, would shortly begin on this route. But, though post offices had been set up in Altyn Bulak and elsewhere, packets were at this time still carried by Erden service, with resulting delays and irregularities. It was many years before any railway was built in Outer Mongolia. More promising was the prospect of the development of communications by air. At dawn, on one of the last days of May 1925, the first aeroplane to be seen in Ulaanbaatar descended from the sky. The steel bird made an extraordinary impression on the inhabitants. It was a Junkers plane ordered by the Mongolian government, and had made the flight from Troitskosovsk on the frontier in 5 hours. 1 Mahotiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English translate, Baltimore, 1949. pp 70. 2 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskat Narodnoy Chinoyperdit, 1925, pp. 81, 90. 3 ambitious schemes were frequently canvassed, see, for example, in article in Torgofly Rossi Esvestocom, number 1, 1923, pages 23 to 27, a note attached to the Politburo report of March 25, 1926, cp 769 above, in the Trotsky Archives, T870, included the item, have in mind to proceed to the construction at the first opportunity of a railway line from Verkhnudinsk to Urga and Kalgan. But an alleged Soviet-Mongolian railway agreement of September 1925 widely reported at the time, for details see China Yearbook. 1926-7, Tianjin, ND, P800, was certainly a forgery. The first Mongolian railway was built after 1945. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 853. 3 more planes were expected. Early in July 1925 a further 6 airplanes arrived from Irkutsk. In the latter part of the year a branch of Aviakin was established in Ulaanbaatar, and frequent appeals on its behalf were evidently designed to make the population air conscious. 3 According to the testimony of a Chinese observer, the Russians have seized control of communications and the Mongols have no power whatsoever to assist themselves in this sphere. 4 Though this charge cannot be substantiated, it is true that the development of communications in and with Outer Mongolia could take place only with Soviet aid, and was used for the practical purpose of strengthening links with the Soviet Union. The foreign relations of Outer Mongolia were virtually limited in this period to the cultivation of a close connection with the Soviet Union, and no encouragement was given to probe the Apparent incompatibility between the Soviet-Mongolian Treaty of November 5, 1921, which treated Outer Mongolia as a formally independent state, and the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, which recognized it as part of China. At the Third Mongolian Party Congress in August 1924, Chino defended the Sino-Soviet Treaty as designed to set the Chinese people in opposition to the imperialists, but also contrived to refer to Mongolian independence. Amor, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, set out the full list of Mongolian demands on China: recognition of Mongolian independence, reparations for damage done in 1912 and 1920, self-government for Inner Mongolia, the presence of Soviet representatives at Mongolian-Chinese negotiations, and the holding of these negotiations in Urga. Amor crowned. 1 Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, May 31, 1925, 10 Junkers planes had been ordered by the Mongolian government in Leningrad, I Korostovets, von Singhis-Khanzua Sujet Republic, 1926, p. 342. The first flight from Moscow to Peking via Mongolia was announced in advance by the Presidium of BTSIK on June 1, 1925, and its successive stages reported in Izvestiya, June 3, 1925, and following days. 2 Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto, July 4, 1925. 3 appeals appeared in Izvestiya Ulan Bator Koto throughout December 1925, 4 Abyakin C. Volume 2, p. 419. 4 Mahotiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia, English translate, Baltimore, 1949. p. 139. 854 Foreign Relations tie this unrealistic program with the bare statement that the Chinese sovereignty over Mongolia was recognized in the Sino-Soviet Treaty, and, if the records can be believed, no discussion followed the resolution of the Congress on the report of the Central Committee spoke of the necessity of a link between the Mongolian People's Party with other revolutionary and communist parties of the Far East too, but apparently did not mention state relations, nor did any debate on foreign relations take place. 3 months later, at the first session of the Great Kurul, which adopted a constitution declaring Outer Mongolia an independent People's Republic, the clearest pronouncement of this period on the international status of the Mongolian Republic was made by Chicharin at 6SIK in March 1925. We recognize the Mongolian People's Republic as part of the Chinese Republic, but we also recognize its autonomy in so far-reaching a sense that we consider it not only as independent of China in its internal life, but as capable of pursuing its foreign policy independently. This formula did not appear to preclude relations between the People's Republic and countries other than the Soviet Union, or with China in particular, and the Mongolian government replied shortly afterwards to a note of protest from the Chinese government by complaining that the delay in settling relations between China and Mongolia was due to the continued civil war in China and the tardy recognition of this government by China. Point 4 The clause of the constitution relating to the need to conduct foreign policy in conformity with the interests of the revolutionary workers was followed by a wistful note in the following terms. Nonetheless, the possibility is not excluded, in accordance with the requirements of the conditions of this or that state of 1-3% SS Mongols Koy Narod not Party, NT, pages 20 to 21, 83 to 84. 2 Quoted in Bisharendib, Narod Nai Revalyatstyi v Mongolia, 1956, p. 112. The text of this resolution did not appear in 3 SS Mongols Koy Narod Party, NT. 3 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 3 Sestaya, 1925. PSS. 4 Quoted from the Local Press in China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, NT. p. 380. The date of the note is not stated. The Chinese note, of which the text is not quoted, was dated March 28, 1925. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 855. Affairs of establishing friendly relations with one foreign power or another, while at the same time opposing a decisive resistance in all circumstances to any who attack the independence of the Mongolian People's Republic. And at the Fourth Party Congress in September 1925 it was reported, not without a hint of satisfaction at China's troubles, that foreign relations with China have hitherto not been established owing to the internal disturbances prevailing there. Point 2. In the following month, when the Soviet-German commercial agreement of October 12, 1925, named Outer Mongolia and other Asian states as countries to which the Soviet Union was entitled to extend tariff concessions without incurring most favored nation obligations towards Germany, the Chinese government maintained its legal position by protesting to the German government against this treatment of Outer Mongolia as an independent entity, and received in return the hollow assurance that this was a de facto solution, without prejudice to legal rights. Point 3. Notwithstanding lack of official encouragement from Moscow, some of the Mongol leaders were evidently eager to establish direct contacts between the Mongolian Republic and other countries. In the early days of the regime, attempts were made by British, American, and German firms to enter the Mongolian market as buyers or sellers. The number of American and British firms interested is said to have increased from 5 in 1920 to 62 in 1924, the numbers being presumably those of trading licenses taken out. American firms made themselves unpopular by refusing to accept silver lands in payment for goods and insisting on the use of American dollars. A visit from the German commercial attaché in Peking to Urga is reported in 1922, and an American consul also came from Kalgan. At the Third Mongolian Party Congress in August 1924, Chino was asked whether the Mongolian government would seek agreements with imperialist powers or only with people's governments like the Labor 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 243, for the clause in question CP 825 above. 2 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narod Norevalyachanat Party, 1925, p. A. 3 China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, NT, p. 379. 4 Bisharendib, Narod Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p. 109. 856 Foreign Relations Grin. Government of England. His reply cautiously distinguished between political and economic agreements. There is a whole series of questions, commercial, economic, etc., which do not touch on politics. On these questions we are, of course, ready to come to an agreement with anyone, provided it is in our interests. In future it will be possible to come to an agreement with England. She now buys from us cattle and raw material. With Turkey, Persia, and Afghanistan, we ought long ago to have come to an agreement with them. Similarly, it will be very profitable for us to enter into official relations with Germany. We could receive from their technical and other products, the more so since Germany sent trade representatives to us and invited our representatives to Germany. The sending of Mongolian representatives and in general relations with the governments named were delayed exclusively by the lack of Mongols trained for such work. On November 19, 1924, Yupan Danzin presented his credentials to Kalinin as Mongolian representative in Moscow. In May 1925 he brought the greetings of the Mongolian People's Republic to the Third Union Congress of Soviets. 2 Later in the year it was announced that specialists had been sent to the Soviet Union and Germany to order factory equipment. In the latter part of 1925 a Mongolian trade delegation consisting of the Russian-speaking Sampalon, who had come to Moscow with Yupan Danzin in November 1924, and an English-speaking secretary, arrived in Berlin and remained till August 1926. German and Swedish machinery, tools, and equipment were ordered, and some German engineers, as well as a Swedish engineer, were engaged to work in Mongolia. Consignments for Mongolia were handled by the Soviet German Transport Organization Diritra, and Soviet transit licenses were required. If the Mongolian trade delegation was given no diplomatic recognition, this was 13% SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pages 24 to 25. 2 Izvestiya, November 20, 1924, Tretyi SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, p. 25. 3 Chetvertyi SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Revolutionary Party, 1925, p. 80. The announcement was made to the Fourth Party Congress in the report of the Ministry of National Economy, not of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For the delegation received little publicity, and the main source for its activities is the account given by S. M. Wolf, a Russian resident in Berlin who was employed by it as interpreter and factotum, Journal of the Royal Central Asian Society, XXXII, 1945, 289 to 298. Correspondence of May 1926 in the CHXLI Outer Mongolia 857. Apparently not the fault of the German government. An official of the Eastern Division of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs suggested to Sampalon that Germany might be willing to recognize Outer Mongolia de jure as well as de facto as an independent state, in return for preferential treatment for German trade. The cautious Sampalon was proof against this somewhat crude approach. He explained that Outer Mongolia could not afford to keep diplomatic missions in all European countries, and it was therefore better to maintain permanent relations only with the Soviet Union. In February 1926, while Sampalon was in Berlin, what was evidently intended to be a more important economic mission, headed by Moore, now Minister for National Economy, and J. Adamba, President of the Revolutionary Military Council, arrived in Moscow for trade negotiations with the Soviet government. The most thorny issue was, however, that of relations between Outer Mongolia and China, which in any shape or form remained suspect and unwelcome to Moscow. So long as China was represented by the Peking government, which unconditionally refused to have any dealings with an independent Mongolian republic, it was easy to invoke the precedents of Bodo and Danzin, and to treat any approach from the Mongolian side as treason. But it was more difficult to discourage relations with Kuomintang and the Canton government, or with the Kuomintang movement and Fen Yishang, since these enjoyed the sympathy and support of the Soviet government. Renchino, in reply to specific questions at the Third Party Congress in August 1924 about relations with China, had said that it will be necessary to come to an agreement with the South, with the Democratic Canton government, and added that Yupan Danzin had already been on a mission to Canton in the previous year. 3 Records of subsequent German archives relates to these transactions. Sampalon was said at that time to intend to purchase further German goods to the value of $20,000. But the Russians were trying to persuade the Mongols to buy Russian goods, which they did not want, rather than German goods which they did want. Oswardages AMT 4829/242310-314 242,320. A mainly factual article by Sampalon about Outer Mongolia, referred to as Northern Mongolia, appeared in Ost-Europa, I, 1925 to 1926, number 2, pages 392 to 410. 1 Journal of the Royal Central Asian Society, XXXII, 1945, pages 295 to 296. 2 Izvestiya, February 17, 1926, Pravda, February 18, 1926. 3% SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pages 24 to 25. 858 Foreign Relations via contacts are few. But on April 6, 1926, the Central Committee of the Mongolian People's Party presented a red banner to members of the Central Committee of Kuomintang who were passing through Ulaanbaatar on their way back from the session of the 6th Enlarged Iki in Moscow. It is reasonable to assume that some of the Mongol leaders, especially those who were most steeped in the old traditions and found it most difficult to adapt themselves to the new Soviet-sponsored order, would have come at a strengthening of any Chinese connection as a counter weight to growing Soviet influence and predominance. But no such movement was allowed to take concrete form. The position of Inner Mongolia added a minor complication to the ambiguous relations between the Soviet Union, the Mongolian People's Republic, and China. Unlike Outer Mongolia, Inner Mongolia had been subject to a long process of colonization by Chinese settlers. It had remained firmly embedded in the loose structure of the Chinese dominions. It had not shared with Outer Mongolia the experience of autonomy under Russian patronage since 1911. The feudal and ecclesiastical order of society had not been shaken. Events in Outer Mongolia must, however, have had their repercussions across the frontier. A People's Party of Inner Mongolia was said to date from 1923, and to have held a conference at Peking in the winter of 1924.3. The ruling groups in Inner Mongolia, both Mongol and Chinese, were apprehensive of what might follow if the Soviet advance in Outer Mongolia were not held in check. In 1923 a conference of princes of Inner Mongolia was held in Peking, no doubt under the patronage of the Peking government, and petitioned the government for intervention to deliver Outer Mongolia from 1 Izvestiya, April 10, 1926, for the Kuomintang delegation at the 6th Iki CP 629 above. 2 This is specifically asserted in Ma Ho-Tiin, Chinese agent in Mongolia. English translate, Baltimore, 1949, p. 115, where most of the leaders of the Mongolian People's Party, including Dambadorji, president of the Central Committee, were said to be rightists and to advocate union with China, or, more specifically, with Kuomintang, in order to reduce the power of the Russians. The same author draws attention to the prestige enjoyed by Kuomintang and by Fen Yishang among the Mongols, Ibid pages 45, 69. This source perhaps exaggerates the strength of a movement which, however, undoubtedly existed. 3 Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 191. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 859. The Red Dot. In August 1924 the Japanese press reported the arrival in Mukden of a delegation from Inner Mongolia which begged Chang Solin to take up with the Soviet representatives the Mongolian question, including the evacuation of Outer Mongolia by Soviet troops, and in the following month to Japan. A scientific expedition was sent to investigate the mineral wealth of the country and its geological formation as suspected. Cover for political espionage. In 1925 Chiang Solin, with the help of Japanese officers, was reported to have organized Khan for ranks of princes in Inner Mongolia, to have attempted to recruit an Inner Mongolian army of 30,000 men and to have founded a Japanese bank with a capital of $5 million in Kalgan, its most important city. A Soviet commentator Khan stirred up visions of Inner Mongolia as a second Korea. Point 3. In the latter part of 1925 a party of 13 Japanese purporting to represent the South Manchurian Railway entered Outer Mongolia, and were sent back under escort from Ulaanbaatar to Kalgan asterisk. Even apart from fear of allowing Inner Mongolia to become a focus of Chinese intrigue for the recovery of Outer Mongolia or of designs to extend Japan's sphere of influence, it was natural that some leaders of the Mongolian People's Republic should have dreamed of eventually annexing to the Republic the Mongolian territory beyond the frontier still subject to the dwindling authority of the Peking government. But such ambitious projects never had much substance. At the Fourth Congress of the Mongolian Party, in September 1925 Amgov issued a warning that Outer Mongolia cannot cast herself for the road of sole assembly. Point 4. The Mongolian lands and peoples, and that the problem of the union of the Mongolian peoples is a matter for a future voluntary agreement between the toilers themselves. Point 5. In any one Revolutionary Vostok, 2, 1927, 59, A. Kalinikov, Revolutionary Mongolia, NT 1925, p. 90, speaks of Peking as the center of the Mongolian reaction, and refers to the presence there of former landowners and princes presumably from Outer as well as Inner Mongolia. 2 Novyi Vostok, 8, 9, 1925, 201 to 202, 204. 3 Izvestiya Ulaanbaatar Koto, November 18, 1925, Novyi Vostok, 12, 1926, 190. 4th Pan Chronicle, Kobe, December 24, 1925, p. 840. 5 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narod no Revolyutstan Operated, 1925, p. 473. The Congress was attended by a delegate of the Inner Mongolian Party of it. 860 Foreign Relations. Point B. Event. The Soviet government was clearly unwilling to countenance a further encroachment which would have incurred the unconditional hostility of every party and group in China, as well as of any Japanese government. In 1925 Inner Mongolia was overrun by the Kuomingtan armies of Feng Yishang. It was with the knowledge and approval of Feng Yishang that an announcement appeared in Ulaanbaatar in October 1925 that the First Congress of the People's Revolutionary Party of Inner Mongolia would meet in the following month at Kalgan, and that Dambadorji would represent the Outer Mongolian Party at the Congress. The announcement, however, specifically dissociated the Inner Mongolian Party from any Pan-Mongolian movement, and stressed its orientation towards Kuomintang and the revolutionary movement in China. Point 1 The Congress met at Kalgan early in November 1925. The Inner Mongolian Party, which was said to have been founded in the preceding year, claimed to have enrolled 300 members and 3,000 candidates, and to have sent envoys to Ulaanbaatar and to Moscow. The Congress was formally greeted by a representative of Feng Yishang, and was attended by delegates of Kuomintang as well as of the Outer Mongolian Party. It issued a manifesto attacking the Mongol feudal lords and Chinese colonizers of Inner Mongolia, and drew up a program for the movement. The manifesto alleged that Great Britain, Japan, and the United States were in league to keep China disunited in order that they might take the country into their own hands. Only the Soviet Union and Outer Mongolia were true friends of oppressed China. The Mongol lords were hand in glove with Chinese militarists. The People's Revolutionary Party of Inner Mongolia was ready to lead a struggle for national liberation, for the abolition of the power and privy legs of the princes and for self-government. The manifesto avoided any hint of Pan-Mongolian aspirations, and contained no demand for independence from China. Whatever ambitions may have been entertained in Ulaanbaatar, Soviet policy in Inner Mongolia, as distinct from Outer Mongolia, would continue. p. 9, and, according to I. Korostovets, von Sinkis Konzur Soviet Republic. 1926, p. 343, by a delegate of Feng Yishang. 1 Svestiya Ulaanbaatar Koto, October 14, 1925. 2 Abid November 18, 1925, Novyi Vostok, 12, 1926, 191 to 192. 3 For the text of the manifesto see Abid 12, 192 to 195. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 861. To be subordinated to the Soviet alliance with the Chinese nationalist movement. The fortunes of the People's Republic of Tanu-Tuva Khan continued to be linked with those of Outer Mongolia. The Tanu-Tuva People's Party had held its first Congress on February 28, March 1, 1922, and elected a central committee. By this time, the People's Republic of Tanu-Tuva already had a government, and enjoyed the recognition of Soviet Russia as an independent republic. But both party and government seemed down to the middle of 1923 to have existed mainly on paper. Early in June 1923 the party central committee was dissolved, and a commission set up to arrange for the summoning of another party congress. On June 14, 1923, the commission issued an appeal to the working people of Tanu-Tuva to enter the ranks of a national revolutionary party for the defense of its interests and of those of the oppressed nations of the world under the leadership of the Staff of World Revolution in the Communist International. A Congress for the reorganization of the party, henceforth known as the Second Party Congress, was convened in KYZYL Koto, Red City, the former Polotsk, on July 6, 1923.2. The Congress is said to have brought together 568 raw delegates, not all of them hitherto members of the party. In view of the absolute inactivity of the former Central Committee, it was decided to make a fresh start by constituting a new party and electing a new Central Committee. Representatives of the government reported to the Congress, which passed resolutions in favor of universal education, the introduction of medical aid, the suppression of drunkenness, an equitable system of taxation, and the abolition of rank and privilege. By 1925, the party counted 1,071 members, of whom T.C. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 520. 2 A. N. Shozhalov, Tuvinsky Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, pages 42 to 43. 3 of it, pages 43 to 46. The author cites records of the Congress in the Mongolian language preserved in the party archives. It seems at first sight odd that, while the proceedings of the Congresses of the Mongolian Party were recorded in Russian, those of the Tanu-Tuva Party were recorded in Mongolian. A majority of the population of Tanu-Tuva spoke a Turkic dialect, and had no written language, but a substantial minority was Mongolian speaking, and 2 of the population were said to be literate in Mongolian. When in 1925 a Soviet advisor to the Tanatuva government inserted in the local 862 foreign relations floppy 578 ranked as Poraraz, 478 as Middle and 15 as well do. It was regarded, like the Mongolian People's Party, not as socialist, but as a bourgeois democratic organization working under the conditions of a pre-capitalist stage of development. The total population of Tanatuva at this time amounted to about 70,000, of whom 12,000 were Russian settlers, most of them dating from the latter part of the 19th century. In October 1923 the First People's Assembly of Tanatuva adopted the foundations of a constitution. For the decision to constitute Tanatuva as an independent republic separate from the Mongolian People's Republic had been the occasion for an immediate protest from the Mongolian government. It was contested not only from the Mongolian side, but from that of Tanatuva. The Lamas and former Lamas, who, as in Outer Mongolia, played a conspicuous part in the affairs of the territory, spoke Mongolian and were conscious of cultural and religious ties which bound them to the Mongolian Republic, and the population in the south and east included a substantial Mongol, or Mongolian-speaking element. It was mainly, though perhaps not only, from this group that the demand emanated for union with Outer Mongolia. In 1924 serious disorders occurred in the Kambuk district, one of the 5 districts into which Tanatuva was divided. The Mongolian version attributed them to persecution by the Russian colonists and to oppressive taxation, and declared that troops had taken the severest reprisals on the peaceful inhabitants, who ran away in order to escape complete destruction. Refugees from Tanatuva had come to the Mongolian authorities in Kobdo asking for protection and for the union of their country with Mongolia. Registered a later Soviet version. Russian language newspaper Krasnyi Carr notice in the Tuvanine language. In Russian script, this was hailed as the first occasion on which the language had ever appeared in written form. Zvestia Ulan Bader Koto, June 8, 1925. 1 Die Komintern Bordem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 512. 2 Pravda, July 22, 1927. 3 Malaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, 8, 1930, 986, for the original influx of Russian Sinovi, Vostok, Silai XXIV, 1928, pages 155 to 167, Revalyachny. Vostok, 3, 1928, 292. 4 Izvestia, June 14, 1925. 5 3 SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 84. 6 The statement was made by the Mongolian Minister for Foreign Affairs to the Third Mongolian Party Congress in August 1924, Ibid pages 84 to 85. A note appended to the record described it as absolutely one-sided and incorrect. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 863 represented the disturbances as having been provoked by feudal lords and by the rich, but agreed that they were connected with a demand for union with Mongolia. In June 1924 the representatives of the Soviet Union and Mongolia reached an agreement to send a joint commission to Tanatuva to investigate the situation. Point 2. The commission was active in KYZYL Koto while the Third Congress of the Mongolian Party was sitting in Urga. On August 15, 1924, it issued an appeal to the people of Tanatuva to occupy themselves in internal work to raise the general level of well-being, promised advice and instruction from the Soviet and Mongolian governments to this end, and declared that at the necessary moment, these governments would take a final decision on the status of Tanatuva, having regard to the will of the population itself. Point 3. 3 days later the Third Congress of the Tanatuva People's Party met. But, apart from approving measures of party discipline, already applied by the Central Committee to some errant party leaders, its only recorded decision, taken by a majority, was to subject lamas who had married and engaged in secular occupations to all normal state obligations and taxation. This implied a continued toleration, indicative of the persistence of religious feelings and prejudices, of the privileged position of lamas still engaged in the practice of religion. T. On October 28, 1924, the Second People's Assembly of the Tanatuva People's Republic adopted a constitution in which its independent status was clearly affirmed. 1a. Kalinikov, Revalyachny Mongolia, ND 1925, p. 94. 2. This was presumably the decision mentioned in p. 94. The patch of the commission was announced by the Mongolian Minister for Foreign Affairs at the Third Mongolian Party Congress. 3 SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 85. It was also referred to by Vasiliev in his speech of greeting. Ibid p. 6. The account in Izvestia, June 14, 1925, referred not to a joint commission, but to Soviet and Mongolian delegations. 3a. Kalinikov, Revalyachny Mongolia, ND 1925, pages 94 to 95, Skid. Nitsud, number 3, 9, 1929, p. 101, cited August 15, 1924, as the date of the recognition of Tanatuva by Mongolia. 4 N. Shojalov, Tuvinsky Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, p. 46. It may be significant that the records of this Congress, unlike those of the Second, Fourth and Fifth, were apparently not available to this author, or were not used by him, since it seems inconceivable that the Congress should have avoided altogether so burning and topical an issue as the status of Tanatuva Vestivas, the Mongolian Republic. 5 Izvestia, June 14, 1925, A. Kalinikov, Revalyachny Mongolia, ND 1925, p. 95. 864 Foreign Relations BIV. This did not, however, finally end the agitation. The campaign for union with Outer Mongolia continued to find expression in Mongolophile petitions sent by feudal and official elements, sitting in the offices of party organizations and local organs of self-government. In 1925 negotiations were inaugurated in Moscow under Soviet auspices between representatives of the Mongolian and Tanatuva republics. They appear to have been prolonged, and were still in progress when the Fourth Mongolian Party Congress met in September 1925. Discussion of the issue was avoided at the Congress. But Abagov, while admitting that the question was not finally decided, asked rhetorically whether Mongolia, having suffered in the past from foreign oppression and achieved national independence, could now exercise any kind of pressure on the inhabitants of Tanatuva in order to unite them to Mongolia against their wish. On November 16, 1925, the Great Khural of Outer Mongolia addressed a declaration to the people and government of Tanatuva, stating that it not only does not oppose the national liberation of the people of Tanatuva, but strives for the establishment of friendly relations directed to the political, economic and cultural rapprochement of the two peoples. 3 On the other hand, Outer Mongolia secured the cession of Darkat, a large but sparsely populated tract of territory on the eastern frontier of Tanatuva, and on that basis a treaty regulating Their mutual relations was finally signed between the two republics. On August 16, 1926.4. The recognition of the independence of the Tanatuva People's Republic, the quelling of the disturbances of 1924, the 1 and Socialism, Tuvinsky Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, pages 87 to 88. Quoting letters of January 1, 1925, from Don Duke, president of a regional party committee, a former lama, and former president of the government, one of the leaders of the right, of February 21, 1925, from Doc Hajarin, a former prince and president of a local administration, and of February 19, 1925, from two other local officials. Don Duke's origins and attitude did not prevent his regular re-election to the party central committee for several years to come, or his subsequent reappointment as president of the government. Tu Chetvertai ISS Mongol Scott Narod Noravali Chinoy Party, 1925, pp. 47 to 48, 77. 3 Mesbenord Neazizn, number 4, 1926, p. 80. 4 The treaty, which was concluded in Mongolian, is briefly summarized. In Skidnisvit, number 3, 9, 1929, p. 114, for a reference to the negotiations in Moscow in 1925 C.G. Klenau, New Siberian, 1928, p. 98. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 865. Establishment of political order and perhaps a rise in economic prosperity, now made it possible to regularize and formalize the position of party and government. This was done at the 4th Party Congress, which met from October 14 to 17, 1925. A draft party program and statute were submitted to the Congress and adopted for consideration. Point 1 on September 15, 1925, the Presidium of Krestintern had addressed to the Tanatuva party what was no doubt a circular letter inviting it to send in the form of a popular brochure an account of the position of the peasantry in Tanatuva. The letter was interpreted as an invitation to accede to the organization. On a report by Don Duke, the Congress decided to join Krestintern, and a letter was written in answer to the circular apologizing on the ground of lack of literary resources and translators for failure to make a full reply, but supplying summary information on the position of the peasantry of Tanatuva. Formalities in Moscow took some time, and it was not till June 1, 1926, that Krestintern, in a letter emphasizing the primary need to raise the economic and cultural level of the population, informed the Tanatuva People's Revolutionary Party of the decision to admit it to the organization. The 4th Party Congress also decided to organize a League of Revolutionary Youth, the first steps towards which are said to have been taken in the previous year. Its first Congress took place on December 1925, and it held regular annual congresses for some years. Unlike its Mongolian counterpart, the Tanatuva Youth League was not an independent creation, and played no part in the early history of the party. It was founded by the party as a subsidiary organ, and remained a docile instrument of party policy. Though a few years later, when the party executed a turn to the left, it served as the convenient spearhead of a leftist movement. Point 3. A minute, primitive, scattered and racially and linguistically divided population made any pretense of national independence. 1 and Socialism, Tuvinsky Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, pages 46 to 49. Quoting the official records of the Congress, a party journal, presumably in Mongolian, is first heard of at this time, Zbit p. 65, note 1. 2 Ibid pages 61 to 65, the full text of the party letter to Krestintern of the autumn of 1925 is in Krestinsky International, no 1 to 2, January-February 1926, pages 123 to 125. The great girl of Tanatuva was also reported to have sent greetings to Krestintern in October 1925, Pravda, October 31, 1925. 3 and Socialism, Tuvinsky Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, pages 66 to 77. 866 Foreign Relations Pay. For Tanatuva unreal control from without was from the first an elementary necessity. But, while the Soviet authorities pursued virtually identical policies in Outer Mongolia and in Tanatuva, the situation in Tanatuva was in some respects less favorable to them. In the first place, the population was even poorer, more dispersed and more primitive, so that the introduction of the elements of European civilization, and the creation of an organized economic and political order, was an even more arduous task. Secondly, the literate elements in the country, which, even more than in Outer Mongolia, were confined to lamas and former lamas, were separated by linguistic and national affiliations from the Turkey-speaking majority of the population, and were less easily recruited than in Outer Mongolia as leaders and spokesmen of a national movement, which would serve as the basis of an independent republic. Thirdly, contacts with the outside world, which in Outer Mongolia had taken the form mainly of infiltration of Chinese traders and moneylenders, had come to Tanatuva mainly from Russian settlers, whose claims to land for cultivation impinged on the grazing grounds of native herdsmen. Since Tanatuva lent itself far better than Outer Mongolia to the development of crop cultivation, the introduction of Russian agricultural settlements was more likely to accord with the general aims of Soviet policy. Resentment against the unpopular foreigner, which in Outer Mongolia had worked in favor of Soviet intervention, produced an opposite effect in Tanatuva, where Russians were more feared and disliked than Mongols or Chinese. After the disturbances of 1924, the country settled down, but positive progress was slow. A list of some of the subjects dealt with at the 4th Party Congress in October 1925 was an index of the main preoccupations of the time. A resolution was passed on the importance of guaranteeing to women rights of participation in the public, economic and political life of the country on equal terms with men. Another demanded the introduction of European medicine. We all see that Asiatic, Tibetan, medicine is obsolete and has outlived its time. It brings no benefit whatever to the Only 4 schools with 60 students were said to have existed in Tanatuva in 1924 to 1925, Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, LB, 1947, 115. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 867. People, which continues down to the present day to be wiped out by syphilis. European medicine has revealed its benefits to the civilized world. An example is provided by the USSR, where mortality from every possible kind of disease is diminishing every day. To encourage trade, 50,000 rubles was to be advanced to the Tanatuva Central Cooperative, and relations established with the Gostorg of the USSR and other Soviet trading organizations. A resolution dealing with agriculture noted that cattle raising in Tanatuva followed obsolete methods, the cultivation of hay crops, the use of machines, the introduction of a veterinary service and the establishment of model farms were all commended. In spite, however, of Soviet prejudices in favor of settled agriculture, and the fact that the soil of Tandu was more suited to cultivation than the outer Mongolian steppe. No direct attack was made on the nomadic way of life still followed over large parts of the country. The Fifth Party Congress in September 1926 added to the list of desiderata the improvement of the financial position and the strengthening of the work of local organs of government and the elimination of political and general illiteracy among members of the party. Finally, on November 24, 1926, the Fourth People's Assembly of the Tandu Tuva People's Republic III adopted a constitution of the Republic **. It was closely modeled on the 1924 constitution of the Mongolian People's Republic, with some minor but significant divergencies in the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling People and in the qualifications laid down for voting in elections. In the Declaration, the statements that all power belongs to the toiling people, that private property is not permitted, that titles and class distinctions are abrogated, and that the toiling masses of the whole world struggle to eradicate capitalism and to attain socialism, communism, all of which appeared in the 1 and Shozhalov, Tuvinsky and Narodnaya Respublika, 1930, pages 47 to 49. Friction was reported between the Tandu Tuva cooperatives and the principal Soviet trading organization Sibgostorg and the Torgovo Promishlenyi Bank, but all three continued active, and Russian cooperatives serving the Russian population were said to serve as a model for the Tuvanayan cooperatives. Novaya Vostok, XXIIXXIV, 1928, pages 170 to 172. 2 Abid p. 50. 3 These assemblies had met annually since 1923, but no detailed records of them are known to exist. 4 For the text see Abid pages 95 to 100. 5 see pages 824 to 826 above. 868 Foreign Relations Point B. Mongolian document were omitted, nor did it contain the passage referring to the abolition of capitalism and the attainment of socialism. Lamas living permanently in monasteries were disqualified under both constitutions from voting, but the disqualification under the Mongolian constitution of persons earning their living exclusively through the exploitation of others, with the obvious aim of enrichment and of traders and usurers living on the labor of others or on interest from capital or other revenues, was not repeated in the Tandu Tuva constitution. A concession made at this time, though not embodied in the constitution, accorded autonomous rights to Russian agricultural settlements in Tandu Tuva. These settlements were organized in a Russian workers' colony with self-government, possessing its own Congress of Soviets and Executive Committee and its special representation in the Tuvanayan Congress. These changes were due partly to the different situations in the two republics, but mainly perhaps to the changes in Soviet domestic policy in 1925, which had set in with the appeasement of the well-to-do peasant and the refusal to press the issue of class war in the countryside. 2 Skidnetsvit, number 3, 9, 1929, p. 112, one of the functions of the Soviet delegation which visited Tandu Tuva in the summer of 1924, cp 863 above, had been to study the problem of the 12,000 settlers, Izvestiya, June 14, 1925. Die Komintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 568 refers to the Russians as members of the Russian workers' self-governing colony. Under the regime of the Bogdo-Gagan in Outer Mongolia before 1921, the Chinese settlements in the principal cities had their own police and courts, and the Russian colony in Urga was also self-governing. Imysky, Sarmenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk. 1921, pages 75, 94. Later the Russians continued to enjoy some autonomous rights. Chapter 42. Japan and Korea. The failure of the Jov mission to Japan in the summer of 1923 and the great earthquake of September 1923 made the winter of 1923 to 1924 an unfruitful period in Soviet-Japanese relations. On September 22, 1923, a few days after the earthquake, Karakhan in Peking inquired of his Japanese colleague whether the Japanese government was ready to open negotiations with the Soviet government, justifying a preference for official negotiations by the failure of the informal conversations with Jov. In view of conditions in Japan, it is not surprising that this démarche remained without an answer for several months. Meanwhile, the Soviet government, conscious of the weakened international position of Japan, kept up a series of protests and pinpricks, doubtless designed to force a resumption of negotiations. On October 27, 1923, Karakhan addressed a note to Yoshizawa protesting against attacks by Japanese warships on Soviet fishing vessels. Point 2. At the same time, Chicharin sent a note to the British, French and United States governments drawing attention to military acts of aggression by Japan in the Far East. Point 3. Publicity was given to complaints about the oppressive behavior of the Japanese occupying authorities in northern Sakhalin. In February 1924, the Japanese acting consul in Vladivostok was informed that his status and that of other Japanese officials in Siberia would no longer be recognized. The Japanese post office was notified that Japanese mail could no longer be routed via Siberia. Japanese correspondents were expelled from Moscow, and the representative of the official Soviet telegraph agency in Tokyo announced 1 Gamusho Oakiyahu, NISS Okososhi, 1942, p. 86. This volume was originally printed as a confidential document for official use, being based on the archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 2 Novaya Vostok, 4, 1923, pxxv. 3 Abid 4, pxxvi, Izvestiya, October 28, 1923. 4 Russian Review, Washington, February 1, 1924, p. 221. 869. 870 Foreign Relations. Point B. His impending departure. T. At the height of these incidents, Matsui, the newly appointed Japanese Minister for Foreign Affairs, issued a statement to the effect that Japan saw no reason for an immediate recognition of the Soviet Union. This provoked a sharp rejoinder from Karakhan on February 18, 1924. By this time the new Japanese government had decided to respond to the Soviet approach of the previous September. Discussions between Yoshizawa and Karakhan opened in Peking on February 24, 1924. 3 And Yoshizawa received instructions to protest against the hostile attitude adopted towards Japanese officials and Japanese mail. A conversation between the two ministers on March 1, 1924, was noted with satisfaction in the Soviet press, and was followed by further meetings. On March 22, 1924, Yoshizawa at length presented to Karakhan a detailed statement of the conditions on which Japan was willing to recognize the Soviet Union and to withdraw the Japanese forces from northern Sakhalin. These included an indemnity for the Nikolaevsk incident, and a settlement of public and private debts owed to the Japanese government and to Japanese nationals. But a strong hint was conveyed that Japan would not prove intransigent on these demands if the Soviet government offered remunerative long-term concessions in northern Sakhalin and other areas. Proposals were also made for a commercial treaty guaranteeing most favored nation treatment to Japan, and 4. An agreement by both parties to refrain from hostile propaganda against the other copyright. A basis of common interest soon began to emerge from the discussions. A Japanese correspondent in Moscow, who had obtained an interview with Trotsky, suggested 3 reasons for a rapprochement between the Soviet Union and Japan. Both were opposed to discrimination on grounds of color. Both desired the liberation of Asia from European and 1 China Weekly Review, March 8, 1924, p. 39, for the note of February 13, 1924, on the status of Japanese officials. See Russian Review, Washington, April 1, 1924, p. 301. 2 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, February 28, 1924, p. 297. 3 Gamusho Oakyahu, NISS Okoshoshi, 1942, p. 87. 4 The text of the instructions was published. See Japan Chronicle, Kobe, February 28, 1924, p. 296. 5 Izvestia, March 2, 1924, China Weekly Review, Shanghai, March 8, 1924, p. 60. Copyright Gamusho Oakyahu, NISS Okoshoshi, 1942, pages 87 to 88. CHXLII Japan and Korea 871. American imperialism, and both felt the need for a common policy in regard to China, the neighbor of both. Trotsky cautiously assented. Progress in the negotiations was now steady, but leisurely. Early in May 1924, Karakhan and Yoshizawa exchanged full powers authorizing them to negotiate a treaty, and on May 15, 1924, Karakhan produced a draft based in essentials on the Japanese statement of March 22. The draft provided for mutual recognition, the establishment of diplomatic and consular relations, an immediate Japanese withdrawal from northern Sakhalin, and the conclusion of a commercial treaty and a fisheries agreement. On the all-important point, the Soviet government expressed willingness to grant mineral and timber concessions to Japanese citizens and corporations, especially in northern Sakhalin and eastern Siberia. The question of claims was to be dealt with in subsequent agreements. On June 7, 1924, shortly after the negotiations had begun, a change of government occurred in Japan, and a coalition cabinet took office in which the post of prime minister was held by Kato, the president of the Kenseikai party. Shidehara succeeded Matsui as foreign minister. Karakhan welcomed the new government with a firm statement to a Japanese correspondent of the Soviet conditions for an agreement. Mutual recognition must be unconditional, and not be treated as something accorded to the Soviet Union in return for compensation. Economic concessions could be granted to Japan not as compensation for recognition, but only on the basis of common economic interests, and Japan could not expect more favorable terms than Great Britain and Italy, which had already recognized the Soviet Union. Whether or not the change of government facilitated the progress of negotiations on the Japanese side, the eccentric Goto Joff's former host 5 was still the only public figure in Japan who openly advocated normal diplomatic relations with the Soviet. TTS Audiobook, April 24, 1924. 2 Gamusho Oakyahu, NISS Okoshoshi, 1942, pages 88 to 89. 3 The Keikai Party, which had held the main posts in the previous government, had the support of the Mitsui Group of industrial companies, the Ken Seikai of the Mitsubishi Group, but attempts to distinguish between the foreign policies pursued respectively by the two parties are speculative. 4 Izvestia, June 12, 1924. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 542 to 543. 872 Foreign Relations Prey. Union, the arguments in favor of an agreement grew steadily more compelling. Japan's chronic economic difficulties and adverse trade balance had been aggravated by the earthquake disaster. Supplies from Soviet sources of oil, minerals, timber, and fish played an important part in the Japanese economy. Throughout 1924 the principal European countries vied with one another to recognize the Soviet Union, where others entered. It seemed disadvantageous to Japan to remain outside. Nor did Anglo-American chilliness towards Japan, or Japan's sense of isolation in the Pacific, show any signs of abating. The construction of the British base at Singapore, begun in 1923 and suspended when the Labour government took office at the beginning of 1924, was resumed in November 1924 when that government fell. The year 1924 was the year of the American law to curb Japanese immigration. In China the prestige of Great Britain, still the leading imperialist power, was declining. That of the Soviet Union was in the ascendant. The defeat of Wu Peifu in the autumn of 1924 and the rising tide of the nationalist movement were symptoms of this shift in power. It may be surmised that the conclusion of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, and the establishment of full diplomatic relations between the Soviet Union and China was felt in Tokyo as an additional argument for stalling a potential Soviet-Chinese rapprochement to the exclusion of Japan. Japan did not wish to be exclusively committed in China to a pro-British or anti-Soviet line. The welcome given to Sun Yat-sen in Japan on his way to Peking at the end of 1924 was a significant occasion in this context. Underscore it became clear that Japan, as well as the Soviet Union, had an interest in settling the outstanding differences between the two countries. The major issue, as in the talks with Joff, was still the question of northern Sakhalin. Japan was dependent on foreign imports for more than half her requirements in oil. If the rich oil deposits of northern Sakhalin could be exploited for her benefit, this would be, both economically and politically, the most desirable source of supply, and would relieve her of an embarrassing dependence on American oil. The coal resources of Sakhalin, though here Manchuria offered an alternative source of supply. 1. The point was made in Communisticheski International, number 11, 48. November 1925, p. 92, for Sun Yat-sen's visit to Japan CP 713 above. CHXLII Japan and Korea 873 were also an important asset. Military occupation as a means of securing these advantages was no longer a convenient or practicable policy. The Japanese government had now accepted the principle of evacuation, but wished to secure as handsome a quid pro quo as possible in the form of concessions to exploit the natural resources of the island. Next came the perennial issue of fishery rights off the Russian coast, an issue which had been formerly regulated in a Russo-Japanese Convention of 1907. On March 2, 1923, the Soviet government had issued a decree giving preferential treatment in the enjoyment of such rights to countries with which it was in treaty relations, to and during the summer of 1923 a mixed Soviet-Japanese commission was engaged in assessing the sum due to the Soviet government in respect of Japanese fishing rights. Point 3 The third issue, which was the least amenable to regulation by treaty, was the long-standing rivalry between the Chinese Eastern Railway and the Japanese-owned South Man Korea Railway, which was in effect a rivalry between Vladivostok and the Japanese port of Darren Point for Japan, who, through her protege Chang So-lin, exercised virtually uncontested authority in Manchuria in defiance of the helpless Peking government, could always hope, by using her superiority in capital resources, to build new railways, to divert a larger share of trade to Darren, a step which provoked constant, but ineffectual, Soviet and Chinese protests. The construction of 4 new lines was said to have been sanctioned in 1924, and of a further line in January 1925.5. In June 1924, the People's Commissar for Communications, Rudzutak, made an unusually frank statement to the press on the possible use of the Usheri Railway, the longer route to Vladivostok running exclusively on Soviet territory, as an alternative to the SAR. He noted that the activity of the Japanese South Manchurian Railway depends to a considerable extent on 1. For the text C.V. Kondoli, Soviet trade from the Pacific to the Levant. 1935, pages 133 to 137. 2. Sobranio Zakonenti, 1923, number 36, art. 378. 3. Russian Review, Washington, October 1, 1923, p. 56. 4. Torgofly Ross at Esvestocom, number 1, 1923, pages 4 to 6. 5. Novaya Vostok, X11, 1925, 288 to 289, where the construction of the last of these lines, from Dananfu to Tsitsiar, was said to constitute obviously unfair competition with the SAR. See also K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 368. For a general review of this question see Survey of International Affairs, 1925, 2, ed. C. A. McCartney, 1928, 350 to 356. 874. Foreign Relations. Point B. The continued routing of freight via the SAR, and went on to deliver what read like an ultimatum. In view of the unsettled state of Russian relations with Japan, we shall no doubt route the whole bulk of our freight over the Usheri Railway to Vladivostok, completely avoiding the Japanese lines. Normal traffic, he concluded, could be resumed on the establishment of normal relations. Whatever hidden pressures may have been exerted behind the scenes, however, it was on the question of northern Sakhalin that the fate of the negotiations turned. In the latter part of June 1924, Yoshizawa visited Tokyo evidently for fresh instructions, and he was dispatched on a visit to the oil fields of northern Sakhalin to survey the situation on the spot. 3. A brief lull followed in Peking. On July 31, 1924, Karakhan, in a statement to the Japanese press on a recent pronouncement of the Japanese Prime Minister, Kato, again deprecated the view that Japanese recognition of the Soviet Union would constitute a tremendous concession. Japan could claim no monopolies or exclusive rights in Sakhalin, and it was a sine qua non of any negotiations that Japan should agree to evacuation within a fixed period. The only question at issue was the time limit. 4. When on August 3, 1924, Yoshizawa returned to Peking from his journey to resume discussions with Karakhan 5, it was assumed that agreement was in sight. The presentation by Yoshizawa of detailed Japanese demands opened what was to be the last stage of the negotiations registered. On August 29, 1924, Yoshizawa handed to Karakhan a memo random of the present extent of Japanese operations for the 1. Russian Review, Washington, July 15, 1924, p. 37. 2. Japan Chronicle, Kobe, June 26, 1924, pages 893, 917. 3. K. Yoshizawa, Geiko Rokufunen, 1958, p. 74. 4. Russian Review, Washington, September 1, 1924, p. 95. The statement produced a conciliatory answer from the Japanese government disclaiming any demand for special and exclusive preferential rights. SPID. September. Samlo 2 as Dead 13. 5. China Weekly Review, Shanghai, August 9, 1924, pages 343 to 344, August 16, p. 382, Japan Chronicle, Kobe, August 7, 1924, p. 192. 6. Ibid. August 14, 1924, pages 240 to 241, Kamina told a party meeting in Moscow on August 22, 1924, that negotiations had already reached the point where the only outstanding question is that of the terms of concessions on Sakhalin, El Kamina, Stat, Irishi, 11, 1929, 13. CHXLII Japan and Korea 875. Extraction of oil and coal in northern Sakhalin, and evidently indicated that concessions were desired for the same areas. Not much is known of the further course of the discussions. In a press interview early in October 1924, Karakhan once more said that they had entered their final and decisive stage. All the points originally in dispute had been settled, but Japan had unexpectedly linked the issue of the negotiations with the question of Sakhalin oil. 2. Chicharin, in his speech at the session of BTSIK on October 18, 1924, explained that the only question which divides us concerns the quantity of coal and oil which Japan is to obtain in northern Sakhalin after its evacuation, and that it was impossible to cede to Japan all the natural wealth of that region. 3. The Japanese government injected a fresh element of delay into the proceedings by claiming that climatic conditions did not permit the evacuation of northern Sakhalin in winter, and Karakhan, in a note to Yoshizawa of October 22, 1924, inquired on what date, in the view of the Japanese government, conditions would permit of evacuation. 4. A leading article in his Vestia of November 16, 1924, headed Time to conclude, complained of Japan's dilatory tactics. According to a speech by Rykov a few days later, the differences had been narrowed down to a point where the Japanese negotiators demanded concessions over 60% of the area occupied by them, and the Soviet negotiators were willing to concede 44. CENT haggling over the extent and conditions of the concessions to be obtained by Japan in Sakhalin continued for some weeks longer. It was not till December 27, 1924, when negotiations were resumed after a brief recess, that Chitara, in a press interview which also referred to the American immigration law and to the British Singapore base, announced that a successful conclusion might shortly be expected. Degree registered. Finally, on January 20, 1925, the Soviet-Japanese treaty was won. The memorandum appeared as an annex to the treaty of January 20, 1925, CP 876 below. 2. Pravda, October 10, 1924. 3. SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1924. p. 76. 4. Russian Review, Washington, December 15, 1924, pages 232 to 233. 5. A. I. Rykov, Stat I. Rect, 3, 1929, 336. 6 Yen Apen Chronicle, Kobe, January 1, 1925, p. 12. 876, Foreign Relations. Point B. Signed by Karakan and Yoshizawa in Peking. It provided for the establishment of diplomatic and consular relations, and recognized the Treaty of Portsmouth, which ended the Russo-Japanese War as being in full force, thus precluding any Soviet challenge to the Japanese possession of southern Sakhalin or of Darren. For greater security, the Portsmouth Treaty was reproduced in an annex. The continued validity of other treaties was to be discussed at a forthcoming conference. The Fishery Convention of 1907 was to be revised, but, pending a fresh agreement, fishing rights were to be maintained on their existing basis. It was laid down that neither party would support or tolerate in its territory activities directed against the sovereignty or security of the other. The Soviet government declared itself ready to grant concessions to Japanese nationals and companies for the exploitation of minerals, forests, and other natural resources anywhere in the territory of the USSR. Two protocols were attached to the treaty. The first provided for the complete evacuation of northern Sakhalin by May 15, 1925, and for the settlement of all debts and claims by subsequent negotiation. This protocol also contained a mutual assurance that neither the Soviet Union nor Japan was a party to any military alliance or secret agreement directed against the sovereignty, security, or territorial integrity of the other. The second protocol contained details of concessions for oil and coal to be granted by the Soviet Union in Sakhalin. The concessions were to extend to 40 or 50 years and to cover one half of the area of the oil fields named in Yoshizawa's memorandum of August 29, 1924. An undertaking was given that the products exported should be exempt from export duty. Several notes were also attached to the treaty. One of these dissociated the Soviet government from responsibility for the Treaty of Portsmouth. Another conveyed the apologies of the Soviet government for the Nikolaevsk affair of 1920, thus liquidating a long outstanding dispute. Point 3. For the text of the treaty, CSSR, Spornik Dogovorov. Treaty Series, Thursiv, 1925, 32-53. To this declaration was evidently an attempt to appease Chinese resentment at the implied Soviet recognition of the right of imperialist powers to dispose of Chinese territory. Novaya Vostok, 7, 1926, 45. 3. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 356-357, Volume 3. p. 534. CHXLII Japan and Korea 877. The signature of the treaty was received in Moscow with particular satisfaction as a counterweight to the deterioration of relations with the West. Interviews in the Soviet press with Chicharin and Karakan hailed the treaty as a further advance on the road to recognition of the international status of the Soviet Union, and a first step to the re-establishment of Soviet power in the Far East. The treaty was described as having caused alarm in the imperialist countries, and especially in the American press. Days after the signature, it was announced to the Japanese diet in correct, but non-committal terms by the foreign minister, Shidehara, who spoke of the importance of maintaining friendly relations with neighboring countries and of the improvement of relations between Japan and the Soviet Union. Some more contentious opinions were, however, heard even from the Japanese side. On February 1, 1925, Pravda published a letter from a member of the Japanese House of Peers transmitting a resolution of protest, passed by a meeting in Tokyo on January 21, 1925, against American fleet maneuvers in the Pacific. Goto, still an enthusiastic advocate of Japanese-Soviet friendship, made statements to the press in which he hailed the Soviet-Japanese agreement as the mainstay of the European-Asian alliance and a guarantee of world peace, and looked forward to rivalry between the European-Asian alliance, consisting of Japan, the Soviet Union and Germany, on the one hand, and the Americas, on the other, for the markets of Asia, particularly those of China, and for the hegemony of the Pacific. Point 3. Such views, though they were shared by no responsible Japanese statesman or party, may have attracted some passing attention in Moscow. Franz, in a speech of February 4, 1925, remarked with satisfaction that Japanese militarism does not face at present towards our frontier in the Far East, it faces in the opposite direction towards the United States and China. Point 4. Rodek, in an article of this T. Izvestia, January 22, 25, 27, 1925, for Steklov's article on the Bolshevization of Asia, CP 625 above. Tunyange Gonepia Narabi and Aishiyo Manjo, 1955, 2, 70-71, Izvestia. February 18, 1925, reported on official celebrations in Tokyo. 3. An Apen Chronicle, Kobe, March 5, 1925, p. 296, China Weekly Review. Shanghai, April 4, 1925, pages 121-122. In April 1924, Goto toured Manchuria and gave an interview to the Rist Agency in Harbin in similar terms. Izvestia. Ulaanbaatar Koto, May 7, 1925. 878. Foreign Relations. Point B. Period. Coupled the Soviet-Japanese treaty with the defeat of Wu Peifu and the rise of Kuomintang as factors in the decline of Anglo-American power in China. The first months were, as commonly happens, the honeymoon period of the agreement. The Japanese consulate in Vladivostok, closed since February 1924, was reopened on April 6, 1925.7. The evacuation of Sakhalin was carried out according to plan in the following month. 3. And it was noted that the authority of the Soviet government had now been established over all territories claimed by it, with the exception of Bessarabia, plus negotiations for the desired concessions for the mineral resources of the island proceeded slowly, but favorably, these involving the cancellation of the concession originally granted to the American Sinclair Exploration Company. Point 5. Kopp, formerly Soviet representative in Berlin, and more recently active in Narkomindel, arrived in Tokyo at the end of April 1925 as first Soviet Polpred to Japan copyright, but he apparently failed to ingratiate himself with the Japanese government. Renewed tension in Soviet-Japanese relations in the latter part of 1925 was the product of events in China. The May 30th incident in Shanghai registered sharpened all the issues, and made it more difficult to avoid open commitment, either to the nationalist or to the imperialist camp. The nationalist feelings excited by the incident were directed primarily against Great Britain. The immediate effect of the popular 1 Mirovai Politika v 1924 Goto, ed. F. Rothstein, 1925, pages 23-24. 2. Japan Chronicle, Kobe, April 9, 1925, p. 476. 3. For a detailed account of the evacuation, see Severn Iasia, number 4. 1927, pages 44-54, the last Japanese troops left on May 14, 1925. 4 Novaya Vostok, 7, 1926, 44. 5 For this concession and its annulment see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923, Volume 3, p. 353, The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 245 to 246. 6 Kopp reached Harbin and gave an interview to the press there on April 17, 1925. He presented his credentials in Tokyo on May 6, 1925, Japan. Chronicle, Kobe, April 23, 1925, p. 532, May 14, 1925, p. 609. Tanaka, the Japanese ambassador in Moscow, did not reach his post till July 14, 1925, Ibid. July 23, 1925, p. 121. 7 According to a report circulating in Tokyo, Kopp had told a party meeting in Harbin that the Soviet-Japanese treaty was only a scrap of paper, Gemusho. Oakyaku, NISS Okoshoshi, 1942, p. 102. He was suspected, rightly or wrongly, of reporting to Moscow that Japan since the earthquake no longer counted as a great power, K-Fuse, Soviet policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927. pp. 371, this was a sensitive point in Japanese official circles at the time. 8 see pages 719 to 720 above. CHXLII Japan and Korea 879. Boycott on British goods was to increase Japanese trade with China. But Japan was a subsidiary target of the Chinese nationalists. It was unrest in a Japanese-owned cotton mill, which had provoked the original trouble. In the long run, the material interests of Japan in China ran parallel to those of Great Britain. It was these interests which the nationalists in Canton, ardently supported by Soviet advisors, sought to attack. Since the defeat of Wu Peifu, Great Britain had shown an increasing readiness to turn to Chang Ti-Solin, the protege of Japan, as the most effective defender of order in northern China. In the summer of 1925, when British hostility to the Soviet Union, further exacerbated by events in China, seemed to have reached its highest point, apprehensions of an Anglo-Japanese agreement at the expense of the Soviet Union were keenly felt in Moscow. Point 3. Events in Manchuria provided a more direct and immediate cause of mistrust. Before Kopp's arrival, Karakhan had protested to Yoshizawa against the formal inauguration by Chang Ti-Solin of the construction of the proposed Nanfut-Sitsihar Railway. Point 4. Yoshizawa had formally declined responsibility, but everyone knew that Japan was Chang Ti-Solin's patron and paymaster. And, when an emissary of Chang appeared in Tokyo in May 1925, it was assumed, in face of all denials, that among the subjects discussed were the provision of funds for railway construction, and Chang's relations with Feng Yichang, the powerful Kyomin. Kai in general. The strength of Chang Ti-Solin grew visibly in northern China throughout 1925. Ever since the victory of the Kyominjin armies led unexpectedly to the restoration to power in Peking of a member of the old pro-Japanese Anfu party registered, Japanese influence seemed to be dangerously in the ascendant, and to constitute a major obstacle to the advance of the Kyomin, Tang and Kyominjin forces supported by the Soviet Union. Figures are given in Vostok, 15, 1926, 284. 2 CP 417 above. 3 According to a Japanese observer in Moscow at the time the report of Britain and Japan re-entering into an alliance was persistently circulated. K-Fuse, Soviet policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 367. $4 Ibn Chronicle, Kobe, May 21, 1925, p. 655, for this railway CP. 873 above. $5 Ibn Chronicle, Kobe, May 28, 1925, pages 672 to 673, for Feng Yishang and his relations to the Soviet Union see pages 734 to 736 above. 6 CP 712 above. 880 Foreign Relations. Point B. The supposition that the re-examination of the Far Eastern policies of the Soviet government which took place when Karakhan visited Moscow in September 1925 turned partly on increasing apprehension of the attitude of Japan is, to say the least, plausible. Point 1 Support given by Soviet agents in northern China in the autumn of 1925 to Kyominjin forces hostile to Japan and to Chang Ti-Solin excited natural concern in Tokyo. Complaints appeared in the Japanese press of an aggressive Soviet policy in Manchuria. Point 2 A Soviet-Japanese railway conference in Moscow in October 1925 3 was evidently an attempt to remove a perennial cause of friction, but its results do not appear to be in record. The covert Soviet support given to Chang Ti-Solin's mutinous General Kuo Sunling, and the rejoicing in Moscow at the premature news of Chang's downfall were hardly calculated to propitiate the Japanese government. On the other hand, the Soviet Union could not afford to undo the work of the Soviet-Japanese treaty and drive Japan into the arms of Great Britain, thus rendering impregnable the position of the imperialist bloc in China, and appeasement was the order of the day. On December 14, 1925, the contracts were finally signed in Moscow between the Soviet authorities and the Japan SA concerns to which concessions had been granted in northern Sakhalin. On the same occasion, and no doubt as a part of the same transaction, Kopp handed to Shidehara a declaration in the following terms. Recently the Japanese public has been suspicious of the peaceful policy of the USSR, and rumors calculated to hamper the development of friendly relations between the Soviet Union and Japan are in circulation. Taking this state of affairs into consideration, the ambassador has the honor to declare in the name of his government that the Soviet Union has no aggressive 1 K-Fuse, Soviet policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 368. 2 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, September 17, 1925, p. 367, the visit of the Soviet Trade Union delegation to Japan in September 1925, cp 891 below, was another occasion of mutual irritation. 3 Izvestia, October 13, 1925. 4 plus see pages 747 to 748 above. 5 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, December 17, 1925, p. 803, the Soviet signatories were Dzerzhinsky and Lipin. A fortnight later a Soviet-Japanese fisheries conference opened in Moscow, Ibid January 7, 1926, p. 23, this was another sensitive spot in Soviet-Japanese relations. CHXLII Japan and Korea 881. Designs in the Far East and no intention to encroach on Japanese interests. The words were carefully chosen, and the concluding phrase was wide enough to cover Japanese interests throughout China. This was the moment when reports of the defeat and flight of Chang Ti-Solin were still current in Moscow, and Stalin, in his major speech at the 14th Russian Party Congress a few days later, seemed particularly anxious to convince Japanese opinion of the friendliness of Soviet intentions towards Japan. Japan will understand that she has to take account of the growing force of the nationalist movement in China which is advancing and sweeping before it everything that lies in its path. Chang Solin is coming to grief precisely because he did not understand this. But he is coming to grief also because he built his whole policy on dissension, on the deterioration of relations between the USSR and Japan. No power could survive in Manchuria which was not based on friendly relations between Japan and the Soviet Union. We have no interest, concluded Stalin, that point to a worsening of our relations with Japan. Our interests move along the line of a rapprochement of our country with Japan. Point 3. This cautious policy reaped a prompt reward when, in January 1926, an open clash occurred at what now remained the most dangerous point in Soviet-Japanese relations, Manchuria and the Chinese Eastern Railway, between the Soviet authorities on the railway and a restored and strengthened Chang Solin plus Shidehara now intervened to lower the tension. In a speech on foreign affairs in the Japanese Diet on January 21, 1926, he spoke with satisfaction of the recent steady progress in Soviet-Japanese relations and of the sentiments of good neighborhood uniting the two nations. Japan sought no exclusive friendship with any nation, an assurance which cut both ways. Borrowing, no doubt deliberately, the language of Kopp's declaration of December 14, 1925, though he made no mention of it, Shidehara spoke of rumors recently circulating of Soviet aggressive. 1 Nyangeko Nebi Narabi and Ishiyo Manjo, 1955, 2, 83-3. A communique on Kopp's statement was issued to the Japanese press, Japan Chronicle, Kobe. December 24, 1925, p. 815. 2 see pages 747 to 748 above. 3 Stalin, Sakhainentia, 7, 294. 4 see pages 758 to 759 above. 882 Foreign Relations Plot. Designs in Northern Manchuria, and stated emphatically that he had found no ground for attaching any credence to such reports. Underscore the speech was followed by a communique from the Japanese government, explaining that it regarded the dispute as an affair between the Soviet Union and China, and hoped for a peaceful settlement. Point 2. The statement, and the haste with which Chang Solin abandoned his intransigent attitude, strongly suggested that pressure had been applied to Chang from Tokyo to come to terms. From this point, appeasement of Chang Solin and of Japan became a keynote of Soviet policy in the Far East, and found frank expression in the report to the Politburo of March 24, 1926.4. The passages relating to Japan in Litvinov's report of April 24, 1926, to WTSIK on foreign policy were notably warm. He recognized the political and economic interests of Japan in Manchuria and was ready to meet them halfway. Negotiations were in progress on all questions at issue with Japan: railways, timber concessions, and fisheries, and he hoped that they would be settled on such a broad basis as to place our friendly relations with that country on a firm and enduring foundation. S. Serebryakov, having successfully concluded his mission to Chang Solin, registered, proceeded to Tokyo. He visited the Japanese Minister for Railways on May 14, 1926, and, when he left Tokyo on May 23, 1926, Pravda announced that a satisfactory agreement had been reached on the principles to be maintained by both governments in the question of the economic development of Manchuria as well as on technical railway questions. About the same time, Kopp, who seems to have been One Survey of International Affairs, 1926, ed. A.J. Toynbee, 1928, p. 503. The Japanese text of Shidehara's speech is in Nyangeko Nebi Narabi and Ishiyo Manjo, 1955, 1 83-88. To the Times, January 25, 1926. 3. According to a report from the German ambassador in Tokyo of January 28, 1926, the Japanese Minister for Foreign Affairs assured Kopp, the Soviet representative, that the Japanese government disapproved of Chang Solin's actions and had taken steps to curb him. Kopp was still afraid that the Japanese military authorities, presumably more deeply committed to Chang Solin, would take things into their own hands, but was less pessimistic about the situation than Karakhan in Peking. Außenpolitisches AMT, 2860/556678-9. 4 see pages 769 to 770 above. 5 SSSR, Central Nyisvolit LNYT Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sesia, 1926, p. 1065 6 see pages 788 to 789 above. 7 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, May 20, 1926, p. 584, Pravda, May 26, 1926. CHXLII Japan and Korea 883. Opposed to the policy of conciliation, was replaced as charge d'affaires by Besedovsky, whose instructions were at all costs to prevent a joint Anglo-Japanese intervention in China in the event of the further development of the Chinese Revolution. The bugbear of a revived Anglo-Japanese alliance as the kernel of an imperialist anti-Soviet coalition in the Far East continued to haunt Soviet diplomacy. Commercial relations between the Soviet Union and Japan, other than the acquisition by Japan of concessions in Sakhalin, were not important in this period, and were not immediately affected by the conclusion of the Treaty of January 20, 1925. 4. Each of the years 1924 to 1925 and 1925 to 1926 exports from the Soviet Union to Japan as recorded in Soviet statistics amounted to about 55 million rubles, but most of this must have been accounted for by exports of coal and oil from Sakhalin. Imports to the Soviet Union from Japan reached a value of only 11 million rubles. Point 2. On the appointment of Yinsen as trade representative in the Soviet mission to Tokyo in July 1925, Kursin in a press interview rebutted the suggestion that the monopoly of foreign trade was a barrier to the development of Soviet trade with Japan, and held out hopes for concessions for Japanese capital to develop the natural wealth of Siberia and the maritime provinces and for the creation of mixed companies. This was described as an incomparably more important branch of work than the development of purely commercial relations. Point 3. During this phase of Soviet-Japanese relations, communist activity in Japan was virtually at a standstill. The formal dissolution of the Japanese Communist Party took place in March. 1 G. Besedovsky, N. A. Putiak Termidoru, Paris, 1931, 2, 18-19. According to this account, the instructions were given personally by Stalin, and were embroidered with some sensational remarks which may or may not be authentic. The sense of the instructions was based on the Politburo report of March 24, 1926. 2 C. A. Bakov, Soviet Foreign Trade, Princeton, 1946, Appendix, Table 7. 3 Ekonomikeskiasizn, July 2, 1925, reprinted in Elkerson, Voprosi. Vineshny I. Torgofli, 1928, pages 340 to 343. 884, Foreign Relations. Point B. 1924. At the moment when negotiations between Karakhan and Yoshizawa were beginning in Peking, though no connection can be plausibly established between these events, No official cognate. Zanki of the dissolution seems to have been taken in Moscow. On May 6, 1924, Iki issued a proclamation to the urban and rural workers of Japan, denouncing the ruling class, the landlords, the militarists, the bureaucrats, and the capitalist monopolists, and calling for the formation of a workers' and peasants' party. The party was to be independent of the bourgeois radicals. But the program recommended for it was essentially bourgeois democratic government, universal suffrage, freedom of speech, press, and assembly, and freedom for the workers to organize and to strike. Point 2 underscore the report of Iki to the Fifth Congress of Comintern, in its section on Japan, referred guardedly to the persecution of the party and to the great losses sustained by it after the earthquake. Comintern had advised it to use every legal possibility and to do every thing to found a legal party. Point 3 at the Congress itself, Katayama also did not mention the dissolution of the party, and spoke only of a legal workers' and peasants' party as having just been organized. A Japanese commission was set up by the Congress, but apparently did nothing. After the Congress, Iki formally remitted the Japanese question to the Presidium. The policy, now proclaimed, carried an implied comparison with the Russia of 1905, when Lenin had demanded a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, and had called 1. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 547. 2. International Press Correspondence, number 61, June 3, 1924, pages 735 to 736. At the enlarged Iki in June 1923, Zinoviev had called for the creation of a legal Japanese Workers' and Peasants' Party, on the model of the American Workers' Party, to replace the illegal Communist Party, but the proposal was resisted by Urahata, the Japanese delegate, on the ground that this would require the support of active elements of the working class, whereas these elements were indifferent to politics and were inexperienced, and their political horizon was extremely limited. Raswirani Plenum Ispolitelnogo Komiteta. Communistic Internationale, 1923, pages 30 to 31, 82. The resolution on the Japanese question adopted at the session merely protested against the persecution of communists, and appealed to Japanese workers not to be misled by the government. Zbid pages 316 to 317. 3. Direktiber die der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis Welt Congress, 1924, pages 65 to 66. 4. Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. Lee, 653. 5. Ibitu, 1029, 1063. CHXLII Japan and Korea 885. On the proletariat to carry through to completion the democratic revolution by uniting to itself the mass of the peasantry. It came to be accepted doctrine that the first Japanese Communist Party had come to grief because its supporters had fallen into one of two heresies, the Menshevik heresy of believing that the bourgeois democratic revolution could be carried through under bourgeois leadership, and the anarchist heresy of supposing that the bourgeois democratic phase of the revolution could be skipped altogether, and a direct transition made to socialism. Zinoviev at the Fifth enlarged Iki in March 1925 was content once again to invoke the precedent of 1905, and declared that the bourgeois revolution is knocking at the door in Japan. Point 3. It accorded both with this policy and with developments in Japan that increased attention now began to be paid to the Japan as a trade union movement. Trade unions had hitherto played no great role in Japan. Of 16 million Japanese workers, more than half were employed in agriculture, and only 34 million in factory industry. Of these, only 250,000 to 350,000 were in 1925 organized in trade unions. The Trade Union Federation, the Rodo Sodome, founded in 1921, had at first been regarded as an organization of the left, but at its Congress in February 1924, held under the shadow of the earthquake disaster of the previous autumn and the ensuing persecution of the left, it took a marked turn to the right. It renounced the theory of the class struggle, made over tours to the Geneva ILO, and soon began to expel dissentient left-wing unions. In April 1924, it was announced that a Japanese workers' delegation would for the first time attend the 1. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 55. 2. This diagnosis was developed at length in an article in Sovremennia, Yaponia, ed. PMIF and G. Wodinsky, 1934, pages 94 to 151. 3. Raswirani Plenum Ispokum Kommunistikiskogo Internationale, 1925. IIE International Press Correspondence, number 153, November 10, 1925, pp. 2291 to 2292. Lazovsky in the following year gave a figure of 240,000 trade unionists out of 44 million industrial workers. J.B. Sesiad Central Nogosavta. Krasnogo International Profsoyozov, 1926, p. 96. These figures were confirmed in a statement of the Sodome of October 1925, which added that even the majority of trade unionists are under the spell of the specious name of the Harmony Principle. Japan Chronicle, Kobe, October 22, 1925, p. 525. 5. International Press Correspondence, number 51, March 30, 1926, pages 706, 707, an article in Sovremennia Yaponia, ed. PMIF and G. Wodinsky, 1934. I. 113, and K. H. Adus, Yaponia o Perpoidu Viteroimrovoivode, 1946. 886. Foreign Relations. Point B. Annual ILO Conference, and that Suzuki, the president of the Sodome, would be the principal workers' delegate. The formation in June 1924 of a coalition government under Kenseikai leadership promised a certain liberalization of the regime, including a limited official tolerance for the moderate sector of the trade union movement. Suzuki imbibed in the West the fashionable idea of the political organization of labor, and returned to Japan at the end of October 1924 with ambitions to found a workers' party on the model of the British Labour Party or the SPD. At the end of the year, overtures were reported to have been made to the amorphous Japanese Peasants' Union for a joint worker peasant party. Point 3. Meanwhile, friction had occurred between right and left wings in the Sodome itself. At a Congress of the Eastern region in October 1924, 60 delegates of the left were reported to have left the Congress. The Congress nevertheless recorded demands for the organization of a workers' party and for the establishment of relations between Japan and the Soviet Union. In December 1924, a few unions in Tokyo apparently seceded from the Sodome, and began to issue an independent newspaper. Point 5. At this point, the issue of communism reappeared as a disturbing factor. In January 1925, a group of former party leaders, Sano, Urahata, and Takeda, and a communist trade union leader, named Watanabe, who had been opposed to the dissolution of the party and desired to revive it, met Wodinsky and Heller, the heads of the Far Eastern departments of Comintern and Profin. Turn respectively, in Shanghai degree theses drawn up at this meeting. Declared it to be the immediate task of Japanese communists to reorganize the Communist Party, past errors of the leaders. Reformist Socialist P106, attribute the collaboration at this time between and the bourgeoisie to the results of the earthquake. 1 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, May 1, 1924, pages 296 to 297, Suzuki made a speech at the conference complaining of Japanese legislation which limited freedom of association for the workers, and submitted a resolution, which was criticized by the Japanese government delegate, and on which no action was taken. Conference Internationale du Travail, 16th session, Geneva, 1924, I. 151 to 152. 2. 540 to 543. 2 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, October 23, 1924, p. 573. 3 of December 25, 1924, p. 856. 4 Pravda, October 8, 1924. 5 R. Scalapino, Democracy and the Party Movement in Pre-War Japan. Berkeley, 1953, p. 327. 6 Yamamoto Katsunoshuk and Arita Mitsuo, Nihon Shuji Undushi. 1950, p. 73, R. Swearingen and P. Langer, Red Flag in Japan, Harvard. FO 52, Dad. CHXLII Japan and Korea 887. Were condemned. The Shanghai Theses seem to have had no immediate sequel. Point 2 underscore but, whether as the result of a revival of communist activities, or of apprehensions caused by the conclusion of the Soviet-Japanese Treaty of January 20, 1925, anti-communist feeling was much in evidence in Japan throughout the year. On February 18, 1925, the trial of 29 communists originally indicted in 1923 at length began. Point 3 negotiations for the projected workers' party led to friction within the Sadame between Suzuki and a small communist group led by Tsuji, which was alleged to have 5,000 supporters in the unions. The issue came to a head at a Congress of the Sadame held at Kobe on March 15 to 17, 1925, and at a subsequent meeting of the Executive Committee on March 27, 1925, an open split occurred. On April 13, 1925, the minority, though not formally expelled, organized an opposition faction under the name Keikushin Dome. In May 1925 a further meeting with Profintern representatives took place in Shanghai, registered and drew up a further set of theses relating no longer to the revival of the party, but to the situation in the trade unions. The opera tip paragraph ran: therefore it becomes our urgent duty to organize the vast and as yet unorganized masses of the people, especially the left-wing elements, into the trade unions, to unify the trade. 1 For a translation of this text from the Japanese CX Udin and R. North, Soviet Russia and the East, Stanford, 1957, pages 334 to 335. 2 According to an account in Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928. p. 464, a communist group was founded in January 1925 which represented the revolutionary part of the workers' movement, but nonetheless developed a sectarian character, seeking to promote the separation of trade unions from political parties. This may refer either to the Shanghai meeting or to some independent action in Japan. 3 Apen Chronicle, Kobe, February 26, 1925, p. 261. 4 Ibid April 2, 1925, p. 217. 5 Jean Rono on Dashi Nebbia, 1961, Chronology of the Contemporary Labor Movement, Japan Chronicle, Kobe, April 2, 1925, p. 448. 6 There is no evidence to show whether the Japanese representatives were the same who had attended the January meeting. Sano is said to have been present at the sessions of Igi, of Profintern, and of Kim in Moscow in June 1925, Yamamoto Katsunoshuk and Arita Mitsuo, Nihon Shuji Undushi. 1950, p. 76, but no such sessions took place, and 1925 is probably an error. For 1924, when Sano was certainly in Moscow for the 5th Congress of Comintern, Wanbaguchi, Musen Undu Sodachi Den, 1931, pages 136 to 137. No source is quoted for the statement in R. Scalapino, Democracy and the Party Movement in Pre-War Japan, Berkeley, 1953, pages 335 to 336 that Sano was in Moscow at the time of the split between the Sadame and the Hijikai, i.e. May 1925. 888 Foreign Relations Oath. Union movement by hastening the formation of a United National Federation, to support local trade union councils in their independent activities, to stimulate the activities of the factory committees, and thus to contribute to the struggle against the right-wing leaders, and to strengthen the trade unions in general. At the same time, a warning was issued that the left wing of the Japanese Federation of Labor should not split off from the Federation, but should persistently fight and destroy the right-wing forces from within, as well as attempt to unify all left-wing forces. The injunction against splitting, which accorded with the current Comintern line, came too late. On May 16, 1925, the Executive Committee of the Sadame voted to expel the Keikushin Dome faction, and at a Congress on May 24 to 27, 1925, the expelled minority formed a dissident trade union council, the Rodo Hijikai, with headquarters in Osaka. The Hijikai immediately held an inaugural Congress and issued a statement of policy. Its aim was to organize the working masses in trade unions based on the principle of the class struggle. Political as well as economic action was declared necessary. It sought collaboration with peasant unions, and emphatically proclaimed the unity, national and international, of the trade union movement. It was prepared to adopt reformist tactics, but only on the basis of the class struggle. It proposed to organize a league of unemployed. Here the British president of the NUWM was clearly in mind, and a Workers' Party. 4 A statement in the Comintern press followed the usual line of attributing the split to a right wing under the influence of IFTU. It is admitted that the Japanese trade unions have been split by the communists, of course. By whom else? But on 1 Udin and R. North, Soviet Russia and the East, Stanford, 1957, p. 335, the translation has been modified in one place in order to make the sense clearer. 2 CP 575 above. 3 Jean de Rono on Dashi Nebbia, 1961, International Presse Correspond. Dens, number 113, July 28, 1925, p. 1568, number 51, March 30, 1926, pages 706 to 707. KH Adus, Yaponi Iot Perpoidu Vidroimero Voivone, 1946, pages 106 to 107. 4 plus Diroque Scaps International, number 11, 58, November, 1925, pp. 293 to 294, a mass meeting was held in Tokyo on July 18, 1925, to found a National League of Unemployed. Some attempt was apparently made to play down the extremism of the Hijakai. Its platform was said in the press to be practically the same as that of the Sodomay and to include such items as the recognition of parliamentarian and the organization of a proletarian party. Japan Chronicle, Kobe, July 30, 1925, p. 144. CHXLII Japan and Korea 889. The other hand, IFTU assures us that the communists have no influence whatever, and were besides thrown out of the unions in good time. This announcement makes it clear that the split in the Japanese trade unions is either the work of Japanese government agents or that it has been carried out at the instigation of such obscurantists as Udeki Sassenbeck, Albert Thomas, etc., in order to prevent the formation of a United Trade Union International based on class warfare. After the split, the Sodomay retained some 35 unions with a membership of about 20,000. The Hijakai claimed 32 unions with 12,500 members. But these represented only a small proportion of Japanese workers, of whom the vast majority were entirely unorganized or belonged to unions affiliated to neither federation. While these developments were in progress in Japan, Suzuki again journeyed to Geneva to attend the annual conference of the ILO, which opened on May 19, 1925, as Japanese workers delegate. Plus thence he proceeded to Amsterdam, where he discussed with the officials of IFTU a project to convene a Pan-Asian Trade Union Congress to be held under the auspices of IFTU, apparently somewhere in Europe. Whether he halted in Moscow on his way back to Japan is not recorded. But Nishio, his secretary, remained in Moscow long enough to visit Lazovsky, whom he assured that he sympathized with Profintern, and was at heart a communist, but dared not expose the Japanese proletariat to police persecution by professing these views. The dividing line between communist and non-communist, between revolutionary and reformist left, which had become increasingly one International Presse Correspondence, number 113, July 28, 1925, p. 1568. 2 R. Scalapino, Democracy and the Party Movement in Pre-War Japan. Berkeley, 1953, p. 327. Slightly lower figures are quoted for both in the autumn of 1925 in Communisticheski International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 136. 3 CP 885, note 4 above. 4 Conference Internationale du Travail, Septième Session, Geneva, 1925, I. Px of 5 The Report in International Presse Correspondence, number 113, July 28, 1925. Pages 1567 to 1568, does not disclose the name of the member of the Presidium of the Japanese Trade Union Council, but it can have been nobody other than Suzuki. An article in Communisticheski International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pages 175 to 177, quoted a description of Suzuki from the Japanese press as the Japanese Gompers, and described his alleged plan for a Pan-Asian labor conference and an Asian International as a labor version of the old Japanese slogan Asia for the Asians. 890, Foreign Relations. Point B. Rigid in the West, still seemed fluid and uncertain in the Japanese labor movement. Both trends were variations on the same Western theme. The Hijakai, for all its revolutionary pretensions, voted at its Congress of January 1926 in favor of sending a delegation to the ILO conference at Geneva, a decision not unnaturally deplored by Profintern. Some gestures of conciliation towards the moderate reformers marked the course of Japanese politics in 1925. In April, the Kenseikai government passed a law extending the franchise, which had the effect of raising the number of voters from 3 to 12 millions. But that this well-advertised measure of liberalism did not betoken any increased tolerance of the extreme left was shown by the adoption at the same time of a peace preservation law directed against the spread and infusion of dangerous thoughts, which imposed heavy penalties on membership of any organization seeking to alter the constitution or repudiate the system of private property. Point 2 On August 27, 1925, the mass trial of communists, which had been in progress since February, ended in the conviction and imprisonment of 24 of the accused. On the other hand, the events in Shanghai following the incident of May 30, 1925, could not fail to have repercussions in Japan. In August 1925, a group of former party leaders, including Urahata, together with Watanabe, the communist trade union leader, met in secret to survey the prospect. Point 4 The policy now adopted was to create a legal workers' and peasants' party, in accordance with the views of Comintern, as a cover for communist activities. Point 5 In September 14 Sesetiak Central Nogo Soyoza Kras Nogo International Apra Soyozov. 1926, pages 94, 97 to 99, the prestige enjoyed by the ILO among Japanese workers is admitted. P 101. 2. R. Swearingen and P. Langer, Red Flag in F. Japan, Harvard, 1952, p. Oi. 3. A report drawn up at the session of the Executive Bureau of Profintern in March-April 1926 contained the following passage: during the Shanghai events, which evoked a vivid response in the workers' movement of all Pacific countries, closer relations were established with the Japanese revolutionary trade union movement represented by the Hijakai, Mesdinord no. Reibochi Vishini, no 11 to 12, 52 to 53, March 25, 1926, p. 21. 4. R. Swearingen and P. Langer, Red Flag in Japan, Harvard, 1952, pp. 21 to 22. 5. Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 12, records 4 meetings of the Presidium of IKI between August and December 1925, at which the split in the Japanese trade unions and the formation of a labor party were discussed. CHXLII Japan and Korea 891. 1925 The communists regained control of the Society for the Study of Political Problems, C.G. Monday Kankyokai, a Marxist study group originally founded in 1923, which after the dissolution of the Communist Party had passed into the hands of moderates. At the height of its influence in 1925 it had some 50 branch organizations and a total of 3,000 members, and campaigned actively for the formation of a workers' party. But it remained a group of intellectuals without influence in the trade unions or appeal to the masses. Meanwhile, on August 10, 1925, a conference of 56 delegates representing a number of left-wing organizations, including both the Sodomay and the Hijakai, the Nomen Kumie, Peasant Union, and the C.G. Monday Ken Kyokai, met at Osaka to prepare for the foundation of a workers' party, and issued a platform consisting of miscellaneous political, social and economic demands. It was apparently on the occasion of this conference that an invitation was sent to the Soviet trade union delegation which was touring China to visit Japan. The Delegation, which consisted of LEPs and 3 other trade unionists, arrived in Japan on September 20, 1925, and, traveling via Kobe, reached Tokyo 2 days later. It was greeted with so much enthusiasm apparently by members of Sadame as well as of Hijakai unions that the police took alarm. Japanese trade union leaders were arrested, and the Soviet delegates, who were shadowed everywhere by the police, were unable to meet them. The delegation hastily left Japan after issuing a protest against this reception. After its departure, Kopp made an official protest against its treatment, and was reported to have 1 Sovremenea Japonia, ed. PMIF N.G. Wodinsky, 1934, p. 1153. R. Scalapino, Democracy and the Party Movement in Pre-War Japan, Berkeley. 1953, p. 326. 2 Dairokuerkscaps International, No. 11, 58, November 1925, pp. 295-296. 3 Yanapan Chronicle, Kobe, September 24, 1925, Dairokuerkscafts International, No. 6, 65, June 1926, pages 446-449. For the delegation in China. CP 738, Note 2 above. For what Nabe Mazanashuk, Seoko Roto Kumie no Sashiki to Sisaku, 1931. P 428, records that he was kept in prison for 9 days till the delegation left. 5 Yanapan Chronicle, Kobe, October 1, 1925, pages 428-430, Izvestia, Septem. Per 27, 29, 1925, International Press Correspondence, No. 136, September 29. 1925, p. 2000, No. 143, October 20, 1925, p. 2099, for the text of the protest. See Abid No. 138, October 2, 1925, p. 2023. 892, Foreign Relations Point B. Received an apology. In November IG-25 a delegation of the Japanese Metal Workers Union paid a return visit to Moscow. In the autumn of 1925 an illegal journal Musencha Shimbun, proletarian newspaper, financed by Comintern and probably printed in Shanghai, began to make intermittent appearances in Japan till the police intervened. Its theme was the creation of a mass workers' party under communist leadership. Point 3. Before the end of 1925 these diverse pressures converged on a single end, the formation of a legal workers' party. In view of the jealousy prevailing between the Sadame and the Hijakai, the initiative was incongruously taken by the Peasant Union, which invited both factions to a conference on December 1, 1925. Both accepted. But at a preliminary meeting on November 29, 1925, the Sadame protested against the participation of the Hijakai and other extremist groups, and when its protest was overruled withdrew its delegates. The rump of the conference thereupon announced the creation of a Peasants and Workers' Party, Nomen Rodoto. The declaration and program issued in the name of the new party were studiously moderate. They avoided any revolutionary or communist phraseology and confined themselves to a mild bourgeois radicalism. But this did not remove the suspicions of the police, and an order suppressing it was issued 3 hours after its foundation. The Sadame issued a statement explaining its withdrawal on the ground that it is impossible for us to remain within one and the same political party with the Hijakai. Point 6 But the attempt persisted after this fiasco. The Hijakai announced that it remained loyal to the cause of a proletarian party, but would not participate in any further conference convened by the Peasant Union. 1 Stem. 1 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, October 29, 1925, p. 567. 2 International Press Correspondence, No. 158, November 27, 1925, p. 2380. 3 R. Swearingen and P. Langer, Red Flag in Japan, Harvard, 1952, p. 23. 4 R. Scalapino, Democracy and the Party Movement in Pre-War Japan, Berkeley, 1953, p. 330. 5 Communistic Esket International, No. 9, 58, September 1926, p. 121. KH Adus, Yaponia Oti Perpoidu Vitaroimorovoy Voine, 1946, pages 107-108. For the Declaration and Program see Japan Chronicle, Kobe, December R.O. 1925, pages 742-743. 6 Abid December 10, 1925, p. 743. 7 Dairokuerkscaps International, No. 6, 65, June 1926, p. 447. CHXLII Japan and Korea 893. Bling block having thus been removed, a fresh conference met at Osaka early in March 1926, from which the Hijakai this time abstained, and a Workers' and Peasants' Party, Rodo Nomen took, or Rodoto, came into being under the joint auspices of the Peasant Union, the Sadame, and some other unions, and escaped the legal ban. Its program, in putting forward demands on behalf of the workers, remained within the limits of bourgeois democracy. Lazowski treated it with contempt as a reformist organization, whose executive committee included 1 Fabian professor and 2 Christian socialists. Point 2 At the same time a proposal by the Sadame to exclude communists and members of Hijakai from the party was defeated, and this enabled the Comintern press to depict the conference as a defeat for the Sadame. Meanwhile the 6th enlarged IGI in Moscow in February-March 1926 registered apprehension at the revival of the project to summon a Pan-Asian Labor Conference, the purpose of which would be to subject to reformist influence the workers' movement in Japan, India, and China. Notwithstanding these alarms, the Hijakai held its 2nd Congress in April 1926 in an optimistic mood. It sent a message of greeting to the new Workers' and Peasants' Party, but called for the formation of a genuine proletarian party. It condemned the rejection by the Amsterdam International of the proposals of Prof. Intern for Trade Union Unity, and praised the work of the Anglo-Russian Joint Council. The reports of its proceedings, received in Moscow, seemed to justify the picture of a powerful trade union minority movement firmly anchored to the policies. 1 Communistic Esky International, No. 9, 58, September 1926, pages 124. 125, according to Japan Chronicle, Kobe, March 11, 1926, p. 296, the new party proclaimed its loyalty to parliamentary methods, and declared its respect for the 1,000-year history and qualities of the Japanese nation and its revulsion from theories and activities current abroad. 2 For Sesiad Central Nogo Sov to Krasnogo International Prof. Soyozov, 1926, pages 96-97. 3 Communistic Isco International, No. 9, 58, September 1926, pages 123. 124. 4 Komunisticheski International V Dokumentik, 1933, pp 5523, Morovo. Hozjaistvo 1 Mirovai Politika, number 3, 1926, pages 30 to 31. According to Heller, the similar project in the previous year, CP 889 above, had failed owing to Chinese opposition, for Sesiad Central Nogo Sov to Krasnogo Internetstanala. Prof. Soozov, 1926, pages 83 to 84. Suzuki was once more suspected of a design to create a Pan-Asian International, Trud, April 24, 1926. 894, Foreign Relations Point B. A prof in turn. This was some consolation for the lack of a Communist Party. After the Korean disturbances of 1919 and the official foundation of a Korean Communist Party in 1920, the movement in Korea itself was totally suppressed. In 1924 the party was said to be divided between two factions. One in Irkutsk, enjoying the support of Comintern, the other in Shanghai. 3 neither appears to have had any vitality. The conclusion of the Soviet-Japanese Treaty of January 20, 1925, prompted an organization of Korean emigres in Peking to issue a proclamation denouncing the Soviet Union as being in collusion with the Japanese oppers. SOR. But about this time, owing perhaps to the partial liberalization of the regime in Japan, a certain revival of political activity occurred in Korea itself. In March 1924 an optimistic reporter detected indications of the gradual appearance of an organized national liberation movement in Korea, taking the form of the creation of a worker peasant party. As a few months later, the Fourth Congress of Kim reported the foundation in Korea of a number of new local communist organizations, which are in process of forming a unified organization. Early in the following year movements were in train to convene a Korean Workers' and Peasants' Congress in Seoul in April 1925. The Congress claimed to enjoy the patronage both of the Sadame and of the Marxist Society C.G. Mundae Kenkyokai. Its agenda covered a wide range of social, political, and international problems. The last category included the Dawes Plan, the strengthening of Soviet power, the labor government in Great Britain, and the suffrage law in Japan, but carefully avoided any suggestion of revolutionary action or of the national liberation of Korea from Japanese rule. This attempt to keep within the law proved 1 Pravda, April 27, 1926, Die Rotgewerkschaps Internationale, number 6, 65. June 1926, pages 446 to 449. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, pages 495 to 496. 3 Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 654. 4 Kreskinskit International, No 6 to 7, June-July 1926, p. 103. 5 Pravda, March 2, 1924. 6 Die Beschließe der 4. Kongresses der Kommunistischen Jugend Internationale. 1924, p. 64. CHXLII Japan and Korea 895. However, of no avail. The spirit of Moscow was detected in the preparations. On the eve of the date fixed for the Congress, April 20, 1925, the police informed the organizers that it was banned, and, when the delegates nonetheless assembled, they were dispersed and some of them arrested. The statement issued by the authorities mentioned the presence of foreign representatives of the most extreme opinions. This was thought to refer to Japanese communists, since no Russians were present, and the dangerous tendencies of the Congress. Its dispersal seems to have passed off without incident. In the same year, a new Korean Communist Party was formed, and received the recognition of Comintern in 1926.2, but nothing is heard of its achievements at this time. 1 Kreskinskit International, No 6 to 7, June-July 1925, pages 98 to 103. 2 Die Comintern Bordem 6. World Congress, 1928, pages 520 to 523. 3 The Statement in G. Besedovsky, N.A. Putyak K. Termidoru, Paris, 1931. 2. 20. That Korea had more communist cells than the whole of Japan with Formosa included probably reflects the excited apprehensions of the Japanese police. Besedovsky was Soviet charged d'affaires in Tokyo, CP 883 above. RL4 Ta IG. Tad Soite, ONL registered DAV Ru. A yet. WRTH. Following C% non-AVIO Diud. FERS came DCRRCRGSEETT right out of TPE beeps and NA. B7 at 7 TNGTSBHNT Benny I cotton, NX Dicewood, work. Underscore AR, asterisk, Y. THC at ear vat pro GP payurge. We I prehips MG MINNGs. Seance. WI, sale. ERITI by at 5E, wave RR. AE fibwood, in. A turd AOVRIH. FW equals alpha U BLLECTES. A, WH, ESIO on AE meld, if ma. VE by 4 CPETUPIGDTE UTA, IOE percent ESIR OEFIEMG SITA. MN, at G, ZO2s AES. RNEAS. ET law FEEDSE. JEIURE, EYW asterisk HESOA. Part V Walla Hebia LT5. MT Shania Deg off OE1G. IS Ray ESI, ALL SEPEAK. Orphanoi, EIS trademark Zlodiesker. At H vaginal UIA beans 2 aim. SV. IFEAI. PE niche bray. 7 backslash tie ESOI hashtag A. I backslash range. SY. Backslash Asulafi. J of WEAT. TI. Erui. Trape, PON2. 1 pi protia. Sent AEI. Tess alia WHIESS. 8 degree. 4 EJAF, 5 a 7 Fe. Equals to, LTRSEA. As high IEIAF. HT the Tom Pre, SY. ARPP light, me, 61M, I. OSBT. A New York A. JT, RT. AEP. Degree AOMF WSAIA Tugwomi. Hajoi. OSLP. RHEI. CRI. C. The structure of Comintern. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Organization. Years 1924 to 1926 saw much attention given to the organization of Comintern and of the relations of its central organs to the constituent parties. This was a natural development in an institution which had outlived the confusion and spontaneous enthusiasm of its first years, and settled down to a regular, matter-of-fact routine. So long as world revolution seemed certain and imminent, nothing about Comintern could be thought of as permanent. The Bolshevik leaders themselves had confidently predicted the time when the headquarters would no longer be in Moscow. But, now that the revolution in the West was indefinitely postponed, and Comintern was forced to look forward to a lengthy period of existence in more or less its present form, the need to organize it on an efficient and durable basis became apparent to all. Nor could any doubt arise what that basis would be. The victory of the Bolsheviks was matched by the stigma of defeat resting since October 1923 on the KPT. The strongest of the foreign parties, no other party had even made the attempt. The Russian party must take the lead in questions of organization, as in all other questions. It must not only occupy the central place in Comintern, but its forms of organization must provide the model for those of other parties. This was the keynote, implicit at first, but soon openly and emphatically expressed, of all Comintern discussions on organization. The emphasis on questions of organization was part of the broader campaign for the Bolshevization of the sections of the Communist International proclaimed at the Fifth Congress. It reflected a complex and precarious world situation in which the prospect of world revolution was too remote to provide a clear political directive or rallying cry, and the primary need was to 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 124. 2. See pages 92 to 94 above. 897. 898 Foreign Relations PTV. Retain the allegiance of foreign communist parties to the cause of the Soviet Union, isolated and threatened with attack from a hostile capitalist world. A. The central apparatus. The Statute of Comintern adopted by its Second Congress in 1920 was a simple document. An introduction describing Comintern as the successor of the First International and as one communist party on a world scale was followed by 17 brief operative clauses. The Third and Fourth Congresses, while they did not formally amend the statute, adopted several provisions indirectly affecting the organization of Comintern, and some directly changing the procedure laid down in the statute, especially in regard to the composition and functions of IKI, too. And the Fourth Congress, at the end of its resolution on the reorganization of IKI, instructed IKI to prepare an amended statute which would take account of all changes in organization up to date, and at the same time to set up an Eastern Department, an Organization Department, Org-Bureau, an Agitation and Propaganda Department, and a Statistics and Information Department. Point 3. After the Congress, Kolarov was elected as Secretary General of IKI with Piatnitsky and Stecker as secretaries, and Kusenin and Rakosi as candidates. The four departments were duly established, but no progress appears to have been made towards the amendment of the statute till the eve of the Fifth Congress in June 1924, when a draft amended text was duly published registered. The draft statute was referred by the Congress to an organizer. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 197. 2. See Ibid Volume 3, pages 392 to 394, 448 to 450. 3. Protocol de Bayerton Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. Pages 995 to 997. 4. Pravda, December 7, 1922. 5. Reports on their work were included in the report of IKI to the Fifth Congress, Bericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationalbahn 4. Bis wie Weltkongress, 1924, pages 96 to 100. 6. International Presse Correspondence, number 23, June 2, 1924, pages 520 to 521. The introductory article of the original statute was omitted from this draft, presumably on the assumption that the adoption of a program by the Congress would render it superfluous. When the adoption of a program was postponed, the introductory article was restored to its place in the statute. Ch. Sliding Organization 899. Shin Commission, of which Kishko was president and Piatnitsky secretary. Piatnitsky, having piloted the statute through the commission with few changes, reported on it at one of the last plenary sittings of the Congress. The Italian delegates, led this time by Rossi, had once more been the troublemakers in the commission, but were voted down on all points by a well-decided majority. The most serious point of contention was an Italian proposal to insert a clause prohibiting the formation of fractions in communist parties. This, according to a statement by Rossi in the plenary session, was designed to prevent IKI from pursuing disordinizing tactics by the creation from above of dissident fractions favorable to it, and was rejected by the majority on that account, an imputation which Piatnitsky stoutly denied. After a short discussion, the statute was unanimously adopted by the Congress. Point 2 underscore it was much longer and fuller than the statute of 1920, running to 35 articles arranged in 6 chapters. The International was described in Article 1 no longer as a union of workers for the organization of the common actions of the proletarians of different countries, but as a union of the communist parties of different countries in a world party. The new statute left no doubt of the fidelity with which Bolshevik and Soviet models had been followed. It retained the World Congress meeting at least once every 2 years as the supreme and sovereign organ. It authorized IKI to create a presidium to work as a standing organ with full powers to act in its name in the intervals between sessions. The president of IKI and of its presidium, elected by the Congress, was the president of the Communist International, a title hitherto officially lacking. The provision adopted at the Fourth Congress that parties should hold their congresses after a World Congress of Comintern was abandoned in favor of a stipulation that party congresses should be convened only with the consent of one. None of the proceedings of the commission were published except the discussion on cell organization, CP 921 below, which was reported in How to Organize the Communist Party, CPGB, ND, together with a list of members of the commission, more than 50 in all, according to a later statement by Piatnitsky, Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925. P 106, the commission consisted of almost 100 members and was too large for effective work. 2. Protocol, Vereinte Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. 982 to 989, for Rossi CP 164 above. Q. Foreign Relations PTHYV. IKI. A presidium of some 30 members, in which Zinoviev, Bukharin and Stalin represented the Russian party, with Kamina, Rykov and Sokolnikov as candidates, and Manuelsky the Ukrainian party, with Franz as candidate, was elected at a meeting of IKI on July 8, 1924. Piatnitsky emerged as the chief Comintern expert in organization and manager of its administrative affairs. At the Fifth Congress he was elected a candidate member of IKI, and at the immediately following session of IKI was appointed to the Secretariat and to the Org-Bureau. 3. The adoption of the new statute marked the completion of the evolution of Comintern on the lines already followed by Russian party and by Soviet institutions. The Congress, the supreme organ, met more and more rarely, its function having passed to the enlarged IKI, and the authority of IKI was in turn supplanted by that of its presidium. Even within the presidium, effective power soon passed to a smaller and informal group whose composition varied with changes in the Soviet political scene. During and after the Fifth Congress, the ultimate authority in Comintern was exercised by a triumvirate consisting of Zinoviev, Bukharin and Stalin. Kamina had never concerned himself in Comintern affairs. Piatnitsky was in charge of organization and finance. Belikon, the Hungarian, and Kusinin, the Finn, were high officials whose presence lent an international color to the directing body. The most important consequence of the new statute was to systematize and strengthen the organization of IKI on the lines already laid down by the Fourth Congress, but not yet fully applied. The Org Bureau was clearly the most important of the new organs provided for in the resolution of the Fourth Congress. The choice of this title suggested the analogy of the powerful Org Bureau of the Russian Party. Its functions had been vaguely defined by Eberlein, the rapporteur at the Fourth Congress, as the improve one for the text CTS UND resolution and to be well Congress der Com. Communistisken Internationale, 1924, pages 81 to 88, Piatai Congress Communisti. Cheskago Internationale, 1925, 2, 87 to 93. The text in Communistiski International v. Documentic, 1933, pages 46 to 51, incorporates further amendments adopted at the Sixth Congress in 1928. 2 Pravda, July 9, 1924. 3 Protocol, Fienter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2 1021, Pravda, July 9, 1924. 4 plus C. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 191 to 195, 214 to 216. Ch. Sliding Organization GOL. Meant of the organization of communist parties and the supervision of illegal activities. Its initial stages are obscure. At the outset, the Org Bureau had merely been the name given to the organization department of IKI. But at some time during 1923 a separation was effected, the Org Bureau remaining responsible for decisions of policy, while the organization department handled routine matters and relations with communist parties. The statute, adopted by the Fifth Congress, provided for the election by IKI of an Org Bureau to discuss and decide all organizational and financial questions of IKI. Appeals could be made to the Presidium of IKI against its decisions, but they remained valid pending reversal by that body. The key position of the Org Bureau was further symbolized by the provision of the statute attaching to it the Secretariat, described in the statute as the executive organ of IKI, the Presidium, and the Org Bureau. Members of the Secretariat were ex officio members of the Org Bureau. This provision also clearly owed something to the analogy of the Russian Party, where the link between Org Bureau and Secretariat was particularly close. At the close of the Congress, IKI appointed 5 members of the Secretariat: Kusinin, Piatnitsky, Humbert Draws, all 3 Comintern officials, Gishka and trained. These 5, with 9 other members selected to ensure representation of all the major parties, formed the Org Bureau. 5. 1 Protocol Devierten Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. P. 808, the report to the Third Enlarged IKI in June 1923 called it the Organization Commission, and added that for obvious reasons the Commission can report in detail only to the Presidium of IKI, Berichter. Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale, 15. December 1922 to 15. May 1923. 1923, P. 10, in allusion to its concern with illegal work. 2. The Org Bureau as appointed by IKI on December 6, 1922, consisted of the 5 members of the Secretariat, see below, together with Neurath, Hernal, Schiller and Safarov, Pravda, December 7, 1922, according to A. Tibble and Mkimo, Arolet Kominterna, 1929, p. 316, the Org Bureau after the Fourth Congress consisted of 7 members: Kolarov, Piatnitsky, Kusinin, McManus, Terracini, Schiller, and Severin. 3. The first evidence of the separation is a chart attached to the report of IKI to the Third Enlarged Plenum of June 1923, Berichter Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale, 15. December 1922 to 15. May 1923, 1923, which shows both Org Bureau and Organization Department, according, however, to Berichter Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale Vom 4. Bisbee. World Congress, 1924, p. 98, the department was actually set up only in December 1923. 4C Volume 2, p. 197. 5 Pravda, July 9, 1924, International Presse Correspondence, number 57. August 12, 1924, p. 614, where June 8 is a misprint for July 8. The Org Bureau. 902 Foreign Relations. Point B. Pronouncements of policy made in the name of Comintern issued from the Presidium of IKI, and had the ultimate authority of the Politburo of the Russian Party. But instructions to the parties, not only on questions of organization and finance, but on the conduct of current campaigns and on the innumerable subsidiary activities of Comintern and its auxiliary agencies, proceeded from the Org Bureau or the Secretariat. Piatnitsky, as the only Russian member of the Secretariat, though he never seems to have intervened in major political decisions, became the most conspicuous and influential permanent official of the Comintern organization. The 4 departments of IKI envisaged in the decision of the Fourth Congress were duly provided for in the statute. Of these, the Organization Department proved the most important, mainly because of the prominence assumed by questions of organization of the communist parties in the period 1924 to 1926. Piatnitsky, in an article published on the eve of the Fifth Congress in July 1924, urged that the Organization Department should be reinforced by members drawn from the principal parties, and should exercise the function of supervising the execution by the parties of decisions on organization taken at Congresses or by IKI. 3. This was to become an important part of the process. Elected at the 5th and 6th Enlarged IKIs in April 1925 and March 1926. Was reduced in numbers to 12, A. Tibble and Mkimo, Arolet Kominterna. 1929, p. 328. 1. The following figures, Z-bit pages 293, 308, 317, 329, showing frequency of meetings of the Comintern organs roughly indicate the degree of their activity. Changes in relative frequency mark the shifting balance between them. N. Large sessions of 9 key, which were in fact minor congresses, are not included. Between the second and third congresses IKI met 34 times. The Inner Bureau, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 393 to 394, 39 times. Between the third and fourth congresses IKI met 28 times. The Presidium, replacing the Inner Bureau, 81 times. Between the fourth and fifth congresses, IKI met 17 times, the Presidium 58 times, the Secretariat 143 times, the Org Bureau 36 times. Between the fifth and sixth congresses, IKI Met 16 times, the Presidium 118 times, between the 5th Congress and the CM. Per 1926, when Secretariat and Org-Bureau were abolished and merged in the Political Secretariat, the Secretariat met 71 times, the Org-Bureau 35 times. 2 CP 898 above. 3 Communistic Escat International, No 5-6, May-June, 1924, Colonel 162. Neither the precise functions of the Org-Bureau and the Organization Department of ICI nor the line of demarcation between them were ever defined in any published document, but some light is thrown on the question by the model statute for communist parties drawn up in 1926. This provided for a party. Ch. Sliding Organization 903. A Bolshevization. Special conferences on organization, arranged by the Organization Department of ICI and attended by officials of the parties in charge of such questions, were held in Moscow, simultaneously with the 5th and 6th plenums of the enlarged ICI on March 16 to 21, 1925, and February 10 to 17, 1926. Scarcely less important was the so-called Agitprop, the department concerned with agitation and propaganda. The 5th Congress, in a resolution on propaganda activities, deplored the fact that theoretical work was virtually at a standstill in almost all sections of the Communist International, and expressed the view that Bolshevization in this context means the final ideological victory of Marxism-Leninism. It was necessary for ICI to organize and expand the agitation and propaganda department, and for the largest and most developed mass communist parties to treat these activities as a special branch of the party apparatus, i.e. to set up a party agitprop. The same resolution proposed the establishment of Marxist-Leninist courses in Moscow for foreign party workers, and party schools, and courses in each country. Point 2, the new director of agitprop was Belikon, and its statute was published shortly after the end of the 5th Congress. Point 3, its affairs were placed under the management of a small collegium consisting of representatives of other interested bodies, including the agitprop of the Russian party, and an enlarged collegium which was to meet twice a year and included representatives of the agitprop departments of the other principal parties. Agitprop worked in 4 sections: for mass agitation, for propaganda, i.e. party education. This section was to keep in touch with the Marx-Engels Institute, the Lenin Org-Bureau empowered to lay down policies and issue directives on matters of organization, being responsible only to the party central committee, and for an organization department competent to deal with local party organizations and fractions and to ensure the execution of decisions of the Org-Bureau, reporting to the Secretariat of the Party Central Committee, by Organizations Conference. EKKI, 1926, pages 108 to 114. Some, but not all, parties possessed both organs, and had a clear conception of the differences of function between them. 1 for these conferences, see pages 925 to 928, 932 to 934 below. 2 Communistic Escat International Vita Documentic, 1933, pages 428 to 438. For the development of Lenin schools in Moscow and under the National Party, see note B, pages 1018 to 1021 below. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 107, August 15, 1924, pages 1381. 1382. 904 Foreign Relations Press Institute, the Communist Academy and the Institute of Red Professors, for press and publications, and for collecting information on the experiences of the parties. All circulars of agitprop were to be approved before issued by ICI or by the Secretariat. Important documents, or documents of a political character, were to bear the signature of a member of the Secretariat. Of the other 2 departments established by the statute of ICI, the Department on Information and Statistics seems to have remained technical, 1. And the Eastern Department was of minor importance before 1926. Now or shortly afterwards, women's, trade union, and cooperative departments were added to the number. Their statutes apparently did not differ in practice from that of other departments. The statute of ICI adopted by the 5th Congress also made provision for the establishment of an important new organ, the International Control Commission, organized on the close analogy of the Central Control Commission of the Russian Party. A plan to create a provisional International Control Commission had been put forward at the 3rd Congress of Comintern in July 1921.5. But nothing came of this. According to a later statement by Piatnitsky, registered the 4th Congress in November 1922, charged the French and German delegations with the task of constituting a commission, but, if constituted, it never appears to have met. By 1923 the following functions had been assigned to it. A. To deal with complaints against organs of ICI and to make recommendations to ICI thereon. 1. A conference convened by the Information Department during the session of the 5th enlarged ICI in March 1925 insisted on the creation of information sections in all parties. Die Comintern Board Dem 6, Welt Congress, 1928, pages 56. 2 Ibid, pages 11 to 14. 3. Periodical changes took place in the organization of these departments. A decision of the Presidium of March 24, 1926, Pravda, April 4, 1926, mentions agitprop, organization, publications, and communications departments of ICI, as well as the cooperative section and the International Women's Secretariat. The trade union section was not mentioned, and may have been superseded by the Standing Trade Union Commission, CP 594 above. 4 For the genesis of this body, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume. Adhu. 5 Protocol to 3. Welt Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921. P 1044. 6 Protocol, Für Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 985. Ch. Sliding Organization 905. B. To deal with complaints of individuals or whole organizations against disciplinary measures applied to them by sections of the International, i.e. by communist parties, and to make recommendations thereon to ICI. C. To supervise the finances of ICI. D. To supervise the finances of parties on a decision of ICI. In the draft statute of Comintern submitted to the 5th Congress, the functions of the Permanent International Control Commission were defined in the same terms. No record exists of any discus sign of this part of the statute in the Organization Commission of the Congress. When Piatnitsky reported to the plenary session, the only amendment mentioned by him in the section relating to the International Control Commission was that the Commission, on the analogy of the Russian Party Control Commission, should be appointed not by ICI, but by the Congress itself. 3 And the definition of the 4 functions of the Commission remained unchanged. The International Control Commission, duly elected by the Congress at its concluding session, consisted of 17 members, chosen from all the principal parties. The Russian members were Solz, the president of the Central Control Commission of the Russian Party, and Stukha. 5. The Commission never in fact operated on the lines intended As regards the first of its functions, no complaints against Depart. Mansoviki were ever referred to it. Sericus complaints against IKI were handled by IKI itself or by commissions, specially appointed by it, registered, and the first function of the control commission, having never been exercised, was silently abrogated. 1 Dietel Nostis Politel Nogo Komitet I Presidium IK Communisticus Gogo. Internationale, 1923, pages 14 to 15. 2 CP 898 above. 3 Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. Lee, 985. 4 for the Russian text, see Pravda, July 25, 1924, and Vieti, V. Semirny. Kongress Kommunisticus Gogo Internationale, 1925, 2, 92. The German text in Thesen UND Resolution and the Welt Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, p. 87, and in Internationale Presse Correspondence, no. 119, September 16, 1924, p. 1571, omitted the first function, consideration of complaints against organs of IKI, that this function, which was later dropped, was retained in the statute adopted by the Fifth Congress is confirmed. In Die Komintern vor dem 6. Welt Congress, 1928, p. 85. 5 Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 1022. 6 Die Komintern vor dem 6. Welt Congress, 1928, pages 85 to 86. 906 Foreign Relations Previous. By the 6th Congress of Comintern in 1928. Its second function, consideration of complaints against sections of the International, gave some trouble. The only complaints received under this head were complaints against the Russian Party by members of the opposition, and on April 9, 1925, the International Control Commission extricated itself from an embarrassing position by deciding to consider complaints from individual members of parties only insofar as they have a political basis, or are referred to it by the Secretariat or Presidium of IKI. The Commission thus became primarily a disciplinary instrument in the hands of IKI for use against dissidents and trouble makers in the constituent parties, its functions corresponding precisely to those of the Control Commission in the Russian Party. It is significant that the foreign communist parties were discouraged from setting up control commissions of their own, such commissions being pronounced unnecessary in parties not exercising state power. Some parties, however, in fact, established them. In addition to these functional departments, the need was soon felt for an organization of the Secretariat on national or geographical lines to take care of the affairs of national parties or groups of parties. The original plan of devolution when Comintern was founded seems to have contemplated the creation of bureaus in different centers. But the experiment of a Western European bureau or secretariat, first in Amsterdam, then in Berlin III, did not survive the earliest years, and Scandinavian, Balkan, Central European, and Far and Near Eastern bureaus, mentioned in a report of IKI to the Second Congress in 1920 plus, seem to have been equally short-lived or unsubstantial. A Latin Secretariat, which apparently consisted of a single Comintern official in charge of the affairs of Latin countries, also had a shadowy existence throughout the 1920s. 5. 1 Die Comintern vor dem 6, Welt Congress, 1928, p. 86. 2 Ibid pages 31 to 32. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 135 to 136, 169 to 170. Abiricht Executive Committees der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1920. Sent *S for Humbert Draws, the head of this secretariat, CP 139, note 1 above. In March 1926 the Latin Secretariat was split into two, CP 909 below, but Humbert Draws may have been at the head of both sections. CH Sliding Organization 907. Under a decision of the Fourth Congress of Comintern, the Presidium of IKI appointed a rapporteur for each important individual country or group of countries, whose function it was to keep IKI informed of the progress of work in the countries concerned. The intention was that the rapporteurs should as a rule be natives of the countries on which they reported, that they should be members of IKI, and that they should be resident in Moscow. Substitutes were also appointed, who were members of the Information Department of IKI. Underscore in the conditions of life and work in Moscow, however, few qualified members of foreign parties were eager or willing to assume such functions. 3. And demands for increased foreign participation in the work of IKI and of its central organs found expression chiefly in complaints from dissident groups. The campaign for the Bolshevism of the parties made the development of this form of contact especially urgent. The 14th Russian Party Congress of December 1925 included in its resolution on Comintern a recommendation to work for increasing the influence of foreign communist parties in the leadership of the Communist International. 4. The report to the 6th enlarged IKI in February 1926 registered a complaint of the failure of foreign party members to contribute to the Journal of Comintern. Whatever complications such a policy might eventually have entailed, it represented at the time a sincere desire of the Comintern leaders to draw more foreign communists into the work of the central organs. It was not till the meeting of the 6th enlarged IKI in February 1926 that an attempt was made to regularize the system. A detailed resolution on the reorganization of IKI called for 1 Protocol de Bayerden Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. 995. 7 Bericht Tiber die Tätigkeit der Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis Welt Congress, 1924, p. 101 lists all those who functioned in this capacity between the 4th and 5th Congresses. The large number suggests that the arrangement was never very stable. By far the largest number of reports, 123, was made on Germany. Rodek, Hernal, and, later Zetkin, together with 2 substitutes, acted as German rapporteurs. 3 at the 6th enlarged IKI in March 1926, Zinoviev complained that the foreign parties had sent nobody except people like cats to work in Moscow. Shistoy Raswire and Plenum Ispokama Communisticus Gogo Internationale. 1927, pages 53 to 54, 4 Cat see pages 338 to 339 above. 4 for this resolution CP 304 above. 5 Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 78. 908 Foreign Relations PTAs. Closer contact between IKI and the parties, referring back to previous resolutions and in particular to the resolution of the 14th Russian Party Congress which had demanded a larger measure of foreign participation in the leadership of Comintern. The parties were to place more reliance on their own resources, and this especially in the question of the election of leading party organs and oblique criticism of the intervention of IKI in such matters. The German, French, Czechoslovak and Italian parties were each to send 2 representatives, and the smaller parties 1 representative, to work for at least 6 months every year at Comintern headquarters. In an attempt to revive the activity and prestige of IKI, it was proposed that, apart from the occasional enlarged sessions, a meeting should be held every month of those members of IKI who were in Moscow, and a full meeting every 3 months. The Presidium, the Org Bureau, and the Secretariat were to be enlarged, and the Secretariat was to be made more representative by organizing it on the basis of the National Secretariat's point 2. The intention of the last provision was evidently to make the Secretariat of IKI in Moscow in some sense representative of the secretariats of the national parties. When, however, on March 17, 1926, after the session of the enlarged IKI had come to an end, the Presidium met to give effect to these arrangements. A different conception prevailed. A resolution was adopted which spoke of the organization of so-called national secretariats and defined their status in the following terms. These national secretariats are organs of the Secretariat of IKI and work under its direction and supervision. Each secretariat is under an obligation systematically to study and analyze the position of the countries and communist parties in. One Skripnik had complained at the 14th Russian Party Congress that, while the Presidium of IKI met frequently and the enlarged IKI from time to time, ordinary meetings of IKI had fallen out of use. 14 SSV Soyuz. Not Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 685. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 68, May 5, 1926, p. 1071. The Russian text is in Chisto Raswirny Plenum Ispokoma Communistiskoga. Internationala, 1927, pages 653 to 655. The German term Länder Secretariat is rendered in the Russian version as sectional secretariats, the parties being commonly referred to as sections of Comintern. Later, however, the German term was in common use, appearing in Russian transliteration in A. Tibble and Mkimo, Aroled Kominterna, 1929, p. 365. Ch. Sliding Organization 909. Its domain, to prepare questions for all the executive organs of Comintern, to execute the decisions of these organs and to supervise the execution of these decisions by the corresponding sections of Comintern. A week later, on March 24, 1926, the following 11 national secretariats were created as, in effect, departments of the Secretariat of IKI. 1 France, French colonies, Italy, Belgium, and Switzerland. 2 Germany. 3 Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Hungary. 4 England, Ireland, Holland, Australia, South Africa, British, India and Dutch Indies. USA, Canada, Japan, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, and South American states. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Romania, Albania, and Greece. USSR. Near and Far East, China, Korea, Mongolia, Turkey, Persia, Egypt, Syria, and Palestine. Evidence is lacking to show how many of these secretariats effectively functioned, nor is precise information available about the composition of the central bureaucracy of Comintern by which these departments were staffed. According to one observer, the Secretariat at the time of the 5th Congress in 1924 employed about 400 persons, half of them foreigners. An important but unpublicized department of IKI was the so-called Section of International Communication, at Delini. Mesden or Noisvia or OMs. Article 3 of the 21 Conditions of 1920 placed on all parties the duty of setting up an illegal underground organization to prepare for civil war. 3 Even at that. LOL. Hudian. Lale. 1 The decisions of the Presidium of March 17 and 24, 1926, were both published in Pravda, April 4, 1926, and in International Presse Correspondence. Number 55, April 9, 1926, p. 794, the Standing Trade Union Commission of IKI. CP 594 above, was set up on the same occasion. 2p. Sheffer, 7 years in Soviet Russia, English translate, 1931, p. 219, in 1926, the organization department consisted of 11 responsible officials and 5 instructors, and the Eastern Department included 2 dozen workers from 8 Eastern countries. Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, pages 36, 300, and 31. 3c. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 193. Joe Foreign Relations Pri. Time many communist parties were already outlawed. The resolution of the 3rd Congress of Comintern a year later insisted on the obligation even of legal parties to prepare for revolutionary insurrection, for armed struggle and, in general, for illegal struggle, and the supervision of illegal activities was entrusted to the Inner Bureau of IKI created on that occasion. When the 4th Congress of Comintern in November-December 1922 established an Org Bureau, control of illegal activities was transferred from the Presidium, the current name for the Inner Bureau, to the new organ. It was probably at this time that the OMs was constituted. It figured in the reports made to the enlarged IKI in June 1923 and to the 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924. Its field of activity was said to extend to the organization and maintenance of connections with all sections of the Communist International and the supply of literature to the sections, but only the work of its subsection for literature was described in detail. Thereafter no further mention of the OMs occurs in official publications. From other sources it seems clear that the OMs was responsible for all secret activities of Comintern, including the financing of foreign parties, though not for direct military or terrorist operations such as those undertaken in Germany in 1923, in Bulgaria in 1925 and perhaps in other countries. 5 Such operations appear to have been conducted by the foreign section of the OGPU, and were little in evidence after 1925. No public statements were normally made about the finances. 1 The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 393, Kommunisticheski. International v. Documentic, 1933, p. 223, Protocol to 3. Kongressister. Kommunistisken International, Hamburg, 1921, p. 1045. 2 For the responsibility of the Org Bureau for illegal activity CP 901, note 1 above, the decision was naturally not published. 3 Bericht der Exekutive der 15. December, 1922 to 15. Mai, 1923, 1923. Pages 8 to 9, Bericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationalbahn 4. Bis wie Weltkongress, 1924, p. 107. 4 From 1926 onwards the same initials occasionally denote the organization for the maintenance of supplies, a British organization to counter strike action which achieved prominence in the general strike of May 1926. CP 346 above, Gishka used the initials in the sense at the 6th enlarged IKI of February 1926, Shisto Raswire New Plenum Ispokama Communisti. Chicago Internationale, 1927, p. 491. 5 for Germany. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 209 to 212, for Bulgaria. See pages 396 to 397 above, the cases of Estonia, CP 285, note 1 above, and Poland, see pages 200, 381 above, are doubtful. Ch. Sliding Organization Gil. A Comintern. A budget commission was appointed by IT. After the Third Congress in July 1921, consisting of Heckert, Bella, Kuhn, Wilecki, Rakosi, and Popov. According to one of the rare published accounts of its functions, it fixes the amount of the membership contributions of the communist parties to Comintern, and divides the sums received between individual parties. For different necessary requirements, electoral campaigns, publishing establishments, central apparatus, etc., and supervises the financial side of the activity of individual parties in order to ensure that the sums were expended on the purposes for which they had been assigned. After the Fifth Congress in July 1924, the Budget Commission, now appointed by the Presidium of IG, consisted of Piatnitsky, Kusinan, Gichka, Trained, McManus, one Czech and one Italian, with the Pole Bogatai as a candidate. But no proceedings or reports of the commission were ever published, and even routine announcements of its membership seem to have been discontinued after 1924. Nothing was ever published about the financial aid given by Comintern to the parties, and such information as is available is sporadic and not always reliable. From about 1921 onwards, a Comintern official, Marov Abramowy, resident in Berlin, was responsible for the disbursement of Comintern funds, apparently throughout Europe. At the outset, it was assumed that at any rate the stronger parties would finance themselves, and down to 1924 payments seem as a rule to have been small or designed to meet special needs. The KPT had difficulties in defraying the expenses of its delegates to Moscow for the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, and met, or attempted to meet, them by selling World Congress marks carrying portraits of Lenin and Zinoviev, 5 thereafter. 1 Dietelnost Ispolitelnogo Komitet I Prezidium IK Komunisti. Chicago Internationale, 1923, pp. 15. 2 Birik Tiber die Titel Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis World Congress, 1924, pages 106 to 107, the Commission held 34 meetings between the 4th and 5th Congresses. 3 International Press Correspondence, number 57, August 12, 1924, p. 614, this item did not appear in the German edition. 4 R. Fischer, Stalin, and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, p. 442, a. Statement of p. 505, that in the middle or later 1920s almost 1/12 of the party membership was in direct Russian pay must be a wild exaggeration. 5 Birik Tiber die Verhandlungen 3. 8. Partseitigster KPT, 1923. p. 65. GI2 Foreign Relations PTAB. It became customary for Comintern to pay the expenses of dealing delegations to congresses and conferences in Moscow. The Portuguese party received an allocation of £32, 10:0, or 5,072 francs, for the year 1923. In April 1924 Humbert Draws asked for an increase to $100 a month. In February 1924 50,000 lire were advanced to launch an Italian party newspaper, Unita, in Milan. 2 According to a letter written by Severin some years later, payments from Moscow to the PCF before his expulsion in 1924 were confined to covering the expenses of French delegations to party congresses or conferences in other countries and the costs of publication of the Bibliothèque Communiste. The French Communist Youth League also received at this time modest and certainly unconditional subsidies. On the other hand, El Humanite not only paid its way, but financed provincial party journals. Later both the PCF and El Humanite regularly solicited and obtained aid from Moscow on a large scale. Indeed, the party was said to be kept alive by the oxygen bags of the Soviet State. 3 In 1925 the CPGB had a budget of £16,000 from Comintern, of which £14,600 had been received by October of that year. 4 Figures of annual subsidies of $100,000 for the American Workers' Party, together with $25,000 for the TUEL, and 1 Humbert Draws Archives, 0143, 0423. 2 Ibid 0013, the M through whom these funds were drawn was Pre. Sumably Maro Fabermabi, who is again mentioned as a source of funds. Ibid 0074 on February 1, 1924, Ibid 0419, in addition to 50,000 lire for the journal, 30,000 were asked for to finance the tyranny, and 370,000 for the expenses of the election. See pages 162 to 163, 167 above. 3 The letter dated Paris, December 1927 is in the Trotsky Archives. T 1059, without indication of address other than the opening shares. Comrades, it was presumably addressed to the Trotskyite opposition. Some exaggeration may be allowed for, but circumstantial evidence points to a change in financial, as well as in other, relations between Comintern and the parties about the time of the Fifth Congress in 1924. The International Control Commission, first appointed by this Congress, was said to have put the finances of Comintern in order, substituting a comprehensive budget for the separate budgets hitherto maintained by some of the departments. Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, pages 99 to 100. 4 Among the party papers seized in the police raid on CPGB headquarters in October 1925, CP 345 above, was a draft letter to Bennett, the Comintern representative, pleading for prompt payment of the balance due. We have been compelled to engage in difficult activities which involve expenditure which was not originally budgeted for. Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926. Pages 61 to 63. A letter from the British Bureau of Profintern to Lazowski in January 1924 complained of the inadequacy of its budget. Ibid pages 55 to 56. Ch. Sliding Organization 913. Of $120,000 for the Japanese party to include work in Korea. Rest on less reliable evidence, but are not improbable. It may be assumed that, from the middle 1920s onwards, all foreign parties of any account were in receipt of regular subsidies from Comintern, though the forms and amounts of the payments naturally varied from party to party. The main income of Comintern came beyond question from Russian party funds. B. The constituent parties. The adoption at the Fifth Congress of Comintern in 1924 of a detailed statute for Comintern, itself modeled in broad outline on the statute of the Russian party, presupposed that other parties would sooner or later adopt statutes on similar lines. No formal steps to this end appear to have been taken before January 1925, when, as part of the campaign for Bolshevization, a draft model Statute for communist parties drafted by the organization Department was circulated to the parties and published. It was submitted to the Conference on Organization held in Moscow, under the auspices of the organization Department in March 1925.3. Under a resolution of this conference, every party was to have its central or central committee of 25 or more members, together with some candidates, in the larger parties. The central committee was to elect a Politburo with full powers, an Orgbureau and a secretariat. Several other instructions to parties were issued at the same time, as well as the draft model statute. 5. During the next 2 or 3 years, the principal European parties succeeded, with varying degrees of difficulty, in adapting their statutes to the terms of the model statute in a manner satisfactory to the Comintern authorities. Copyright and Agitprop Conference, also held simultaneously with the 5th enlarged IKI in March 1925, and attended by representatives of most of the foreign parties, adopted a set of rules requiring every party to set up a small Agitprop department attached to its central committee, and to organize. 1 G. Besedovsky, N. A. Putiak Termidoru, Paris, 1931, I. 241, IL, 20. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 17, January 29, 1925, pages 212. 2015 3 see pages 925 to 928 below. 4 Der Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 121. 5 Ibid pages 111 to 143. 6 Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 30. 914 Foreign Relations BTV. Its work on the lines laid down by the Agitprop Department of IKI. A few days later a similar conference was arranged by the Information Department of IKI, and passed a resolution proposing that every party should set up an information department, or at least appoint an information officer, to maintain contact with the Information Department of IKI, which would thus be enabled to coordinate and centralize the work. Nothing was omitted which could contribute to uniformity of organization among the parties or to their acceptance of the central authority of Comintern and its organs, and a substantial advance was made towards the conception of Comintern as a worldwide communist party comprising a number of partially autonomous units. Far greater difficulties arose on issues of the basis of party membership and of the way in which individual members should be organized and deployed for action. The resolution of the Third Congress of Comintern in 1921 had prescribed that every party member should be enrolled in a smaller working group such as a committee, commission, collegium, group, fraction, or cell. And a later passage in the same resolution referred to communist cells, fractions, and working groups as the normal units of party organization. These somewhat vague injunctions, which seem to have made little immediate impression on the foreign parties, were later crystallized into analogous, but not identical, demands. The first was that, wherever several communists were members of the same non-party institution and organ of central or local government, a trade union or any non-political organization, the communists should form a fraction, meeting regularly to prepare and organize themselves for joint action in the interest of the party on any issue arising within the institution to which they belonged. The second demand was that communist cells in factories or other places of work should be the basis of party. 1 For the text of the rule see International Presse Correspondence, number 34. March 12, 1925, pages 514 to 516, the 5th enlarged IKI passed a resolution approving the conclusions of the Agitprop Conference, and emphasizing the duties of the parties in carrying on this work. Kommunisticheski International. V. Documentic, 1933, pages 521 to 523. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 69, April 27, 1925, p. 934. 3 This was the resolution which Lenin criticized as almost entirely Russian, i.e. everything taken from Russian conditions. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 392 to 393. Ch. Sliding Organization 915. Membership, i.e. that all party members should be enrolled as members of the communist cells in the enterprises in which they worked. The first demand, the formation of communist fractions, encountered no objections of principle in foreign parties. It was obviously reasonable and desirable that communists finding themselves in a minority in a non-communist institution should regularly consult and act together in pursuit of the common purposes of the party. But practical difficulties occurred in organizing the fractions in a formal and uniform manner, and in setting up machinery to ensure that they received and executed directives from the party authorities. When united front tactics became a cardinal point of Comintern policy, the fractions began to assume great importance, since it was through them that the approach to non-communists would largely be carried out. On February 4, 1924, after the session which pronounced judgment on the German disaster of the previous October, the Presidium of IKI issued a detailed instruction for communist fractions in workers' mass organizations and organs outside the party. Fractions were to be formed in all organizations and bodies of workers and peasants, trade unions, cooperatives, sports clubs, congresses and conferences, municipal councils, and parliaments were among the examples quoted, where not less than 3 communists were engaged. Every fraction was to elect its bureau or presidium in agreement with the higher party authorities to which it was responsible. A higher party official was to be present at all meetings of the fraction where political issues were discussed, and, once a decision had been taken, every member of the fraction must actively support it on pain of disciplinary action. Point 2 In theory these arrangements were everywhere accepted as appropriate and desirable. In practice, communist parties were nowhere except in Germany, Czechoslovakia, and perhaps France strong enough to build up any significant number of sizable fractions in non-communist bodies, or to create the elaborate machinery foreseen in the instruction, and in these 3 countries communists were, for special reasons, reluctant. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 236 to 240. 2 Der Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 150. 153. 916 Foreign Relations PTAY. To work in non-communist trade unions, which were by far the most important organizations concerned. For some time, therefore, the instruction remained in most places a dead letter. The second demand, the proposal that all party membership should be organized on the basis of factory cells, met with stubborn and vocal opposition, since it involved the abandonment of a traditional democratic form of organization by districts and regions. It corresponded to the Bolshevik conception of the party as an entity composed of workers in factories or other units of production and organized on the basis of such units, but not to the normal Western conception of a party based on local organizations. Territorial organization treated the workers as citizens and suited the requirements of an electoral machine based on universal suffrage. Organization by factory cells treated the workers as members of the proletariat, and facilitated enrollment and training for revolutionary action. The Red Guard of 1917 in Petrograd could not have been mustered on any other basis than that of factories. This was a difference of principle comparable to the difference between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in the original Russian party. A further practical difference was that the factory cells were secret organs, whose members did not disclose their existence to the outside world. This was a precaution against the persecution to which they were subjected from employers, as well as a corollary of their function. Point 2. The fact that the SPD clung to the territorial system showed that it was not a revolutionary party. Some time elapsed, however, before an attempt was made to impose the change on foreign communist parties. The resolution of the Third Congress of Comintern in June-July 1921 on organization, while it described communist cells as fundamental nuclei carrying out communist work in factories and workshops, in trade unions, in workers' artels, in military units, etc., bracketed the cell, the fraction, and the working group as indispensable instruments for conducting party work, and made no suggestion of a transition from territorial. Asterisk see pages 535 to 537, 555 to 556 above. 2 for discussions of these differences. See der Organisatorisch Aufbauter. Kommunistische Partei, 1925, p. 100, Trizatletizni I bor by Italienskoi. Kommunistische Party, Russian translate from Italian, 1953, pages 239 to 240. 3 cp 914 above. Ch sliding organization 917. To cell organization. It was the Communist Youth International, KIM, at its second Congress immediately following the Third Congress of Comintern, which first raised the issue in a categorical form. In the face of strong opposition from the German delegation, which wished to maintain the territorial principle in organization, and to carry on work in the factories through communist youth fractions, the Congress passed a resolution requiring communist youth leagues to make a transition from the current exclusively territorial organization of communist youth to the formation of communist league cells. Point 3 This injunction evidently produced little or no effect, and did not penetrate higher party circles. 15 months later, the Fourth Congress of Comintern, in November 1922, was content to reiterate that no communist party can be considered a serious and solidly organized mass communist party, unless it possesses firm communist cells in factories, workshops, mines, railways, etc. Plus the introduction of factory cells as the basis of party organization had been one of the items in the scheme for the reorganization of the CPGB, adopted under Comintern guidance in October 1922, and in principle aroused no opposition. But the importance attached to these organizational questions by the Russian leaders was as yet little understood in the foreign parties, and no great attention was paid to them. It was once again Kim which took the lead. Its Third Congress met in Moscow in December 1922, immediately after the Fourth Congress of Comintern. Private discussions in advance of the Congress had revealed that some delegations were still hostile to the whole scheme. The German delegation was divided and hesitant, but 4 out of the 6 delegates were eventually induced to support the cell system. At the Congress itself, Reisner, the 1 Kommunistische International wie Dokumentik, 1933, pages 204 to 207. 2 for this Congress. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 403. 3 Arschiller et al., Geschichte der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 2. 1929, 247, for the alternative German resolution which was rejected. See Ibid. 3, 1930, 35 to 36. 4 Kommunistische International wie Dokumentik, 1933, p. 302. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 422. 6 Berichtbaum 3. Well Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 1923, p. 76. 7 Arschiller et al., Geschichte der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 3. 1930, 34. 918 Foreign Relations. Point B. German member of the Executive Committee, was tactful and cautious. The factory cell must be the basic unit. But the aimed IA transformation of territorial units into factory units exceeded the practical possibilities of fulfillment. It was necessary first to create the conditions for the cell. A German delegate spoke out openly against the change. The Czechoslovak delegate, while ready to concede that cell organization was an ideal principle, thought that territorial organization was an inevitable transitional stage, and was plainly in no hurry to dispense with it. Point 1 But, in spite of this lack of enthusiasm, the leaders successfully persisted in their design. In its general resolution, the Congress noted indulgently that the tasks put before the leagues by the Second Congress were, either wholly or in part, new to all of them, and a considerable time was necessary for an internal orientation and understanding of them. But it repeated, with emphasis, that the fundamental unit of organization of the Youth League was the factory cell, and it now also adopted a special resolution embodying the most detailed scheme of cell organization yet formulated. The motive of contact with the masses was strongly stressed. Every member of a youth league was to be enrolled in a cell in his factory or place of work. Cells were to elect a secretary and hold weekly meetings. Cells were to be combined in a local group, which was, however, to be carefully distinguished from the old territorial group based not on place of employment, but on place of residence. The resolution admitted the continued existence of the territorial organization as a provisional measure and for certain purposes, e.g. for the enrollment of unemployed members. But the transition to the new system of local factory groups was to be effected as rapidly as possible. A further attack on the question was made at the session of the enlarged Bureau of Kim in July 1923. Here, it was surprisingly recorded that the German Youth League was the only league which had achieved an excellent and promising beginning in the work of reorganization, sent and a long resolution on cell organization noted that, in spite of a weak opposition, 1 Berichtbaum 3. Well Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 1923, pp 94, 97, 105 to 110. 2 Ibid pages 252, 255. 3 Ibid pages 256 to 259. 4 resolutions and theses adopted by the 4th Bureau session of the YCI. Berlin, 1923, pages 43 to 44. Ch sliding organization 919. In some parties, in most cases the membership welcomes heartily the new organizational form. The Bureau also instructed the central committees of youth leagues to organize international contacts between cells of different leagues, and especially with those of the Russian Komsomol. Hitherto few signs had appeared of any eagerness to apply the New principle in Comintern or to foreign communist parties. But in this respect, as in others, the German disaster of October 1923 proved a turning point. It was no longer easy to resist the argument in Moscow that the German party had failed because it had not organized itself on approved Russian lines. The new Zentrale of the KPT tacitly accepted the argument when as early as December 1923 it issued an instruction to establish a system of cells. 3 and the moral of the German failure was pointed in an article in the German Party Journal plus the session of the Presidium of Iki of January 19,245 passed a resolution which, recalling the importance attached by the Third Congress of Comintern to the work of factory cells, prescribed elaborate rules for party organization from top to bottom on these lines. The KPT was summoned in a supplementary instruction to complete this reorganization in 2 months. Registered the fact that the SPT clung to the principle of organization by localities and not by factory cells proved that it was at heart a parliamentary, not a revolutionary party. The moral was reiterated at the 9th Congress of the KPT in March 1924. In the absence of factory cells it had been impossible to organize the workers and take advantage of the favorable moment for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, and underground work had been hampered at a time when the party was under a legal prohibition, where party cells had existed. 1 Ibid pages 45 to 50. Shell LTE 6SE. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 24, February 21, 1924, pages 265 to 268. 4 Die International, 6, number 19, December 31, 1923, pages 548 to 553. 5 CP 915, note 1 above. 6 Die Länder durch Erinnerisse, 1924, pages 114 to 119. The members of the KPT left, including Maslow, Ruth Fischer and Thalmann, at first voted against the 2-month clause, but later accepted the resolution and instruction. As a whole, Ibid P82. The text published in International Presse Correspondence. Dens, number 24, February 21, 1924 pp 261 to 262, omitted the last few paragraphs of the resolution and the whole of the instruction presumably through accident or lack of asterisk space, and this curtailed version was reprinted inter Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 144 to 147. 7 Direkt Tiber die Verhandlung an 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924, pages 37, 56. 920 Foreign Relations Point B. In the trade unions under Brandler, they had been non-political and had concerned themselves only with trade union matters. Other countries were not forgotten. In France the first party pronouncement in favor of factory cells was said to date from May 1923.2. The Third Congress of the PCF at Lyons in January 1924 proclaimed it necessary to hasten the formation of factory cells. 3 And in April 1924 the faithful train proclaimed in an article in the Bulletin Communist that to Bolshevize the party means above all at this moment to root it in the factories. The Czechoslovak party professed to accept the obligation to set up factory cells, but continued to prefer the system of party fractions among factory workers, and insisted on maintaining the old organization pending the establishment of the new. Much was heard of the difficulty of creating 10,000 factory cells. The number said to be required. 5 In Great Britain also, promise outright achievement. At the 6th Congress of the CPGB in May 1924, the Party Executive Committee admitted that the scheme for the reorganization of the party on a cell basis had presupposed a party of 40,000 or 50,000, and could not be fully implemented in a party of 1/10 that size. It was nevertheless claimed that more than 18 months' experience had fully justified the measures taken to transform the party. Registered. And when Bennett, as delegate of Comintern, addressed the Congress, he continued to plead for the organization of the party in factory groups in order to awaken workers who were still asleep. 7 About this time, the Executive Committee of Kim claimed credit for having promoted the extension of cell organization in communist parties, particularly in Germany, Czechoslovakia, France, and Great Britain. Registered. And the 5th Congress of Comintern in its message to Kim confirmed that the youth leagues and Kim were the pioneers in this work and had rendered important help to Wunder Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 63. 2 Ibid p. 24. 3 cents Congress National, Addresses ET Resolutions, 1924, p. 32. 4 Bulletin Communist, number 14, April 4, 1924, pages 337 to 339. 5 How to Organize the Communist Party, CPGB, ND, pages 15, 29 to 30. 6 Speeches and Documents, 6th Conference of the CPGB, 1924, pages 44 to 45. 7 Communist Review, v. number 2, June 1924, pages 54 to 55, for the speech c. Pages 128 to 129 above. 8 From 3rd to 4th, a report on the activities of the YCI, Stockholm. 1924, p. 25. CHXLII Organization 921. Communist parties and to Comintern, and collected valuable experience. But, except perhaps in Germany, few concrete steps had been taken before the summer of 1924 to reorganize the parties on this basis. The 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924 was the occasion of the first serious attempt by Comintern headquarters to galvanize the parties into action. The Commission on Organization set up to prepare the new statute of Comintern to appointed a subcommission which drafted a special resolution on cell organization for submission to the Congress. When this sub-commission reported to the main commission on July 1, 1924, Piatnitsky inaugurated a general discussion on cell organization. Factory cells had, he admitted, been formed in Germany, France, and Czechoslovakia, but they had merely been added to the existing organization. Russian experience had shown that the system worked effectively only when the party decisions are made in the factory cells. The system was of particular value in countries where parties were illegal, since underground work could be detected less easily if it were conducted in the factories, where workers normally assembled. The main opposition in the subcommission had evidently come from the Czechoslovak delegation, and in the commission Muna, a member of the Czechoslovak party right, while accepting cell organization in principle, dwelt on the danger of destroying existing local organizations. But nobody contested the proposed texts, and Piatnitsky wound up the debate with the reassuring conclusion that we are all agreed upon the main points. 3. The work of the commission was endorsed without further discussion by the Congress. The statute of Comintern adopted by the Congress was categorical on the principle of cell organization. The basic organization of a communist party is the cell in the enterprise, in the workshop, factory, pit, office, shop, estate, etc., which unites all members of the party working in the enterprise in question. 1. Kommunistический International V Documentic, 1933, p. 454. 2. See pages 898 to 899 above. 3. The discussion is reported in How to Organize the Communist Party. CPGB, ND, pages 9 to 43. A French version was published under the title Les Questions d'Organisation au Centre Congrès de l'I.C., 1925, but no corresponding publication in German or Russian has been traced. 4. For the statute CP 900, note 1 above. 922. Foreign Relations. Point B. Special attention was drawn to this clause by Biatnitsky in his report to the Congress. Skieler, the representative of the Communist Youth International, pointed out that the Youth International had been actively promoting cell organization since the end of 1922, and made a passionate appeal to the Congress to begin the Bolshevization of the party in the field of organization. In real earnest, to rid ourselves of the social democratic heritage, and to develop a real communist party. His choice as principal speaker on this topic was itself significant. The Congress, having noted with disapproval in its general resolution that the vast majority of European communist parties retain to this day the old principles of organizational structure of the party borrowed from the Social Democrats, gathered up all these threads in the special resolution drafted by the subcommission on the reconstruction of the party on the basis of production cells. The social composition of the party mass, declared the resolution, must be changed and improved by admitting more industrial workers. It was the period of the Lenin enrollment in the Russian party. This would facilitate organization in factory cells. A concession was made to existing realities in the German and other parties by admitting that street cells, organized on the basis of place of residence of members, might still be permitted as auxiliary organizations, but these were to be regarded as a provisional expedient in no way equal to the factory cells in function or significance. Point 3. On the other hand, no attempt was made in the resolutions of the Fifth Congress to link factory cell organization with the new slogan of Bolshevization. This became characteristic of a later period. The Congress resolution on Kim contained an emphatic stipulation that factory cells formed by the communist youth leagues must be independent of those formed by the parties. Point 4. The organization department of IT improved the occasion by adopting in consultation with the 1 Protocol, Vereinte Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. Lee, 984. 2 Ibid 11, 989 to 997. 3 Kommunistische International V Documentic, 1933, pages 404, 426. 428, a later statement that the delegation of Kim at the 5th Congress of Comintern opposed the admission of street cells, Die Jugend Internationale. Number 9, May-June 1926, p. 21, cannot be substantiated from the records of the Congress. Plus Kommunistische International V Documentic, 1933, p. 457, the passage was omitted in the German version of the resolution, CP 991, note 1 below. Ch. Sliding Organization 923. Italian delegation a resolution instructing the PCI to complete its reorganization on a cell basis by January 1, 1925, and similar injunctions were issued to other parties. Kim, at its immediately following 4th Congress, claimed to have taken energetic measures since its previous Congress to create factory cells and reorganize the leagues, and passed a new and still more detailed resolution on the continuation of the reorganization of the leagues. Point 2. Subsequent developments suggest, however, that the gap between theory and practice in this field was unusually wide. Point 3. The hesitation shown by communist parties in the adoption of cell organization was, no doubt, partly due to reluctance to exchange familiar for unfamiliar procedures. It was later argued that, in countries where social democracy has had no firm basis of organizational tradition, France, Italy, Great Britain, and the United States were quoted as examples, cell organization would prove easier than in countries like Germany, Czechoslovakia, Austria, the Netherlands, or Switzerland, where active social democratic parties had formerly been organized on a residential basis. But the difficulty of cell organization could also be explained by the numerical weakness, except in the German, Czechoslovak, and French parties, of the proletarian element, a situation which meant that the party cell in any one industrial enterprise would be insignificantly small. Many of the lesser parties were not predominantly proletarian. Point 5. The KPT claimed How to Organize the Communist Party, CPGB, ND, pages 114 to 117. The letter published at pages 109 to 113 was presumably addressed to the CPGB. A similar resolution was adopted for the PCF, Les Questions d'Organisation au VE Congrès de l'I.C., 1925, pages 89 to 92. 2 Die Beschlüsse für Weltkongresses der Kommunistischen Confusion Internationale, 1924, pages 7, 13 to 20. The rapporteur in his speech described the adoption of cell organization by Comintern as a major achievement of the Communist Youth International, Die Jugend Internationale, no 11 to 12, July. August, 1924, pages 341 to 342. 3 Almost a year later the Executive Bureau of Kim confessed that the activity of the cells and of the local organizations built on them is everywhere rather weak and undeveloped. Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommune ist es Quartet, 1925, pages 154 to 156. 4 International Presse Correspondence, number 117, August 4, 1925, p. 1628, 4. This resolution of the Org Bureau of of July 14, 1925, cp 928 below. 5 An official historian of the Greek Communist Party records that the reorganization of the party on the basis of cells proceeded with great difficulty, since the party had few links with factory workers. K.H. Kabachi VTAL. Kommunistische Party Bokenskikstrand, 1930, p. 186, not all party spokesmen were so frank. 924 Foreign Relations. Point B. To have made a serious effort to introduce the new organization. In October 1924, though mass unemployment among party members proved an obstacle, a report of October 1924 claimed that the transition in the PCI to a cell basis was being accomplished everywhere, though the evidence quoted seemed to be confined to Turin. The authorities of the PCF issued an instruction to the party to complete the reorganization on a cell basis by December 31, 1924. 3 Biatnitsky answered the British protests of the impracticability of organizing the CPGB in factory cells by once more pointing to this procedure as a means of contact with the masses and the only way to avoid the German errors of October 1923. At a meeting of the Org Bureau of on December 15, 1924, Biatnitsky presented a report on the work of the organization section for the past 6 months, and a model statute for the organization of communist parties on the cell basis was drawn up. While Biatnitsky's self-assured confidence in Civic methods was undimmed. It is clear that the transition to factory cell organization was at this time skeptically regarded and lethargically applied by all the principal foreign parties. As regards the organization of party fractions, Piatnitsky took a gloomy view. Absolutely nothing has been done in this direction. The Czechoslovak party had failed even to organize its parliamentary fraction. The claims of the PCF were exaggerated. Only the KPT had achieved something, and even here work in the trade unions was weak. A report of the organization section. Bericht Tiber die Verhandlungen der Exparteidigster KPT, 1925, pp. 120 to 123 to Humbert Draws Archives, 0064. 3 Bulletin Communist, number 39, September 26, 1924, pages 924 to 927. The columns of this journal during the winter of 1924 to 1925 were full of reports from local secretaries on the progress of reorganization in their districts. At the Org. Borough Conference in Moscow in December 1924, the French delegate gave an enthusiastic account of the system at work in Paris factories, with cells meeting weekly or monthly and their bureaus almost daily. Internationale Presse. Correspondence, number 17, January 29, 1925, pages 202 to 203. The instruction to complete the reorganization was repeated in a resolution of the 4th Congress of the PCF in January 1925, but the final date was moved forward to April 1, 1925, Ibid number 19, January 30, 1925, pages 254 to 255. For Ibid number 169, December 30, 1924, pages 2324 to 2325. The occasion was a meeting with Pollitt and Bennett as representatives of the Org Bureau of the CPGB, Ibid number 20, February 3, 1925, pages 265 to 267. 5. A hortatory article by Piatnitsky, his speech to the Org Bureau, the report of the organization section and the model statute all appear in Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 17, January 29, 1925, pages 197 to 200, 205 to 215. Ch. Sliding Organization 925. To the Presidium of IKI a few days later concluded that a majority of communist parties are only now beginning their reorganization on the basis of factory cells. The renewed drive for the standardization and subordination of foreign communist parties, of which Zinoviev's letter of January 1925 on the Bolshevization of the parties was the signal, made it certain that the question of organization would not be left in abeyance. Indeed, the complaint would sometimes be heard in the coming months that Bolshevization was being treated as equivalent to reorganization on the factory cell basis, and nothing more, and it became necessary to insist that organization and policy were both essential parts of a single whole. On March 15, 1925, on the occasion of the 5th plenum of the enlarged IKI, the organization department of IKI convened an organization conference of the sections of the Communist International and the Communist Youth International, composed of delegates representing the organization departments or organization officers of the parties. One of the purposes of the conference was to read a lesson to the parties on the defects of their organization. Piatnitsky in his opening speech reproached the British and French parties with having no full-time paid officials to run the organization. The excuse of lack of funds was unworthy of a serious party. On the other hand, the German and Czechoslovak parties left too much in the hands of these officials, so that ordinary party members were not consulted and did not know what was going on. In general, the creation of efficient organization departments in the parties to maintain regular contact with the organization department of IKI was a crying need. Point 3. Piatnitsky also touched on the need for party fractions in representative institutions, in mass organizations and 1 Pravda, January 6, 1925. 2. Zinoviev made this complaint at the 5th enlarged IKI in March 1925. Raswirny plenum ispokam kommunistickskogo internationala, 1925, p. 62. The Executive Committee of the CPGB at its 6th Party Congress in May 1924 had already alleged that overconcentration on the scheme of organization had led to a deterioration in the political quality of the party. Speeches and Documents, 6th Conference of the CPGB, 1924, p. 45. 3. Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 17 to 20. 23 to 24. This small volume contains a brief record of the conference and the text of its resolutions. For a somewhat fuller account of the proceedings, see Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 40, March 25, 1925, pages 597 to 607. Number 45, April 1, 1925, pages 645 to 658. 926. Foreign Relations. Point B. Above all, in the trade unions, here also the parties had done little or nothing. But the main emphasis was on the transition to cell organization. Piatnitsky struck the keynote of the conference without beating about the bush. Our form of organization in Russia has proved that it was possible through it to win the masses of workers, to struggle with the masses, to lead the masses in the struggle, to gain victory with them, and not only to gain it, but to consolidate it. The question now arises, can the same form of organization be applied in other countries? Or will our communist parties in other countries with their old form of organization find it possible to lead the struggle, to win over the working class and to gain the victory? The answer did not seem open to doubt. Having quoted reports, both of legal parties, the French and the German, and of illegal parties, the Bulgarian and the Romanian, to demonstrate the greater effectiveness of the new cell organization, Piatnitsky concluded with emphasis. All these examples prove that the Russian method, the Russian form of party organization, can be applied with good success in other countries as well. A spokesman of Kim claimed that the Youth League had gone over far more quickly than Comintern to organization on the basis of factory cells. But this was countered by a confession that the Berlin organization of the German Communist Youth League, having attempted to reorganize itself on a cell basis in 6 weeks, had lost 40% of its members in the process. Asterisk. By a glaring and significant oversight, the Russian party was not represented at the conference. It was silently assumed that Piatnitsky, who took charge of the proceedings throughout, spoke equally with the voice of the organization section of IKI and with the voice of the Russian party, between which no distinction could be drawn. When a German delegate deplored the absence of any report on cell organization in the Russian party, Piatnitsky 1. Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 45, April 1, 1925, pages 21 to 23. For the discussion on fractions in trade unions, see pages 574 to 575 above. 2. Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 10 to 11. 3. Ibid pages 45 to 46. 4. Ibid pages 48, 50. A delegate of the KPT also complained of the Impetuosity of the German Youth League, Ibid p. 34. Ch. Sliding Organization 927. Replied a little awkwardly that this had not been thought necessary, since really the whole form of organization, of the building of the party on factory cells, came from Russia. The Russian party, through the organization department of IKI, was conferring on the other member parties of Comintern the fruits of its unique and successful experience in organization. The main themes of the general resolution unanimously adopted by the conference were the reorganization of parties on the basis of cells, this was the most important, the formation of party fractions in non-communist institutions, this was important, and controversial mainly in the trade unions, and the relations between the organization department of IKI and the organization departments of the parties point to at the same time whether at the conference itself or immediately afterwards, is not clear. A more detailed resolution on the structure of the parties was drafted and approved by the Org Bureau of IKI. Unlike the general resolution, this document recognized territorial units, in the form of street cells, as continuing to exist side by side with factory cells, though in no way replacing or superseding the latter. Elaborate provisions were made for the functioning of factory and street cells, and of party fractions in non-party institutions, with periodical meetings and regularly elected leaders, responsible to higher party authorities. None of the foreign delegates in Moscow ventured openly to oppose these conclusions, but few of them and fewer still of those party members who had not made the journey to Moscow shared the confidence of Piatnitsky and of his colleagues in the organization department of IKI that forms of organization created by and for the Russian party were well adapted to the parties of Western European countries. A spokesman of the department at the conference. 1 T-Bid. P70. 2 Ibid pages 111 to 113, where the resolution is said to have been approved by the session of the enlarged IKI. No trace of it appears, however, in the published records of the enlarged IKI, and the French version of the proceedings of the organization conference, La Réorganisation de Partis Com. Munis Rapports et discussions de la conférence d'organisation de II.C. 1925, merely states that it was approved by the Org Bureau of IKI on May 4, 1925, with the other resolutions of the conference. 3 Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 113. 124, where this resolution is stated to have been confirmed by the Org Bureau on May 4, 1925, but no indication is given of its origin. It evidently contained concessions to objections raised by foreign delegations at the conference. 928 Foreign Relations ETTI admitted that many parties, and some party organizations in different countries, if they do not directly oppose the transformation, have continued to maintain a fairly passive attitude, and attributed this attitude to organizational conservatism. A session of the Org Bureau on July 14, 1925, heard a further report from Piatnitsky on the progress of cell organization, and passed another resolution on the tasks of organization. The apathy prevailing in all the principal parties on the transition to cell organization makes any assessment of real achievements unusually difficult. What proportion of the factory cells reported as existing in fact existed, and what proportion of those that existed functioned effectively in accordance with the instructions, cannot be guessed with any approach to accuracy. In France the transformation was said at last to be on the way to completion in the spring of 1925.3. In the Paris region local organizations of the old type have completely disappeared, and the same was true of the industrial region of the north and of the Lyons region. In Germany, the KPT was unable to emulate the tempestuous tempo of the French reorganization, since old social democratic traditions were too strong. On the eve of the 10th Party Congress in July 1925, 2,500 factory cells were said to exist, of which 600 collected party dues, and were thus in the full sense working units. Degree, but it was admitted that progress during the past year had been slow, and the Congress adopted a new party statute which declared the factory cell the basis of the party organization, its very foundation. The party claimed, by the spring of 1926, to have made the transition everywhere to factory and street cells. 8 The Czechoslovak Party also had to Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 98. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 117, August 4, 1925, pages 1627. 1632, the rest of this issue, pages 1633 to 1670, was filled with reports, articles and other material submitted to the Org Bureau on the question. 3 for the date April 1, 1925, CP 924, note 3 above. 4 Raswiren u plenum ispokam communisticogo internationale, 1925. P 107, this favorable account was confirmed a year later, by Organi. Sessions Conference de EKKI, 1926, p. 9. But the peak was apparently reached. With 2,500 cells on March 1, 1925, after this the enthusiasm waned and numbers fell away. Die Comintern vor dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 16. 5 Der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 34. 6 Ein Jahr Arbeit und die Kampf, 1926, p. 90. 7 Direkt Tiber die Verhandlung der Ex-Parteidigster der KPT, 1925, pages 120. 123 8 Spy Organizations Conference de EKKI, 1926, p. 8. Ch. Sliding Organization 929. Overcome the social democratic tradition of the Czechoslovak workers. Zapotocki stated that 778 factory cells had been formed before January 1, 1925, but confessed that this was only a apparently satisfactory. 6 months later 1,300 factory cells had been formed, though without diminishing the number of territorial units. In Italy quicker progress was made, since the tradition of factory cells went back to the stormy period of 1919 and 1920, and the quasi-legal status of the party ruled out any open form of organization. Resistance came from the ultra-left section of the party headed by Bordiga, but the Third Party Congress at Lyons in January 1926 emphatically declared that to reject cell organization was to open the way to the parleysing influence of other classes. 3 The transition to cell organization in the PCI was said to have been completed in the period from 1924 to 1926 *. In the Polish party the statute adopted by the Second Party Congress in August 1923 prescribed cell organization as the basis of membership. The Third Congress in March 1925 returned to the theme in a resolution on the Bolshevization of the party, demanding the creation of cells in every field where party members work: factory, workshop, landed estate, village, as well as in the Communist Youth League, and rules of organization. For the cells were laid down by the Fourth Conference in December 1925. By the spring of 1925 factory cells already predominated in the KPP. These successes were no coincidence, in Italy and Poland. The party worked in underground conditions, having some wonder organizatorisk Aufbau Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 41. All the Czechoslovak delegates at the conference of March 1925 insisted on the strength of social democratic traditions as an obstacle to cell building. Inter. National Presse Correspondence, number 40, March 25, 1925, pages 602 to 603, 606 to 607. For figures for the years 1925 to 1927, 1922 in the first column is evidently a misprint for 1925, see Die Komintern Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 252. 2 Ungar Arbeit und die Kampf, 1926, pages 19, 160. 3 Trizatletsizny Vorbei Italienskoi Kommunistiskoi Party. Russian translate from Italian, 1953, pages 239 to 240. For der Organisatorisk Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 45. Die Komintern Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 185. 5 KPP, Achwalia Rezalikia, I, 1953, 256 to 257. 6 Ibid 2, 1955, 126, 328 to 329. 7 Der Organisatorisk Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 57. This is confirmed in Einjar Arbeit und die Kampf, 1926, pages 177 to 178, which remarked, however, on the weakness of work in the countryside. 930 Foreign Relations Pay. Analogy with the Russian conditions for which the organization was first devised. In Great Britain, the small numbers of the CPGB it had not yet reached a membership of 5,000 were the principal obstacle. The formation of factory cells only began in earnest at the end of 1924, and a total of 68 was claimed in March 1925. The principal aim of factory cells here was to improve party recruitment in the factories. As a method of organization, it earned little more than lip service. In the United States, the situation was still more anomalous. The delegate of the American Party at the Organization Conference of March 1925 explained that of the 19,000 members of the party, only 2,200 were English speaking, though half of the remainder spoke enough English to take part in party work. They clung to the federal structure of the party and opposed a passive resistance to its reorganization. Piatnitsky, nonplussed by conditions of which he was plainly ignorant, could only express the hope that the American comrades would allow themselves to be convinced of the necessity of a centralized party structure. Point 3 After the Fourth Congress of the American Workers' Party in August 1925, a detailed plan was issued for the reorganization of the party on a cell basis, plus and organization conferences of the American Party were held in Chicago in December 1925 and in February 1926 as a token of compliance with Comintern Behest 5. It was stated in Moscow shortly afterwards that 70% of the members of the American Party were organized in 500 factory and street cells. Copyright. But the attempted reorganization had a catastrophic effect on party membership. Point 7 An instruction of the Org Bureau of July 14, 1925, requiring the Organization Department to cooperate with the Eastern Department in building up cell organization in the Eastern Trademark Report of the 7th Congress of the CPGB, ND, pages 148 to 149, 201. The figure of 68 had already been claimed in Moscow. Der Organisatorisk Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 54. A letter of instruction of April 22, 1925, from the Org Bureau of IKI to the Org Bureau of the CPGB on cell organization was published in Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, pages 5 to 8. To der Organisatorisk Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, pages 54 to 55. 3 Ibid pages 81 to 82. Plus Daily Worker, Chicago, September 19, 1925. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 23, February 5, 1926, pages 340. 341, number 56, April 13, 1926, p. 806. Registered by Organizations Conference to EKKI, 1926, p. 10. 7 CP 411 above. CH Sliding Organization 931. Countries, is one of the few mentions of this question in an Eastern context. These meager results did not warrant any relaxation of effort by the central authorities. The open letter, from IKI to the members of the KPT of August 1925, condemning the faults of the existing leadership, was followed by the issue of detailed instructions by the party Zentrale for the reorganization of the party in accordance with the new statute adopted by the party at its Congress in the previous July 3, and a similar letter was dispatched by the Executive Committee of Kim to the German Youth League. In France, the decline in the membership of the PCF, which appeared to be due to the intransigent attitude of the party in the Moroccan War, was afterwards officially attributed in part to the losses due to the introduction of cell organization, degree. And one of the specific demands in the letter of the 250 malcontents of October 1925 was for an abandonment of the cells and a return to the territorial system of organization. A report to the Third Congress of the Czechoslovak Party in September 1925 described the rate of the transition of the party organization to factory cells as hitherto insufficient, and alleged that the so-called street and village cells established under the scheme were often only new names for the old local organizations. Part of these shortcomings was attributed to the fact that the party Central Committee had no org bureau, and the Congress decided to institute one. In Great Britain, as the result of a Red Week organized by the CPGB, 52 new cells were added to an existing total of 125, mainly in the mining districts. 9 But before the end, 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 117, August 4, 1925, p. 1628, 4. This resolution CP 928 above. 2 see pages 328 to 329 above. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 4, January 8, 1926, pages 50 to 51. For an earlier communication of IKI immediately after the Congress of it. Number 128, September 4, 1925, pages 1871 to 1873. 4 Die Fugend International, Nosy, October-November 1925, pp. I-10. 5 CP 358 above. 6 VE Congress National du Parti Communist Frangatz, 1927, p. 11. 7 Chistoy Raswiren Uplenum Ispokama Communistikiskogo Internationale. 1927, pages 50, 79. For the letter of the 250 CP 359 above, the relevant passage is quoted textually in A. Ferrat, Histoire du Parti Communiste Francais. 1931, p. 175. 8 International Presse Correspondence, number 159, December 1st, 1925, pp. 2397 to 2398. 9 Ibid number 4, January 8, 1926, pages 62 to 64, Kinjar Arbeit UND Camp. 1926, p. 22. 932, Foreign Relations Point B. Of 1925 opposition and obstruction in the parties had begun to tell. In an article of November 1925, Ulbricht, at this time a spokesman of the organization department of IKI, carefully held the balance between factory and street cells, pointing out that only party members not enrolled in factory cells should be admitted to street cells, but that at the same time street cells were essential to the conduct of electoral campaigns. In the latter part of 1925, with the campaign for trade union unity at its height, the attention of Comintern headquarters was concentrated rather on strengthening party fractions in the trade unions than on the organization of party cells. At the session of the Org Bureau on July 14, 1925, Piatnitsky said that the position with the fractions is even worse than with the cells, and stressed the importance of fractions not only in the trade unions, but in all non-party organizations. The resolution adopted at the session equated fractions in the trade unions with factory cells as the two main preoccupations of the organization department of IKI. A meeting of the Org Bureau of IKI in December 1925, to which delegates of foreign parties were invited, had as its principal business the building and development of fractions, especially in the trade unions, though the need to form fractions in the cooperatives was also not ignored. Point 3. On February 10, 1926, in advance of the 6th enlarged plenum of IKI, a second organization conference was convened in Moscow by the organization section of IKI, and sat for a whole week. This time the delegates were drawn only from the 7 major parties. The countries represented were Germany, France, Italy, Czechoslovakia, Great Britain, Norway, and the Soviet Union. The mistake made at the first conference of omitting the Russian party was not repeated. The zeal of the party was displayed in a special decision of the Central Committee authorizing the establishment of machinery to maintain contact, by regular exchange of letters, between cells of the Russian party. International Presse Correspondence, number 153, November 10, 1925, pp. 2300 to 2302. 2 Ibid number 117, August 4, 1925, pages 1628, 1632, for the session of the Org Bureau CP 928 above. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 165, December 17, 1925, pp. 2472, 2483 to 2484, for the pronouncement of the meeting on fractions in the cooperative CP 975, note 1 below. CH Sliding Organization 933. And those of other parties. Representatives of some other parties attended to give reports to the conference. 3 missions were set up to deal with the 3 items of the agenda: the work of factory cells, the central apparatus of the parties, and communist fractions in trade unions and other non-party bodies. Draft resolutions for all 3 commissions were prepared by the organization section. The discussion of cell organization seems to have amounted to little more than an enumeration of the achievements and short combings of the different parties. In Germany and Czechoslovakia, the conference had to be satisfied with a rather unconvincing claim that progress was being made. In Sweden, where the party now had almost 10,000 members, it had succeeded in forming 335 factory cells, 62 street cells and 17 village cells. In Great Britain, 1,000 out of 6,000 members were organized in 183 factory cells, eloquent proof of the insignificant scale of the whole enterprise. Piatnitsky, though he contrived to find these. 1 is Vestiyach Central Nogo Komitet of EKP, B, number 5, 126, February 8, 1927, p4, by way of example, a letter from the party cell in the Pudilov factory in Leningrad to the cell in a Krupp factory in Berlin was published in Inter National Presse Correspondence, number 4, January 8, 1926, pages 66 to 68. 2 Zwei Organizations Conference to EKKI, 1926, pages 5 to 7. This pamphlet contains a brief account of the conference by Piatnitsky and the resolutions adopted by it. The conference was briefly reported in Pravda, February 18, 1926, and more fully in International Presse Correspondence, number 60, April 19, 1926, pages 845 to 876, number 65, April 29, 1926, pages 945 to 991. 3 Zwei Organizations Conference to EKKI, 1926, pages 8 to 9, in a later report in Die Comintern Board Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 147, the British figures were reduced to 847 members in 161 cells. According to a report of Ulbricht in December 1925 to the Org Bureau of IKI, the CPGB had never really grasped the difference between cells, which were basic party organs, and were concerned with all party questions, and fractions, which simply carried out party policy in the non-party organizations in which they worked, and were concerned only with questions affecting those organizations. Inter National Presse Correspondence, number 165, December 17, 1925, p. 2464. The confusion between cells and fractions was of long standing, and was explained at the 3rd Congress of Kim in December 1922, when the term cell was first publicly used. It appeared almost exclusively in connection with the idea of communist action groups in enemy organizations. The first cells were cells in trade unions, cooperatives, and sport organizations. This conception is quite different, and must be distinguished from our idea of the factory cell. The first type should only be called a fraction, Berichtbaum 3. Welt. Kongress der Kommunistische Contingent International, 1923, p. 77, but one of the German delegates retorted that the question whether the unit was to be called a fraction or a cell was not so important. Ibid p. 97. The difference between cells and fractions was again stressed at the organization conference. 934, Foreign Relations Point B. Developments fairly satisfactory, had many criticisms to make. Cells frequently failed to set up bureaus, and were run by a single secretary. In Germany, party members working in a factory preferred to enroll not in the factory cell, but in a street cell, since here the danger of reprisals was less. Everywhere street cells tended to slip back into the pattern of the old local organizations. But the resolution of the conference marked an unavowed retreat. Street cells were now admitted, side by side with factory cells, not merely as transitional or subsidiary forms of organization, but in their own right. It is imperative to form street cells in party organizations, where they have not yet been created, relieving factory workshop Cells of the excess of members who ought not to belong to the factory cells, but to be organized in street cells. On the other hand, those party members who ought not to be in the street cells, such categories as building and transport workers, unemployed, etc., should be transferred from the street cells to the factory cells. The resolution was followed by a lengthy instruction setting forth in minute detail the structure and functions of factory and street cells and the duties of their members. Point 2. On the central apparatus of the parties little emerged that was new. The Italian and German parties were said to draw too sharp a line between political and organizational work. In some unnamed parties, the Central Committee was alleged to usurp too much power at the expense of local organizations, and a warning was given to reduce the size of the central party administration. The resolution of the previous session on the structure of the parties 3 was repeated with a few minor amendments, but was now followed by long and detailed instructions, in which particular importance was attached to the trade union sections of the Central Committees plus the 6th enlarged plenum of the recorded in its general resolution the conviction that the system of reorganization of March 1925, Der Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925. PPP 96-97, see also the letter from the Organization Department of September 26, 1925, in Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, pages 18-19, where the cells are, as often, called nuclei. Zwei Organisationskonferenz der EKKI, 1926, pages 8, 16-17. 2 of it, pages 33-76, the resolution is also in Kommunistiske International. V Documentic, 1933, pages 572-577. 3 CP 927 above. 4 Zwei Organisationskonferenz der EKKI, 1926, pages 91-119. Chakal Organization 935. The parties on the basis of factory workshop cells has entirely justified itself. Point 1. But it also confirmed the resolution of the Organization Conference, which sanctioned the dual system of cell and street organization on an apparently equal footing. In view of the lead taken by Kim in the question of cell organization, the conclusions of the session of ICAM which immediately followed the enlarged ICI in March 1926 were significant. A resolution was adopted formally endorsing the decisions of the 2 organization conferences of ICI of March 1925 and February 1926. But the resolution on organization sounded a muted note of regret. The present status of cell work and of reorganization must be described as critical. The reorganization which was begun in almost all countries after the 4th Congress, and which more or less reached its climax at the time of the last session of the enlarged ICAM, has come to a halt everywhere and to a large extent regressed. At present individual leagues have only isolated cells which lead a weak existence side by side with the old territorial organizations. France, Italy, China, and Bulgaria were named as countries in which partial reorganization has been achieved. The resolution went on to enunciate a principle. It is wrong to regard street cells as an evil to be avoided as far as possible. It can now be positively stated that no league can afford to dispense with street cells. From the formal point of view, the street cell is of course on a par with the factory cell, since our organization cannot have second-class members. Nevertheless, the center of our work must lie in the factory cells. The last note of consolation scarcely masks the character of the resolution as an epitaph on the bold claims of the factory cell as the unique unit of organization. In Comintern, where the campaign for cell organization had never been conducted so wholeheartedly or pressed so far as in 1 Kommunistiske International V Documentic, 1933, p. 554, Bordiga alone openly attacked the principle of cell organization on the ground that it separated the workers from the intellectuals, Schistorassirani, Plenum. Ispokama Kommunistiske Internationale, 1927, p. 112. 2 Bischli und die Resolution in the Plenums der Executive Committees der KFI. Mars 1926, pages 10-12. 936 Foreign Relations PECV. Kim, the retreat was more gradual and attended by fewer regrets. But, after March 1926, the attempt to Bolshevize the parties by substituting factory for territorial units of organization faded away, and, while factory cells existed and continued to exist, in none of the major parties had the territorial basis been broken up. The attempt of Comintern, in Western Europe and in the United States, to insist on forms of organization suitable for underground parties in revolutionary conditions had been a direct challenge to democratic and parliamentary traditions which were deeply rooted in these countries, even among the workers. It was also difficult to reconcile with the policy simultaneously inculcated by Comintern on these parties of the peaceful infiltration of other left-wing parties, of the formation of united fronts with them, and of the utilization of democratic and parliamentary procedures to further their aims. The type of organization which fitted under ground revolutionary tactics was fatal to the tactics of parliamentary democracy. But behind this incompatibility of methods was concealed a still more embarrassing incompatibility of aims, to promote world revolution and to rally to the defense of the Soviet Union in a hostile capitalist environment. This unconfessed incompatibility of both aims and procedures led in the matter of cell organization, as in many others, to paper solutions which could not be realized in practice, and ended in mutual frustration and in political sterility. Chapter 44. Auxiliary Bodies. He period 1924 to 1926, which was the culminating point in the campaign for the United Front in Comintern and in the trade unions, also called for particular attention to the auxiliary organizations formed on a non-party basis, but directly or indirectly under Comintern auspices. The Third Congress of Comintern in 1921, which first proclaimed the slogan to the masses, noted the inadequacy in most of the legal communist parties of the day-to-day party work of party members, and it was suggested that consumer cooperatives, organizations of victims of the war, educational leagues, scientific groups, sports clubs, dramatic clubs, etc. might serve as conductors of party influence. It was now emphasized that day-to-day work designed to reach the masses could not consist simply of party work or of the recruitment of workers into the party work. On a broader front was required. Auxiliary organizations, said Zinoviev at the 14th Russian Party Congress in December 1925, sometimes play, in comparison with other organizations working directly and openly for the goal set by us, an enormous positive role as organizations of an auxiliary, subordinate character in our great struggle. All our tactics in the present period come back to this. In his speech at the 6th enlarged ICI in the following March, Zinoviev noted that in recent years we have been able to rely on a number of non-party organizations which have yielded substantial advantage to the international workers' movement, and thought that this work should be extended. Kusinin, who 1 Communistic Escat International V Documentic, 1933, pages 203, 210. 214 SSV Socialism Communistickoj Party, B, 1926, p. 678. 3 Shestoi Raswarni Plenum Ispokoma Communistickoj International. 1927, p. 439. 937. 938 Foreign Relations. By. Introduced a resolution on work among the masses, spoke of creating a whole solar system of organizations and minor committees around the Communist Party of minor committees which would be under the effective influence of the party, but not under its mechanical leadership. And the resolution laid down the general principles for such organizations. A very important form of organization for strengthening communist influence over the masses are mass organizations of sympathizers, created for the fulfillment of special tasks. These organizations may occupy a position of autonomous dependence, or be independent. In respect of these organizations, the most elastic forms of organization should be chosen, side by side with individual membership. Collective membership should as a rule also be permitted. Of these organizations, Profintern, the only one of them which was distinctively proletarian, was the largest and most independent, and sometimes seemed to rival Comintern itself in importance. The other auxiliary bodies were composed, to a greater or lesser degree, of non-proletarian elements. Some of them were ostensibly non-political, but all served the common purpose of drawing the masses of non-party workers and sympathizers from other social strata into the orbit of Comintern on a broad platform of support for the Soviet Union. A. The Red International of Trade Unions, Profintern. The Red International of Trade Unions, Profintern, was in the 1920s by far the most powerful and important of the auxiliary organizations which gravitated round Comintern. It was, indeed, the only one which could claim some independence, and was more than a mere subsidiary organ. This independence was due partly to the fact that the Russian national organ which constituted the Russian section of Profintern, the Trade Union Central Council, was too weak to impose its will on the Russian delegates responsible for directing the international institution, who, like those responsible for Comintern policy, took their Shestoi Raswarni Plenum Ispokoma Communistickoj International. 1927, p. 486. 2 Communistickoj International V Documentic, 1933, pp. 571. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 939. Instructions direct from the party and from its Politburo. It was due partly to the large organization of Profintern, and its extensive representation abroad, in which it far surpassed any other of the auxiliaries. It was due partly to the accidental circumstance which obliged it, little more than a year after its foundation, to proclaim, under French pressure, its formal dissociation from Comintern. It was due, most of all, to the predominant part necessarily played by the international trade union movement in the grand design of a worldwide proletarian revolution, especially when the success of this revolution was seen to depend not on a single victorious coup, but on the gradual wooing and winning over of the organized working class. In all these respects, Profintern was unique among the auxiliary organizations of Comintern. Under the statute adopted by the First Congress in July 1921, the sovereign body of Profintern was the Congress, to which trade unions affiliated to Profintern sent delegates in a fixed ratio to the number of their members. Between sessions of Congresses, provision was made for meetings of a central council, the counter part of the enlarged acquis in Comintern, which differed in practice from Congresses only in the smaller number of delegates and lower ratio of delegates to trade union membership. The effective organ of Profintern was the Executive Bureau. The Executive Bureau of Mesoprof, as constituted Indiana 19203, consisted of 7 members, and was taken over in this form in Article 5 of the first statute of Profintern. The revised statute adopted at the Second Congress in 1922 provided for an Executive Bureau of 15, though only 13 were in fact elected, and of these only 5 were one for the text. See Resolution and Manifest, Statute and the offer of the Ersten Congresses de Rotenguerxcaps International, ND, pages 70 to 76, the text of the statute in Die Zeit let Profintern de Resoliatiak, 1930, pages 272 to 276, includes amendments adopted at the Second Congress in 1922, though not later. Changes, which were apparently not treated as formal amendments. 2. The ratios both for the Congress and for the Central Council were fixed. In arts 4 and 5 of the revised statute approved by the Second Congress in 1922. Beschließ und Resolution and 2. Internationalen Congresses der Roten Gewerkschafts International, 1923, p. 47. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 207. 4. Beschließ und Resolution and 2. Internationalen Congresses der Roten Gewerkschafts International, 1923, pages 47 to 48. Russia had 3 seats, and Germany, France, Great Britain, Italy, the United States, Scandinavia, Poland, Australia, the Balkans, Czechoslovakia, Spain, and the East 1 each. For the list of the 13 elected, see Bulletin to Kongressa Krasnogo Internationale. Prof. Sozov, 1922, p. 157. 940. Foreign Relations. B. 6 remained in Moscow and regularly attended its meetings. The Third Congress in July 1924 increased the membership of the Executive Bureau to 25 with 31 candidates, thus converting it, like the full acquis or like the Central Committee of the Russian Party, from an executive organ into a deliberative assembly. The day-to-day affairs of the organization were in the hands of a secretariat headed, after the First Congress of 1921, by Lazovsky, Kalnin and Nin.3 at the Second Congress in December 1922. Kalnin was replaced by Tomsky plus asterisk. The anomalous status of Profintern made its relations with Comintern a point of particular interest. Article 10 of the original statute of 1921 prescribed that, for the purpose of establishing a close and uninterrupted connection between the two organizations, Profintern was to designate 3 representatives to hold joint sessions with on questions of common concern, and issue joint appeals with Comintern as circumstances might demand. After the decision of the Fourth Congress of Comintern, in November 1922 to sever this formal link between them, 5. The revised statute of December 1922 abandoned the 3-man representation of Profintern in and provided that, for the purpose of coordinating the struggle of all the revolutionary organizations, the Executive Bureau of Profintern might, if circumstances require, hold joint sessions with issue joint appeals and appoint action committees ad hoc to carry out joint decisions, except for the insignificant distinction that these activities were now optional and not mandatory. No change of 1 DL activite de ISR, Rapport pour LE3 asterisk sent Congress, ND 1924, pages 380. 381. 2 Protocol Tiber den dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale. ND, p. 333. 3L Aktivite, ISR, Rapport pour LE3 * Congress, ND 1924, p. 381. Tomsky was at this time in disgrace, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, pages 324 to 325. Plus Die Rote Gewerkschafts Internationale, number 12, 23, December 1922, p. 903, for information about the departments into which the Secretariat was divided. See Ibid number 4, 15, April 1922, p. 318, L Activite del ISR, Rapport pour LE3 Cent Congress, ND 1924, p. 381. 5. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 460 to 461. 6. For the statutes of 1921 and 1922 CP 939, note 1 above. The text of the revised statute in Die Zeit let Profinterne wie Resoliatiak, 1930, pages 272. 276, cites the original version in a footnote perhaps as an indication that the change was made reluctantly under CGTU pressure. This is the only case where the original version is cited as a footnote to the amended text. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 941. Substance had been made. A standing action committee consisting of 3 representatives of Comintern and 3 of Profintern was at once set up, and held 20 meetings in the 18 months between the second and third Congresses of Profintern. By way of counterpart, the third enlarged ICI in June 1923 laid it down that the work of communists in trade unions must proceed in complete conformity with the resolutions and decisions of the Red International of Trade Unions, and that communist parties must ensure that the proletariat, organized in trade unions, should unite under the banner of the Red International of Trade Unions. Point 2. At the third Congress in July 1924, Lazowski attempted to reply to the charge that the amendments to the statute had been an empty formality, that wool was pulled over the eyes of the French delegation, and everything remained as before. He dismissed the charge as pettiness and idle talk, but his real defense was that no change had been possible. The communist parties provided the ideological leadership of the revolutionary trade unions, and this made the interdependence of Profintern and Comintern inevitable. The anarcho-syndicalists, he added, would never drive a wedge between the two organizations. Point 3. At the 6th enlarged ICI of February-March 1926, Lazowski maintained that anarcho-syndicalist opposition to collaboration between Profintern and Comintern had been overcome, declaring such collaboration to be necessary in the interests of the working class. Point 4. Though no formal link existed between ICI and the Executive Bureau of Profintern, Lazowski was elected a candidate member of ICI at the 5th Congress of Comintern in 1924, and was a member of the Presidium of ICI after the 6th enlarged plenum of February-March 1926.5. On the other hand, some traces of the formal divorce remained. Whereas the Communist Youth International sent full voting delegates to Congresses of Comintern, the delegates of Profintern T. Activite ISR, Rapport pour LE3 * Congress, ND 1924, pages 119. 120. 2 Kommunistiske International Vida Documentic, 1933, p. 379. 3 Protocol Tiber den dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale. ND, pages 26 to 28. 4 Shistoi Raswire nie plenum Ispokama Kommunistikiskogo Internationale. 1927, p. 217. 5 A Tibble and M. Kimo, Arolet Cominterne, 1929, pages 111, 145. 942 Foreign Relations. Point B. Like those of the lesser auxiliary organizations, appeared only in a consultative capacity. The representation of Profintern abroad was organized through 4 bureaus or secretariats: the Central European Bureau, the British Bureau, the Balkan or Balkan and Danubian Secretariat, and the Latin Bureau, to which was later added an Eastern Bureau. The first, and most elaborate, of these organizations was the Central European Bureau, established in Berlin, which seems to have existed since the earliest days of Profintern. On February 8, 1922, the Executive Bureau in Moscow decided to limit the membership of the Berlin Bureau to 3, and to ask the Trade Union Department of the KPT, which evidently appointed at least one of these members, to replace Walcher by another nominee. Apart from maintaining liaison between Profintern and the Trade Union Department of the KPT, the principal function of the Bureau was to superintend the publication and distribution of the large volume of Profintern literature in German, as well as of the bulletins of the international propaganda committees. It also issued a monthly bulletin of its own. In 1925, the activities of the Central European Bureau were said to embrace, in addition to Germany, the Scandinavian countries, Holland, Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Hungary. 5. The British Bureau in London apparently took the place of spontaneously organized local groups in 1922, but was abolished in 1924, being merged in the machinery of the NMM registered degree. The Balkan Bureau, after an initial period of activity, was taken over by the Bulgarian Party and ceased to have any independent existence. The decision to set up a Latin Bureau in Paris, to cover activities in France, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Latin America, was apparently taken at the Second Congress of Profintern in December 1922. 7. In 1923 it was largely concerned in the crisis in the affairs of the CGTU and of its relations with 1c, for example, the records of the 5th Congress in Vietnam v. Semirny. Congress Kommunistikiskogo Internationale, 1925, to 259 to 260. 2 For the Eastern Bureau, see pages 607 to 608 above. 3 Die Rote Gewerkschafts Internationale, number 4, 15, April 1922, p. 315. 4 LT Activite ISR, Rapport pour 3 * Congress, ND 1924, pages 403 to 406. 5 Mesbinor no Rebochi du Henny, number 15, July 2, 1925, p. 22. 6 CP 133, note 3 above. 7 The fullest account of this bureau is in L Activite ISR, Rapport pour LE3 Cent Congress, ND 1924, pages 398 to 403. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 943. The PCF.T. Among other routine functions, the Latin Bureau was charged with supervising the publication and distribution of Profintern literature in French. This, though a good deal was published, was less copious than the material in German, and in 1926 France was named as the most backward of the principal countries in the matter of Profintern publications. Outside France, Belgium was the most important field for the activities of the Latin Bureau. Here, with the assistance of the CGTU, an action committee was set up to coordinate the work of independent trade unions or of left-wing minorities in unions affiliated to the Belgian Labour Party, and of the Trade Union Department of the Belgian Communist Party. Point 3. The foreign bureaus of Profintern functioned for the most part as semi-clandestine bodies. In some cases, this was a necessary precaution, and no public reports on their activities were issued. The resolution of the third session of the Central Council in June 1923 emphasized the supreme role of the Executive Bureau in Moscow, and the subordination of the foreign bureaus to it. The Executive Bureau shall determine the composition and the extent of the competence of these bureaus, and ensure that these organs do not exceed the prescribed limits in propaganda, agitation, liaison, and information. Each bureau shall perform its work under the direct control of the Executive Bureau, and, in conformity with the directions of the latter, it may expand the field of its work only if the Executive Bureau deems it necessary. On the other hand, care was taken to insist on the limited character of their functions. The Profintern Bureau in a foreign country, said Lazowski at the same session, was an organ for propaganda, for the settlement of conflicts, but the organ which carries on the struggle must arise organically within the given country. Friction between the bureaus and the trade union sections of the 1 CP 140, Note 3 above. 24 Sestith Central Nogo Sovta Krasnogo International Profsoyozov. 1926, p. 15. 3 Mesdinor Novo Chidvishini, number 31, September 8, 1923, p. 43. Number 9, 55, March 1, 1924, p. 9, for the affiliation of the Belgian Knights of Labor to Profintern in October 1923, CP 540 above. 4 Birik Tiber Die 3. Session de Central Ratsderoben Gewerkschapscenter. National, 1923, p. 81, for the instructions issued at this time to the British Bureau, CP 122 above. 5 Ibid p. 65. 944, Foreign Relations. Point B. Parties or the party cells in trade unions was in obvious danger. To steer a middle course between dictation from Moscow on the one hand and toleration of erroneous policies on the other was an always delicate task. B. International Workers' Aid, MRP. The institution called the International Workers' Aid, MES. Rabpom or MRP, known in German as International Arbeiter Hilfe, IA, or in English as Workers' International Relief, had its beginning in an organization founded in Berlin in September 1921 for the purpose of bringing relief to famine-stricken Russia. The resolution of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November-December 1922 distinguished between the political and economic aspects of proletarian aid to Soviet Russia. The best support for Soviet Russia in the economic struggle is the revolutionary political struggle of the workers. Their intensified pressure on the government of every single country. Pressure accompanied by the demand to recognize the Soviet government and establish favorable commercial relations with Soviet Russia. In view, however, of the significance which Soviet Russia has for every worker, it is important, apart from political power, to mobilize also the whole economic power of the world proletariat in support of Soviet Russia. The same resolution, referring to the need to create for this purpose special societies and committees like those set up by the Workers' Aid, declared that these should be brought under the control of the Communist International. Point 2. But, while the formal recognition of MRP as an auxiliary of Comintern was eventually achieved, its success in collecting extensive funds in many countries, its propaganda appeal to wide circles both of workers and of intellectuals, its efficiency in organizing practical relief, the multifarious activities in which it engaged, and the administrative and diplomatic skill of Menzenberg, its director, combined to give it a unique status of independence. Almost alone among the auxiliary organizations, it retained its head. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 404 to 405. 2. Kommunistiskaya International V Dokumentik, 1933, pages 327 to 328. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 945. Quarters abroad, and escape the day-to-day control of the Comintern bureaucracy. Its executive committee and general secretariat were located in Berlin. An important landmark in the development of MRP was a Congress held in Berlin in June 1923, at which it received its formal name and its organization as a federation of societies, committees or branches in different countries. How widely the net had been cast was shown by the simultaneous presence at the Congress of Krestinsky, the Soviet ambassador in Berlin, Loeb, the president of the German Reichstag, and Ruth Fry, the representative of the British Society of Friends. The moment was propitious. The French occupation of the Ruhr had disposed even German Social Democrats to turn a more favorable eye eastward, and the proceedings passed off in an atmosphere of harmony and goodwill. Nevertheless, this seems to have been the first occasion on which MRP incurred the suspicion of being an organ of Bolshevik propaganda. The German minister for the Interior is said to have refused visas to certain would-be delegates on this ground. The Japanese earthquake of September 1923 gave MRP an opportunity to render aid in another natural calamity comparable with the Russian famine, and to extend its growing influence to the Far East. Point 2. Underscore the next significant step was the organization of relief to German workers and their families in the winter of hunger and hardship 1923 to 1924, the sequel of the Ruhr strike, of the inflation and of the disturbances of the autumn of 1923. But this campaign had, almost inevitably, a more outspokenly political character than its predecessors. The conference which launched it in Berlin in December 1923 was the last at which Social Democrats participated in the work of MRP, and was the occasion of widespread attacks in the press. The Fifth Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924 continued to describe MRP as a non-political, non-party, proletarian relief organization, and denounced the German Social Democrats, who had sought to cast suspicion on it and to sabotage it. Point 4. 1 W. Menzenberg, Solidarity, 1931, pages 164 to 166, 194. 2 Ibid pages 235 to 238. 3 Ibid pages 167 to 169, for the details of the relief see bid. Pages 238 to 269. 4th Eastern UND Resolution and to be Welt Congresses der Kommunistischen International, 1924, pages 158 to 159. 946 Foreign Relations tie. But the Third Congress of Profintern a few days later referred to MRP and MOPR as auxiliary organizations created by the working class in its struggle against capitalism. The Congress of MRP in October 1924, though not yet exclusively communist, took a turn to the political left. Greetings from Purcell, Lansbury, and Cook in Great Britain suggested an association with the minority movement in the British trade unions. Menzenberg in his speech to the Congress said that, whereas the policy had hitherto been to bring relief to everyone who was hungry, the support of the economically struggling workers has, during the past half year, come more and more into the foreground, and that this would be the test for many of our friends and for Their relation to MRP. The British delegate was reported as stressing the significance of MRP in the process of transforming the consciousness of the English workers into a class ideology. The same character marked the campaign for aid to China, launched after the shootings in Shanghai on May 30, 1925, and culminating in a mass meeting in Berlin on August 16, 1925, presided over by the veteran USPD leader, Led Boer. In advance of the meeting, the Central Committee of MRP announced that 1 million gold marks had been collected to aid Chinese strikers, out of which 800,000 came from the USSR. 3. The meeting, in addition to publicizing the need for aid to the persecuted Chinese workers, discussed such questions as the significance of the Chinese struggle for the world political and world economic situation and the sabotage of the Amsterdammers, who had returned the standard refusal to a proposal of joint action, and ended with the slogan, addressed to the imperialist governments, hands off China. The meeting was commonly referred to in the literature on the subject as the hands off China congresses. When Cook delivered an impassioned speech in support of trade union unity, somebody objected that this had nothing to do with the tasks of MRP, but the objection was probably based not so much on grounds of principle as one die Zeit let Prof. Interview Resoliatstyak, 1930, p. 139, for MOPRC. Pages 949 to 952 below. 2 W. Menzenberg, Solidarith, 1931, pages 169 to 173. 3. The communique of July 27, 1925, giving this information is reprinted in Mesdinordne Solidarnost Trivia Shiksia, 1924 to 1927, 1959, pages 107. 108. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 947. On the dislike of many Germans for this particular cause. By this time MRP was a highly organized and well-managed enterprise engaged in an extensive range of humanitarian, political, economic and cultural activities. In 1924 it had acquired a statute which established it as an international union of national organizations for aid to the workers, with the World Congress meeting annually, a central committee and a general secretary. Though the statute made no mention of Comintern or of communist parties, it contained a clause recognizing that, since Russia as the first workers' state is the strongest support of the workers of the whole world, MRP had a special obligation to accord the most far-reaching support to the economic development of Soviet Russia. A program dating from the autumn of 1925 described MRP as firmly united and intimately linked with Soviet Russia. 2. Formal separation was, however, the rule. Communist parties were instructed not to set up special sections under their central committees for work in MRP and MOPR and not to attempt to replace the managements of these organizations. Influence over them should be exercised only through the party fractions in them. But the extent of communist influence in MRP was difficult to disguise. A German police circular which came into the hands of the Rotfani described it as a cloak for the illegal activity of the German Communist Party. Plus, official persecution was reinforced by the hostility of socialists and social democrats. The Secretariat of the revised Second International, in its report to the Marseilles Congress of the organization in August 1925, warned its members against both MRP and MOPR, describing MRP as a branch office of Comintern. The Belgian Social Democrats prohibited members of the party or of social democratic trade unions from belonging. Numerous documents of the campaign and reports of the Congress are in W. Menzenberg, Fien $R International Arbitral Fee, 1926, pages 104 to 120. ID Solidaritat, 1931, pages 173 to 183, 269 to 270, for Cook's Intervention C. Inter. National Presse Correspondence, number 129, September 8, 1925, pages 1890 to 1891. For some contemporary sidelights see also Ibid number 136, September 29, 1925. 1989. 2. For the program and statute C. W. Menzenberg, Finfair Inter. National Arbitral Fee, 1926, pages 20 to 22, 31 to 33. 3. Spy Organizations Conference to EKKI, 1926, p. 106. 4. Izvestia, October 30, 1924. As Second Congress of the Labor and Socialist International, ND 1925, p. 100. 948. Foreign Relations. B. To either organization. In the summer of 1926, Menzenberg claimed that MRP had sections in all the countries of Europe and North America, as well as in Argentina, Australia, South Africa, India, China, and Japan, with a total membership of 15 millions, and had collected not less than 40 million gold marks in 5 years. The expansion of membership had brought a corresponding extension of activities. The operations of MRP in the Soviet Union had developed from the initial purpose of famine relief in its most direct form, supplies of food and drugs, soup kitchens, children's homes, into the establishment of model farms with imported tractors, and of colonies of workers come from abroad to settle in the workers' state and contribute to its productive resources. 3. The appeal to the intellectuals had always had a prominent place in Menzenberg's program, and much attention was given to cultural activities of all kinds. Propaganda through the cinema was highly developed. In the spring of 1923, an institution called Proletkino was founded in Moscow by Russian trade unions and workers' organizations with the help of the Communist International and Profintern. It began by making films for distribution in the Soviet Union, but by the end of 1923 it established foreign contacts, and in the first half of 1924, sent 7 films to North America, the Scandinavian countries, and China. Menzenberg threw himself with his usual energy and enterprise into this work. In 1925 he published a widely circulated pamphlet under the title Conquer the Film. Proletkino was at this time partially operated by MRP, and was said to have produced 20 films which had been shown in Europe and in the United 1. Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 196. 2. International Presse Correspondence, number 110, August 31, 1926, pages 1862. 1863. 3. In August 1925 a delegation of the British section of the Workers' International Relief visited the Soviet Union and inspected a number of enterprises ranging from a children's home in Kazan to farms in the Urals, managed by a concern known as Traktor Mezrabpom. Its arrival was featured in Pravda, August 14, 1925, and its report issued as a pamphlet, The Work of the Workers' International Relief in the USSR, 1925. For Fritz Platen's account of his arrival in 1924 with 20 Swiss families to take possession of a sovkhoz of 6,000 dissidents in Siberia with aid from MRP, see International Presse Correspondence, number 92, June 9, 1925, pages 1253 to 1254. Vorbericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 106. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 949. States. It would be difficult to assess the relative weight of the various motives animating those who worked for MRP and gave it their support, sympathy and enthusiasm for the Soviet Union, and indignation at the hostile attitude of Western governments and of other political parties towards it, were the link between them. In the 1920s these feelings were sincere and wide spread in many countries, and of the institutions which provided forms of collective expression for them MRP was for a long period the most active and most successful. See, International Red Aid, MOPR. The International Organization for Aid to Revolutionaries. MOPR, more commonly known abroad as the Rothilfe or International Red Aid, owed its origin to a Polish initiative. On August 23, 1922, the Tribuna Komunistyczna, the organ of the Polish Bureau of the Central Committee of the Russian Party, published an appeal on behalf of victims of the bourgeois terror in Poland. Marklewski seems to have been the moving spirit, and became president of a committee set up to collect donations. Among other Poles prominent in the Russian party who signed the appeal were Dzerzhinsky, Gainicki, Kahn and Unschlicht. Presently the help of the Society of Old Bolsheviks was enlisted. A joint organization was set up, and donations were collected in the RSFSR and in the Ukrainian and White Russian republics. Point 2. These efforts received the endorsement of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, which decided on the establishment of a permanent organization. Point 3. Immediately after the Congress, a central bureau was established consisting of representatives of the Society of Old Bolsheviks and of Kolarov, representing the Secretariat of Comintern, and this was quickly expanded by the addition of delegates of Germany, France, the United States, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Poland, and Lithuania, into an enlarged bureau, which held its first meeting on December 17, 1922. The enlarged bureau laid down a program of which the principal 1. International Presse Correspondence, number 128, September 4, 1925, p. 1874. 2. This account comes from an article in Pravda, March 17, 1926. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 405. The name International Class War Prisoners' Aid was confined to Great Britain. In the United States it was known as the Council for the Defense of Labor. In Poland, by an odd anomaly, as the Polish Political Red Cross. 950. Foreign Relations. Point B. Items were the launching of an appeal for funds in Soviet Russia, the establishment of contact with the operations of MRP abroad, and the care of political refugees coming to Soviet Russia. Its first appeal for funds, dated December 29, 1922, was addressed to party and trade union organs and to individuals in the Soviet Union. In the following month, it began to appeal to Red Aid organizations throughout the world, naming March 18, the anniversary of the Paris Commune, as a special day for relief. Col. Lech Ions. Point 2. Its organization was completed by the setting up of an executive committee on March 2, 1923, with Marklewski as president and Kolarov as representative of a key. Point 3. The first comprehensive operation undertaken by MOPR was apparently an appeal made in October 1923 on behalf of the victims of the White Terror which followed the abortive Bulgarian Rising of the previous month, plus and, as time went on, such campaigns were multiplied in frequency and in intensity. The first all-union conference of MOPR, which was attended by 50 delegates from different parts of the Soviet Union, and was addressed by Zinoviev, met in Moscow on January 30, 1924.5. The Fifth Congress of Comintern, referring to MOPR as a non-party organization, instructed communist parties to give it every kind of support and to promote the formation of sections in their respective countries. Copyright on July 14 to 16, 1924, following the Comintern Congress, MOPR held its first international conference. It was attended by 108 delegates, two-thirds of them from sections outside the Soviet Union. It issued a declaration promising aid in this period of gloomy capitalist reaction to imprisoned and persecuted fighters for the revolution, passed resolutions on work among the peasants, and among women, and on aid to political refugees, and laid down the outlines of its own organization, based on the usual pattern of Congress, Executive Committee and Presidium, with the Central Committees of National 1. Pravda, December 16, 1922. 2. 10 Years of International Red Aid, Moscow, NT 1932, pages 13 to 15. 100 to 102. 3. Pravda, March 17, 1926. 4. 10 Years of International Red Aid, Moscow, NT 1932, p. 112. 5. Pravda, February 2, 1924. 6. Kommunisticheski International v. Dokumentik, 1933, pages 460 to 462. For a report on its progress up to this time see Bericht über die Tätigkeit Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress. 1924, pages 89 to 93. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 951. Sections reporting to the Executive Committee. A meeting of the Presidium was held immediately after the conference to appoint a secretariat. The year 1925, which witnessed a broad development of the policy of winning sympathy for the Soviet cause through mass organizations of a non-party character, was a period of rapid expansion of the activities of MOPR. It was also marked by a shift in emphasis from the humanitarian to the political aspects of MOPR, though the latter had never been absent. At the 6th Soviet Trade Union Congress in November 1924, a delegate of MOPR described it as being not a philanthropic organization, not a neutral organization like your trade unions, but a political organization. Point 3. In December 1924, a MOPR week was organized in Moscow to protest against the White Terror and to organize help for its victims. At the 5th enlarged IKI in March-April 1925, Marty invited communist parties to make use of MOPR to excite the hatred of the workers against capitalist governments employing methods of repression, with the advantage also of defending our comrades whom they are in process of murdering, and the resolution spoke of MOPR as an important factor in winning over to the movement the largest possible number of non-party workers in order to educate them in the spirit of proletarian solidarity. A conference of MOPR, held simultaneously with the enlarged IKI, noted that its sections were subjected to government repression in Yugoslavia, Poland, and Austria. Later in the same month, the conference of the International Peasant Council adopted a resolution which, claiming that MOPR already had more than 5 million members, exhorted the peasants of the whole world, following the example of the peasant men and women of the USSR, to join in their masses the ranks of MOPR. In May 1925, Zinoviev addressed 1 for accounts of the conference. See Pravda, July 15, 16, 18, 1924, J. Inter. National Presse Correspondence, number 97, July 29, 1924, pages 1260 to 1261, for the resolutions, 10 years of international red aid, Moscow, ND 1932, pages 15, 16, 34 to 36, 56 to 59, 100, and 56 to 157. 2 Pravda, July 19, 1924. 3 Shisto SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, p. 421. 4 Pravda, December 2, 1924. 5 Raswirny Plenum Ispokama Communistikiskogo Internetstanala, 1925. Pages 445 to 446, 578 to 579. 6 International Presse Correspondence, number 73, May 5, p. 983. 7 Krestiansky International, no 3 to 5, March May 1925, p. 167. 952 Foreign Relations Point Save. The First All-Union Congress, the session of January 1924 had only been a conference of the Soviet section of MOPR in Moscow. He contrasted the former Red Cross with MOPR, which was a communist organization. MOPR is not a philanthropical organization, not a charitable institution. It must look upon itself as one of the links in the international proletarian movement. The Executive Committee of Comintern regards MOPR as one of its links and, moreover, as one of its most important links. At the trial in Berlin in February 1925 of OGPU agents, MOPR was said to fabricate false papers for persons wanted on political charges to enable them to escape arrest. 2 Among the papers seized by the British police in the raid on CPGB headquarters in the autumn of 1925 was a letter from the Secretariat of MOPR to the Central Committee of the CPGB of September 14, 1925, defining the functions of the organization. The MOPR ran the letter is not established merely to assist prisoners and their families, but has definite political objectives. 1. The increasing of the class consciousness of the masses. 2. The internationalization of the masses. 3. The creation of a wide non-party organization which shall draw into its ranks large masses of workers united on a political objective, the defeat of the white terror, i.e. the overthrow of capitalism. 3. MOPR had not yet reached the dimensions and scope attained by it in later years, but its main lines of its activity were well established in this period. D. The Peasant International, Krestintern. The Peasant International, Krestintern, was founded in October 1923 at a moment when the Bulgarian fiasco had revealed the importance of seeking the cooperation of peasant parties in countries where they enjoyed actual or potential political influence. Its organization and its journal Krestianskaya International dated 1 Pravda, May 19, 1925. The same issue also reported a meeting of the German section of MOPR in Berlin, attended by 250 delegates of whom 129 were members of the KPD. 2 A Brandt, Deutsche Prozess, 1925, p. 56, for this trial cp 268 above. 3 Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, p. 107. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 953. Only from the following spring, and its most conspicuous, though short-lived, success was the recruiting to its ranks of Rady and the Croat Peasant Party in June 1924. A resolution of the 5th Congress of Comintern a few days later too had given it official support, but the defection of Rady weakened its prestige. No other peasant party was tempted to join it, and Krestintern visibly languished. Early in 1925 its journal, after a silence of 3 months, published a manifesto explaining or excusing the difficulties which had prevented the convening of a second Congress, and announcing a session of its executive organ, the National Peasant Council, in the near future. 3 But, before this could happen, the 5th enlarged IKI held its session in March, April 1925, and illustrated the small regard felt for Krestintern, even in Comintern circles which were preoccupied with the problem of the peasant. Bukharin, in his exhaustive report on the measures taken throughout the world to organize the peasantry, in the interests of the bourgeois ruling class and the counter measures necessary to convert it to the revolutionary cause, found no occasion to mention Krestintern *, neither Belikun nor Varga, the other official spokesman in the debate, referred to it. Baskabai, the Yugoslav delegate, himself a worker in Krestintern, spoke in passing of the attempt in the Balkans to create fighting organizations affiliated to the International Peasant Council, but made no claim that these attempts had met with success. He attributed the weakness of Krestintern to the fact that, unlike most of the other auxiliary organizations of Comintern, it had no corresponding sections or departments attached to the apparatus of communist parties. As it was left for a Russian delegate, Meshcheryakov, to complain openly of the neglect shown. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 198 to 199. 2 CP 87 above. 3 Krestiansky International, no 1 to 2, January-February 1925, pages 3 to 6. In subsequent literature the founding Congress of October 1923 is usually referred to as a conference, and the International Peasant Council rather than the Peasant International itself is named as the substantive body, in a Tibble and Mkimo, Arolet Kominterna, 1929, p. 368, it is listed as Mezduk. Narodny Krestiansky Sovet, Krestiansky International, this termino. Logical revision indicated a deflation of initially exaggerated ambitions. 4 For this report CP 309 above. 5 Peasant sections had been formed in communist youth organizations in France, Italy, and Mexico. Krestiansky International, no 1 to 2, January. February 1926, pages 91 to 96. 954 Foreign Relations Point B. Both for the non-party peasant and for the International Peasant Council. Thanks perhaps to these mild protests, the resolution on the peasant question, which in other respects loosely followed the lines of Bukharin's report, contained a clause inviting communist parties to encourage the adhesion of peasant organizations to the International Peasant Council and to promote its growth and development. 3 days after the adjournment of the enlarged IKI, on April 9, 1925, what was variously described as the second plenum of Krestintern, or the second enlarged plenum of the International Peasant Council, opened its session with speeches from Kalinin and Dombel, and sat for more than a week. In all, 78 delegates from 39 countries attended, including 49 of the 52 regular MEM bears of the Council. Its main resolution defined the fundamental task of its supporters as being to assist the liberation of the toiling peasantry from the influence and leadership of the landowners, the kulaks, and the bourgeoisie. Taking its cue from the tactics now employed in the reformist trade unions, it recommended its adherents to enter existing peasant organizations and attempt to win them over to the platform of Krestintern. forming separate organizations only if reactionary elements render a split inevitable. Of the delegates present, 7 came from Asian countries. Egypt and Algeria were also represented. Whereas the council had hitherto felt itself too weak to work in colonial countries, it now embarked on a more ambitious program, and addressed an appeal to the peasants of Turkey, Persia, Egypt, Algeria, Palestine, India, China, Korea, and Japan, to the Negroes of America and Africa, and to the peasants and toilers of all countries of the East and of capitalist colonies to unite against their oppressors. 3. It was evidently at this time that the council established contact with the Eastern Department of Iki.4. 1 Raswaran Plenum Ispokam Communisticus Internationale, 1925. Pages 336 to 337, 342 to 343. 2 Communistische International Vita Documentic, 1933, p. 505. 3 Krestinskit International, no 3 to 5, March May 1925, published a brief account of the session, pages 5 to 14, the 2 principal reports, pages 15 to 66, and the resolutions, pages 160 to 171. The proceedings were also reported in Pravda, April 10 to 12, 14, 18, 1925, and in International Presse Correspondence. Number 72, May 1, 1925, pages 967 to 968, number 102, June 30, 1925, pages 1394 to 1395. Plus ein Jahr Arbeit und Camp, 1926, p. 331. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 955. Throughout the autumn of 1925 the Presidium of the Council remained particularly active, and issued pronouncements from time to time on current questions against the war in Morocco, in support of the cooperatives, against the danger of war. Floods in Korea in the summer of 1925 were an occasion for Krestintern to organize a campaign for relief, which is said to have inspired friendly articles in the Korean press. 2 In August 1925 a telegram was sent to the Congress of the Second International in Marseilles, inquiring whether it would support the struggle of the peoples of the East and of the colonies for liberation, and of Eastern workers and peasants against their imperialist oppressors, and whether it would demand the cessation of war in Syria and Morocco and the withdrawal of British and other foreign forces from China. These incursions into the general political field suggested that little progress had been made towards realizing the original purposes of Krestintern. Boskabai sent in an article in Pravda stressed the importance of Krestintern in the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat for the control of the peasant. Appeals to the Romanian Peasant Party and the Romanian peasants, and a letter of protest to the Hungarian Minister for Agriculture, who was also president of the Agrarian Party, secured some momentary publicity. Signs of left-wing movements among Sardinian or Bavarian peasants were eagerly noted and encouraged. Registered Zinoviev in his main report to the 6th enlarged Iki in February 1926 claimed some achievements. Still, it is true, small ones for Krestintern, which had actually succeeded in establishing contact with the peasant movement in various countries. He instanced the German, Czechoslovak, Swedish, Norwegian, Italian, and Polish parties as parties which had begun to work among the peasantry. But the vagueness of these claims did not inspire confidence. When shortly after, Ward Stombel, the general secretary of Krestintern, wrote in 1 Krestinski International, no 6 to 7, June-July 1925, pages 120 to 122, 127, 133, no 8 to 9, August-September 1925, pages 5 to 9. 2 Pravda, October 9, 1925. 3 Abit August 27, 1925, the inquiries presumably remained without an answer. 4 Abit September 27, 1925. 5 Abit October 1, 3, 7, 1925. 6 Abit October 7, 1925, March 14, 1926. 7 Chistoy Raswaran Plenum Ispokam Communisticus Internationale. 1927, pp 53. 956, Foreign Relations. Point B. Account of it for a Comintern Handbook, the only foreign organizations enumerated as belonging to it were Mexican and Mongolian Peasant Leagues, the Peasant Organization of Kuomintang, small Italian, German, and French peasant unions, and the Canadian Farmers' Party of Saskatchewan. After 1925 no further formal sessions of the council were held, and interest in Krestintern seems to have been everywhere on the wane. The one effective and durable creation of Krestintern was the International Agrarian Institute in Moscow for the study of agrarian problems throughout the world. This had been projected by the founding Congress of Krestintern in 1923.3. In the summer of 1925 an appeal was sent out by the Presidium for help in realizing this enterprise, the necessity of counteracting the activities of the International Institute of Agriculture in Rome, founded in 1905 and now collaborating closely with the League of Nations, was cited as a motive. Whatever the response to this appeal, an announcement of the early opening of the institute and the text of its statute were published in October 1925.5. Its opening ceremony took place on March 8, 1926, during the session of the 6th enlarged Iki. Dombel, on behalf of the Presidium of Krestintern, hailed the institute as a counter-weight to the Rome International Institute of Agriculture, whose fundamental task is to assist in strengthening the power of land lords and capitalists. Its work would be based on the principles of scientific Marxism, and would aim at supporting the daily struggle of the toilers for liberation. Others who delivered speeches of welcome were Katayama, Roy, and a delegate. 1 Comintern, Hosiaispo, Politika Arebo Chidvishini, 1924-27, 1928. Pages 59 to 60. The core of the organization was said to be formed by the Selskosoyos of the USSR with 18 to 20 million members, and the Selski Gospodar of the Ukraine with 2 millions. 2 A paragraph was devoted to it in the report of Iki to the 5th Congress of Comintern in June 1924. Birik Tiber Ditaitai der Executive der Kommunistischen International Bomb 4. Bisbee Welt Congress, 1924, pages 94 to 95. It was not mentioned in the corresponding reports of Iki in February and November 1926. At the 15th Soviet Party Conference in October-November 1926, Skripnik observed that Krestintern had hitherto played a very small role, and engaged only to a certain extent in independent activities. 15. Conferencia Visa Soyos not Communisticus Party, B. 1927, p. 85. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 200. 4 Pravda, August 26, 1925. 5 Krestinsky International, number 10, October 1925, pages 92 to 96. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 957. Of China, spokesman of the Italian and Romanian peasants and of the Negroes of Africa and America, a professor of Columbia University in New York, and Varga, Lyashenko, and Kahn. Tradiev on behalf of various Soviet economic institutions. Varga became director of the new institute, which continued to flourish, and to publish its monthly journal Agrarny Problemy, for nearly 10 years. The Red Sport International, Sportintern. The Red Sport International, KSI or Sportintern, was founded at a conference held in Moscow during the Third Congress of Comintern in July 1921. At the Second Congress of Comintern, a year earlier, Podvoisky, one of the military specialists of the Russian Party, had discussed with some foreign delegates the organization of physical training in Soviet Russia, which was closely associated with V-Sevabach, the system of compulsory physical training of youths in advance of their call-up for military service. And the idea had been moved of an international proletarian sport organization as a counterpart to existing bourgeois or social democratic sport organizations. This plan was realized at the conference of July 1921, which was, however, composed not of representatives of national sport organizations, but of delegates who had come to Moscow for the Comintern Congress. The conference issued a manifesto announcing the foundation of a Red Sport International, and elected an executive committee consisting of representatives of Soviet Russia, Germany, Sweden, Czechoslovakia, France, Alsace-Lorraine, and Italy, with Podvoisky as president. 3. A certain dualism was present from the outset in Sportintern. The declared Soviet membership of 5 millions was simply the number of those liable for compulsory physical training under the rules of V-Sevabach, no independent. Agrarny Problemy, number 1, 1927, pages 174 to 178, a briefer account of it. Ceremony appeared in International Press Correspondence, number 73, May 14, 1926, p. 1166. 2 for V-Sevabach, see volume 2, p. 400, for Podvoisky, see of pages 381, 382. 3. The origins of Sportintern were summarized by Podvoisky in an article in Pravda, October 15, 1924, for the proceedings of the Conference of July 1921. See International Judge and Correspondence, number 7, April 1, 1922, p. 958. Foreign Relations. Point B. Soviet sport organizations existed at this time. In other countries, Sportintern was conceived as a nucleus for hitherto non-existent communist sport organizations. In Germany, Czechoslovakia, and France, workers' sport organizations had grown up under social democratic or socialist party auspices in opposition to bourgeois sport organizations, and an international body had been created, the so-called Lucerne International, to coordinate these activities. But even the French organizations, though said to belong to the Lucerne International, were not yet officially affiliated to it, and in 1922 it represented, in the words of a jealous Czechoslovak delegate, nothing but the GER, Man Workers' Sport Union, declaring itself an international organization. Formed at a time when United Front tactics had already been adopted by Comintern, Sportintern from the first disclaimed any desire to split workers' sport organizations, or to set up a rival center to the Lucerne International. The Second Conference, or Congress of Sportintern, held in Berlin in July 1922, 3, resolved to seek close ties with Comintern, Kim, and Profintern, and on the occasion of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, Icky decided to appoint a representative to the Executive Committee of Sportintern. It was reiterated on this occasion that Sportintern was an independent organization, admitting all revolutionary athletes of whatever political party, though this did not alter the character of Sportintern as a proletarian organization standing on the basis of the class struggle plus but work. Proceeded slowly. Apparently the only non-Soviet organization to join Sportintern in 1922 was the Czechoslovak Federation of Workers' Gymnastic Leagues, said to represent 100,000 athletes. Nothing had hitherto been settled about relations between Sportintern and Kim, and this issue gave rise to a sharp controversy at the Third Congress of Kim, which followed the Fourth. Bericht Bomb 3. Welt Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pp 204 to 205. 2 Ibid p 196. 3. This was afterwards referred to as the occasion of its real foundation. Ibid p 204. 4. Die Jugend International, number 7, March 1923, p 216, Bericht der Executive. Der KI 15. December 1922 to 15. Mai 1923, p 17. 5. Malaya Encyclopedia po Mezdunard Noma Profvishiniu, 1927, col. 676, which dates the Czechoslovak accession October 1922. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 959. Congress of Comintern in December 1922. The rapporteur to the Congress on Workers' Sport and Gymnastic Organizations was the Czechoslovak delegate, Michelet, whose report too incurred the emphatic disapproval of the Soviet, and of most other delegates. In the first place, Michelet sought to extend the functions of Sportintern and of the national organizations composing it to cultural as well as to sporting and gymnastic activities, the phrase physical and intellectual culture serving to bridge any gap between them. Such organizations as workers' temperance societies, or workers' societies of freethinkers or Esperantists, should be encouraged and brought under the aegis of Sportin. Turn. Point 3. Secondly, communist activities were divided by Mikhail Sant into 3 categories: political, economic, and cultural, including sport, conducted by national party, trade union, and cultural organs, united respectively under the aegis of Comintern, Profin, Turn and Sportintern. Thirdly, this view was invoked to uphold the doctrine of the independence of cultural and sport organizations, and of Sportintern in particular. In Soviet Russia, as the demobilization of the army clipped the wings of V-Sevabach, the Komsomol had stepped into the breach and begun to organize sport and physical training. Separate sport organizations were not created. Mikhail Sant maintained that this precedent had no application outside Soviet Russia, and that it was not the business of the youth leagues elsewhere to encroach on the functions of the T. For this Congress, see pages 988 to 989 below. 2. Bericht Bomb 3. Welt Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pages 191 to 206. 3. Michelet in his reply to the debate claimed that the Second Conference of Sportintern had approved these ideas, and that Podvoisky had raised no objection. Ibid p 216. At the Third Congress of Kim, Podvoisky rebutted Michelet's proposals, but in far milder terms than other Soviet delegates. Ibid pages 214. 215. The Second Congress of Comintern in 1920 passed a resolution in support of Esperanto, Komunisticheski International v Dokumentik, 1933, pp 1000. And a World Union of Proletarian Esperantists continued to flourish for some years. International Press Correspondence, number 28, September 4, 1925, pp. 1873 to 1874, an international of proletarian freethinkers came into existence. In 1925, Ibid number 160, December 4, 1925, p. 2411, number 2, January 5, 1926, pp. 22-23, admitted non-communists to membership, Einjar Arbeit und Kampf. 1926, p. 159, and for some time had its headquarters in Vienna, A. Tibble and M. Kimo, Arlet Kominterne, 1929, p. 372. For this conception clearly reflected the view of Proletkult maintained in Soviet Russia by Bogdanov, and pronounced heretical in October 1920, see Volume 1, pages 49-51, this must have made it all the more suspect to the Soviet delegates. 960 Foreign Relations b. Sport organizations, he admitted that very many cases have occurred in which it has come to a competitive struggle between the two organizations. The question of the relation of sport and turn to Kim was not specifically raised. A passage in Mikhail's report on which no comment was made by his critics recalled the military associations of the early days of Sportintern. In Czechoslovak sport organizations, he explained, our comrades have not only to work ideologically, but to perform special tasks for the class struggle by carrying out a systematic preparation for the Red Army, a systematic military preparation of the members. And he put forward the view that communist-directed gymnastic and sport organizations are quite well qualified to introduce into their activities a systematic military preparation of their members. Point 2, Michelet was evidently aware that his main argument would not win acceptance, for he ended his report with the proposal that the Congress should not attempt to draw up final theses on the subject, but should be content with a resolution, referring the question for consideration to the next session of the Bureau. Point 3, the speakers who denounced Michelet's views implicitly acquiesced in this proposal. The resolution adopted by the Congress declared it to be the duty of youth leagues to persuade workers now organized in bourgeois sport organizations to abandon these organizations and form themselves into sections of Sportintern, and to form fractions in social democratic workers' sport organizations for the purpose of winning a majority in them, and bringing about their adhesion to Sportintern. Meanwhile, the contentious questions which had arisen in the discussion were referred to the forthcoming session of the Bureau. When the fourth session of the Bureau of Kim met in July 1923, it was content to recommend in general terms support for Sportintern, and for organizations affiliated to it, as a proletarian class instrument, but did not raise the contentious issue of the relations with Kim. Point 5, the year 1923 was one of great activity for Sportintern. In February 1923, the Executive Committee, meeting in Moscow, decided to establish a Western 1 Bericht 3. Well, Congress der Kommunistische Confusion Internationale, 1923. p. 204. 2 Ibid pages 198 to 199. 3 Ibid p. 205. 4 Ibid pages 277 to 279. 5 resolutions and theses adopted by the 4th Bureau session of the YCI. Berlin, 1923, pages 83 to 95. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies G61. European Bureau in Berlin in the hope of improving contacts with sport organizations in the West. Underscore from this time Sportintern began to make an impact in some Western countries. In 1923, the French Federation Sport du Travail split, and 80% of the clubs affiliated to it joined Sportintern. Point 2, moreover, like Profintern, Sportintern counted among its adherents not only members of national organizations affiliated to it, but minorities in other workers' sport organizations, in which communists had been instructed to remain in pursuance of united front and anti-splitting tactics. Outside the Soviet Union, the second category was probably larger than the first. At a conference of the Lucerne International held in Zurich in August 1923, a proposal was made to invite Sportintern to send representatives to a conference at Frankfurt in the following spring to organize a workers' Olympiad. The proposal met with opposition, and a final decision on the invitation was left to a referendum of organizations affiliated to the Lucerne International. When the conference met at Frankfurt in April 1924, Sportintern had not been invited. It transpired that on account of individual members of sport organizations, a large majority supported the admission of Sportintern, but that when the vote had been taken by countries, one country, one vote, the proposal was rejected by a majority of 5 countries to 4.3. An acrimonious correspondence between the Lucerne International and Sportintern, running parallel to the correspondence between IFTU and the Russian trade unions, seems to have been the only outcome of this approach. The 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924 did not discuss Sportintern in plenary session, but the immediately following session of it he approved without debate, and issued, in its name, a resolution on the tasks of communist parties in the field of physical culture and sport. Plus parties were instructed, in contact with the communist youth leagues and the red trade unions, to devote special attention to sport and physical culture. 1 Malaya Encyclopedia po Međunarodnom Profitovanju, 1927, Koi. 626, Shiist. Let Kominterna, ed. Isha Lajanova, 1925, p. 73. 2 VE Congress National du Parti Communiste Francais, 1927, p. 576. 3 The only available source for these proceedings is an account in Die Fugend Internationale, number 1, September 1924, pages 20 to 22, which must be accepted with some reserve. Plus Protocol, Vereinte Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 1030. 962 Foreign Relations. Point B. Utilizing them for revolutionary aims. In countries where no workers' sport organizations existed, their creation must be supported. In countries where they existed, communist fractions must be formed in them in order to counteract reformist influence. Even where red sport organizations existed, communist fractions must be formed in them in order to ensure the steady influence of revolutionary elements. The aim was to draw the organizations into the revolutionary struggle, and to reinforce the struggle against fascism and militarism. Sport organizations were recognized as an excellent means for military training and discipline, and an effective support for revolutionary combat units. The relations of Sportintern to the Lucerne International were described in terms clearly borrowed from the experience of Profintern. The struggle of revolutionary elements against the reformist policy of the Lucerne Workers' Sport International should be encouraged, and support given to Sportintern. At the same time, any tendency towards splitting or the setting up of purely communist organizations should be combated. Circumstantial evidence suggests that the claim of Kim to exercise a major share of control over the work of Sportintern and the national sport organizations may have been a bone of contention behind the scenes. The German version published by Kim of the theses adopted by Icky on the tasks of Kim contained a paragraph, which did not appear in the Russian version, prescribing a regular and intensive struggle against bourgeois sport organizations and for the creation of workers' sport unions. The paragraph continued. Where no workers' physical culture and sport unions yet exist, the communist youth leagues should work to create them. In existing workers' sport organizations, they should initiate a lively propaganda for the Red Sport International. The Fourth Congress of Kim, which immediately followed the Fifth of Comintern, set up a commission on sport and physical. 1 Communistische International wie documentic, 1933, pages 459 to 460. 2 Die Beschließe 4. Kongresses der Kommunistischen Jugend Inter. National, 1924, p. 80, the Russian version of the resolution is in com. Communistische International wie documentic, 1933, pages 453 to 459. 4 other divergences between the German and Russian texts of this resolution CP 922. Note 4 above and PGG 1, note 1 below. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 963. Culture, and adopted an extensive resolution on the subject. Having observed that communist youth leagues had underscore hitherto occupied themselves little with questions of sport, it laid down an ambitious program of action. The Communist Youth International and its sections work through fractions within Sportintern and its national leagues. Since an overwhelming majority of members of Sportintern are young workers, Kim is particularly interested in the work of Sportintern. To coordinate the work and support the political activity of Sportintern, the Executive Committee of Kim sends a representative to the Executive Committee of Sport, in turn who works regularly in it. This work is carried on under the direct leadership of the Executive Committee of Kim and, in agreement with Comintern, communist youth leagues through their fractions exercise influence on the work of the national sections of Sportintern in such a way as to make them a focus of the class struggle, and to induce them to participate vigorously in the struggle against fascism, bourgeois militarism, and reaction. In October 1924, Sportintern held its third Congress in Moscow, enlarging its executive committee to include 4 representatives of the Executive Committee of Kim, a decision which suggests that the offensive of Kim had been, at any rate in part, successful. Podboyski remained the president of the committee. The Congress laid down the principle that the means of physical training must be consciously utilized by the working class and must serve the aims of the proletariat. It rejected as inopportune the proposed link with cultural organizations, and it proclaimed that Sportintern was open to all proletarian elements which recognized the class struggle and was not specifically communist. Point 3. At this time, organizations affiliated to Sportintern existed in the Soviet Union, 2 million members, Czechoslovakia, 120,000 MEM. Bears, France, Norway, Italy, the United States and Uruguay. Except in the Soviet Union and in Czechoslovakia numbers were 1 Die Beschließe 4. Kongresses der K #I, 1924, p. 73. 2 Bericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Inter. Nationalbom 4. Bis wie Weltkongress, 1924, pp. 93, in announcing this Congress, for September 1924, added that it would be the first real world Congress of Sportintern. 3 Pravda, October 15, 23, 1924, Die Fugend Internationale, number 2, October 1924, p. 51, number 3, November 1924, p. 90, Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 151, November 21, 1924, pages 2046 to 2047. 964, Foreign Relations. Point B. Insignificant organizations in Estonia and Bulgaria had been suppressed by the police. In addition to these red sport organizations, sympathizing organizations, which retained membership of the Lucerne International, were listed in Alsace-Lorraine, Finland and Italy, and communist fractions had been formed in workers' sport organizations of Germany, Switzerland, Austria, German Czechoslovakia, Alsace-Lorraine, Finland, and underscore Italy. Contacts were said to have been established, and propaganda conducted, in many other countries. Links between Sportintern and Profintern were also strengthened, and at this time, it had been remarked at an early stage that sections of Sportintern should develop more easily where red trade unions were strong, and this prognostication was confirmed by its relative success in Czechoslovakia and France, and its failure in Germany. The Third Congress of Profintern, meeting immediately after the Fifth of Comintern, observed that sporting clubs can provide basic cadres and many fighting units in all decisive clashes between labor and capital, and that it was the duty of trade unionists, without splitting the workers' sport movement, to support the Red Sportintern in its struggle to revolutionize the international workers' sport movement. Plus, in a special resolution on Sportintern, it attempted to apply to Sportintern precedents drawn from Profintern policy in the trade unions, and denounced the Lucerne International for its refusal to form a united front of workers' sport organizations. The need for a link between Sportintern and the factory was increased, both by the growing habit in large-scale industry of organizing sport for factory workers and by the current insistence of Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 97, July 29, 1924, pages 1258. 1259, Ibid number 151, November 21, 1924, pages 2046 to 2047, Pravda, October 11, 1924. In 1928 the only sections claimed were in the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Norway, France, Argentina, Sweden, and Uruguay, A. Tibble and M. Kimo, Aroled Kominterna, 1929, p. 368. 2 Die Fugend Internationale, number 7, March 1923, p. 216. 3 No sections of Sportintern were formed in Germany, in April 1925. Podboyski claimed 300,000 supporters of Sportintern in German workers' organizations affiliated to the Lucerne International, the total membership of which was 14 millions, and over 500,000 supporters throughout the world. Village zur Fugend Internationale, no 8-9, April-May 1925, p. 5. 4 Die Zeit let Profintern wie Resoliatzitiak, 1930, p. 138. 5 Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale. ND, pages 375 to 377. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 965. Comintern on the factory as the basis of party membership and activities. The year 1925 was marked by 2 crises in the affairs of Sportintern. The first was a heightening of the tension between it and the Lucerne International, the second an unexpected turn in the struggle of Kim for mastery in Sportintern. At the enlarged IKEA of March-April 1925, Podboyski gave a lengthy account of the organization, the only occasion on which so much attention was accorded to it at a Comintern gathering. He declared that 30 million young people, of whom 10 million were workers and 20 million petty bourgeois and bourgeois, were united in sporting and gymnastic organizations, and that these were organized by the bourgeoisie as a weapon of counter-revolution. It was the task of Sportintern to meet this challenge. Its motto should be, convert sport and gymnastics into a weapon of the class. Revolutionary struggle, concentrate the attention of workers and peasants on sport and gymnastics as one of the best instruments, methods and weapons for their class organization and struggle. The boycott of Sportintum by the Lucerne International, like the boycott of red trade unions by IFTU, was denounced as an example of the splitting tactics of the reformists. As part of the struggle for the United Front, communist parties, youth organizations and trade unions throughout the world were invited to support the campaign of Sportintum, first of all, to secure invitations to the Workers' Sport Olympiad, which was to be held in July 1925 at Frankfurt under the auspices of the Lucerne International, and secondly, failing this, to organize an Octobriad of red sport organizations of all countries for 1927, the 10th anniversary year of the October Revolution. The speaker ended by proposing an addition in the sense to the main resolution proposed by Zinoviev on the Bolshevization of the parties. This proposal appears to have encountered neither opposition nor support. No other delegates commented on the affairs of Sportintum, and no mention of them occurred in the resolutions of the session, perhaps an indication that Comintern preferred to leave it to Kim to handle this question. At the session of the 1 Raswirenie Plenum Ispokoma Communisticogo Internationala, 1925. Pages 211 to 225. 966, Foreign Relations. Point B. Executive Committee of Kim, which followed the fifth enlarged. Iki Podvoisky delivered another speech in which he defined the major functions of Sportintum as being to create a red sport movement in the factories, to propagate a united front of the international gymnastics and sport movement, and to fuse this into a general united front of the working class. He appealed to Kim to give active support to the work of Sportintum and of its sections in the various countries, and did not apparently dwell on relations between Kim and Sportintum. But this did nothing to further the cause of participation in the Frankfurt Olympiad. At this point a new element of friction was injected into an already confused situation. The All-Union Supreme Council of Physical Culture, VSFK, presided over by Semashko, the People's Commissar for Health, had acquired supervisory functions over physical culture and sport in the Soviet Union, and seemed clearly marked out as the non-military successor of Vsevobuch. In this capacity it claimed to act as the constituent Soviet unit of Sportintum, and apparently secured some recognition of its claim, which cut directly across the aspirations of Kim. Insofar as this was more than a struggle between different authorities for jurisdiction, it appears to have reflected a clash between the political view, taken by Kim, of sport as an instrument for the direct promotion of the class struggle, and the non-political view, taken by the People's Commissariat of Health, which regarded sport primarily as an element in physical culture, and had already accepted the principle of cooperation with the capitalist world in matters of health. Point 2 underscore taking its cue from the Soviet Trade Union Central Council, which had substituted itself by agreement for profit in turn in negotiations with IFTU, VSFK on June 3, 1925, addressed a letter to the Lucerne International expressing its 1 Village zur Fugend International, no 8 to 9, April-May, 1925, pages 5 to 6. Podvoisky's speech was, however, very briefly reported in this account, and was omitted altogether from the report of the proceedings in Pravda. At a joint conference of the KPD and the German Communist Youth League on July 18, 1925, it was agreed that the workers' sport organizations should be influenced mainly by the Youth League, Bericht Tiber die Verhandlungsunter. Ex Parteidigster KPD, 1926, p. 742. This delegation of authority from party to Youth League seems to have been accepted in the major parties concerned. 2. For Soviet participation in the Health Committee of the League of Nations, see pages 450, 454 above. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 967. Desire to participate in the Frankfurt Olympiad in the following month. But everything that had happened in the trade union question was here reversed. The Lucerne International, refusing to enter into direct relations with VSFK, left its letter unanswered, and informed Sportintum that it was willing not only to invite sections of Sportintum to the Olympiad, but to enter into negotiations for common action with Sportintum on the class struggle and the danger of war, provided all sections affiliated to Sportintum would join the Lucerne International. This fiasco can hardly have failed to weaken the position of VSFK, whose initiative seems to have been resented equally by Kim and by Sportintum, and to strengthen the claims of Kim. Lominitz told the 7th Congress of the Soviet Komsomol in March 1926 that Comintern had entrusted sport activities to Kim, and that political responsibility for this work devolves mainly on us together with the officials of Sportintum. He went on to blame the dispute between Sportintum and VSFK, between Podvoisky and Semashko, for the fact that not one Russian team, not one Russian representative took part in the Workers' Olympiad at Frankfurt. But, when another delegate suggested that it was the business of Kim to improve its leadership of Sportintum, Lominitz retorted that the dispute had already defied the attempts of the highest party organs, the Central Control Commission and the Politburo, to settle it. Point 2 underscore if a formal decision placing Sportintum under the aegis of Kim was ever taken, it was not published. Meanwhile relations with the Lucerne International followed a predictable course. At the beginning of November 1925, the Lucerne International held its regular congress in Paris. Sportintum, in advance of the congress, issued its usual appeal for a conference to discuss the question of unity and for the authorization of sporting contests between organizations belonging to the two internationals. Its application to be represented at the congress was rejected, but, on the plea that the answer had not. Pravda, July 10, 1925, International Presse Correspondence, number 113. July 28, 1925, pages 1572 to 1573. 27 SSV Socialism Leninskogo Communisticogo Soyozamolo. Desi, 1926, pages 291 to 293, 313, 326 to 327. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 150, November 3, 1925, pp. 2235 to 2236. 968, Foreign Relations. Point B. Reached Moscow in time, a delegation arrived in Paris and presented itself to the Congress. After an unseemly wrangle, it was agreed by a majority of 13 to 8 to admit a single representative of Sportintum to address the Congress for half an hour. Fritz Reisner, the German secretary of Sportintum, took the floor, and once more put the case for direct negotiations between the two internationals to establish unity and, as a provisional measure, for the joint participation of organizations belonging to both internationals in sporting events. The speech evidently made some impression. All the national organizations represented at the Congress, except those of Czechoslovakia and France, were independent red sport organizations affiliated to Sportintum. were relatively strong, expressed their willingness to meet the Sportintern organizations in sporting contests. But direct negotiations between the internationals were ruled out for the present, and the question of unity was adjourned to the next Congress, meeting in 2 years' time. Zinoviev, in his report on the affairs of Comintern at the 14th Congress of the Russian Party in December 1925, found time for a passing mention of Sportintern, which was important because the sporting organizations of Czechoslovakia, Germany, and a number of other countries were the future cells of a Red Guard. A further clash now occurred owing to the willingness of Soviet teams to compete outside the framework of Sportintern, not only against workers' teams from other countries, but against national teams recruited without regard to class. The first breach in proletarian orthodoxy seems to have occurred at an international chess tournament organized by the Soviet trade unions. But thereafter Soviet teams were alleged to have compete at various sports with national teams from Great Britain, France, Turkey, Czechoslovakia, and Sweden. Retribution for this lapse was meted out from an unexpected quarter. On May 16, 1926, an enlarged executive committee of Sportintern opened its session in Moscow. One of its tasks was to lay down rules on relations with bourgeois sport organizations. Matches with such organizations were declared to be admissible for 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 161, December 8, 1925, pp. 2423 to 2424. 214 SSV Socialism Communisticus Perdit, b. 1926, p. 678. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 969. Countries where the proletariat does not possess a sport organization of its own, and for Eastern countries, such as Turkey and China, where the bourgeoisie still plays objectively a revolutionary role. The committee also dispatched a telegram inviting the Executive Committee of the Lucerne International, which was to meet a few days later in Amsterdam, to put the question of unity on its agenda, and proposing a joint conference to discuss the fusion of the two internationals. The reply of the Lucerne International was prompt and uncompromising. It noted that sport organizations affiliated to Sportintern had taken part in a number of contests with bourgeois organizations, and that this, as well as other differences of opinion which still prevail, made a closer link between the two internationals quite out of the question. Point 2. This rebuff seems to have brought to an end the persistent efforts to penetrate the citadel of the Lucerne International. The organization of sport on a political basis to serve political ends was not specifically Bolshevik. The Czechs of the Habsburg Empire had used it as an instrument of their national movement. The Social Democrats of Germany and of other European countries had assumed that sport, like other social activities, should be organized on a class basis. The conception of international proletarian sport serving the international proletarian revolution arose naturally enough in the first years of the Soviet regime. But, as immediate revolutionary goals receded, and the Soviet Union conformed to the pattern of a world divided among nations, the conception of Soviet national sport gradually displaced that of international proletarian sport, and the foundations of Sportintern began to crumble. Sportintern survived for several years, but with diminishing membership and influence. Before the end of the 1920s it was a moribund institution, though no announcement of its demise ever seems to have been made. F. The international cooperative movement. Communist activity in the cooperatives ran on parallel lines to activity in the trade unions except in one important respect. 1 Pravda, May 25, 1926. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 81, June 4, 1926, pages 1300 to 1301. 970. Foreign Relations. Point B. No attempt was made to establish red cooperatives outside the Soviet Union, or to set up a red international organization to rival the existing International Cooperative Alliance, ICA. This restraint was practiced partly, no doubt, because the cooperatives, unlike the trade unions, were not regarded as suitable for a militant revolutionary role, but partly also because activity in the cooperatives was first planned not, like activity in the trade unions, in the early fervor of revolutionary enthusiasm, but at a moment when enthusiasm had begun to give way to calculation and circumspection. The initiative was taken at the Third Congress of Comintern in July 1921 when Meshcheryakov put forward a series of theses making it the duty of communists everywhere to work for the transformation of the cooperatives into organs of the revolutionary class struggle, but without splitting off separate cooperatives from the central organ. The theses were adopted without debate, together with a resolution instructing IKI to set up a cooperative section with a vague mandate to conduct propaganda for the principles and methods of revolutionary cooperatives and to support proletarian cooperatives in general. A month later, in August 1921, the Congress of the ICA at Basel, by a narrow majority, unseated the white delegates, who had hitherto represented the Russian cooperatives, and admitted Soviet representatives, appointing 2 of them to the Central Committee of the Alliance. Point 2. In the same year, an International Cooperative Women's Guild was established, its founding Congress at Ghent being attended by delegates of communist cooperatives of Soviet Russia, Germany, Great Britain, and Czechoslovakia. It was not till the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922 that a serious attempt was made to organize communist work in the cooperatives on an international scale. Before the Congress, an international conference of communist cooperatives was held in Moscow. It was attended by delegates of 21 Protocol to 3. Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921. Pages 951 to 955. The resolution and theses in their final form are in Bischli und Resolution and 3. Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921, pp. 87 to 92. 2 Ivarjush, Die Internationale Genossenschaftsbewegung und die Das Haupt. Genossenschaftswesen, German translate from Russian, Moscow, 1929, pages 36 to 37. 3 Comintern, Hozyaispo, Politika 1 Rabochid Vizhini, 1924 to 27, 1928. P 117. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 971. Countries, including the RSFSR, the Ukrainian SSR and other Soviet republics, most of the European countries were represented. The conference proposed the organization of a cooperative section of Comintern and of cooperative sections of all parties. The communist aim was to struggle against the principle of political neutrality in the international cooperative movement, to form communist fractions in the cooperatives, and to avoid a split in the movement and work for affiliation to the ICA. The 4th Congress of Comintern endorsed the proceedings of the conference, repeated the injunction to work in the cooperatives, and added that every member of a communist party should be a member of a cooperative. Point 2. These proceedings did not pass unnoticed in Western Europe. During the peace conference at The Hague in December 1922, 3 negotiations for collaboration on matters of Common interest had been set on foot between the leaders of IFTU and of the ICA, and suspicion in Moscow that the meeting was concerned with the question of common defense against communist infiltration was at any rate plausible. Plus, from this time, the friction endemic in the trade union movement spread, though in a much less acute form, to the cooperatives. In March 1923, encouragement was derived in Moscow from the success of the Frankfurt Conference 5 in popularizing united front tactics on a wider scale. The session of the enlarged ICA in June 1923 passed a long resolution on the cooperatives. It opened with a section on fascism, which had shown up the dangerous illusion that the cooperatives can be made independent of the results of the class struggle. It claimed that the ICA had forfeited its neutrality by forming a bloc with the Amsterdam International. It again instructed every party to set up a cooperative section to keep in touch with the cooperative. One Meshcheryakov reported on the conference to the Fourth Congress of Comintern, Protocol de Vierten Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale. 1923, pages 704 to 709. The text of the resolution does not appear to have been published. 2c of it, pages 709 to 712 for the draft resolution presented to the Congress. It was presumably adopted, though the final text has not been traced. 3c The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 462. 4 Ivaryash, Die Internationale Genossenschaftsbewegung und die Das Genossenschaftswesen, German translate from Russian, Moscow, 1929, pages 41 to 42. Die Rotgewerkschafts-Internationale, no 9 to 10, 44 to 45, September-October. 1924, pp 93 to 94. 5 cp 547 above. 972 Foreign Relations PTV. Section of ICI, and called, on the trade union analogy, for the organization of the broadest masses of cooperators with revolutionary inclinations round communist cells. But once again, activity died down when the session was over, to revive only as the time came round for the Fifth Congress of Comintern a year later. On the eve of the Congress, from June 11 to 17, 1924, a Second International Conference of Communist Cooperatives took place, and passed a resolution which explicitly cited the precedent of work in the trade unions, and exhorted communists to enter the cooperatives in order to turn them into weapons of the class struggle. Point 2 The Congress itself found no time to debate the question, but adopted a resolution reaffirming the decisions of previous Congresses and introducing 2 new points: insistence on the cooperatives as a way of approach to the peasant, a reflection of increasing attention to the peasantry and of the foundation of Krestintern, and a proposal that the ICA should be moved to take on itself the initiative of summoning a new international Congress with the participation of all workers' organizations that support the class struggle, a somewhat pointless counterpart of the proposal for a Congress to discuss the fusion of the 2 trade union internationals. On July 5, 1924, while the Congress was actually in session, the Soviet cooperatives joined in celebrating the annual International Cooperative Day proclaimed by the ICA. A large demonstration in the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow was addressed by Kalinin, Bukharin, and Kinhuk, the president of Centrosoyuz*. These proceedings were a prelude to the appearance of a substantial Soviet delegation at the International Cooperative Congress at Ghent on September 1 to 5, 1924.5 under the system of proportional representation prevailing at the Congress. 32 Soviet delegates cast 158 votes out of a total number of 450. One Raswarny plenum Ispolitelnogo Komiteta Komunistikiskogo Internationala, 1923, pages 292 to 296. 2 Bulletin du VE Congress de l'Internationale Communiste, Moscow, number 21. July 9, 1924, p4, International Presse Correspondence, number 78, July 1, 1924. Pages 961 to 962, number 84, July 9, 1924, p 1063. 3 Thiessen UND Resolution and de Welt Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, pages 137 to 139. Plus International Presse Correspondence, number 90, July 17, 1924, pages 1133 to 1134. 5 Participation had been decided on by the cooperative section of ICI on July 17, 1924, and a bureau set up to organize it. Pravda, July 19, 1924. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 973 delegates and 650 votes. The Soviet standpoint was supported by a few communists in the British, Czechoslovak, and Bulgarian delegations. French, Italian, and German communists were said to have been prevented from attending the conference. Presumably they were excluded by their own delegations. The major issues were the relation of the ICA to the trade union internationals and the question of political neutrality. On the former, the British delegation stood for the extreme right or anti-Soviet view, and proposed a motion adjourning signed the question of relations with Profintern. This was defeated by 332 votes to 222. A Soviet proposal to establish a formal link with Profintern was defeated by 424 votes to 174. A confused compromise resolution, agreeing to the continuation of common activity with the trade union internationals on special questions, was then adopted. The debate on neutrality raised more interesting questions of principle, the Soviet delegation arguing with conviction that no halfway house was possible between the conception of the class struggle and the conception of a community of interest between classes. A Soviet delegate contrived to deliver in German a speech on this theme, calling for common action by the workers against imperialism and the danger of war. But this was ruled out of order by the president as being political, and was not translated into other languages. A Soviet resolution which would have committed the ICA to support of the class struggle was rejected by 397 votes to 183.1. The Ghent Congress set the pattern of communist activity in the cooperatives for several years. On October 31, 1924, the Orgburo of ICI issued a circular to the communist parties, urging them to give full support to the cooperatives. Both nationally and internationally, communists began to make them one for contemporary Soviet accounts of the Congress Internationale. Presse Correspondence, number 121, September 18, 1924, pages 1603 to 1610, Die Road. Gewerkschafts Internationale, no 9 to 10, 44 to 45, September-October 1924, pp. 92 to 96, number 12, 59, December 1925, pages 348 to 349, Krestinsky International. No 7 to 9, September-October 1924, pages 154 to 158. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 163, December 16, 1924, pp. 2237 to 2238, among the papers seized by the British police at CPGB head quarters in 1925 were an 11-page circular from the cooperative section of ICI of May 1925, on work in the cooperatives, and an instruction of May 8, 1925, to participate in current cooperative conferences, Communist Papers, CMD. 2682, 1926, pages 42 to 45. 974, Foreign Relations. Point B. Selves felt in cooperative organizations. In France, out of about 4,000 delegates at the National Cooperative Conferences of 1924 and 1925, 230 were communists or communist sympathizers in 1924 and 272 in 1925. In Germany, out of about 800 delegates, there were 60 communists in 1924 and 33 in 1925. Of the 45 members of the Central Committee of the ICA elected by the Ghent Congress, 13 were communists, 12 from the Soviet Union, and 1 from Czechoslovakia. In July 1925, the Soviet cooperatives again participated actively in the International Cooperative Day with slogans which included protests against fascism and the danger of war and against the political neutrality of the cooperatives. In Great Britain, in particular, this was ill received by the orthodox officials of the movement. Point 3. When the Central Committee met in Paris in October 1925, renewed attempts by the Soviet delegates to commit the cooperatives to a political program were again defeated or shelved. The same clash of opinion on relations with the two trade union internationals occurred, and the same confusing result ensued as at the Ghent Congress. By this time much bad feeling had evidently been generated. Charges of introducing politics into the cooperatives and of using them as a forum for the propaganda of Comintern were leveled at the communist bloc. The German delegation took the lead in proposals to expel the Soviet cooperatives from the alliance, and the British delegation sought to reduce the number of their representatives on the Central Committee on the ground that the USSR was now one country and separate representation of the republics was no longer justified. Plus, one, it was recorded at this time that members of the KPT work rather unwillingly in the cooperatives and formed few fractions in them, since the central direction of the cooperatives has strictly forbidden the conduct of communist propaganda in the cooperatives. Der Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 89. British and French communists were apparently more ready to submit to this prohibition, though the French National Federation of Revolutionary Cooperatives appealed to the National Federation of Consumer Cooperatives to participate in a campaign against the war in Morocco. El Humanite, July 5, 1925. 2 Anjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, pages 73 to 74. 3 Abid, pages 39, 74. 4 For Soviet accounts of the session, see Pravda, October 8, 9, 1925. Die Rotgewerkschafts Internationale, number 12, 59, December 1925, pages 349 to 351. 3. Ivarjush, Die Internationale Genossenschaftsbewegung und die das Zeitgenos. Senschaftswesen, German, translate from Russian, Moscow, 1929, pages 67 to 68. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 975. These attacks were defeated, perhaps because communist activities in the cooperatives had been more conspicuous in theory than in practice, and at the beginning of 1926 the boast could still be made that the Cooperative International was the only great pro-Leaderine world organization which maintains its unity intact in spite of all attempts to exclude the Russian cooperatives. Point 2 At the beginning of 1926 the periodical bulletin of the cooperative section of ICI was replaced by a monthly journal, Mezdunordnaya Kooperatstye. Point 3. These persistent efforts were, however, crowned with limited success. Repeated attempts to mobilize the ICA in the campaign for trade union unity were frustrated by the traditional conservatism of the British cooperatives and the terror of revolution prevailing in the German organization. On March 4 to 6, 1926, on the occasion of the 6th enlarged plenum of ICI, another international conference of communist cooperatives was convened in Moscow under the auspices of the cooperative section, and adopted a set of theses which were endorsed on April 10, 1926, by the Org-Bureau of ICI. Point 5 Emphasis was again placed on the duty of party members to join the cooperatives, to form communist fractions in them, to support practical activities such as campaigns against the cost of living, and to establish relations between the cooperatives and other non-party organizations sympathetic to the Soviet cause. But the next meeting of the Central Committee of the ICA, which took place in Antwerp at the end of April 1926, continued to uphold the principle of political neutrality, and on this plea rejected all proposals put forward by the Soviet delegation, though Kinhuk, the leader, won at a meeting of the organization section of ICI in December 1925. A cooperative spokesman complained that, in spite of the directives of Comintern, too few party members enrolled in the cooperatives, too few communist fractions were formed in them, and the party paid too little attention to them. The political line is lacking in cooperative work. Internationale Presse. Correspondence, number 165, December 17, 1925, pp 2472. 2 Abid number 11, January 15, 1926, p 141. 3 A German edition also appeared under the title Die Genossenschaftsheim. Klassenkampf. 4 Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 17, January 22, 1926, pages 242. 243. 5 The record of the conference is in Internationale Presse Correspondence. Number 58, April 16, 1926, pages 821 to 832. The theses of it number 73, May 14, 1926, pp. 1167 to 1168. 976 Foreign Relations. Point B. Of the delegation, claimed that a larger measure of support for these proposals had been forthcoming from other delegations than ever before. G. The International Women's Secretariat, like the Second International, the Communist International, based itself on the doctrines of the perfect equality of the sexes, and of non-discrimination between them, and this precluded the idea of a separate women's international. On the other hand, some special organization seemed to be required for work by, and among, women. A first international conference of communist women was held in Moscow from July 30 to August 2, 1920. During the Second Congress of Comintern, it regarded itself as a successor of the Women's Socialist Conference of 1915 in Bern, as Comintern at its founding Congress had regarded itself as the heir of Zimmerwald. Point 2 Of the veterans of Bern, Kalontai and Clara Zetkin were not present at the Moscow conference, which sent greetings to both of them. 3 And the conference was dominated by Inessa Armand, another of the Bern leaders. Inessa Armand explained at length the methods employed by the Russian Party for propaganda among women workers. In November 1918, an all-Russian conference of women workers, held under The auspices of the Russian party had recommended for propaganda among non-party women a system of so-called delegates. Meetings. Women delegates, elected in factories and in villages, were to be given an opportunity to participate in Soviet administrative work, and meetings with them were to serve as centers for attracting the masses of women workers to the party and the Soviets. A similar system seemed suitable for work among women in other countries. Inessa Armand described the delegates meetings as a means for the communist education of the delegates, and a channel through which the influence of communist parties can spread to the broad masses of women workers and One International Presse Correspondence, number 78, May 28, 1926, p. 1246. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 564, for documents of the Women's Socialist Conference in 1915. C. O. H. Jankin and H. H. Fisher. The Bolsheviks and the World War, Stanford, 1940, pages 286 to 301. 3. Achitpravet Međunarodna Konferencija Komunistika, 1921, pages 17, 21 to 22. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 977. Peasants. Theses presented by the Russian delegates to the conference were referred, with some proposed amendments, to a drafting committee to be headed by the absent Zetkin for final editing and submission to the Congress of Comintern. Since Zetkin does not appear to have visited Moscow at this time, the drafting committee probably met in Berlin. In any case, the result of its labors was not ready in time for submission to the Comintern Congress, and the theses were eventually approved. By 80.3 they defined the position of women within the framework of the communist parties and of Comintern. Women would not have their own organization, but would belong to the general party organizations. They would enjoy their full share of rights and duties. But parties would be required to set up a special apparatus for agitation among women, and for their training and organization in the communist spirit. The system of delegates meetings was specially recommended. Each party central committee would be required to have its women's secretariat to take charge of work among women. It was also proposed to create an international women's secretariat, which would be elected by the International Conference of Communist Women and confirmed by Comintern. All resolutions adopted by the secretariat and measures introduced by it would be subject to approval by it. One representative of the secretariat would take part in all meetings of IXKI with a consultative status in matters of a general nature and with the right of vote in matters pertaining to the women's movement. After the Moscow Conference of 1 of it, pages 90 to 93, an article on party work among women in the Russian party between 1919 and 1925 refers to delegates meetings as one of the most common forms of work among women, and quotes an instruction of the party central committee describing them as a conductor of the influence of the RKP, B, to the broad masses of women workers, peasant women and women toilers of the East. Voprosi Istordi KPSS, number 2, 1961, pages 179 to 180. 2. Achitpravet Međunarodna Konferencija Komunistika, 1921, pages 95. 96, Pravda, August 7, 1920, recorded the appointment of the drafting commission at the end of the conference, but did not mention Zetkin. 3. Vidro Congress Kominterna, 1934, pages 14, 451. 4. The first publication of the theses which has been traced was in Komunisticheski International, number 15, December 20, 1920, COLS 3453 to 3472. This is the version reproduced in Vidro Congress Kominterna, 1934, pages 673 to 686. Another Russian version, similar in substance but inferior in style, appeared in Achitpravet Međunarodna Konferencija Komunistika, 1921, pages 99 to 123. The preparation of this volume was handicapped, as was explained in the preface, by the death of Inessa Armand. If drafting commission worked in 978, Foreign Relations. Point B. July-August 1920, the International Women's Secretariat seems to have fallen into two halves: a section in Moscow directed by Kollontai, who was the representative of the Secretariat in Igi, and a section in Berlin directed by Clara Zetkin, and this division, aggravated by the bad state of communications in this period, was made the excuse for the failure of the Secretariat to carry out any systematic work during the first year of its activity. Subsequently, according to Kollontai's account, the Berlin Secretariat was called to order, and became an auxiliary and purely executive section of the International Secretariat in Moscow. But the Berlin section appears to have been the more active. A monthly journal Die Kommunistische Frauen Internationale, the title misleadingly suggested the existence of a women's international, edited by Clara Zetkin, started publication in Berlin in April 1921 and continued for 4 years. It never had a Russian counterpart. A second International Conference of Communist Women met in Moscow from June G to 14, 1921, in advance of the Third Congress of Comintern. As against the 25 delegates from 19 countries who had attended the first conference in 1920, it mustered 82 delegates from 28 countries. It passed a number of resolutions, and appointed March 8 as an annual International Women's Day. The most important result of the conference was an attempt to set up an effective organization for the International Women's Secretariat. It was to consist of 6 secretaries, Kollontai and Lilina, who were to be responsible for work in Soviet Russia, in Northern Europe and in the English-speaking countries, Kasparova, who was to undertake work in the East, and Zetkin and Herthesturm from Germany, and Colliard from France, who were to take control of work in Central and Western Europe. One secretary, apparently not yet designated, was to be attached to Profintern for work among women trade unionists. German, these were probably different Russian translations of a German text, which has not been found. These particulars come from a report by Kollontai to the Second International Conference in June 1921, Pravda, June 12, 1921, and a subsequent article by her in the Journal of Comintern, Kommunisticheski International, No. 19, December 17, 1921, COLS 5097 to 5100. 2. It was reported in Pravda, June 11 to 17, 1921. 3. See Kollontai's article in Kommunisticheski International, number 19, December 17, 1921, COLS 5097 to 5100. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 979. Zetkin reported on the question to the Third Congress of Comintern, emphasizing that there is no separate communist women's organization, but merely a movement, merely an organization of women within the Communist Party side by side with communist men. The Congress reaffirmed this principle in a resolution endorsing the resolution of the Women's Conference on forms and methods of communist work among women, and in a set of theses which contain the most elaborate pronouncement ever made by Comintern on its attitude to the women's movement. The prestige of the International Women's Secretariat in Moscow probably suffered from Kalantai's participation in the workers' opposition and subsequent disgrace. 3. And her association with the Secretariat came to an end shortly afterwards. Plus, no International Women's Conference was held in connection with the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, and the Congress passed an unusually sharp resolution on the work of the Secretariat, expressing regret that some party organizations had fallen short of their duty and either not taken steps to organize communist women in the party or not created the party apparatus necessary for work among the masses of women or for making contact with them. As these complaints clearly pointed to the need for reorganization. Zetkin was at this time at the height of her prestige in Moscow. The resolution provided for the appointment by IKI of a single women's secretary, who was apparently to have discretion to appoint other members of the Secretariat, and Zetkin was appointed by IKI to this post registered 1 Protocol to 3. Kongressister Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921. Pages 916 to 917. 2 for the theses and the resolution. See Kommunistiske International v. Dokumentik, 1933, pages 242 to 256. After the Congress, IKI on July 13, 1921, confirmed the appointment of 5 of the 6 secretaries proposed by the preceding Women's Conference. The 6th, Lilina, was attached to the Secretariat by a later decision of the Presidium of IKI of September 20, 1921, pending the approval of the Central Committee of the Russian Party. Dietelnost. Ispolitelnogo Komitet I Prezidium IK Kommunistiskiego Internationale. 1922, pages 2, 220. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 197, 209 to 210. 4. Her last recorded appearance as spokesman of the Women's Secretariat was at the enlarged IKI of February 1922, Pravda, February 25, 1922. 5. Peace and UND Resolution and 4. Well, Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, pages 64 to 65. 6. Pravda, December 7, 1922. 980. Foreign Relations. Point B. This decision implied the intention to make Berlin the head quarters for the work of the International Women's Secretariat in Western countries. The Eastern Department, in charge of the Near, Middle and Far East, remained in Moscow, and was instructed by a decision of the Org-Bureau of January 2, 1923, to maintain close contact with the Eastern Department of IKI. This arrangement did not prevent a recrudescence of friction between Moscow and Berlin. Nothing had been heard of the proposed organization of delegates meetings since it had been originally approved in 1920, and such organization of women as was attempted by the German or other Western parties seems to have been mainly directed not to women factory workers, but to groups of sympathizers with the communist cause drawn from bourgeois or petty bourgeois strata. Early in 1923 the Org-Bureau revived the proposal for delegates meetings, and pressed it on the reluctant Secretariat in Berlin. It encountered stubborn German opposition. Hertha Sturm, the most active member of the Secretariat in Berlin, attacked it in articles in Die Kommunistische Frauen Internationale. 3. The third enlarged IKI in June 1923 set up a commission to deal with the problems of the women's movement. But Zetkin, who was chosen as rapporteur, pursued delaying tactics and reported that the Zion had been unable to finish its work in time, so that no resolution was passed. 4. By the time the 5th Congress of Comintern met in June 1924, the campaign for Bolshevization had strengthened the drive for delegates meetings, and opposition had abetted. The report on the work of IKI to the Congress claimed that the strikes of 1923 had put new life into the women's movement in Germany, and that the Women's Secretariat had gone over to a policy of 1 Direktor Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale, 15 December 1922 to 15 Mai 1923, p. 15. 2. This was stated by Kusinan at the 6th enlarged IKI of February, March 1926, Shisto Raswirny Plenum Ispokama Kommunistikiskogo Inter. Natstinala, 1927, p. 503, Kusinan, ignoring the decision of 1920, treated this as the first occasion on which the proposal was made. 3. This also was stated by Kusinan on the same occasion, see previous. Note: a complete file of the journal has not been available. Plus Raswirny Plenum Ispolitelnogo Komiteta Kommunistikiskogo Inter. Nationala, 1923, p. 207. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 981. Winning the women workers in the factories. The main controversy now revolved around the issue of participation by women communists in non-party committees or groups dealing with matters of interest to women. This was favored by the International Secretariat in Berlin, and mistrusted by Comintern, as likely to dilute the party character of work among women by associating it with bourgeois groups and activities. The Congress resolution was vague and diffuse. It more than one-sided the decision to organize the party on a basis of factory cells. This not only applied to women workers. The important thing was now to win factory women for the party, but work among the wives of workers must necessarily be carried on by linking them with the enterprises in which the husbands work. On the other hand, it was desirable to strengthen the work of women communists in unions of tenants, etc., which unite masses of proletarian and petty bourgeois women. On the question of principle, the resolution firmly declared that the institution of special organs for work among women has as its purpose the unification of this party work. 2. A significant change was, however, made in the constitution of the International Women's Secretariat. Under Article 22 of the new statute of IKI adopted by the Congress, the Secretariat was to be appointed, no longer, as hitherto, by the International Women's Conference, but by IKI. 3. Its subordinate status was thus clearly marked. After the Congress, the Presidium of IKI re-elected Zetkin and Sturm to the Secretariat, together with Nikolava and a representative of the Eastern Department of Comintern. Plus it also took the decision, which was apparently not published, to retransfer the headquarters of the Secretariat from Berlin to Moscow. The Third International Women's Conference, which, unlike its two predecessors, met not before, but after, the corresponding 1 Direkt Tiber Die Tätigkeit der Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 86, work among women in other parties, was admitted to be weak. 2 Kommunistiske International v. Dokumentik, 1933, pp. 449 to 453. The resolution was not debated by the Congress, and no record appears to exist of discussions in the Organization Commission which drafted it. 3. For the statute, see pages 894 to 900 above. 4. Pravda, July 9, 1924. In 1924, the Eastern section of the Women's Secretariat sent an organizer to China, Ein Fahrenheit Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 68. 5 CP 982 note 3 below. 982 Foreign Relations B2B. Congress of Comintern had little to do but accept with the good grace the rules laid down by the Congress and the removal of the Secretariat to Moscow. A resolution on the forms and methods of the work of communist parties among women workers. Accepted to the full the Russian thesis of delegates meetings. The experience gained by the Russian Communist Party after the October Revolution has demonstrated that extraordinary importance must be attached to the organization of delegates meetings as an instrument for the establishment of permanent relations between the party and the broad strata of working women and for the extension and deepening of the influence of the party upon these strata. These delegates meetings consist of women representatives elected for a certain period by women factory hands, workers' wives, domestic servants, women clerks in commercial and state offices in towns and by women agricultural workers, women peasants of different social classes, smallholders and medium farmers, and the wives and widows of mobilized soldiers in villages. Hertha Sturm at the conference repeated the case for the opposition, invoking the argument, familiar in other contexts, against a mechanical transfer to Western countries of methods appropriate to the land of the proletarian dictatorship. What role Zetkin played at the conference is not clear. She was evidently unwilling to face an open quarrel with Comintern. But in a subsequent article she expressed her agreement with the opposition, sourly remarking that delegates meetings were not the only way to win over and Bolshevize proletarian women. 3. The transfer of the headquarters to Moscow and the campaign for Bolshevization made little immediate impact on the work of the Women's Secretariat. Neither the 5th enlarged Iggy of March-April 1925 nor the organization conference which took Pravda, July 11, 1924, the day of the opening of the conference, carried articles by Zetkin, Sturm, and Nikolova, and briefly reported the conference in its issues of July 12, 15, 16, 18, 20, 1924. For fuller reports see 3 special numbers of International Presse Correspondence, number 106, August 14, 1924. Number 109, August 20, 1924, number 110, August 21, 1924. 2 Ibid number 110, August 21, 1924, p. 1419, How to Organize the Communist Party, CPGB, ND, pages 121 to 130. This resolution was not included in the issue of the Die Kommunistische Frauen Internationale devoted to the proceedings of the conference, see following footnote. 3 Die Kommunistische Frauen Internationale, 4, number 7, July 1924, pages 9, 14 to 15, for the decision to move the Secretariat to Moscow, see Ibid p. 32. CHXLIV Auxiliary Bodies 983. Place at the same time touched on the question. But on April 5 to 6, 1925, as the session of the enlarged IKI closed, a conference on women's work, arranged jointly by the Women's and Organization departments of the Secretariat, was held. Clara Zetkin, as General Secretary of the International Women's Secretariat, opened the proceedings with a speech in which, avoiding the topics of acute controversy, she pointed to 2 opposite current errors in attempt to create independent women's communist organizations. Side by side with the parties, this reflected the old conception of a separate women's international, and a denial of the need for any special organs for work among women. In her peroration she called on the women's organizations to declare, in this sphere we too are Bolsheviks, understanding pupils of the master, ready to convert good revolutionary theory into good revolutionary practice. Nikolova, the head of the women's section of the Central Committee of the Russian Party, gave an account of Russian Party work among women, and, after desultory comments by delegates from Great Britain, Germany, France, Italy, the Scandinavian countries and the United States, a resolution was approved in principle, referred to a drafting committee and later confirmed by the Org-Bureau of IKI. It called for the Bolshevization of the women's sections of parties on the basis of the experience of the RKP. This required that women's sections headed by a responsible women's organizer, who might be either a man or a woman, should be attached to party central committees and all directing party organs, that these organizers should be responsible to the party as a whole, not merely to women members of the party, that the system of delegates meetings should become a veritable school for the class-conscious organization, education, and activity of women workers, that women's fractions should be created in women's organizations in the trade unions, but should be subordinate to the general party fraction in the union, and that women working at home must be reached through the delegate system and brought into contact with delegates elected by women in factories. But the influence of this initiative from 1 for an account of the proceedings and the text of the resolution see International Presse Correspondence, number 101, June 29, 1925, pages 1371 to 1383. The resolution is also in der Organisatorisch Aufbau der Kommunistischen. 984, Foreign Relations. Point B. Moscow on party work among women in Western Europe seems to have been small. Hertha Sturm ingeniously utilized an article celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Russian Party Women's Journal Kommunistka to emphasize the unique character of Russian conditions. Kommunistka did not need to be an organ for agitation and propaganda, as the women's journals of communist parties in the West are or should be. It could concern itself with general policies and how the broad masses of women could be led to support them, and only secondarily with women's questions. A few weeks later Sturm gave the Org-Bureau of IKI a gloomy report on the state of the women's movement. Women nowhere accounted for more than 25% of party membership. In some parties the proportion of women was as low as 6 or 2%, and a majority of this small number consisted of housewives, not women workers. The controversy finally came to a head at the 6th enlarged IKI of February-March 1926. The section on the International Women's Secretariat in the report of IKI prepared for this session enumerated women's non-party organizations founded with the participation of women communists in Germany, Great Britain, Italy, France, the Scandinavian countries and the United States. It claimed that Comintern had not yet reached a decision of principle on these organizations, and that the decision must be taken at the enlarged IKI. Point 3. During the session, on the initiative of the Secretariat, a 2-day conference took place on March 8 to 9, 1926, on work among women. The first point on the agenda was to prepare for a full international conference on the question to be held in Moscow at the end of May. This gave rise to no difficulty. But the main discussion once more revolved round the issue of non-party women's organizations and of the extension to this field of the tactics of the United Front, the German delegates again appearing as stubborn supporters of this policy. Part A, 1925, pages 139 to 143. It was formally approved by the Org-Bureau on May 4, 1925. A at 2 Paris conference on work among women of the East was opened. By report of Nikolava, Pravda, April 14, 1925. 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 100, June 26, 1925, p. 1368. 2 International Press Correspondence, number 63, August 6, 1925, pages 883 to 885. 3 Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1925, p. 65. 4 A full account of this meeting was published in International Presse. Correspondence, number 74, May 15, 1926, pages 1169 to 1184, for a further article by Herthus Term C. number 75, May 18, 1926, pages 1200 to 1202. CHXLIB Auxiliary Bodies 985. The result was inconclusive, and when at the plenary session of the enlarged Ikkyosinen introduced his report on work among the masses, he devoted the greater part of it to the women's movement, a most unusual distribution of emphasis. He once more commended the system of delegates meetings as the foundation for all women's work, and complained that party leaders still do not take work among women workers seriously. He cited the resolution of the Fifth Congress which had authorized the formation of special organs for work among women, but only insofar as these promoted the unification of party work. The general non-party women's organizations favored by Western communist parties did not fulfill this condition. He was prepared to admit that certain timid attempts at applying the method of delegates meetings had been made in England and Germany, but not by a long shot were they true delegates meetings. Kishka, speaking on behalf of the KPD, conceded that not a single section of the Communist International except the Russian section has made meetings of women delegates a fixed part of its apparatus, but thought that this was compensated for in some parties by more or less well-developed non-party women's organizations. Sturm again led the opposition. She attacked delegates meetings as not resting on a solid foundation and having been brought into existence without adequate preparation, but skirted cautiously round the controversial question of women's non-party organizations. Cass Prova, head of the Eastern Division of the Secretariat, came to the support of Kyosinen, putting once more the argument for delegates meetings, in which women workers should in all cases predominate. Women's organizations united on non-party objectives and including petty bourgeois elements did not meet the essential demand. These intermediate strata should be dealt with by organizations such as MRP, MOPR, or Friends of Soviet Russia. The foremost task of the International Women's Secretariat was to work among the women workers, to organize both the organized and the unorganized, i.e. those both inside and outside the trade unions around the party. The atmosphere of the debate was, however, hostile to the official line, and Kyosinen in his reply found himself on the defensive. He once more explained that no objection was raised to the formation 986 Foreign Relations Point B of women's organizations for special purposes, but only to general purpose organizations of this character. He appeared to recognize the weight of opinion was against him on this point, and suggested darkly that, if his views were rejected, a division of work might be necessary. The International Women's Secretariat might take over the control of the women's organizations, leaving the Secretariat of IKI to organize the women's delegations. In the resolution, as finally adopted, the controversial issue was avoided altogether, and the problem of work among women was dismissed in a single sentence. In order to draw the most active forces of the female proletariat into regular revolutionary work, it is necessary to apply everywhere with full energy in appropriate conditions the method of meetings of women's delegates. But the most important decision was taken, after the enlarged IKI had dispersed, by the Presidium. It was time to establish discipline over this recalcitrant organ of Comintern. In April 1926 the International Women's Secretariat was abolished and replaced by a Women's Department of IKI. 3. For Kyosinen's report, the discussion, and Kyosinen's concluding remarks. See Shestoi Raswiren Plenum Ispokam Communistikiskogo Internationale. 1927, pages 485 to 504. 2 Kommunistikisko International Vida Documentic, 1938, p. 571. 3 Tätigkeitsbericht der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale, Februar. November 1926, p. 32. Chapter 45. The Communist Youth International, Kim. FTER. The Second Congress of the Communist Youth International, Kim, in July 1921, past struggles and controversies over its independent status gradually faded away. Its formal relation to Comintern was vaguely and not always consistently defined. 2 But in practice it became subordinate to Comintern in matters of doctrine and policy, and retained only faint vestiges of an earlier ambition to act as spearhead and inspiration of the whole movement. The Fourth Congress of Comintern in November-December 1922 passed a resolution welcoming the transformation of the youth leagues from closed, purely political elite organizations into broad mass organizations of young workers. On the other hand, it noted that the offensive of capital, in the form of unemployment, lower wages and increased government repression, had borne especially heavily on the young, reducing the membership of the youth. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 402 to 403. 2 The resolution of the Third Congress of Comintern in 1921 had called Kim a part of the Communist International, CZ Bid. Volume 3, p. 403. In the report of IKI to the Fifth Congress in June 1924, Kim was listed with MRP, MOPR, Krestintern, etc., as an auxiliary international organization. Bericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale Vom. 4 bis Welt Congress, 1924, pages 79 to 83, in the report to the Sixth Enlarged IKI of February 1926, which did not include the auxiliary organizations, Kim was listed with the foreign parties in the chapter-headed sections of the Communist International in the capitalist countries, Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, pages 319 to 328, 370. In the report of IKI to the Sixth Congress in 1928, Die Comintern vor dem 6. Welt Congress, it was not mentioned, but it described itself in its statute adopted in 1928 as a section of the Communist International, the Young Communist International between the Fourth and Fifth Congresses, 1928, p. 233, and was listed as such, separately from the auxiliary organizations, in A. Tibble and MKMO, Arolet Common. Turn, 1929, p. 345. On the other hand, the Index to International Presse correspondence regularly classified it among the auxiliary organizations. 987. 988 Foreign Relations Point. V. Leagues and driving some of them underground. It was in these somewhat discouraging conditions that the Third Congress of Kim met, immediately after the Fourth Congress of Comintern. In December 1922, being attended by 93 voting delegates of 38 youth leagues affiliated to KIM. Though more than half the delegates were registered as workers, the weakness of many of the youth leagues was officially attributed to the preponderance in them of apprentices, clerks, and young workers in small workshops. Point 2. The need to appeal to the masses of young factory workers was a constant theme in the history of the leagues. The change effected by the Second Congress in the relation of the youth leagues to the parties had left its aftermath of difficulties, which continued to preoccupy the Third Congress. In Czechoslovakia, a crisis in the youth league had necessitated direct intervention by the party, which had been obliged to depose the Central Committee of the League and substitute a temporary commission. In Great Britain, KIM had several times had to draw the attention of the CPGB to the importance of youth organizations, and in Germany the Rotfani was blamed for not giving space to the affairs of the youth league. Point 3. The period since the Second Congress had everywhere been one of waning revolutionary enthusiasm and political interest. Nevertheless, the question of the relation of the leagues to the parties was said to have found a rapid solution. It was afterwards admitted that the subordination of the leagues to the parties and of KIM to Comintern had encountered stubborn resistance in Norway and in Germany. Schatzkin, who introduced a new draft program, 1 Kommunistiske Internetstonal Dokumentik, 1933, pages 333-334. 2 Berichtbaum 3. Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pages 76, 184, a table, Zbid. P 289, puts the total number of delegates at GT, 41 workers, 7 peasants, 15 employees, and 29 intellectuals, making 92 in all. Arskieler ETAL, Geschichte der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 3, 1930. 29 to 30, cites a total of 54 communist youth leagues at this time with 750,000 members, but considers this figure highly exaggerated. The figure for 1920 had been 800,000. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, b. 402. 3 Berichtbaum 3. Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pp 24. 4 Ibid pages 68 to 70. 5 Arschiller ETAL, Geschichte der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 3, 1930, 12. At the Third Congress of KIM, the Norwegian delegate defended the insistence of the Norwegian Youth League, in defiance of the orders of Moscow, on remaining neutral in the dispute in the Norwegian party. Bericht. Ch. XLV Communist Youth International 989. Devoted much of his speech to the contrast between the communist youth leagues and socialist youth organizations. The latter concentrated on cultural tasks and tried to steer clear of politics. The communist leagues were directly concerned with preparation for the political and economic struggle. This led to a different conception of organization and discipline. We are a closely knit international centralized organization, which recognizes no autonomy of national sections, but only the need to adapt the execution of international directives to the concrete conditions of particular countries, and accepts international decisions as the supreme law. One issue on which KIM retained an independent initiative, and occupied a position in advance of Comintern, was the transition from the territorial unit to the factory cell as the basis of organization. Here too opinion was divided and hesitant, but the Congress succeeded in passing a unanimous resolution. A commission presided over by Doriot presented a resolution on the struggle against militarism which was unanimously approved. Point 3. Finally, on the last day of the Congress, Zinoviev appeared to deliver a report on the work of the Fourth Congress of Comintern. The keynote of his speech was the picture of Comintern as a single unified world party, of which KIM was a part. The patriotism of one's own party, of federalism, is for us communist and atavistic feeling from the period of the Second International. Everything that smacks of local patriotism must be rooted out. We must awaken in the rising generation a new feeling, the feeling of a new patriotism, the patriotism of the international plus. The Congress elected 18 members of the executive including a Chinese delegate, and reserved one place among the 6 candidate members for a representative, still to be found, of the Near East. Point 5. It was noted with pride that the executive committee of KIM, IKIM, had always been elected by the Congress. This procedure had just been adopted for the first time by Comintern. Vom 3. Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 1923, pages 24, 34, 229. T. Ibid P 174. 2 see pages 917 to 918 above. 3 Berichtbaum. 3 Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pages 264 to 270. 4 Ibid P 240. 5 Ibid pages 229 to 230. 990 Foreign Relations. Point B. For the election of IKI at its fourth Congress. The months following the Third Congress were marked by the faithful cooperation of KIM in United Front campaigns organized by Comintern and Profintern, the campaigns against militarism and the danger of war arising out of the Ruhr crisis, and against imperialism and fascism. A delegation of KIM was refused admission to the Congress in Hamburg in May 1923, at which the fusion of the second and 2.5 internationals was effected, but seized the occasion to win over some recruits from the Social Democratic Youth Leagues. Point 3 The German Communist Youth League, the most important section of KIM outside the Soviet Union, advanced in numbers and in organization during the first 3 quarters of 1923, and was somewhat prematurely congratulated on its assiduity in adopting the factory cell system. But the German Youth League, like the German Party, suffered heavily in prestige and in numbers from the disaster of October 1923. And discipline also sagged. Its Congress at Leipzig on May 10 to 11, 1924, revealed a large and vocal left opposition. A resolution approving the decisions of the Frankfurt Congress of the KPD was carried by the comparatively narrow majority of 62 to 42, and, when the official delegation from KIM headquarters in Moscow presented a long resolution on the tasks of the League, the clauses prescribing United Front tactics were rejected by 56 votes to 45 copyright. But, in spite of this symptom of restiveness, the 1 Pravda, December 20, 1922, for the change in Comintern. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 449. 2 From 3rd to 4th, a report on the activities of the YCI, 1924, p. 39. 3 Ibid pages 70 to 72, for the fusion of the 2 international. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 412. 4 Die Fugend International, Number 9, May 1923, pages 278 to 279, Number 2, October 1923, pages 51 to 52, see also p. 918 above. It was later admitted that no real progress in reorganization of the League on a cell basis was made till after the Fourth Congress of Kim in July 1924, Die Jugend Internationale, number 10, June 25. Pages 233 to 235. 5. Membership declined between October 1923 and July 1924 from 70,000 to 40,000, from 3rd to 4th, a report on the activities of the YCI, 1924. P. 39, the number of cells fell from 500 in October 1923 to 150 in mid-1924. Though 300 were still claimed at the 4th Congress of Kim in July 1924. Die Jugend Internationale, No. 11 to 12, July-August 1924, pages 341, 343. The decline in membership continued down to the end of 1924, Bericht Tiber Die. Verhandlungen der Ex-Parteidigster KPD, 1926, pages 80 to 81, in 1925 it was only about 25,000, Die Jugend Internationale, number 10, June 1925, pages 232 to 233. 6 Ibid number 10, June 1924, pages 312 to 313, this article by Scaler plays down the seriousness of the dispute. Ch. XLV Communist Youth International. G91. 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924, in reviewing the work of Kim, was able to record great progress, and once again praised Kim for having taken real steps on the way to transform the Communist Youth Leagues into a mass organization of young workers. A long section on the tasks of Kim, which followed well-worn lines, contained a paragraph on the immediate struggle for power. This referred to the experiences in Bulgaria and Germany in the preceding autumn, and pointed to the need for preparatory work under the leadership of the Communist Party in the youth leagues. Especially necessary is the systematic military education and training of the membership of the Communist Youth League under the leadership of the Communist Party. Though, however, the establishment of closer links between national parties and national youth leagues was one of the aims which Kim sought to promote, this purpose was partly nullified by the increasing authority of Kim itself. Since the chain of authority from Comintern to youth leagues passed through Kim, rather than through the national parties, and since this authority was freely used to prescribe the attitude to be adopted by youth leagues in controversies within the corresponding national parties, jealousies between party and league arising out of interventions by Kim sometimes outweighed exhortations to close collaboration. When the 4th Congress of Kim met immediately after the 5th Congress of Comintern in July 1924, it held its first meeting jointly with the 6th Congress of the Russian Komsomol, which was sitting at the same time. Its delegates purported to speak 1. The Russian and German texts of this resolution, Kommunistikeski International Vita Kumentik, 1933, pages 452 to 459, Thesen UND Resolution. W. Welt Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, pages 146 to 153. Like those of the Trade Union Resolution, CP 559 above, show some odd discrepancies. The 11 numbered sections of the Russian text are reduced to 9. In the German text by the omission of the Russian section, 5, which contains the passage recording the progress of Kim quoted above, and by the conversion of the paragraph about the immediate struggle for power, which figures as a separate section, 9, in the Russian text, into a subsection, 7, d, of the German text. The phrase about military education and training quoted above appears, however, only in the German and not in the Russian text. 4. Other discrepancies, CP 922 above, cell organization, and P 962 above, sport. Plausible explanations might be suggested for some of these discrepancies, but others seem purely accidental. 2. The Congress of Kim lasted from July 15 to 25, 1924, and was regularly reported in Pravda, as well as in Die Jugend Internationale, No. 11 to 12, July. August 1924, pages 335 to 353, for the Komsomol Congress C Volume 2, p. 94. 992, Foreign Relations Point B. For 1 million members from 52 countries divided between all 5 continents. Zinoviev sent a letter apologizing for his absence, and reminding the Congress that the danger of war was a topic of primary interest to youth. Point 2, Manuelsky, who appeared as principal representative of Comintern, praised the decisions of the 5th Congress which had laid down lines of policy for Kim to follow. Schiller, on behalf of Kim, claimed that all communist youth leagues, with the exception of the Italian League, which had been led astray by Bordiga's ultra-left deviation, had loyally followed the policies of Comintern. In oblique reference to the recent troubles in the German League, he declared that collaboration, recently established between the Russian and German leagues, must be strengthened still further, and that the French League must also be drawn into it, so that Bolshevization might proceed on an international scale. A resolution approving the work of Kim since the previous Congress was jointly sponsored by the Russian, German, and French delegations. It referred particularly to the sharp and relentless struggle waged by Kim against opportunist deviations and survivals of social democracy in Comintern, naming France, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia as the countries in which the struggle had been acute. It noted that in the Russian question, Kim and the Russian Youth League placed themselves decisively on the side of the Bolshevik old guard, of the overwhelming majority of the party, and against the opposition. Point 6. But it also condemned so-called ultra-left deviations, specifically mentioning the erroneous political and theoretical conceptions, which even today are found in the Italian Youth League, though the League in its practical activity is in complete agreement with 1. Kommunistikeski International, number 7, September 1924, COLS 41 to 43. 2. Pravda, July 15, 1924. 3. Ibid July 16, 1924. 4. Ibid July 19, 1924, Die Jugend Internationale, No. 11 to 12, July-August 1924, pp 340. 5. Ibid No. 11 to 12, p. 353, the text of the resolution is in Die Beschließ. De 4. Kongresses der K7I, 1924, pages 5 to 10. 6. In a circular letter of March 20, 1924, to all youth leagues affiliated to Kim, Kim expounded the issues which had arisen in the Russian party, and called for support for the Bolshevik old guard, Pravda, in summaries. In this letter, in its issue of April 1, 1924, reported that the central committees of the principal European youth leagues had already rallied to the views of Kim and of the Russian Party Central Committee. For the text of the letter, see Die Jugend Internationale, number 7, March 1924, pages 212 to 214. Ch. XLV Communist Youth International 993. The directions of Kim. This condemnation of the ultra-left provoked the dissent of a majority of the Italian delegation. The other resolutions of the Congress were carried unanimously. They included resolutions on the propaganda of Leninism, against bourgeois militarism and the danger of new imperialist wars, on work among the peasants, and on the colonial question. The proceedings of the Fourth Congress of Kim were not unfairly summed up by one of its leaders, the Yugoslav delegate, Vujovic, when he wrote that it had declared its complete solidarity with the Fifth Congress of Comintern. 3 Fidelity to the senior organization had become the hallmark of Kim. When the Fifth Enlarged Aki met in March 1925, the campaign for Bolshevization was in full swing, and Vujovic, as spokesman of Kim, eagerly proclaimed its application to the youth leagues. The period of the capitalist offensive and the partial stabilization of capitalism was, however, unpropitious to youth work. Vujovic explained that the history of the organization up to the present had fallen into two periods before and after the foundation of Comintern. In the first period, it had been mainly engaged in a struggle against social democratic parties. In the second, the chief content of the work of the leagues has been to assist in the foundation of communist parties in all countries. Only after the communist parties had gained strength had it been possible for the youth leagues to recruit the masses of young workers, and even now very few of the leagues had in their membership a majority of workers from the bench. Vujovic complained of neglect of the youth leagues which, especially in the last few years, have had pretty poor experiences with some parties. The session of Aki was followed in April 1925 by a corresponding session of Akim, attended by 1 Pravda, July 26, 1924. 2 Dibishli East of 4. Kongressister KFI, 1924, pages 11 to 12, 35 to 46, 47 to 58, 64 to 69, 4 other resolution CP 923 above, cells, and pages 962 to 963 above. Sport. Equals 3 Communistic Esket International, number 7, 36, September 1924, Colonel 45. Scaler wrote in similar terms, and added that the Congress had set before Kim the definite task of Bolshevization, International Presse Correspondence. Number 115, September 2, 1924, pages 1499 to 1500, but the word Bolshevization was not yet widely enough current to be used in the resolutions of the Congress. For Raswirny Plenum Ispokama Communisticogo Internationala, 1925. Pages 145 to 147, ISI. 994, Foreign Relations. Point B. 24 voting delegates from 15 countries and 21 consultative delegates. Bukharin addressed the session on Marxism-Leninism, and Vujovic made a report on Bolshevization, which emphasized, in stronger terms than hitherto, the dependence of the youth leagues on the parties. The theses unanimously adopted provided that all officials and a considerable number of members of every youth league should also be members of the party, and declared that only a strong party corps trained in the spirit of party discipline can ensure the necessary relations between league and party. Point 2. Attempts elsewhere to breathe fresh life into the leagues were only moderately successful. The German Communist Youth League once more gave trouble. As in 1924, when United Front policies were at stake, it threw up a substantial opposition from the left. 3 So now, on the issue of Bolshevization, an ultra-left minority appeared in the league at a conference in May 1925, at which Ruth Fischer spoke for the KPD. The party line was AP, proved by a majority of 39 to 8, of whom 7 were ultra-leftists plus. When the 10th Congress of the KPD met in Berlin in July 1925, the Central Committee of the League was said to have come completely into lines on July 18, 1925, immediately after the Congress. A joint conference of the KPD and of the German Youth League was convened on the initiative of Akim. But the KPD was too much concerned with its own internal difficulties copyright to show any lively interest in the junior organization. Half the delegates nominated by the party to attend the conference, and 2 of those from the Youth League, did not appear. Recriminations on familiar lines were exchanged between the two organizations, and the conference would have been a complete failure but for the presence of a representative of Akim from Moscow, who secured the adoption of theses on the Bolshevization of the KPD and on its obligation to work among the youth, and of a resolution on 1. The session lasted from April 9 to 13, 1925, and was briefly reported in Pravda and more fully in Village zur Fugend International, no 8 to 9, April, May 1925. 2 For the text CR Scaler ETAL, Geschichte der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 3, 1930, 190. 3 CP 990 above. 4 Die Jugend International, number 10, June 1925, pages 232 to 233. 5 Ibidno 11 to 12, July-August 1925, pages 268 to 271. Copyright see pages 325 to 326 above. CH. XL_B Communist Youth International _995. Collaboration between the party and the Youth League. A few days later, on July 21 to 22, 1925, delegates of the Communist youth organizations of European countries met in conference in Berlin. The conference not only issued manifestos on the danger of war, and on events in China and Morocco, but made pronouncements on current controversies in the European Communist parties, being specially concerned to issue warnings against ultra-left deviations in Germany and Poland. It also addressed to the Anglo-Russian Committee for Trade Union Unity a letter which must have made an odd impression on the British members of that body. After mentioning events in Morocco and China, it denounced British policy in Europe as displayed in the forthcoming Guarantee Treaty, in the attempt to draw Germany into a military anti-Soviet alliance, and in the Baltic states. It spoke eloquently of the danger of war. There is a smell of powder and blood, exhorted the committee to raise its voice, which would constitute a serious warning for the international bourgeoisie, and concluded with the conviction that the Anglo-Russian Committee will do its international duty. 3 Every year since 1915, a day in the first week in September had been proclaimed as International Youth Day, and since the tradition of opposition to imperialist wars had been inherited by Kim from the youth organization formed to protest against the war of 1914, it was appropriate that September 6, 1925, the 10th anniversary of the first International Youth Day, should be used for proclamations and demonstrations against war. Plus, in December 1925, the Communist Youth International announced an International Trade Union Week, which coincided with the visit of an international delegation of young workers to the Soviet Union, and served as the occasion for 1 For the proceedings and for the text of the theses and resolution C. Birik Tiber die Verhandlungen ex Parteidigster KPD, 1926, pages 744. This virtually ended the ultra-left opposition in the German League. In October 1925, the Congress of the League voted approval of the Comintern line. CP 332 above. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 125, August 27, 1925, pages 1809. 1818, Diffugent Internationale, No 11-12, July-August 1925, pages 266 to 268. Communist Youth International, Report of Activity between the 4th and 5th Congresses, 1928, p. 63. 3 Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 128, September 4, 1925, p. 1863. 4 for the Proclamation of Igam Bid number 125, August 27, 1925. Pages 1799 to 1800. 996, Foreign Relations Point B. Eloquent appeals for trade union unity and for support of the Anglo-Russian Joint Council. In spite, however, of these stereotyped manifestations, the period was unpropitious to revolutionary enthusiasm, and the youthful fervor of the earlier years could no longer be kindled. The report of IGI to the 6th session of the enlarged IGI in February-March 1926 spoke in emphatic terms of the deterioration in the material position of young workers. The proceedings of the session of IGI which immediately followed the 6th enlarged IGI were couched in a minor key. Vujah Vicent, who made the main report, admitted the failure of the leagues to increase their membership, and attributed it to the weakness of relations between communist parties and youth leagues. In most countries, the party core in the league was still insignificant, and party discipline was lacking. Other delegates faithfully echoed the proceedings of the senior organization in such matters as the campaign against war and the attention now paid to the colonial countries in general, and to the Far East in particular. A German delegate attempted to defend the point of view of Ruth Fischer, the last stirring of an open opposition, and was warned against attempting to transfer to the German Youth League the discussion in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Point 4 The main resolution of the session criticized the failure of the leagues to create a party core in their leadership and to improve relations with the national parties. They were accused of attempting to assume the character of little parties. Even in the question of cell organization, in which Kim had once taken the initiative and pioneered the way for Comintern, the youth leagues now lagged behind. Youth movements were everywhere in decline, and the decline was reflected in the weakness of the Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 162, December 10, 1925, pp. 2425 to 2432. 2 Anjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 319. 3 Vujah VS report was printed under the title Die Leichter Arbeiterjugend. UND Die Entsten Aufgewender K7 IS Bildungsjugend International, number 9. May June 1926. 4 for brief reports of the session. See Internationale Presse Correspondence. Number 32, February 26, 1926, p. 454, number 50, March 26, 1926, p. 700, number 51. March 30, 1926, pages 710 to 711. 5 Beschließ UND Resolution and Plenums der Exekutivkomitees Turkey. 1926, p. 6. 6 for the resolution of the session on cell organization CP 935 above. Ch. XLV Communist Youth International 997. Organization. Lominit's testimony on this point, at the 7th Congress of the Russian Komsomol in Moscow in March 1926, was frank and unqualified. Masses of the youth began to abandon the political struggle as the wave of the revolutionary movement receded, and this, comrades, proved an objective obstacle to the development of the Communist Youth International. The decline was depicted as one of the specific consequences of the stabilization of capitalism in 1924 and 1925 and of the growth of bourgeois counter-revolution. The workers' movement fell off, and with it fell off in the same, or perhaps even larger, measure the revolutionary youth movement. It is difficult to guess how far the loss by the leagues of any real independence, which was virtually complete in 1926, was a contributory cause of the decline in membership and the waning of enthusiasm. But the fitting of the leagues into the framework of Kim and, through the national parties, into that of Comintern, made them part of a unified apparatus at the cost of sapping much of their initial vitality. 17 SS Visa Soyuznego Leninskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuza Mladezi. 1926, pages 263 to 264. Chapter 46. The program of Comintern. Its constituent parties must sooner or later have a program expounding the principles on which it was based and the policies which it sought to promote. But the question did not arise in concrete form till the summer of 1922, when on June 11 the second enlarged IGI appointed a commission of 33 to draw up the program of Comintern and to collaborate in the drafting of programs of the parties. The delegates constituting this commission were to be drawn from the Soviet Union, Germany, France, Italy, Czechoslovakia, the United States, Japan, 1 Scandinavian and 1 Balkan country. The IGI resolution also called on the parties to appoint commissions for the purpose of drafting their programs without further delay. When the commission met on June 28, 1922, a radical division of opinion at once arose on the character of the program. Rodek, sup. Ported by Clara Zetkin, argued that what was required was a program of transitional demands to serve as a lever for action, leading to the victory of the proletariat, sufficiently broad to take account of the varying conditions of different countries. The theoretically minded Bukharin retorted that these were questions of tactics which had no proper place in the program at all. The program should deal with the theory of capitalism and of imperialism, the maximum program of communism, the essential demands of the period of the political dictatorship, and, perhaps, relations between communist parties and other parties. This general part of the program would be common to all parties. In addition, each party could have a specific part dealing with Rodek's tactical questions. Zinoviev hedged, expressing doubts of the possibility of establishing a. I had always been assumed that Comintern itself, as well as 1 Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 49, June 16, 1922, p. 365. 998. Ch. XLVI the program of Comintern 999. Common program, but concluding that something should be done to generalize the experience of Soviet Russia and of world revolution up to the present time. If further sessions of the commission were held, they did not resolve this deadlock, and when the 4th Congress of Comintern met in November 1922, it had before it not an agreed recommendation for a program, but 3 tentative draft programs from the pens of Bukharin, Varga, and Thalheimer, of which the 2 latter diverged sharply from the first on the main issue how far the program was to be restricted to the fundamental aims and principles of world revolution, and how much space, if any, should be devoted to demands characteristic of the transitional period to socialism and to partial demands imposed by the day-to-day practice of parties affiliated with the Comintern. In addition to the 3 draft programs, the Congress had also received a tentative program drafted by the Bulgarian Communist Party, and articles had appeared on the subject by Varga. Rutas, Rappaport, and Smurl. Point 3. The proceedings of the Commission had also provoked a reply from the Central Committee of the Italian Party, which rejected the inclusion of tactical issues on the ground that each party must settle them for itself. Plus, the immediate fate of these diverse documents was settled by Lenin's speech at the Congress. Point 5. Much of the speech was devoted to an analysis of NEP, a subject intimately connected. 1. The report of the session of June 28, 1922, was circulated on July 4, 1922, to the parties, and is preserved in the Humbert Draws Archives, 0359, no. Reports of later sessions have been found. 2. Bukharin's draft is in Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 222. November 21, 1922, pages 1581 to 1588, or in Russian in N. Bukharin, at Haka. 1924, pages 285 to 303, Vargas and Thalheimer's in Kommunisticheski International, number 22, November 4, 1922, COLS 6141 to 6162. This issue contained also a tentative program of the KPT which was drafted by the Program Commission of the Party on the basis of Thalheimer's outline. 3. These articles were published in Kommunisticheski International, number 22, November 4, 1922, COLS 5867 to 5904. 4. This reply, which was apparently not published, was mentioned by Bukharin in his speech at the Congress, Protocol de Bayerton Kongressister Kommunistisken International, 1923, p. 4223. It is not clear whether the report, mentioned in the same passage as having been sent to the parties, was an unpublished report of the Commission or merely the record of its proceedings. 5. For the speech see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 444, 445. 1000 Foreign Relations Perv. With the controversy on the place of transitional policies in the Comintern program. In the course of his discussion of NEP, as a retreat, Lenin spoke in passing of the draft programs. I personally think that it would be correct if we discussed all the programs only in a preliminary way, so to speak, in first reading, and sent them to be printed, but took no final decision now, in the present year. We have not yet thought out with any degree of completeness the question of a possible retreat and how to make that retreat secure. Lenin's personal opinion was at this time mandatory, and, when Bukharin made his report on the program a few days later, it was already accepted that no decision would be taken by the Congress and that the field was open to discussion. Bukharin's draft program was divided into 4 main chapters. 1. Capitalist society. 2. The liberation of labor and communist society. 3. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the struggle for communism. And 4. The road to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bukharin devoted the major part of his speech to an analysis of the first chapter, urging in particular that NEP, which had restored economic rationality after the upheavals of war communism, was a necessary stage on the road to socialism. In speaking of what he called general tactical problems, Bukharin made his much criticized statement on the propriety of forming military blocs with bourgeois states, and on the duty of communists in a bourgeois state allied to a proletarian state to contribute to the victory of the two allies. He then turned more briefly to the alternative proposals, sharply dissenting from those he named Radek, Smurl, and Varga, but not Thalheimer, who shared the same view, who wanted to introduce into the program such immediate tactical demands as the United Front, the workers' and peasants' government, and so forth. Varga had said that it would be cowardice to exclude these questions, but Varga's courage was an opportunist courage. 3 times during his speech Bukharin applied the opprobrious epithet opportunist to the demand for the inclusion of tactical issues. This, he said, could mean changing the program every 2 weeks. He criticized the German draft program, once more. 1. Lenin, Sakhinentia, XXVII, 344. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 447. Ch.xlvi The program of Comintern 1001. Without naming Thalheimer, as too concrete, too European, and too long, and more briefly dismissed the Bulgarian draft. By the end of the speech it was clear that future discussions would have to proceed on the basis of Bukharin's draft. Thalheimer in his reply accentuated his points of difference with Bukharin. He embarked on an analysis of imperialism which revealed him as a staunch adherent of Rosa Luxemburg's theory of capitalist accumulation. To this theory, though still at this time treated as an open question in the Russian party, had been criticized by Lenin and was rejected by Bukharin. Thalheimer argued strongly against Bukharin for the inclusion of transitional demands, and thought that without them the program would be of little practical value to the Western parties. The most piquant passage in Thalheimer's speech was a long quotation from Lenin, who had argued in the autumn of 1917 for the retention of minimum demands in the Russian party program against Bukharin and V. Smirnov, who sought to restrict the program to the unique issue of the transition to socialism. Point 3. Finally, he maintained that NEP, though a progressive measure in Russian economic conditions, would represent in Western conditions a process of retrogression, and that its utility there was highly doubtful. After Kabachev had attempted to defend the Bulgarian draft, the German delegation formally proposed to postpone the consideration of the program to the next 1. Protocol de Bayerton Kongressister Kommunistisken International, 1923. Pages 404 to 424. 2. Rosa Luxemburg, in her work The Accumulation of Capital, argued that Marx's demonstration of the collapse of capitalism, being based on the hypothesis of a totally capitalist world, was incomplete, since capitalism could continue to maintain itself so long as non-capitalist sectors of the world were still open for exploitation. When these disappeared, then the collapse would be inevitable. Bukharin, at the session of the enlarged IKI in June 1923, attacked Luxemburgism as the view that the scientific proof of the collapse of capitalism is possible only with the help of this theory. Raswire Newtlinum. Ispolitelnogo Komiteta Kommunistikiskogo Internationala, 1923, p. 244. The orthodox Bolshevik criticism of it was that it was fatalistic, and therefore potentially Menshevik, since it presupposed the inevitability of the collapse, and failed to take into account the role of the proletariat and the party and the need for a working alliance with the peasantry and with the colonial peoples. 3. The passage quoted by Thalheimer is in Lenin, Sakhinentia, XXI, 311 to 312. 4. Protocol de Bayerton Kongressister Kommunistisken International, 1923. Pages 427 to 440. For this argument see pages 1006 to 1007 below. 1002. Foreign Relations. Point B. Congress, and the Russian delegation asked for a 24-hour adjournment to consider its position. When the debate on the program was resumed 2 days later, it was clear that detailed discussions had taken place in the Russian delegation, not on the issue of postponement to the next Congress, which was a foregone conclusion, but on the attitude to be adopted to the tactical or transitional demands. Bukharin's insistence on the opportunist character of the proposal to include these demands in the program had evidently rankled, and the decision was now taken to abandon the stand taken by Bukharin in his first speech, and to agree to their include. Zion.2 A declaration was read to the Congress explaining that the controversy about transitional demands had aroused the incorrect impression of an opposition of principle, and that the appearance of such demands in the programs of national parties, or the defense of them in the general section of a program, was not to be treated as opportunism. The declaration was signed on behalf of the Russian delegation by Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek and Bukharin, an imposing constellation. Zinoviev, on behalf of the Presidium, now put forward a resolution requesting all parties which had not yet submitted draft programs to do so not less than 3 months before the date of the next Congress. The resolution laid it down that the general part of the programs must provide the theoretical foundation for all transitional and partial demands, and condemned attempts to treat the introduction of such demands into the program as opportunism. Bordiga obstinately declared that the Italian delegation had agreed with Bukharin's speech, and would have liked to proceed at once to adopt the program. But this objection was brushed aside, and, after Zinoviev had explained that a thorough examination of these issues at the present Congress was impracticable, and that a short discussion, one protocol divided in Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, pages 441 to 448. 2. According to a later statement of Severin, Bulletin Communist, number 8, December 11, 1925, p. 118, Bukharin was overruled by Lenin, who may have been moved partly by his own attitude of October 1917, and partly by his desire to take account of the views of foreign delegations, which was strong at this moment. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 453. 3. Protocol divided in Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, p. 542. Ch. Exalt v. The program of Comintern 1003 would have been not only pointless but harmful. The resolution was unanimously carried. The question of the program appeared again on the agenda of the Third Enlarged IGI, which met in June 1923. The only new documents received during the past 6 months were draft programs submitted by the Japanese and British parties. These were not taken very seriously. Point 2 underscore Bukharin, who made the only speech on the subject, declined, in Thalheimer's absence, to resume the controversy about Rosa Luxemburg's theory of accumulation. On the other hand, he mentioned 3 new topics, which had become prominent since the last Congress and should find their place in the program: the attitude towards religion, the attitude towards nationality, among the subjects discussed at this session were Hoagland's deviation about religion, and the Schlesinger Campaign 3, and the attitude towards so-called red imperialism. This last issue arose out of Bukharin's own statement in the program debate at the 4th Congress, on the conclusion of military blocs with bourgeois states. Bukharin defended himself by citing Soviet support for Turkey at the Lausanne Conference and for Sun Yat-sen in China. This illustrated the possibility of different combinations which can all be treated under the general standpoint of the strategy of the proletarian states. He took issue with the phrase workers' imperialism point by trained in a laudatory sense. Such terminology was highly misleading and confusing. After this brief speech, Bukharin proposed a resolution to the effect that these topics should be dealt with in the program, that the parties should be invited to submit further information and proposals, and that IGI should appoint a small commission to keep in touch with the parties and prepare a final draft for the one of it, pages 542 to 543. 2. The Japanese program embarrassingly repeated Bukharin's rejected draft and added to it a series of specific transitional demands of the Japanese party. Material and Zuerfrage de Programmes der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, pages 274 to 278. It is not clear whether the British program approved at the 6th Congress of the CPGB in May 1924, speeches and documents. 6th Conference of the CPGB, 1924, pages 35 to 41, and published in Communist Review, v. number 2, June 1924, pages 79 to 103, was the program submitted in 1923, or represented a later attempt. 3. For Hoagland, see pages 232 to 233 above. For the Schlesinger Campaign, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 179 to 183. 1004. Foreign Relations. Point B. Consideration of the 5th Congress of Comintern in the following year. This resolution was adopted without further debate. Once the delegates had dispersed, interest in the program remained at a low ebb, and revived only with the approach of the 5th Comintern Congress in June 1924. Collections of documents on the program were published in preparation for the Congress. But the fact that almost all the documents dated from the period of the 4th Congress in November 1922 showed how little progress had been made in the interval. Early in June 1924, the Program Commission held several meetings, attended by Bukharin, Varga, Thalheimer, Clara Zetkin, and others, at which the old arguments were rehashed without any apparent change of position. Varga tried to turn the tables on Bukharin by accusing him, in his references to the contradictions of capitalism, of fatalism a la Rosa Luxemburg, and reverted to the thesis of super-imperialism which Bukharin had once held. It is theoretically possible that finally, after several imperialist wars, a single imperialist state may remain which will dominate all the others and, in so doing, swallow up all these contradictions. Bukharin now called this a purely academic prognostication, which had no place in the program. Thalheimer reasserted the claim of the transitional demands, which Bukharin, bound by the decision taken at the 4th Congress, could no longer resist. The first meeting ended with a promise from Bukharin to prepare a revised draft of the program for the Congress. At the same or another meeting, the discussion turned once more on the one Raswiren plenum ispolitelnogo Komiteta Communistikiskogo Inter Nationala, 1923, pages 243 to 248, 317. Train's article on workers' imperialism is in Bulletin Communist, number 15, April 12, 1923, p. 155. 2. According to a note in Kommunistisches International v. Documentic, 1933, p. 1, the discussion proceeded very weakly, except in Russia. Even of the Russian leaders, only Bukharin showed concern for the Comintern program. Ryazanov taunted the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 with indifference to it. Not one of you has heard of it, not one of you knows it. 14 SSV Soyuz not Kommunistiskoi Party, b. 1926, p. 690. 3. Material and Zuerfrage de Programmes der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, LE Programme del International Communist, Projes Presence a law Discussion du VE Congrès Mondial, 1924, a corresponding Russian volume has not been traced. The volume ad hoc in which Bukharin republished his 1922 draft, CP 999, note 2 above, has a preface dated May 1924. CHXLBI the program of Comintern 1005. Applicability of NEP to other countries, which was stoutly defended by Bukharin. The opinion prevails abroad that NEP was introduced in order to preserve power, and so indeed it was. But later we became convinced that NEP was more than a simple maneuver. When Bukharin made his report on the program to the Fifth Congress, the major controversies of the Fourth Congress had largely disappeared. Agreement had been reached not to pursue the discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's theory, which was not essential to the program, and the demand to include transitional demands had been conceded. The proposal had been made and accepted by the Commission that Bukharin and Thalheimer should in the course of the Congress agree on a draft which would then be circulated to the parties for their views. The final adoption of the program would once more be postponed until the next Congress. Point 2. Having announced these arrangements to the Congress, Bukharin need have said no more. But a diversion had been created on the eve of the Fifth Congress by a discussion article in the German Party Journal from the pen of the young party intellectual of Russian origin who, under the name of Boris III, denounced Bukharin's views on the peasantry, failure to distinguish between the different class affiliations of different categories of peasant, and on nationalism, support for bourgeois nationalist parties and for the bourgeois doctrine of national self-determination, and protested against Bukharin's assertion of the complete admissibility in principle of blocks between proletarian states and some bourgeois states against other bourgeois states, which might commit proletarian parties to support national defense even in capitalist countries. Vargas' draft was denounced as a rehash of Hilferding and Thalheimer's as purely reform. His point for Boris was not a figure of any great importance or influence, but he represented the incipient ultra-left trend in the KPT. 1 Bulletin du VE Congrès de l'Internationale Communiste, number 2, June 15, 1924, pages 2 to 3, number 5, June 20, 1924, p2. No other record of these meetings has been traced. The reports are obviously fragmentary, and other meetings were probably held. 2 Protocol, Vier Congrès der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. 2, 511 to 512. 3 CP 102 above. 4 Die Internationale, 7, no 10 to 11, June 2, 1924, pages 328 to 348. 1006 Foreign Relations. Point B. A movement of protest in the name of Marxist principles against the opportunism of Moscow, which had begun to excite both indignation and apprehension among the Comintern leaders, and the appearance of his article in the German Party Journal, whose editor Korsch was himself suspect as an ultra-leftist, lent it additional significance. Bukharin devoted a large part of his speech to a refutation of Boris. He argued that Comintern could not remain satisfied with the simple, would-be radical, diagnosis of a final crisis of capitalism. Within the final catastrophic stage, on which capitalism had entered, minor crises and recoveries might still occur. Account must be taken of these, and partial demands were inevitable. Bukharin embarked on an elaborate defense of NEP. It was not, as most foreign communists had been inclined to suppose, something for which the Russian party had to apologize, a political concession made out of sheer necessity to the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it was the only correct economic policy of the proletariat, the policy which ensures the growth of productive forces. It was war communism which had been a political move, dictated by the needs of the class struggle against the bourgeoisie. Complete socialization at one stroke was impossible, both for technical and for political reasons. War communism had done nothing to help production. It had been nothing more than the rational consumption of existing stocks. It had arisen out of conflicts between economic rationality, i.e. the necessity of an economic policy, and the necessities and purposes of the direct political struggle. A planned economy must grow organically. We are in a position to operate a planned economy only insofar as the material basis for a planned economy is present. Thus, NEP in Bukharin's eyes, though he did not say so explicitly, remained the only road to planning. Point 2 Thalheimer agreed in the main with Bukharin, but thought it necessary to defend war communism, without the preliminary stage of war communism. NEP in Russia would have been impossible, since the resistance of the bourgeoisie had to be broken, radically broken, before it. CP 110 above. 2 Protocol, Fünfter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, N.T. 2, 512 to 530, Bukharin's argument on the nature of NEP anticipated the controversy with Zinoviev in the following year, see Volume 2, pages 68 to 75. Ch. XLBI the program of Comintern 1007 was prepared to adapt itself to the leadership of the working class. After these speeches no further discussion of the program took place in plenary session, and the question was referred back to the Commission. Here Bukharin presented the promised revised draft. Point 2 This was discussed in detail in the Commission, and more than 50 amendments adopted. The amended draft was submitted to the last plenary session of the Congress. Bukharin explained that 2 passages which had figured in earlier drafts were now omitted. The first related to the right of red intervention to support revolution in other countries. This, he observed, was omitted not out of theoretical considerations. The other was a more extensive discussion of the tactics of the United Front and of the slogan of the worker-peasant government. These were both questions on which divisions of opinion were likely to have occurred. Bukharin proposed that a small drafting committee consisting of himself, Thalheimer and another member of the German delegation should complete the necessary technical literary work. The program was to be drafted simultaneously in Russian and German and then translated into other languages, and that he should then publish and circulate the draft and carry on discussions with the parties in preparation for its eventual adoption by the next Congress. A resolution to this effect was adopted without discussion. Point 3. The draft program which emerged from the Fifth Congress and was included among its resolutions adhered in the main lines to Bukharin's draft of 1922. The first chapter remained unchanged. The second was merely brought up to date by the 1 Protocol, Vier Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. 2, 576. 2 This was not published, but what appears to be a mimeographed copy of it is preserved, with the last page missing, in the New York Public Library. 3 Protocol, Vier Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. 2, 1007 to 1008. The resolution is also in International Presse Correspondence, No. 119, September 16, 1924, p. 1569, and in Viet v. Semerny Congress.com. Munistikiskogo Internetstanala, 1925, 2, 66. No record of the discussions in The commission was published, some of them were evidently reflected in an article by Thalheimer dated June 30, 1924, which appeared in Bolshevik, No. 4-8, July 15, 1924, pages 14-20, and in Internationale Presse Correspondence, No. 99, August 1, 1924, pages 1276-1278. 4 for the text CZ bid. Number 136, October 18, 1924, pages 1796-1810, Pietite. V. Semirny Congress Communistického Internationale, 1925, 1I, 66-86. 1008, Foreign Relations. Point B. Insertion of passing references to pacifist illusions and to fascism. In the third chapter, which dealt with the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the transition to socialism, new sections were inserted on war communism, the struggle between economic forms and the economic bloc of workers and peasants. The two last contained an analysis of NEP, which was, however, not mentioned by name. The question of the universal applicability of NEP appeared to be left open. It was admitted that, the stronger the influence of small-scale private property, the greater will be the specific gravity of purely market relations with all the consequences flowing from them. The greatest changes were made in the last chapter on ways and means of attaining the dictatorship of the proletariat. A new section was added on strategy and tactics covering the vexed question of partial demands. Refusal to advance partial demands and transitional slogans, it declared, is incompatible with the tactical principles of communism, for it actually dooms the party to inactivity and divides it from the masses. It was admitted that each party must formulate its own transitional slogans in accordance with particular circumstances. But the tactics of the United Front and the slogan of the worker-peasant government were described as a most important constituent part of the tactics of communist parties for the whole revolutionary period. By passing lightly over controversial issues, substantial agreement seemed at last to be in sight. In the 4 years interval between the 5th and 6th Congresses, however, many changes occurred, and the draft program was to be fundamentally recast before its final adoption in 1928.2. Discussions of the program of Kim proceeded simultaneously and on parallel lines with those on the Comintern program, complicated only by the fact that Kim already possessed 1c, however, a further article by Thalheimer in Bolshevik, number 10. September 5, 1924, pages 12-18, criticizing the draft and complaining that only the Russian and German parties had contributed to the discussion. 2. The resolution on the reorganization of IKI adopted at the 6th enlarged IKI of February-March 1926, see pages 907-908 above, included a decision to set up an authoritative standing commission to supervise discussions of the program in preparation for the 6th Congress, which was at that time expected to meet in February-March 1927. Ch. The program of Comintern 1009, a program adopted at its first Congress in Berlin in 1919, but now recognized as obsolete at the 3rd Congress of Kim. In December 1922, the Executive Committee presented a draft program, which redefined the relations of Kim to Comintern, and introduced new topics not included in the earlier program, notably the necessity to work in colonial and semi-colonial countries. Since, however, the discussion of the program of Comintern had been adjourned, at Lenin's instigation, to a later Congress, a similar procedure was followed by Kim. The draft program prepared by the Executive Committee was provision ally adopted for discussion by the youth leagues, and left for further consideration at the next session of the Bureau, which would decide on the program in its final form. 3. When the 4th session of the Bureau of Kim was held in June 1923, immediately after the session of the enlarged IKI, it was once again content to follow the lead of the senior organization, merely deciding, as IKI had done, on the introduction of further items into the program. A year later the position was still the same. The 4th Congress of Kim was no more able than the 5th Congress of Comintern to reach a final conclusion on its program, and passed a brief resolution approving in principle the draft program in its latest form and inviting its Executive Committee and the youth leagues to discuss it regularly and intensively in the press. 5. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, pages 401-402. 2. Bericht 3. Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, p. 168. 3 Ibid p. 270. 4 resolutions and theses adopted by the 4th Bureau session of the YCI. Berlin, 1923, pages 17-18, for the discussion in the enlarged IKI CPP. 1003-1004 above. 5 Die Beschlüsse Liste 4. Kongresses der KFI, 1924, p. 63. Note A. Soviet-German military collaboration. Throughout this period, the secret military agreements formed the hard kernel of Soviet-German relations, since only those immediately concerned were initiated into the details of this collaboration, and the records, at any rate on the German side, were systematically destroyed. Information about it is intermittent and imperfect. Collaboration in aeronautical matters is the best documented, and was probably the most important. Early in 1924 a crisis occurred in the affairs of the Junkers aircraft factory at Philly, operated under a concession agreement from the Soviet government. The Reichswehr demanded a large expansion of the Philly enterprise and the association with Junkers of another firm specializing in the manufacture of aircraft engines, apparently the Bayerische Motorenwerke, a project which from the outset encountered strong opposition from Junkers. As a result of negotiations a new agreement was signed on May 5, 1924, between Sondergruppe of the Reichswehr Ministry, the Junkers firm and the Soviet authorities. Under this agreement, or on the occasion of it, the Reichswehr promised to Junkers a further subvention of 8 million gold marks, in addition to 4 millions already advanced, for the extension of the factory at Philly. The Soviet authorities promised to place a large order for aircraft for the Red Fleet. 3 The shortage of Soviet orders for Philly was one of a list of grievances put forward by Dr. Francois in an interview with Trotsky a month later. But the question of the supply of aeroplane engines remained acute, and in June 1924 Rosenholz was trying. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 436. 2 letters of February 29, 1924, from Junkers to the military authorities, were published in Die Police Post, October 11, 1928. Aircraft engines were at this time being purchased by the Soviet Union in Germany, Auswartages. AMT, 9524/671391-2. 3 The agreement was first disclosed in a Social Democratic Party pamphlet of March 1927 Sowjetgranaten, translated in C.F. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, pages 178-204. This book, while journalistic in style, and sometimes vague and inaccurate in detail, was the first serious attempt to collect and published comprehensive information about Soviet German military COL. Elaboration. Details of the agreement are taken from Seek's letter of August 18, 1924, CP 1011, note 2 below, for a later statement of Seek in April 1926 CIA's Wardages AMT 6698/105414-6. Plus for the report of this conversation CP 61, note 1 above. IOIO. BTB. Soviet-German collaboration IOII. To persuade Bayerisch Motor and Werke to set up a factory to produce them in the Soviet Union. Relations between the Reichswehr and Junkers also continued to be difficult, and provoked an angry letter from Seek to Professor Junkers, the head of the firm, on August 18, 1924. The march of events in Russia, wrote Seek, has proved that only a concentration of all industries interested in air armaments can satisfy the needs of the Reich. It is only on a broad financial basis that it is possible to keep alive in Russia a branch of industry which can serve our rearmament. It would be a fatal error on your part to imagine that the Sondergruppe will continue to invest substantial sums in a purely economic enterprise. A complete modification of the methods of work adopted in Russia is inevitable and urgent. Whatever the immediate results of this letter, friction continued. By the beginning of 1925, the factory, which in the previous year had employed 1,000 workers, German and Russian, was said to have been almost at a standstill. On the other side, complaints were made that the Soviet government had failed to carry out its promise to provide living quarters for the German workers. Point 3 in May 1925, the Soviet authorities proposed that they should take over the factory at Philly, Junkers undertaking to supply in future only technical help and advice, and Junkers and Fischer, the representative of the German Ministry of War who was then in Moscow, were inclined to agree *. But the German government evidently rejected the plan. In the spring of 1926, the Junkers firm, unable to obtain satisfaction of its claims against the German government, or, in view of the peculiar status of the enterprise, to take legal action, circulated a memorandum of its grievances to Reichstag deputies and other prominent persons. Thereafter the affair was hushed up. The factory continued to operate, though it does not appear that the difficulty of manufacturing engines there was ever solved. Point 6 The Reichswehr gradually became less. 1 Aus Wardages AMT 4564/162746. 2 Seek's letter was published in Voroders, October 12, 1928. 3 Pravda, March 23, 1926. One of the rare published Soviet sources for these transactions. 4 Aus Wardages AMT 4564/162784 162,796-7. 5 Much detailed information about this affair not directly relevant to German-Soviet relations will be found in the archives. See especially a memo random by Seek in Aus Wardages AMT 6698/105414-6 for references to it. See also C. F. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, pages 71-73. It appears to have been one of the bases of the revelations in the Reichstag in December 1926, which will be discussed in a subsequent volume. 6 For a statement by Hilger to this effect, see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 436, Note 5, G. Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml, 1955, p. 196. Speaks of the not unjustified reproof that his firm, i.e. Junkers, had been guilty of a breach of contract through having failed, contrary to the obligation. 1012 Foreign Relations Point. Dependent on its products, and it was eventually sold to the Soviet government. Meanwhile, in 1924, the business of building airplanes was supple meant by a new and more promising development. A large airfield was placed at the disposal of the German Air Arm at Lipetsk in central Russia, north of Voronezh. This had two functions: the training of German pilots in military aviation, and testing of modern military planes, neither of these things being possible on German soil under the restrictions of the Versailles Treaty. A certain amount of minor manufacture and repair work was apparently also undertaken. The establishment was an entirely German creation. The Russians, according to the German account of the matter, contributed nothing but the building materials, timber and stone. Everything else was transported from Germany. Training began in 1925, and was in full swing by 1926. The permanent staff of the establishment amounted to about 60. In the summer flying season, about 50 pilots and from 70 to 100 technicians came from Germany for training. Secrecy was maintained without great difficulty. The major part of the material was transported by sea from Stettin to Leningrad in order to avoid the embarrassment of customs inspection on intervening frontiers. The personnel traveled as tourists. Point 2. The part played by these arrangements in the development of German military aviation is evident. But the advantages on the Soviet side were also substantial. At first, the Russians had everything to learn. The establishment at Lipetsk remained purely German, and no Soviet aviators were ever trained there. But elsewhere, in Soviet flying schools, with the knowledge and approval of the German government, former officers, sometimes removed from the active list specifically for this purpose, acted as instructors with the Red Air Force. Point 3. Undertaken by it, to put in operation the manufacture of airplane engines. According to Pravda, March 23, 1926, the factory almost entirely failed to equip itself for the production of engines. According to C. F. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, pp. 77. It became the property of the Soviet government at some unspecified date. Apparently not later than 1926, K6 String, in an oral statement of 1948, gave the date of the sale as 1929, Les Relations Germano-Sovietiques, ed. J.B. Duros L., 1954, p. 197. F. L. Karsten in Survey, No. 44-45, October 1962. p. 122, quoting the Seek archives, states that it was closed down in 1927. To an article by General Helm-Spital in Viertelgeschäft für Zeitgeschichte. Stuttgart, I. 1953, 17-45, gives a full account of Lipetsk. Spital was closely associated with the training of flying officers. He does not mention the Junkers factory, and was less familiar with other aspects of German-Soviet military collaboration. Some statements about them in the article are inaccurate, but his account of Lipetsk is probably reliable. 3 Aus Wardages AMT 4564/163630 for the beginning of the Soviet Air Force. See Volume 2, pages 419-420. The Soviet-German collaboration 1013. Of the other aspects of military collaboration less can be recorded. The manufacture of shells for the Reichswehr in Soviet factories continued, and caused a scandal when it came to light in December 1926. A German factory in Moscow manufactured 30mm guns for the Reichswehr and presumably also for the Red Army. The factory for tanks at Kazan was supplemented by the establishment of a tank training school on the river Kama, which gave its name to the establishment. To the east of Kazan. 2 It was apparently modeled on Lipetsk. Except in one respect, at Kama Soviet officers went through the courses side by side with the Germans. 3 The work on the equipment of a poison gas factory at Trotsky in the province of Samara was subject to constant delays and interruptions. Rumors of Soviet-German collaboration in preparing for chemical warfare reached the Polish authorities and found their way into a semi-official Polish publication. And Trotsky, in a speech of May 19, 1924, combined a specious denial of them with a reference to the German raid on the Soviet trade delegation in Berlin. 4 In July 1924 the equipment, according to a confidential note by Kursin, has in part been dispatched from GER. Many, and in part is there awaiting dispatch. But the only Russian representatives in Berlin who were cognizant of the business were either ill or absent in Moscow, and nobody was available to supervise dispatch or maintain contact with the German authorities. 5 The factory had not reached the stage of production by the end of 1925, when apparently crucial negotiations took place in Berlin. In the middle of December 1925 the Soviet representatives rejected a draft understanding oral statement of Kestring in 1948 recorded by G. Castellan in Lay Relations Germano-Sovietiques, ed. J. B. Durrell, 1954, pages 157 to 158. 2 According to a German Ministry of Foreign Affairs memorandum of July 12, 1926, the establishment of a tank school at Kazan is in course of preparation, and a further memorandum of February 9, 1927, referred to it as being already in existence on the same footing as Lipetsk, Ausmdritisches AMT. 4564/16361 163,486. A report by Blomberg in 1928 described it as almost completed. Slavonic and East European Review, XL, 1962, 220. 3 Lay Relations Germano-Sovietiques, ed. J. B. Durrell, 1954, pages 180. 182. The information comes from a later Polish intelligence report, but was confirmed by Kostrang, who added that German officers at Kama wore Soviet uniforms. For Trotsky said, as to German aid, I must confess that we should not have refused it. Laughter. But we know well that the German government preferred to wage chemical warfare against our trade delegation rather than to unite German technique with the material resources of the USSR, and so to enrich the German people and help us to climb rapidly on the ladder of economic construction. Pravda, May 20, 1924. The speech is mentioned in B.N. Ipatiev, The Life of a Chemist, Stanford, 1946, p. 397. For the raid on the trade delegation see pages 57 to 58 above. 5 Kursin's penciled note to Trotsky of July 12, 1924, is in the Trotsky Archives, T. 829. 1014 Foreign Relations Point. About Bersal, the mixed company formed for the purpose, and proposed to revert to the basis of discussions which had been adopted before December 4. This in turn was rejected by the Germans, who were prepared to pursue the negotiations, but, for psychological reasons, not on the basis hitherto proposed by the Russians. Avail. Able records do not explain the point at issue. But during the first months of 1926 they reveal continued activity in this field, material and samples being secretly forwarded, and tests made. A Russian-German commission on the production of poisonous gases presided over by Marklovsky, who, however, died in 1925, was still in existence at this time. 2 Then in May 1926 a serious flood damaged the factory at Trotsk. 3 And it is not clear that further progress was ever made. But by this time the emphasis had shifted from the manufacture of material to the training of personnel. Just as Philly was supplemented and eventually superseded by Lipetsk and Kazan by Kama, so the place of the Trotsk factory was taken by a training school for gas war fair near Saratov, which had the code name of Tomka, where a small number of German and Soviet officers worked side by side. Further changes in the organization of this work on the German side took place early in 1926. GEFU, the ostensibly commercial concern which covered transactions in war material with the Soviet Union, was involved, not only in the Junkers scandal, but in a further scandal with Stalzenberg over the gas factory at Trotsk. In December 1925 Dirksen, the head of the Russian section of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wrote a memorandum in which he alleged that GEFU enjoys no great popularity on either the Russian or the German side and raised the question of replacing it by some other organ. This proposal was heartily endorsed by Dr. Francois in 2 memoranda of the following month. In the spring of 1926 GEFU was wound up, and a new organization set up in its place called Wirtschaftskinter. 1 Auswärtiges AMT, 4564/1628589. This appears to be the best available source for this episode, but much remains obscure. 2 C.F. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, pages 180 to 185. 3 B. N. Ipatiev, The Life of a Chemist, Stanford, 1946, p. 423. 4 Tomka began to function at the beginning of the summer of 1928, Blomberg's report in Slavonic and Eastern European Review, XL, 1962, 220. According to Kestring, not more than 4 or 5 German officers went to Tomka each year. Lay Relations Germano-Sovietiques, ed. J. B. Durrell, 1954. p. 187. 5 This was alluded to in the SPT pamphlet Sojet Granaten, 1927, CCF. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, p. 184. 6 Auswärtiges AMT, 4564/1626663 162,667 to 75. The Sikh archives contain notes of a meeting at the Soviet embassy in Berlin on January 30, 1926, which discussed the future of GEFU, survey, no 44 to 45, October 1962, p. 122, note 26. VV Soviet-German collaboration 1015. WIKO. Towards the end of March 1926, with the negotiations for a Soviet-German treaty at their culminating point, Unschlicht, the Deputy People's Commissar for War, came to Berlin by arrangement with the Reichswehr ostensibly to discuss current business. On March 30, 1926, Krestinsky gave a luncheon in his honor, which was attended by Luther, the German Chancellor, Stresemann, Sieck and other officials. Unschlicht seized the occasion to put forward extensive proposals for the expansion of production of forbidden weapons, including heavy artillery and gas, in the Soviet Union, and of training facilities for German officers, the whole being dependent on further financial support from Germany. The Chancellor spoke in reply of German readiness to collaborate with the Soviet Union in the cause of peace, but did not refer to Unschlicht's proposals. The Russians Kept talking about armaments, ran the subsequent German report of the conversation, and we kept talking about other things. When Unschlicht claimed that his proposals had already been discussed with the Reichswehr and only awaited governmental approval, Sieg remained obstinately silent, thereby confirming the impression that the Reichswehr was privy to this attempt to put pressure on the German government. The meeting ended inconclusively, and the proposals do not appear to have been pursued, at any rate in the form in which they were first put forward. Point 3. More important perhaps than any of these particular enterprises was the personal interchange of information and experience between military officers and technicians of the two countries. For some time, the procedure is said to have been purely unilateral. Red Army officers from the first attended such military exercises and maneuvers as were held in Germany, and even participated in secret general staff training in the ministry in Berlin. From 1925 onwards, Reichs, where officers in civilian dress, and sometimes disguised as German communist workers' delegations, began to be invited to the more important military exercises in the Soviet Union. Point 4. In July 1925, 1 C.F. Melville, The Russian Face of Germany, 1932, pages 191 to 192, at letter from the Reichswehr Ministry relating to the change was published in Titel's Post, October 16, 1928. 2 see pages 435 to 436 above. 3 for the record of the meeting. See Oswordages AMT 4564/162694-9. Schubert, reporting on it to Dr. Francois, argued that, while Unschlicht's proposals had many potential advantages, the damage done by any disclosure of Soviet-German cooperation on these lines would be very great. Ibid 4564/162,703-8. Dr. Francois' reply has not been traced, but he is likely to have resented this further attempt of the Reichswehr to negotiate behind his back. G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955, p. 195, notes the absence of any result from Unschlicht's overture. For Weiertelgeschäft für Zeitgeschichte, Stuttgart, 1, 1953, 35-36. 1016 Foreign Relations Pre. Dr. Francois was informed from Berlin that a group of German officers in mufti would attend the Red Army maneuvers in the following month, and that Soviet officers, disguised as Bulgarians, would attend the Reichswehr maneuvers in the autumn. Dr. Francois, in an autograph letter to Schubert, expressed apprehension of a breach of secrecy, but agreed that the exchange of visits might help the political relations between the two countries, though he added, with his customary absorption in the Polish question, that it would do nothing to further the often mentioned common war aim. The German visitors afterwards reported that they had received the greatest assistance in every respect, unhampered access to all installations and operations. Point 2. A more common German complaint was that German officers obtained far less insight into the work of the Red Army than Soviet officers into that of the Reichswehr. Point 3. But it may not have been purely national German prejudice which assumed that, in these matters and at this time, the Russians had almost everything to learn and the Germans almost everything to teach. A German participant has left a one-sided, but not wholly false, picture of the hesitations and embarrassments inherent in the Soviet-German relationship. It is a matter of experience that international agreements, however carefully their items are formulated, remain open to interpretation. We soon discovered that the Soviet Russian avoids breaking them de jure, but is inclined to withdraw de facto from his obligations so far as he can, while at the same time insisting strictly on their fulfillment by the other side. This discovery was made early and was confirmed again and again in the course of years. Thus the Russian conducted all negotiations with a certain mental reservation. In addition to this, the fact that defeated Many was the victor over his own country presented a psychological obstacle. Recognition of it in the Soviet view, temporary cultural and technical backwardness of the East in comparison with the West created another source of national resentment. And finally, the latent fear remained alive in the Russian that he would not be treated on a basis of equal rights and mutual equality, and therefore, in the end would be cheated. Point 4. These difficulties precluded anything like a wholehearted relation of friendship. Both sides had political as well as personal reservations. 1 Oswordages AMT 4562/1556661 155,702-4. 2 Ibid 4564/162821. 3 Weiertelgeschäft für Zeitgeschichte, Stuttgart, I. 1953, 36. Ibid I. 34-35. Kestring also spoke of exorbitant Russian demands and of the constant suspicion of the Russians that their partners were concealing from them the most up-to-date results of their work. Les Relations Germano-Sovietiques, ed. J. B. Duros L. 1954, p. 189. Plus. VV Soviet-German collaboration IOI 7. Both sides were conscious from time to time of the possible alternative of rapprochement with the West. But the practical advantages of military collaboration were never forgotten on either side, and the part played by it throughout the 1920s in the building up both of the Reichswehr and of the Red Army was a sufficient justification of the policy. To this overriding purpose much else had, if necessary, to be sacrificed. Note B. The Lenin Schools. The Fifth Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924, in a resolution based on the axiom that the death of Lenin had imposed on Comintern the obligation to broaden and deepen the propaganda of the theory of Marxism-Leninism, proposed that a number of members of the principal parties should be brought to Moscow for extended periods to devote themselves exclusively to the study of Marxist-Leninist theory and practice, and that every party should create in its own country both a central party school and elementary party courses. On the broadest scale, a three-tier system of communist education was thus envisaged: a central school for nationals of all countries in Moscow, a central school for each party at the national center, both. These were thought of mainly as training grounds for future leaders, and local elementary courses for rank-and-file members. The plan for international courses in Marxism-Leninism in Moscow matured slowly. In December 1924 a preliminary announcement was made by the agitpropoviki to the principal parties with an indication of the number of students which each would be expected to furnish. At this time a total of 40 students was projected, 6 each from Great Britain and France, 7 from Germany, 5 each from Italy, Czechoslovakia and the United States, and 3 each from India and Egypt. Point 3. At the 5th enlarged IKI in March-April 1925 Belikon spoke of courses for 50 to 70 students in Moscow, and a resolution on propaganda approved the plan to set up international party courses in Moscow. In the coming autumn a detailed description of the plan was given to the 7th Congress of the CPGB 2 months later by Bell, one of the British delegates to IKI, the projected Leninist university. 1 Communisticheski International v. Dokumentik, 1933, pages 428 to 438. 2 The idea of party schools was, of course, not new for Russian party Schools, see Volume 2, pages 186 to 189, and the KPP had proposed in 1922 to set up a party school, KPP, Uchwali 1 Rezolutia, I, 1953, 175. But this was the first attempt to systematize the practice in Comintern, for a summary treat. Meant of the question C. Einjar by UND Camp, 1926, pages 45 to 49. 3. The communication to the CPGB was published in Communist Papers. Command 2682, 1926, pages 22 to 23. Plus Raswarni plenum ispokam Communistikiskogo Internationale, 1925. P 172, Communisticheski International v Documentic, 1933, pp 522. 1018. pt. v. The Lenin Schools 101g. In Moscow, the term must have been in current use, though it does not appear at this time in official documents, which refer either to a school or to courses, was to receive 50 to 60 students from the leading communist parties for training in party leadership. The courses were to last for 18 months and it was hoped to make a beginning in October 1925. These ambitious projects encountered, as usual, greater difficulties than had been foreseen. It was impossible to find at short notice for the courses in Moscow sufficient teachers in the three world languages who had had a thorough training in Marxist-Leninist theory and practice. In August 1925 it was announced that, owing to unavoidable delays in the selection of suitable teachers and the preparation of study material, the opening of the courses had to be postponed, and the 6th Hickey in February. March 1926 could do no more than approve the measures taken by Hickey to open international Lenin courses. Point 2. The courses were said to have opened in May 1926.3, but some of the enrolled students failed to arrive in time, others were found to be not properly qualified, and no program of instruction had been worked out. Instruction eventually began on October 1, 1926, when 1 Russian, 1 English, 1 French and 2 German groups were formed, though the whole enterprise was evidently still in a tentative and provisional state. Point 4. At the next level of party central schools, the PCF was first in the field, announcing the opening of courses at Bobigny, a suburb of Paris, to last from November 20, 1924 to January 20, 1925. This was a full-time school with 3 sessions a day devoted to theoretical and practical work. S. Indoctrination on current issues was evidently not neglected. It was announced at an early stage that the school had taken a firm stand against Minute, Rosmer, and Delegard. Point 6. Unfortunately the school at Bobigny had opened its doors at the moment of a sharp 1 report of the 7th Congress of the CPGB, ND, pages 124 to 128, a letter from Agitprop to the CPGB of June 25, 1925, raised the number of proposed British participants to 5 from Great Britain and 3 from the Dominions, and gave an assurance that the budget for the school has now been finally endorsed. Here, Communist Papers, Command 2862, 1926, p. 29. 2 Einjar by UND Camp, 1926, p. 49, Communist Papers, CMD. 2682, 1926, p. 31, Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 68, May 5, 1926. p. 1071. 3 Communistiski International, number 37, 111, September 16, 1927, p. 25. 4 Tätigkeitsbericht der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. February-November 1926, p. 30, according to R. Fischer, Stalin and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, pages 509 to 510, a secret annex was set up outside Moscow for training in illegal work. 5 El Humanite, November 15, 1924. 6 Ibid December 2, 1924, for the expulsion of these 3 dissidents from the party. See pages 149 to 150 above. 1020 Foreign Relations. Point. Campaign against communism in France. A campaign believed to have received encouragement from Austin Chamberlain's visit to Urio on December 5, 1924.1. On December 6, the school was raided by the police. The 6 foreign members and a number of Frenchmen without identification papers were taken into custody, and books and papers seized. The school was, however, able to resume work 2 days later with 54 students out of its original complement of 72, and the course was duly completed. Point 2. This experiment remained for the moment unique. At the 5th enlarged Hickey in March 1925, Bela Kun, the head of Agitprop, reported that instructions had been given to the British, German, Italian, American, and Czechoslovak parties to set up similar schools within 1 year. Point 3. But the national party schools at this time shared the difficulties of the Lenin School in Moscow in finding sufficient instructors with the right training. They also suffered from the additional handicaps of intermittent police interference and shortage of funds. In May 1925, Agitprop announced that national party schools would not be financed by Comintern and must be supported out of party funds, and, although this attitude was afterwards modified, financial stringency remained a limiting factor in the development of the schools. Information about other party central schools is scarce and vague. The Czechoslovak party had boldly decided at its 2nd Congress in the autumn of 1924 to create 4 party schools, 1 in Czech and Slovak, another in German, at Prague, a 3rd in Magyar, at Kosy, and a 4th in Russian, at Uzhhorod. The first 2 were said to have come into existence, but were troubled by lack of staff. The 3rd had opened, but had been closed by the police. Point 5. But this report appears to have been unduly optimistic, since the first Czechoslovak party central school later announced its opening, after many delays, for March 1926. Registered at the 7th Congress of the CPGB in May 1925, Bell spoke of a proposal to open a British party central school with 20 students, which was, however, still in abeyance. 7-1 and October 1925 its foundation. 1 for this visit. See pages 42 to 43 above. 2 El Humanite, December 7, 8, 10, 19243, Kayaz du Bolshevism, number 9. January 16, 1925, pages 620 to 621, number 29, October 15, 1925, pages 1961 to 1967. The fullest available account, Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 34. March 12, 1925, pages 502 to 504. 3 Raswarni plenum ispokam Communistikiskogo Internationale, 1925. Pages 171 to 172. 4 Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, pages 27, 30, 63. 5 Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 66, April 30, 1926, pages 1004 to 1005. 6 Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 46, a report on Party Central. Schools in Kommunistische International, number 6, 64, October 22, 1926, pp. 49-53, list only one Czechoslovak school. 7 Report of the 7th Congress of the CPGB, ND, pages 125, 128. V. The Lenin Schools 1021. Was recorded with satisfaction in Moscow. But it may have been disrupted by the arrest of party leaders, for in February 1926 it was apparently still in the future. Another Central Party school was organized by the PCF from November G, 1925 to January 1, 1926. Held at Clichy, it was smaller than the Bobigny school of the previous winter, mustering only 38 students, but was said to be superior in matter and methods of instruction. 3 A Norwegian Party Central School of 6 weeks duration for higher party officials was reported in the winter of 1925 to 1926. 4 The KPD surprisingly made no attempt during this period to set up a party school, and was content with 2 central Lenin circles which did not in the least come up to the requirements of a central school. On the other hand, the German Communist Youth League organized a Lenin school of 5 weeks duration in September 1925, which was attended by 31 students and was considered a success. Copyright a second school with 35 students was held early in 1926.7. At the lowest level of elementary local party schools, even less can be recorded. Simultaneously with its first central party school in November 1924, the PCF announced a night school organized by the Party Federation of the same 8, but further schools of this kind, if they were held, were not publicized. The party with the best record in this respect was the CPGB, which claimed to have go schools with a total of 800 students in February 1926. These were predominantly night schools. Similar schools existed in France, the United States, Norway, Holland and Austria, but the large German and Czechoslovak parties were reported to lag far behind in this field. 9 The Italian party attempted to evade police persecution by instituting correspondence courses in Leninism. Degree lack of financial resources and, still more, lack of qualified teachers were the main obstacles to any widespread development in this period of party schools under the aegis of Comintern. International Presse Correspondence, number 156, November 20, 1925, pp. 2351-2352. 2 Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 47, for the arrest CP 345 above. 3 Kayazdu Balkavism, number 41, February 25, 1926, p. 558, Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 46, Kommunistisch International, number 6, 64. October 22, 1926, p. 50. 4 Ein Fahrenheit Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 46. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 156, November 20, 1925, pp. 2352, Einjar Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 46. 6 Die Fugend International, number 4, December 1925 January 1926, pages 40-44. 7 Ibid number 6, February 1926, pages 37-38. 8 El Humanite, November 15, December 6, 1924. 9 $AHR Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 47. 10 Ibid p. 147. Pulisic Mangini. Underscore TNTD apps on an auf matter I. Is SES and Maplan T at RMS. A. Underscore by 1. A 4 iron H that equals Ceci Leesveer was foot AE. AE trial. MBAAIGHEAEM is Mipodlini Isolane Mitentana. Sitanzan equals. ACI and Yadaridi Alodina PS Vetmis. A. Hemiko and Ipilubs Pi Dip Epic and Elvar Treditors Adalai. AOD. Annotates Menuita GDSAT. Hashtag 00 DACA copyright. Beta EITY. Gana 209 2 Ski Gear Sisod per. 2E. Asterisk Epothcart Edward APIOD.io9 Rubberler Hem. Ruums Eden AI. JE. Beats Tides Tie AE. Equals H5. Opens X and OBE and a BS oak. AE. Galeriol Eggs and Ian Hedi. IA. TTE Betintinct. A. Snare and. A pair. Phi Joel LHE Odges BR Vale. AOE. Through reload E2CAUL Neil H. Yen Pichets. A. POS. Of IBYW not asterisk what P's. AE Eric T. EAE per TED UESEU use A. 2AE. STTLL Hub leads for hashtag APMGME Rere. We had EIASL. Aided Metasiri Reglu IAEA Li. OE Oimix Yajet. AAA 10 ASE Bain Mast 00. Hen. He. Or RI to ATTA Atedial asterisk Jes Fafis. Bebabundade registered.E Nile DSP. AEOZDCA. OEESPE. Sen. 8H7 Jet EGs at WHAD wire. VT4 Eco YHVSE Eval Whedon. And. 3-2 Jaeger. Jaeger TSE Net Share Meagle 72. EGE 18. Sabia Way. Zit. List of abbreviations. Supplementary to the list in Volume 1, pages 537 to 539, and Volume 2, p. 473. ATGB. AC. AVI. ATUG. BKP. CCP. SIR. CGT. CGTU. CPGB. GEFU. ICA. IFTU. ICI. ICIM. IMRO. IPC. IWW. KIM. KPJ. KPP. KPZB. KPZU. Crest Intern. Equals Allgemeine Deutsche Gewerkschaftsbund, General. German Trade Union Federation. Equals American Federation of Labor. Equals All Indian Trade Union Congress. Equals Bulgarskata Kommunistika Varsha, Bulgarian. Communist Party. Equals Chinese Communist Party. Equals Chinese Eastern Railway. Equals Confederation du Travail. Equals Confederation du Travail Unit Air. Equals Communist Party of Great Britain. Equals Gesellschaft zur Förderung Überblicker unter. Nemagen, Company for the Promotion of Indus. Trial Undertakings. Equals International Cooperative Alliance. Equals International Federation of Trade Unions. Equals Ispolitelny Komitet Kommunistikiskogo Inter. Nationale, Executive Committee of the Communist. International. Equals Ispolitelny Komitet Kommunistikiskogo Inter. National Militesi, Executive Committee of the Communist Youth International. Equals Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. Equals International Propaganda Committee. Equals Industrial Workers of the World. Equals Komunisticheski International Militesi, Com. Communist Youth International. Equals Komunisti Centka Partija Yugoslavij, Yugoslav Com. Communist Party. Equals Komunistyczna Partia Polski, Polish Communist Party. Equals Komunistyczna Partia Zachodnia Białorusi, West. White Russian Communist Party. Equals Komunistyczna Partia Zachodnia Ukraine, West. Ukrainian Communist Party. Equals Kresťanský International, Peasant International. 1023. 1024 List of abbreviations. KRPP equals Komunistyczna Robotnicza Partia Polski, Polish. Communist Workers Party. MOZ equals Meznationalnie Obcze Professionalnie Sojusz. Multinational General Trade Union Federation. MRP equals Międzynarodne Rebocze Pomysł, Inter. National Workers Aid. NAS equals National Arbeiter Syndicate, National Workers. Trade Union. NMM equals National Minority Movement. NRPJ equals Nezawisna Radnicka Partia Yugoslavic, Yugoslav. Independent Workers Party. NUWM equals National Unemployed Workers Movement. PCE equals Partito Comunista Francese. PCI equals Partito Comunista Italiano, Italian Communist Party. PKI equals Perjurik Kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesian Communist Party. PPS equals Polska Partia Socialistyczna, Polish Socialist Party. Profintern equals Krasny International Professional NYKH Soyuzov. Red International of Trade Unions. PSI equals Partito Socialista Italiano, Italian Socialist Party. SKOJ equals Save Komunistika Omladin Yugoslavic, Communist Youth League of Yugoslavia. SPD equals Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, German. Social Democratic Party. Sportintern, KSI, equals Krasny Sportintern, Red Sport International. SROJ equals Save Radnicki Omladin Yugoslavic, Workers. Youth League of Yugoslavia. U equals Trades Union Congress. TUEL equals Trade Union Educational League. VSFK equals Vyshchai Sovet Fizycznej Kultury, Supreme Council of Physical Culture. Index. ABDL Krim, 45, 352, 355, 419, 628. 674. Academy of Sciences, 628. Adamski, 193, 194 n. Advance Guard, Sea Masses of India. Afanasiv, 677. Afghanistan, Relations with, 438 n. 655 to 657. Albania, 34. Alexandrov, T, 210, 213 to 214, 218. 219. Allenby, Lord, 651. Allied American Corporation, 479. All Indian Trade Union Congress. ATUC, 660 to 661, 669 to 670. All Russian Textile Syndicate Incorporated. 478. All Union formerly All, Russian. Central Council of Trade Unions. See Soviet formerly Russian Trade Unions. All Union Central Executive Committee, VTSIK Instruction 2. Soviet Diplomatic Representatives. 10, and Comintern, 15, and Anglo-Soviet Relations, 28, 418, and Zinoviev Letter, 31, and Franco. Soviet Relations, 40, 424, and Radek, 52, and Soviet-German Relations, 58 and 424, 436, 438, and International Situation, 67 to 68, 248, 258, and Soviet-Polish Relations, 441, 447, and Chiaturi Concession, 484, and Eastern Peoples, 624 to 625, and Mosul Dispute, 641, Sunyat. Sends farewell letter to, 716 to 718, and announcement of flight from Moscow to Peking, 853 n, and evacuation of Sakhalin, 875, and Soviet-Japanese Relations, 882. All Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, formerly Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, previously Rus. Xi'an Social Democratic Workers Party, 13th Congress, 4n. 91 to 92, 146, 244, 14th Con. 1025. Gress, 17 to 18, 304, 309n, 332n. 334n, 335, 336, 337, 338n, 364. 388n, 391n, 397n, 414, 458, 467. 468, 490, 491 to 492, 495, 518, 583. 585, 586 to 589, 629, 738, 748 and 753. 763, 769, 881, 907 to 908, 908 and 937. 968, 1004 and policies of NAR. Commandal and Comintern, 18, and Trotsky Controversy, 71, 90 to 91, 124. 143 to 144, 145, 146, 193, 197, 224. 299, and link with the peasantry. 86, and Comintern, 90 to 91, 325. 496 to 504, 524, 897, 900 to 907, 913. 927, 932 to 933, 1004 n, 1008 n. 13th Conference, 91 to 92, 124. 144, 145, and Suverin, 143. 146, 349, 354, 513, and Smyrl. 175, represented at Congresses of KPP, 187, 382, and Communist Parties of Ukraine and White Russia. 190, and Lenski, 192, and Hoagland. And Anti-Religious Propaganda, 233. And Ruthenberg, 244, 14th Conference, 290 to 291, 298, 319 n. 347, 376 n, 718, Moscow Party. Organization, 291 to 292, 472, 497 n. And Bolshevization, 298, 300. 304, and German Communist Party. 312 to 314, 316 to 317, 319N, 323. And Laureate, 351N, and Disorders. In Polish White Russia, 381, and Gasafe, 409, Letter from Central Committee to Communist Parties. 457, 15th Conference, 473N. 550N, 581N, 585N, and Stabilization of Capitalism, 492 to 493, and Bordiga, 499, 501 to 502, Siberian. Bureau of Central Committee, 605. 12th Congress, 612, and Cuom. Intang, 697, 699, 753, 763, 783 to 784. 798, Denunciation by Shanghai. Czech, 701, and CCP, 749, 783. 784, 798, Far Eastern Bureau. 761, Far Eastern Revolutionary Committee, 761, Commission of Politburo on Far Eastern Policy. 1026. 769 to 772, and Northern Expedition of Chiang Kai-shek, 796, and Mongolian People's Party, 815 to 817, and Lenin Enrollment, 922, and Forms of Party Organization, 926 to 927, and Organization Conference of IKI, 932 to 933, and Prof Intern, 938 to 940, and MOPR, 949, and Work Among Women, 977N, and International Women's Secretariat, 979N, and Women's Section of Central Committee, 983, and Communistka, 984, and Party Program, 1001, and Party Schools, 1018N. All Union Leninist Communist League of Youth, Komsomol, 26N, 293, 473, 919, 959, 967, 991, 997. Amigov, 830 to 832, 835 to 836, 859, 864. Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, 481. Amanola, King, 655 to 656. American Commercial Association to Promote Trade with Russia, 476. American Federation of Labor, AF. Of L, 240, 412, 473N, 561, 572. 582 to 584. American Relief Administration. Era, 476, 482, 483N, 485. Amor, 818, 853 to 854, 857. Amsterdam International, Inter. National Federation of Trade Unions. IFTU. Amter, I, 246, 708. Amterg, 480, 488. AMU Daria, 657. Anarchists, Anarchism, 200, 538. 675N. Anderson, Clayton & Co., 478. Andreev, A, 578. Anfa Party, 712, 879. Anglo-German Commercial Treaty. 1924, 254. Anglo-Russian Joint Council, 341, 344. 347, 384, 571, 576 to 579, 581, 584. 590, 594 to 596, 893, 995 to 996. Ankara, 639. Arahata, K, 884N, 886, 890. Arat, defined, 804N. Arcos, London, 480. Arcos America, 480. Armand, Inasa, 976, 977N. Asquith, H, 28. Atanisov, N, 217 to 218. Index. August, W, 486. Abiakim, 853. Bakamatayev, B, 464N. Bakta, S, 665N. Baku Fair, 634 to 635, 637N. Bakunin, M, 675N. Balabanov, Angelica, 299. Baldwin, R, 482. Baldwin, Stanley, 29N, 34. Balfour, AJ, 653N. Balfour Declaration, 653. Balkan Federation of Communists PAR. Ties, 203 to 207, 208N, 212, 215 to 216. 227, 229 to 231, 236, 396, 398 to 399. Balkan Trade Union Secretariat, 206. Banque de Paris et de Pays Bas, 37N. Barbusse, H, 354, 547. Barmine, A, 168N. Bauer, O, 583N. Bobison, 819 to 821, 823. Bayerisch Motor and Werke, 1010 to 1011. Babel, A, 330. Becker, K, 322. Bedasht, C, 409. Belgian Communist Party, 943. Belgian Labour Party, 540, 943. Belgian Trade Unions, Mine Workers Union, 540, Knights of Labour. 540, 943N. Bell, T, 121, 124 to 125, 128, 341, 667. 1018, 1020. Benes, E, 35N, 179N, 449N. Bennett, Sud, Petrovsky, D, 128. 130, 197, 238, 345, 513, 912n, 920. 924n. Barons, E, 37, 451. Bersal, 1014. Berthelen, 154. Berthelot, B, 421. Bessarabia, 23, 27, 36, 41, 89, 204n. 207, 250, 878. Besedovsky, G, 488, 883. Bevan, E, 581. Birkenhead, Lord, 417. Bismarck, Ovan, 439. Biddleman, A, 240, 409, 412 to 413, 520. Bizerta, Fleet at, 36, 38 to 39, 41, 44 to 45. 451. Black Friday, 581n. Blagoev, D, 202. Bloc de Gauche, 73, 74, 138 to 141. 146, 155 to 156, 351 to 352, 361. Bloc National, 14n, 139 to 141, 146. 351. Index. Bloc of Rear Et Paysan, 139 to 140, 142. 155, 356. Blomberg, W. von, 1013n. Blyuker, V, 694, 702, 726n, 727. Bodo, 804, 811, 822, 857. Bogdanov, A, 959n. Bogdogagan, 803, 806 to 807, 815, 818. 824 to 825, 833n, 849, 868n. Bogakai, W, 911. Bakara, 803. Bolshevization, 92 to 94, 103, 148 to 149. 154 to 155, 157, 179, 207, 283, 289. 293 to 308, 311 to 313, 317, 338, 340. 341, 350 to 351, 368 to 370, 376, 380n. 384, 387, 392n, 396, 403, 406, 411. 491, 499, 510, 516, 522, 575 to 576. 625, 747, 877n, 897, 903, 907, 913. 920, 922, 925, 929, 936, 965, 980. 982 to 983, 992 to 994. Bombassi, N, 168. Bonfield, Margaret, 126. Bora, W, 463 to 464, 486. Bordiga, A, 77 to 80, 82 to 84, 112, 158. 160 to 168, 299, 305n, 323 to 324, 367. 371, 386, 499 to 504, 508 to 509, 51i. 513, 516, 522, 524, 556, 559, 593. 594, 929, 935n, 992, 1002. Boris, Sud, 102n, 110 to 111, 1005. 1006. Borodin, M, 120, 303, 613, 677 to 678. 687, 693, 792, 705, 709n, 710 to 715. 719, 721n, 727, 739 to 732, 734 to 735. 738, 742n, 750 to 751, 760 to 762, 773. 775, 781, 783, 789 to 793, 795 to 797. 800 to 801, 805. Baskabai, Sud, C. Filipovic, F. Boxer Indemnity, 679, 683, 685. Brailsford, H.N., 346n. Bramley, F. 551, 570, 581 to 582. Brand, E. 188n. Brandler, H. 77, 97, 99, 103 to 104. 105n, 107 to 108, 110 to 113, 115 to 116. 141, 170, 173 to 175, 181, 187, 192. 193, 234, 293, 305, 311 to 312, 316. 317, 321 to 322, 324, 331 to 333, 340n. 385, 409, 508, 511, 539 to 540, 552,920. Braun, O, 315, 319n. Breslitovsk Treaty, 5 to 6, 13, 577, 591. Bryant, A. 44, 291, 418 to 423, 428. British Society of Friends, 945. British Trade Union Delegation, 1924. 137, 579 to 572. British Trade Unions, 117 to 123, 126. 129 to 130, 132 to 137, 341 to 344, 348. 552 to 553, 567 to 568, 570 to 573, 576. 1027. 579, 581 to 582, 596 to 597. See also. Anglo-Russian Joint Council. British Trade Union Delegation. 1924, National Minority Move. MENT, NMM, Trades Union. Congress, TUC. Proctor Francois, U, 14 to 16, 17N. 19, 41, 44, 47 to 56, 58 to 62, 64N, 66. 252N, 254 to 261, 262N, 265 to 267. 268N, 269, 271 to 276, 278, 279N. 282, 421, 425, 426N, 427, 429, 431. 434, 436 to 437, 447N, 449N, 484. IOIO, 1014, 1015N, 1016. Brodowski, 56. Browder, Earl, 348N, 412, 520. Brown, E.H., 765N. Brown, Lyman, 415, 416N, 482. Brown, T., 54. Bubnick, 174, 181, 372 to 373, 375 to 376. 379. Bubnov, A, 728N, 778N, 783, 784.N. Budeni, S, 190N. Binnemku, 813, 818 to 821, 823. Bukharin, N.G., and German Phi. ASCO of 1923, 4.N, and Faith in the Russian Revolution, 20, and United Front, 78, and Fascism, 83, and Turn to the Left, 83, 581N, and Attitude to the Peasant, 87, 309, 501. 626 to 627, 953 to 954, elected to Presidium of 5th Congress of Common Turn, 91, and Maslow, 96N, and Ruth Fisher, 103, 510, 512, and McManus, 121, and Ramsey. MacDonald, 128, and Trained, 153, and Hoagland, 232, 235, and Swedish Communist Party, 232, 234 to 235, and Stabilization of Capping. Taylism, 291, 293, 493, and Socialism in One Country, 291, 303, and Lenin, 296N, 1001, 1002N, and Dissensions in Russian Party, 299, 493, 770N, 784N, and Capitalist Intervention, 303, and Ultraleft Deviation, 305N, 306N, 512 to 513, and KPT asterisk R 305N I% 3277 3280. 338N, 509, 511 to 513, and Czecho Slovak Communist Party, 373, and KPP, 382, 394, and Soviet Polish Relations, 446, and Soviet American Relations, 473 to 474, and Program of Comintern, 497, 606, 998, 1005, 1007, and Varga, 498, 1000, 1004, and Bordiga, 499N, 501 to 503, 1002, and Workers' Party. 1028. Of America, 520, and Trade Union. Question, 550N, 560, 588, and Gompers, 572, and IFTU, 572, and Wilson, 572, and Workers. Delegations, 581N, elected to Trade Union Commission of IKI, 594, and Colonial Question, 606, and Meyer-Holz-Rohr, China, 629, and Zinoviev, 764, 766N, 784N, and Chinese Eastern Railway. 770N, and Chiang Kai-shek, 784, and CCP, 797N, and Kuomintang, 797N, elected to Presidium of IKI, 900, and International Co-Operative Day, 972, and Marxism, Leninism, 994, and NEP, 1000, 1005 to 1006, and Radek, 1000, and Smurl, 1000, and Rosa Luxemburg's Theory of Capitalist Accumulation, 1001, and Thalheimer, 1001, 1004, and Religion, 1003, and Nationality, 1003, and Redheim. Imperialism, 1003, attacked by Boris, 1005 to 1006. Bukovina, 89, 207. Bulgarian Communist Party, BKP. 202 to 219, 385, 395 to 400, 942,999, 1001. Bulgarian Insurrection of September. 1923, 206, 209, 212, 214 to 215, 285. 774, 950, 991. Bulgarian Peasant Union, 87, 208 to 209. 214, 217 to 218. Bulgarian Social Democratic Party. 202. Bulgarian Trade Unions, 205 to 206, 399. 400, 533, 536, 590 N. Bulletin Communist, 140 to 145, 147. 149, 359, 361, 364 to 366, 516. Bund, Jewish General Workers Union. In Russia and Poland, 652. Buryat Mongol Autonomous Socialist. Soviet Republic, 834 N, 835. Buryats, in Outer Mongolia, 804, 818. 824, 834 to 835, 840. Kakin, M, 138, 155, 187. Kayazdu Balkavism, 149, 351. 363. Kalelox, J, 354, 358, 419. Kalzin, 144. Campbell, J.R., 28 to 29, 32, 122, 136. 345. Canadian Farmers Party, Saskatch. 1, 956. Cannon, J, 240 to 242, 247, 406, 409 to 411. Index. Castle, W, 464. Chamberlain, Austin, 19, 29N, 33 to 34. 42 to 44, 257, 262, 263N, 278, 291. 323, 414, 416 to 418, 435, 471N. 502N, 1020. Changqing Chang, 794 to 795. Changkuo Tao, 692N, 751, 754N. Chang Tla, 605N, 606N. Chang Solin, 676 to 678, 686 to 687. 710 to 712, 714, 732 to 733, 736 to 737. 739, 743 to 748, 751, 754, 757 to 762. 767 to 771, 785 N, 787 to 789, 821, 859. 873, 879 to 882. Chase National Bank, 478, 486. Chase, Stewart, 482. Sholey, P, 213, 218 to 219. Chikyang, 711. CHNCH Ming, 732, 751. Chen, Eugene, CHNUJEI, 760. 761N, 778, 795. CHN Tusiu, 689, 690N, 692N. 693N, 697, 700, 740, 741N, 750N. 790N, 796 to 800. CHNUJEI, Chen, Eugene. Chiang Kai-shek, 678, 694, 701 to 702. 709, 725 to 728, 731 to 732, 740, 741N. 749 to 751, 755, 772 to 802. Chiaturi, 483 to 484. Chicharan, G, 7, 13 to 15, 17 to 18, 19N. 31N, 34, 37 to 41, 44, 52, 56N, 57 to 59. 61 to 62, 64N, 67 to 68, 197, 209, 248. 251, 11, 2520, 25,450, 250, 2250, 200. 261N, 263 to 264, 268N, 269, 271. 273 to 278, 361, 388N, 397, 414, 417. 418, 420 to 422, 427 to 429, 432 to 437. 441, 442N, 444 to 448, 450 to 457, 459. 463, 467, 471, 474N, 483 to 484, 488. 613, 615 to 616, 624 to 626, 634, 641. 643, 678N, 683N, 684, 695N, 696. 700, 759 to 760, 769, 770N, 8001N. 824, 854, 869, 875, 877. Chile, 762. China, Relations with Chinese Gov. Ernmont, 613, 676 to 687, 710, 736. 737, 757, 759 to 760, Chang Solin. 677, 686 to 687, 711 to 712, 745 to 748. 758 to 760, 761N, 767 to 771, 788 to 789. Fenyi Chang, 712 to 714, 734 to 736. 743 to 748, 757 to 758, 762, 789 to 790. Kuomintang, 613, 616, 676 to 678. 693 to 710, 716 to 718, 727 to 730, 732. 737 to 738, 748, 753, 755 to 756, 762. 767, 771 to 787, 790 to 802. See also. Chinese Communist Party, CCP. Chinese Eastern Railway, SER. Index. Chinese Trade Unions, Kuomintang. Tang, March 20th Coup, Canton. May 30 Movement, Northern. Expedition, Red Spears, Sino. Soviet Treaty, May 31st, 1924. Chinese Communist Party, CCP, 671. 688 to 693, 695, 697, 698 and 699 to 701. 793 to 797, 713 and 714 to 719, 721 to 722. 728 to 730, 734 and 735 to 745, 747 to 756. 761, 764, 766, 768, 771, 776, 779. 780, 783 to 785, 787, 793 to 802. Chinese Communist Youth League. Formerly Chinese Socialist Youth League, 692 to 693, 697, 705, 722. 729, 737, 745, 76%. Chinese Eastern Railway, SER, 36. 677, 679 to 682, 684 to 687, 710 to 711. 757 to 760, 769 to 770, 784 and 789, 873. 874, 881. Chinese Socialist Youth League, C. Chinese Communist Youth League. Chinese Trade Unions, All China. Labor Secretariat, 688, All China. Trade Union Congress, 1st, 689. 2nd, 720, 723, All China Feder. Asian of Railway Workers, 703, 739. General Trade Union Council, Shanghai, 721, 739. Choibalsan, 813, 818, 821, 826. Jolu, 754. Churchill, W, 417, 572. Citron, W, 579, 582. Clayton, 478 N. Kleins, J, 581. Colliard, L, 978. Comitato di Intesa, 368. Communist Academy, 72, 298 N, 471. 904. Communist International, Cumin. Turn, C. Internationals, 3rd. Communist Party of East Galicia, 190. Communist Party of Great Britain. CPGB, 29, 76, 81 to 82, 88, 117. 137, 142, 150, 301, 303, 311, 330. 340 to 348, 407 N, 513 to 514, 519, 552. 563, 571, 581 to 582, 616 to 617, 619. 667 to 668, 670, 912, 917, 920, 923 NN. 924, 925 N, 930 to 931, 933 N, 952. 973 N, 988, 1003, 1018, I or 1 GN. 1020 to 1021. Communist Party of Upper Silesia. 189 N. Communist Party of Western Ukraine. KPZU, 189 to 191, 194, 197 to 198. 381, 386, 388, 390, 391 N. 1029. Communist Party of Western White Russia, KPZB, 189, 191, 194, 197. 200, 381, 384, 386, 391 N. Communist University of Toilers of the East, 610 N, 627, 710, 718, 725. 818. Communist Youth International. Kim, 82 N, 110, 167, 185 N. 329 N, 354, 607, 620, 646, 692. 693 N, 724, 810 to 813, 819, 832. 887 N, 894, 917 to 920, 922 to 923, 925. 926, 931, 933 N, 935 to 936, 958 to 960. 962 to 963, 965 to 967, 987 to 997, 1008. 1009. Confédération Générale du Travail. CGT, 142, 150, 153 to 154, 353, 356. 358, 360, 540, 545, 574, 578. Confédération Générale du Travail. Unit Air, CGTU, 138 to 140, 142. 148, 150, I5 in, 153 to 154, 330 NN. 352 to 354, 356 to 358, 360, 536, 540. 565, 574, 578, 611, 940 N, 942 to 943. Congress of Peoples of the East, Baku. Congress, 10, 605 to 606, 628. Congress of Soviets, All Union, 44. 251, 263, 417, 440, 443, 444, 454. 464 N, 467, 471, 625 to 626, 856, of Far Eastern Region, 762. Congress of Toilers of the Far East. 606 to 608, 612, 810, 818 N. Cook, A, 129, 344, 573, 946, 947 N. Coolidge, C, 246, 249 N, 458, 463. 464, 467, 485 N, 486, 488, 584. Kudenhof-Kalergi, Arvon, 507 N. Council of Labor and Defense. Sto, 41. Krakow Insurrection, 192 to 194, 200. Croat Republican Peasant Party, 14. 87, 214, 227, 231 to 232, 401, 405, 953. Crow, E, 31 N. Kuno, W, 48 to 50. Curzon Ultimatum, 13 to 14, 34, 249. 644. Curzon, Viscount, 34, 572. Kvijit, 223. Czechoslovak Communist Party, 115. 169 to 171, 173 to 183, 193, 195, 295 N. 372 to 380, 517 to 519, 573 to 574, 920. 924, 928 to 929, 931, 1020 to 1021. Czechoslovak Communist Youth League, 174. Czechoslovak Federation of Workers. Gymnastic Leagues, 958. Czechoslovak Trade Unions, 171-173. 294, 376 to 377, 537, 561, 569, 574. 1030. Czechoslovakia, Relations with, 266 N. 426 to 427, 449 N. D'Aubernon, Viscount, 258 N, 263 N. 264 N, 266 N, 273 N, 424, 436 N. Dago, 251, 418, 442 N. Daily Worker, Chicago, 410. Darren, 873, 876. Dalgostorg, 838 N. Dokhazarin, 864 N. Dambadorji, 813, 817 to 818, 820, 824. 828 to 831, 858 N, 860. Dan, F, 573 N. Danzin, Commander-in-Chief, 805 N. 815 to 822, 823 N, 857. Darkat, 864. Darsino, R, 671 to 672, 674. Das, SR, 661. Davidovai, 228, 231. Das, C, 63, 466. DAWS Plan, 38, 42, 62 to 63, 65 to 66, 68. 69, 74 to 75, 85, 115 to 116, 135, 248. 249, 254, 264, 286, 315, 322, 325. 344, 424, 464 to 466, 468 to 469, 471. 474, 491, 506, 510, 582 to 583, 593. 894. Debs, E, 246. Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, 825. Declaration of Rights of the Toiling People of Mongolia, 825, 867. Delegard, V, 149 to 150, 349, 1019. Denmark, Relations with, 633. Eritrea, 480 N, 856. Deutsche Bank, 484. Deutsche Skiffersbund, 541. 542. Dillon, Reed, & Co., 486. Dimitrov, G, 205 N, 207 to 209, 213. 218, 395, 397, 399. Dimov, D, 210 to 211, 219. Dingley, S, 672 N. Dirksen, H. von, 266 to 267, 269, 271. 272, 277, 282, 426 N, 429, 431, 437. IO 14. Dittmar, M. von, 267. Dmowski, R, 441. Dobroja, 27, 204, 207, 216 N, 398. Dogadov, A, 550, 578. Dombel, T. 309, 763N, 954 to 956. Domsky, Sud, Stein, H. 78N, 186. 192 to 196, 200, 201N, 306, 381 to 383. 385 to 387, 388N, 389 to 390, 391N. 393 to 394. Don Duke, 864N, 865. Index. Domagol, 487. Doriot, J, 151, 352, 360, 363, 366. 989. Dorsey, Sud, C. Foster, W.Z. Draft Treaty of Mutual Assistance. 452. Drahilovsky, 396N. Dunn, W, 241, 246, 561. Denois, A, 155, 359. Dutch Communist Party, 590N. Dutch Transport Workers Federation, 533. Dude, Rookie, 120 to 121, 124, 342,067. Dwyer, General, 622. Jurczynski, F, 187, 769, 880N. 949. Eastern Locarno, 432, 449. Eastman, M, 350, 351N. Eberlein, H, 900. Ebert, F, 50 to 51, 53, 259, 261N, 291. 314. Edinstvo, 399. Egyptian Communist Party, 649 to 650. 651N. Engler, V, 515, 516N. Urbanov, 824. Erkelai, Sud, C. Tolyatti, P. Ehrenberg, I, 818. Estonia, Relations with, 15 to 16, 442. 448 to 449. Estonian Communist Party, 284. Estonian Rising of 1924, 42, 152, 284. 285, 353, 381, 383, 774, 910N. Executive Committee of Communist International, ICI and GER. Manfiasco, 4N97, 99,193, and Zinoviev Letter, 29, 32 to 33, and Dawes-Plan, 63N, 68, 468, and KED 71, 101, 104, 5107. E171 3,0110. 120, 314 to 319, 321 to 323, 325 to 329. 331 to 337, 339, 508 to 510, 512 to 513. 931, Report to 5th Congress, 73. 88, 93, and United Front, 74, 183. 546-549, 558 to 559, and Fascism, 82. 84, and National Question, 88 to 90. Elections at 5th Congress, G1, and Maslow, 96, and Ruth Fisher, 96. And Swedish Question, 112, 115. And McManus, 121, and CPGB. 121, 127, 136, 348, and Trotsky. Controversy, 125N, 143N, 299. Fifth Enlarged Plenum, 1925, 130N. 143N, 283, 286N, 287 to 291, 295. 297 to 298, 300, 302, 306 to 310, 340. Index 1031. 341, 348, 375 to 378, 382N, 385, 395. 400 to 409, 443N, 466 to 467, 490, 494. 499, 513 to 514, 521, 574 to 576, 626. 627, 641, 666, 673 to 675, Y885. 913 to 914, 925 to 928, 950 to 951, 953. 954, 966, 982, 993 to 994, 1020, and Trade Union Question, 135N, 507. 529 to 530, 538, 546 to 547, 554, 574. 576, 588 to 589, 592 to 594, and Sue. Varon, 138 to 140, 144, and PCF. 141, 142N, 147 to 148, 151, 153, 155. 156, 349 to 353, 357N-, 359N, 365. 514 to 517, and PCI, 157 to 162, 164N. 165 to 169, 367 to 369, 370N, 371, and Czechoslovak Communist Party. 170, 172, 174, 176, 181, 310, 372. 379, 380N, 517 to 519, and KPP. 176, 186, 198 to 199, 382N, 385. 386N, 387 to 394, and Swirl, 178. 180, and Urith, 178, and Muna, 178, and Kolarov, 203 n. 216, and BKP, 208 to 209, 211, 395. 397, and Dimitrov, 216, and KPJ, 221, 223 to 224, 227 to 228, 231 n. 310, 400 to 406, and Hoglund, 232. 233, and expulsion of Tranmere. 233, and Swedish Communist Party, 234 to 237, and Workers' Party of America, 237 n, 244 to 247. 406 to 409, 410 n, 411, 413, 520 to 522. And Pepper, 243 n, and Estonian Rising, 284, 285 n, and Stabilization of Capitalism, 286 n, 490, 504. 522 to 523, and Bolshevization, 294 n. 295, 207, 300, 302, 306 to 308, 499. And ultra-left deviation, 305 n. 496, and Agrarian Question, 309. And Colonial Question, 310, 466. 467, and Humbert Draws, 362. 6th Enlarged Plenum, 1926, 305 n. 357 n, 359 n, 362 n, 366, 386 n. 392, 397, 406, 413, 460 to 461, 468. 472 to 473, 490 to 491, 496, 500 to 504. 06-510, 514 to 517, 519 to 520, 522 to 523. 584 n, 589, 591 to 594, 629 to 631, 670. 741 NN, 763 to 767, 772, 783, 858, 893. 907 N, 910 N, 932, 934 to 935, 937. 938, 941,955,975, 984, 996, 1008 N. 1019, and assassination of Polish Communists, 443 N, and League of Nations, 460 to 461, and American Imperialism, 466, 468, and Anglo-American Relations, 472 to 473, and Bordiga, 500 to 503, 511, and Worker Peasant Government slogan, 505, and United States of Europe slogan, 506 to 507, and Organization of Parties, 507, Reorganization of $97, 997 to 909, and CCP, 513, 688, 690, 692, and Norwegian Communist Party, 519 to 520, and Pro Findern, 530, 939 to 941, 3rd N. Large Plenum, 1923, 538, 547 to 549. 663, 901 N, 941, 980, 1001 N, 1003, 1009, and Visits of Workers Dealing Gashins, 580, and AF of L. 583 N, and Tomsky, 584 N, Economic Theses of, 588, and Dutch Communist Party, 590 N, and Statute for Party Fractions, 591, and Congress of Far Eastern Peoples, 605 to 606, and Eastern Question, 617 to 618, 626 to 627, 629 to 631, 670. And Turkish Question, 640, 643. And Persian Communist Party, 645. And Persian Question, 647 to 648, and Egypt, 651, and Syria, 654, and Palestine, 654, and India, 662. 664, 666, and Legal Indian Communist Party, 669, and China. 670, 708, 724, 741 N, 742 NN, 763. 767, 770 N, 772, 783, 784 N, 794. 796 N, and Indonesia, 673 to 675. And Kuomintang, 689, 691, 717. And Mongolian People's Revolution Ari Party, 814 N, 828, 831 N, and Tunatuva People's Party, 831 N. And Japan, 884 to 885, 890 N, 893. And Sano, 887 N, Composition and Functions of, 898 Go 00, and Regional Bureaus, 906, and _ year reporters, 907, and National Secretariats, 908. GOG, and Budget Commission, 911. And Fractions, 915, and Cell Organization, 919, 934 to 935, and Auxiliary Iliary Organizations, 937 to 938, and MOPR, 950 to 951, and Crest Intern, 953 to 955, and Sport Intern, 961. 962, 965 to 966, and Cooperative SEC, 970, 975, and International Cooperative Alliance, 971 to 972, and International Women's Secretariat. 977 to 986, and Communist Youth. International, 987 and 993 to 994, Pro. Center of Election, 990, and Posing. Of Young Workers, 996, and Program of Comintern, 606. 998, 1003, 1007, 1008 and 1009. 7th Enlarged Plenum, 1926. 741N, 783N, 8th Enlarged. 1032 Index. Plenum, 1927, 784N, 2nd N. Large Plenum, 1922, 998. International Control Commiss. Zion, Krabik elected to, 178. Joint Session with Central Control. Commission of BKP, B, 314, 316. And Maslow, 334 to 336, Constitution. And functions of, 904 to 906, 912 N. Org Barrow, and German Com. Munist Party, 333, creation of. 898, functions of, 900 to 902, and. Illegal activities, 910, and cell or. Gadization, 923 N, 924, 927 to 928. 93 degrees, 932, and British Communist Party, 930 N, and cooperatives. 973,975, and International Women's Secretariat, 980, 983, and fractions, 574. Organization Department, and Party fractions in trade unions, 591. Creation of, 898, change of function, 901, importance of, 902, and conferences on organization, 903. 925 to 928, 932 to 934, and draft model. Statute for Communist Parties, 913. And cell organization, 922 to 923, 925. 928, 930 to 934, and cooperatives. 975 N. Far Eastern Secretariat, and Congress of Toilers of the Far East, 605. 607, and Wadinsky, 800 N, 886. Mongolian Tibetan Section of, 805 N. Central Asian Bureau, and Roy. 660. Eastern Department, creation of. 607, 898, and French North Africa. 617, and programs of Mongolian. And Tuba parties, 831 N. Early unimportance of, 904, and cell. Organization, 930 to 931, and National Women's Secretariat, 980. 981. Agitation and Propaganda Department, Agitprop creation of, 898. Functions of, 903 to 904, Conference. On Future Activities, 913 to 914, and Marxist-Leninist Courses, 1018. 1019, and British Communist Party, 1019. Section of International Communication, OMs, 909 to 910. Executive Committee of Communist Youth International, ICOM, C. Communist Youth International, KIM. Farmer Labor Party, of Chicago, 239. National, 239. Farmer Labor Voice, the, formerly the Voice of Labor, 239. Fascism, Fascists, 73 to 74, 81 to 85, 100. 105, 151, 153, 155 to 156, 158 and 159. 162, 166 to 167, 169, 223, 225, 288. 346, 349 to 351, 360, 362, 367, 369. 371, 382, 393 to 394, 539, 545 to 546. 547 N, 561 to 562, 571, 574 to 575, 584. 592, 595 to 596, 774, 962, 971, 974. 990, 1008. Federated Farmer Labor Party, 239. 241, 244. Federation Balkanique, Law, 213, 218. 219, 398. Federation of Scandinavian Commune. Is Parties, 236. Federation Sportive du Travail, 961. Fenyitshang, 711 to 715, 732 to 736. 743 to 748, 757, 762, 768, 773 and 775. 777, 782, 788 to 790, 857, 858 and 860. 879. Ferguson, I, 594. Philly, 55, 434, IO 10-1011, 1012 N, 1014. Filipovi, F, Sudbaskabai, 205 N. 401, 953, 955. Fiman, E, 150, 548, 551. Finland, relations with Poland, 442. Soviet Union, 448. Finnish trade unions, 533, 538, 589. 59 degrees. Fisher, Ruth, 77, 93 N, 95 to 96, 97 N. 99, 102, 103 to 104, 106 N, 107 N. 108, 110 equals 112 by 14, 116, 120, 131. 175, 264, 306, 311, 313 N, 317 to 320. 324, 326, 328 to 329, 331, 333, 334 n. 335 to 339, 340 n, 374, 387, 389, 5 or 503, 508 to 512, 515, 519, 553 to 554. 557, 594, 9 IRNN, 919N, 994, 996. 10 IGN. Foch, Marshall, 751. Food Trade Workers International. See International Union of Organizations of Workers in the Food and Drink Trades. Foster, WZ, 237, 240 to 247, 310, 406. 410, 412 to 413, 466, 520 to 521, 583 n. France, Relations with, Recognition of. Soviet Union, 35 to 40, 42, 45, 152. And Fleet at Bizerta, 36, 38 to 39, 41. 44 to 45, Commercial Relations, 41. 424, Financial Negotiations, 44, 419. 420, 423 to 425, and War in Morocco. 45, 352 to 356, 419, and Locarno. Index 1033. 46, 354, 420 to 422, 424. See also. French Communist Party, Lenin. Is schools. Fremuth, Sud, 84. French Communist Party, PCF, 45. 88, 137 to 157, 174, 182, 195 n, 307 n. 340 n, 348 to 356, 385, 389, 514 to 517. 540, 560, 574, 610, 616 to 617, 619. 654, 912, 920, 923 n, 924, 928, 931. German Communist Youth League. 107 n, 114 to 115, 332, 926, 931. 966 n, 990, 994 to 996, 1021. Asterisk German Fiasco of 1923, 4, 11, 16. 47, 53, 79, 71, 72 n, 75, 86, 95, 97. 98, 104, 124, 140, 191 to 193, 224, 268. 285, 300 n, 312, 354, 440, 540, 613. 664, 774, 897, 915, 919, 990, 991. German Independent Social Demo. 943, IO1Q, 1021. French Communist Youth League. 150, 352, 912. French National Federation of Revolutionary Cooperatives, 974 n. French Socialist Party, 137, 140, 353. 361, 610 n. Friends of Soviet Russia, 985. Froelich, P. 322. Frossard, L. 137 to 139, 305 to 306. Franken, M. 56 n. 634. Franz, M. 249 to 252, 628 n. 735. 736, 877, 900. Fry, Ruth, 945. Galen, Sud, C. Blyuker, V. Galicia, East, 27, 89, 190, 441. C. Also Communist Party of Western Ukraine, KPZU. Gallagher, W. 120 to 124, 128, 306, 340. 345, 407 n, 627. Gamarnik, Yeah, 761 to 762. Gandhi, Mahatma, 661 to 662, 670. Gainitsky, Yeah, 949. General German Trade Union Federation, ATGB, 98 to 99, 330, 339, 540. 556, 578. Generi, E, 161. Genoa Conference, 7, 23 to 24, 197, 210. 450, 477, 632. George V, King, 128. Craddock Party, USPD, 203N, 497, 946. German Social Democratic Party. SPD, 51N, 58N, 74, 98, 107 to 108. 114, 116, 314 to 316, 318 to 321, 333N. 334, 339, 385, 557, 571, 886, 916. QG19, IR1 on, 1014N. German Trade Unions, 97 to 101, 105. 106, 109 to 110, I13, I15, 295, 315. 321 to 322, 328 to 330, 332 to 334, 556. 558, 567, 574, 920. See also. General German Trade Union Fed. Irration, ATGB. German Workers' Sport Union, 958. Germany, Relations with, and Common. Turn, 14 to 16, 18, 275, and Rapallo. Treaty, 46, 5 degrees, IN, 56 to 57, 61, 64. 65, 67, 69, 255, 265, 270, 278, 282. 425, 437 to 439,455,457, military re. Lations, 47 to 56, 258, 434, 1010 to 1017. And Polish question, 48 to 49, 254. 257, 260 to 261, 267, 275 to 276, 432. 433, 4413, negotiations for calm. Commercial Treaty, 56 to 57, 62, 253 to 254. 266 to 267, 269 to 276, and Soviet. Trade Delegation Incident, 57 to 62. And Dawes Plan, 62 to 64, 115 to 116. 248, 264, and German entry into League of Nations, 65 to 69, 257, 264. 265, 271, 273 to 274, 276 to 278, 280. 282,430,435, 455,457 to 459, negotiations for Neutrality Pact, 257 to 262. German Communist Party, KPD, 12. 19, 47, 60N, 64,71, 73N, 78N, 84. 95 to 117, 124, 126 to 127, 129, 131, 138. 141, 145, 147, 163, 170 to 171, 173. 174, 176, 181 to 182, 191 to 193, 264. 268, 301, 303, 305N, 311 to 340. 362N, 363N, 369, 380, 385 to 389. 497, 499, 502N, 508 to 513, 515, 518. 524, 539 to 540, 553, 555, 557, 567. 586, 896, 911, 919, 923 to 924, 926N. 928, 931, 942, 947, 952N, 966N. 974N, 985, 990, 994, 999N, 1005. 1006, 1008N, 1021. German Communist Workers' Party. KAPD, 184. 265 to 267, 271 to 274, 425 to 431, 435. 437, and Walsh and Kinder. Men, 267 to 269, 272, and credits. 270, 276, 431, 438, and German. Trade with Asia, 270, 855, com. Commercial Treaty of October 12, 1925. 278 to 279, 281, 429 to 430, 855, and charges against consular agents. 429, Treaty of April 24, 1926, 437. 439, 447, 449N, and Swissgov. Ermit, 459 to 460, and rights at Giaturi, 484. See also Anglo. German Commercial Treaty, GER. Man Communist Party, KPD. Locarno Treaty. 1034. Kichka, 116N, 324N, 594, 899. 901, 910N, 911, 985. Gesellschaft zur Verdienung. Bleicher Unternehmen Gen, GEFU. 1014. Gessler, 47, 276. Ghent Congress of International Co. Operatives, 972 to 974. Gerald, Suzanne, 142, 144, 156, 360. 363N, 515 to 516, 574. Gitlow, B, 245. Glading, P, 667 to 668. Glebov, N, Glebovibilov, 205. 587. Golder, F, 485. Golds, Arvander, 54N. Gombozap, 818. Gompers, S, 330, 572, 584, 889N. Goodrich, J, 485. Gosbank, 22, 423N, 634, 843. Gosling, H, 126. Gosplan, 292, 467, 847. Godu, Baron, 871, 877. Gramsci, A, 158N, 161 to 164, 368. 379. Graciate, A, 305N. Great Britain, Relations with, Recognition of Soviet Union, 4, 21, 454. 681, Trade Agreement of 1921, 7, 13. 605, Negotiations for Treaty, 21 to 27. 81, 128, 452 to 453, Abortive Treaties. Of August 8, 1924, 27 to 28, 33 to 34. 135, 249, 414, Deterioration of Lashins, 33 to 34, 248 to 249, 258, 414. 417 to 419, 427 to 428, 724. See also. Communist Party of Great Britain. CPGB, Locarno Treaty, Zeno. Vibe letter. Greek Communist Party, 204N, 205. 207, 215 to 216, 923N. Greek Socialist Workers' Party, 204N. 205. Greek Trade Unions, 205, 590N. Green, Sud, Sigasafe, S. Gregory, J.D., 30, 31N, 32N, 33. 34N. Gray, E. 28. Greco, R. 367. Guarantee Trust, 486. Cello PhDI, 416, 478, 479N, 485. 4. Guralski, A. 92, 104, 238, 301, 497. Gurko Kryaskin, 639, 647 to 648. Gurin, 384. Kasafe, S. 408 to 411, 520. Index. Haas, 38. Hashimisbach, 671. Haifeng Peasant Union, 722N. Heis, J. 377, 380N, 561, 596. Haldane, R. 32. Hammer, J. 479N. Handler, I. 518. Hands-off China Society, 428N. 628N, 708 to 709, 724 to 725, 746. 760N, 764N. Hands-off Egypt Society, 651. Hannington, W. 121, 123, 135, 345. Hansen, A. 93N, 236, 336, 511 to 512. 519 to 520. Harding, W. 475. Hardy, G. 348N, 563. Harriman, W.A. 416, 431 to 432, 483. 485. Haskell, W. 485. Haas, General Von, 48. Haywood, Bill, 481. Heckert, F. 114, 220N, 556, 560. D. Hedges, Relations with, 655. Heller, A. 621N, 623N, 720N, 886. 893N. Helsingfors Conference, 442 to 444, 448. Urbet, J. 43, 257, 420. Herklet, A. 150N. Herrick, M. 43. Aereo, E. 35 to 36, 38 to 44, 130N, 291. 350 to 351, 353, 419, 441, 1020. Herzog, W. 312 to 313. Hibben, P. 482. Hicks, G. 579, 584N. Hilferding, R. 293, 1005. Hilger, G. 52N, 61N, 62, 267, 269. 272, 801N, IOIIN. Hillman, S. 481. Hindenburg, P. von, 261N, 262, 264. 266, 276 to 277, 291, 318 to 320, 322. 425, 437N. Histadroth, 653. Hodgson, R. 281. Hoagland, Z. 112 to 113, 232 to 237, 299. 306, 339, 379, 513, 1003. Honan, 761, 762, 788N. Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, 707. Hoover, H. 415 to 416, 432N, 476 to 477. 482, 485, 487. Horner, A. 121. Hornell, E. 901N, 907N. Horthy, N. 180. Houghton, A. 467. Oursel, 93N. Index 1035. SABIPS Jopao, Guide Weekly. 689. CCHIH, 754. CCHungchi, 731 to 732. Huqingyi, 733 to 734. SIED detains NAPO. 4. Huhanmin, 697N, 700, 702, 726. 727, 731 to 732, 746, 755, 762 to 764. 766N, 776N, 790, 795. Hula, V, 174, 179, 518. Humanite, L, 148, 912. Humbert Draws, J, 139 to 141, 151N. 152N, 155 to 156, 158N, 159N, 161. 162, 163N, 167 to 169, 238, 305N. 306, 323N, 361 to 362, 367 to 368. 370N, 515, 906NN, 912. Hunan, 762. Hupi, 787. Hussein, King, 655. IBN Sahud, 655. Imthurn, CD, 29N. Independent Labour Party, ILP, 346. Independent Workers' Party of Yugoslavia, NRPJ, 221 to 222, 225 to 226. 228 to 230, 232, 400, 401N. Indian Bureau of Public Information. 669N. Indian Communist Party, 660, 664. 666, 668 to 669. Indian National Congress, 659, 661. 662, 665. Indonesian Communist Party, PKI. 670 to 675. Industrial Workers of the World. IWW, 481. Inkpen, H, 345. Institute of Oriental Studies, 763. Institute of Red Professors, 904. Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, IMRO, 209-214,217. 219, 395, 397 to 398. Internationals. First, International Working Men's Association, 14. N, 576, 898. Second, Socialist, or Social Democratic, 14, 85, 132, 137, 220. 223, 226, 525, 546, 572, 576, 582. 630, 644, 947, 955, 976, 989, 990. Third, Communist, Comintern. Fifth Congress, 1924, 4.N, 29N, 63. 70 to 94, 99N, IOIN, IOQ3, 113. 115, 130 to 132, 147, 149, I51-152. 155 to 156, 164 to 165, 167 to 168, 171N. 174 to 183, I91NN, 195 to 199, 201 to 202. 215 to 217, 225N, 226 to 229, 232, 234. 237, 243N, 245 to 246, 283, 288, 290. 293 to 298, 303 to 304, 306 to 307, 311 to 312. 322, 349 to 350, 367, 369 to 370, 377. 379, 380 to 382, 386, 390, 406, 465. 469, 494, 499, 506, 553 to 558, 561. 567, 594, 616 to 621, 622N, 623, 639. 645 to 646, 650, 664 to 667, 671, 687N. 703, 705, 884, 887N, 897. 905, 910 to 911, 912N, 913, 921 to 922. 941, 945, 950, 953, 956N, 961 to 962. 964, 972, 980 to 981, 985, 987N, 99I. 993, 1004 to 1009, 1018, and Narcom. Indel, 10 to 20, Conditions of Ad. Mission, 10 to 11, 4th Congress. 1922, IL, 70, 73 to 75, 77 to 79, 82 to 83. 89, 91, 118, 119N, 138 to 139, 159. Toy, 71603,165, 170 to 171, 1735, 150. 185, 204, 237N, 370, 497, 498N. 505, 515, 534 to 537, 540, 606, 609. 611, 649, 658, 660 to 661, 670, 898. 900, 902, 904, 907, 9I0-92, 917. 935, 940, 944, 949, 958 to 959, 970. 971, 979, 987 to 990, 999, 1003, 1005. Activities in Germany, 14 to 17, 47. 52 to 54, activities in France, 45. And DAWS Plan, 63, 85, 465, 3rd. Congress, 1921, 70, 73, 75, 89, 157. 169, 190, 286, 305, 492, 527. 605, 658, 660 to 661, 671N, 813N. 898, 904, 910 to 911, 914, 916 to 917. 919, 937 to 938, 957, 970, 978 to 979. 987N, and United Front, 74 to 75. 79 to 80, 84 to 85, 192, 212, 221, 407. 496, 529, 715, 915, 937-038, and World Economic Situation, 75 to 76. 79, and ultra-left deviation, 75. 80, 102, 110 to 112, 308, 323, 354, 361. 399, 496 to 498, 500 to 503, 517, 738. 774, and British Labour govern. Ment, 81 to 82, and Fascism, 82 to 85. And Social Democracy, 84 to 85, 307. 6th Congress, 1928, 86, 490, 654. 659N, 662, Goon, 906, 987N. 1008, 2nd Congress, 1920, 86N. 88, 125, 157, 368, 536N, 610, 614. 615, 618, 652, 659, 665, 898. 906, 957, 959N, 976, and Agrarian. Question, 86 to 87, and underscore national. Question, 87 to 90, and constituent. Parties, 90, 94, 150 to 151, 190, 303. 304, 307 to 308, 507, 897, and dis. Centines in Russian Party, 90 to 93. 143, 146, 224, 493, and Bolshev. 1036. Isation, 92 to 94, 293 to 298, 300, 304. 305, 897, and KPD, 95 to 97, 102. 104, 106 to 107, 109 to 115, 311 to 314. 316 to 317, 325 to 328, 329N, 331 to 333. 337 to 338, 508, 511 to 513, 3, and CPGB. 117 to 118, 120, 124 to 125, 126N, 127. 132, 136N, and British Left. 130 to 132, 552, and Roy, 136N. 665, 668, and PCF, 137, 349 to 350. 351N, 352 to 353, 361, 363N, 517. And Profintern, 138, 620, 939 to 941. And Humbert Draws, 139, 169, and Severin, 147, 149, and Psi, 157. 167, and PCI, 157 to 169, 367 to 372. And UNITA, 162, and Czechoslovak. Communist Party, 169 to 170, 174. 183, 373, 376 to 377, 379, 517, 5195. And Trade Union Question, 173, 534. 537, 542, 553 to 558, 562, 565, 567. 576, 580N, 586 to 587, 592, 594. 596N, and NEP, 184, 1006 to 1007. And KPP, 187, 194 to 199, 200. 202, 380 to 388, 390 to 393, and BKP. 202 to 210, 214 to 219, 395 to 397, 402NN. And KPJ, 220, 223 to 224, 226 to 229. 405, and Croat Republican Peasant Party, 231, and Swedish Kommun. Is Party, 232 to 237, and Workers. Party of America, 237, 241 to 247. 408, 410 to 411, 521, and Pepper. 238, and International Union. Against the Third International. 264, and Stresemann, 275, and Estonian Rising, 284 to 286, and Stabilization of Capitalism, 287, 289. Monolithic Structure of, 300 to 302. And Sprinsky, 441, Road Love Russian. Party in, 524, 897, 900 to 902, and IPCs, 540 to 541, and Second Inter. National, 582, and American Federation of Labor, 583, and Eastern. Question, 605 to 607, 610 to 611, 613. 621, 624, 626 to 627, 631, 658 to 672. Program of, 606, 998, 1009, and Persian Communist Party, 645. 646, and Riza Khan, 647, and Egyptian Communist Party, 649. 650, and Zionism, 652, and Pales. Time Communist Party, 653, and Syrian Communist Party, 654, and ATOC, 661, and Indian National Congress, 662, and Legal Indian Communist Party, 669, and China. 670, 701 N, 703, 705, 710, 724, 738. 7395 74,0742 NS 5175.0.701 N,.775. Index. 776, 778, 784, 792, 794, 796. 797 N, and Indonesia, 672, 674. And Kuomintang, 689, 692, 765 N. 766 N, and CCP, 689, 692, 699. 749, 802, and Mongolian Peoples. Revolutionary Party, 813 to 816, 828. 831 to 832, 835, and Tanutuva. People's Party, 861, and Japanese. Communist Party, 884, 890, and Japanese Trade Unions, 888 to 889. And Musansha Shimbun, 892, and Japanese Peasant Union, 893, and Korean Communist Party, 894 to 895. Statute of 898 to 899, 905, 913. Finances of 910 to 913, and Cell or Organization, 914 to 936, and Need for Auxiliary Organizations, 937 to 938. And Kim, 941, 967, 987 to 993, 996. 997, and MRP, 944 to 945, 947 to 948. And MOPR, 949 to 950, 952, and Crest Intern, 953, and Sport Intern, 957 to 958, 963, 965, and Coopera. TIB Movement, 970 to 971, 974. And Special Women's Organizations, 976, 979, 985, and International Women's Secretariat, 977, 984, 986. And German Communist Youth League, 995 and Party Schools, 1018, 1021. See also Executive Committee of Communist National, IGI. International Working Union of Socialist Parties, Vienna Union, or 2.5 International, 546. N, 990. International Agrarian Institute, MOS. Cal, 668 N, 763, 956 to 957. International Association of Oppressed Peoples, 628. International Class War Prisoners. Aid, see International Organization for Aid to Revolutionaries, MOPR. International Conference of Commune. Is Cooperatives, 970 to 971, 972, 975. International Conference of Revolution. Air Transport Workers, 1st, 541, SE. Cont, 541, 3rd, 542,689, 4th, 569. International Cooperative Alliance. ICA, 597 N, 970 to 975. International Cooperative Day, 972,974. International Cooperative Women's Guild, 970. International of Educational Workers. 544, 595. Index. International Federation of Trade Unions, IFTU, 98, 105 to 106, 109. I10, 113 to 114, 118, 122, 1223, 130. 135, 171 to 173, 184, 205, 222, 330. 334 N, 384, 399 to 400, 510, 525 to 531. 533 to 534, 537 to 540, 542 to 545, 546 N. 547 to 554, 556 to 560, 562, 564 to 575. 577 to 580, 582 to 597, 607, 630, 653. 670, 703 N, 765, 888 to 889, 893, 946. 961, 965 to 966, 971. International Institute of Agriculture. Rome, 956. International Labour Organization. ILO, 555, 589, 594, 627 to 628, 630. 667, 885 to 886, 889 to 890. International Metal Workers Federation. 531, 533, 542 to 543. International Office of Public Health. 454. International Organization for Aid to Revolutionaries, MOPR, 946 to 947. 949 to 952, 985, 987 N. International Peasant Council, 231. 309, 627, 723, 763, 951, 953 to 954. International of Proletarian Freethink. ERS, 959 N. International Propaganda Committee. IPC, 531 to 533, 540 to 544, 547 to 548. 560, 563 to 564, 589, 594, 608 to 610. 621, 623 N, 672 to 673, 942. International Red Aid, see Inter. National Organization for Aid to Revolutionaries, MOPR. International Sanitary Convention, 454. International Trade Union Council. Mesoprof, 205 to 206, 222, 527. 531, 536, 607, 939. International Transport Workers. Federation, 531, 533, 542, 545, 547. 549, 569, 703, 739. International Union of Organizations of Workers in the Food and Drink Trades, 533 to 534, 543 to 544, 595. International Union Against the Third. International, 264. International Women's Day, 978. International Women's Secretariat, 976 to 986. International Workers' Aid, MRP, 725, 944 to 950, 985, 987 N. International Youth Day, 995. International Arbitral Fee, IA. See International Workers' Aid. Iran Dust, Sud, C. Rothstein, F. Italian Communist Party, PCI, 12 N. 1037. 1782, 157 to 169, 323, 367 to 372, 500. 561, 574, 923 to 924, 929. Italian Communist Youth League. 167, 370 N. Italian Socialist Party, Psi, 157 to 167. 203 N. Italian Trade Unions, 369 to 370, 539. 561 to 562, 574. Italy, Relations with Soviet Union. 14,19 N, 168 to 169, 273, with Yugoslavia, 212 N. Ivanov, A, 758 N, 759 to 760, 789. Iwanov, Sud, C. Madwilski, D. Jackson, T, 343. J. Tamba, 831, 857. Japan, Relations with, 258 N, 463, 625. 636, 735 N, 759, 769 to 770, 803, 859. 860, 869 to 883. Japanese Communist Party, 883 to 885. 913, 1003. Japanese Peasants Union, Nomen. Kumie, 886, 891 to 892. Japanese Trade Unions, Sikekushin. Dome, Rodo Hijaikai, Rodo. Sadame. Japanese Workers and Peasants Party. Rodo Nomen 2, Ronato, 492 to 493. Jars, K, 315. Jors, J, 151. Genti Chang, 734 to 735, 736. Jewish Communist Party, 652 to 653. Jilek, 170 to 172. Joff, A, 15, 22, 612, 676, 677, 703. 711 to 712, 764 N, 869, 871 to 872. Jaraho, L, 571. Johnson Hicks, W, 29 N, 417. Junkers, Professor, Rohr. Junkers Factory, 55, 61, 852, 1011. 1014. Kabachiv, KH, 202 N, 305, 1001. Kabul, 657. Kaklera Vicent, T, 220, 223. Kaganovich, L, 585. Kekushin Dome, 887 to 888. Kalinin, M, 43, 805, 824, 856, 954. 972. Kalnin, A, 133, 562, 940. Kama River, 1013 to 1014. Kamina B. Albi, 26.N782731633872. 249 N, 252, 280, 293 N, 303, 317. 338 N, 466, 586, 627 to 629, 718. 874 N, 900. Karakhan, L, 9 N, 463, 613, 677 to 686. 1038. 694, 696 N, 700, 704, 710 to 712, 732. N, 735 to 736, 744, 746 to 748, 757 to 761. 771, 773, 788 to 789, 793 N, 805, 827. 869 to 871, 874 to 877, 879 to 880, 882 N. 884. Kasparova, V, 978, 985. Katayama, S, 608, 615, 617 N, 622 N. 884, 956. Cato, 871, 874. Katz, I, 182 to 183, 321 to 322, 324, 336. 338 to 339, 509 to 511, 513, 907 N. Koskai, K, 583 N, 763. Kazan, 1013 to 1014. Kellogg, F, 463 to 464, 488 to 489. Kemal, Ataturk, 639 to 641, 643, 648, 650, 655. Kemerova, 481. Kenseikai Party, 871, 886, 890. Kerensky, A, 130, 137, 241, 295, 488. Kinhuk, L, 972, 975 to 976. Karazin, 646 N. Khwarezm, 803. Kuril, Great, of Outer Mongolia. 807, 823 to 829, 831 to 834, 837, 840. 843 to 844, 846 to 847, 850, 851 N, 854. 864, of Tunatuva, 865 N. Small, of Outer Mongolia, 826. 835. Kurchin, 479, 480 N. Kilbom, K, 236. Kinderman, K, 267 to 269, 272. Kipling, R, 627. Kisanko, Sud, 727 to 728, 731 N, 774. 777, 779 to 780, 781 N, 785 to 787. Klein, Sud, Sigurlski, A. Kerner, P. Von, 56. Kolarov, V, 87, 158 N, 202 N, 207. 209, 213, 215 to 216, 246, 395, 397. 402 to 403, 898, 901 N, 949 to 950. Kalkik, A, 760 N. Kalantai, A, 976, 978 to 979. Communistische Crown Internationale. Die, 978, 980. Communistka, 984. Komsomol, see All Union Leninist. Communist League of Youth. Kon, F, 220, 949. Kondratiev, N, 957. Ku, Wellington, 679, 683 to 685, 687 N. 805. Kopp, V, 60 to 62, 254, 256 to 257, 276. 431 N, 878 to 882, 891. Korean Communist Party, 894 to 895. Korean Workers and Peasants Con. Gress, 894. Index. Korovin, E, 7 to 9. Korsh, K, 78 N, IIO3, 305 N. 322, 326 N, 331, 509, 511, 513. 1006. Kosi, 1020. Kosring, E, 1012 N, 1013 N, 1014 N. 1016 N. Kosterswa, Wera, 183, 191 N, 192. 196 to 197. Kovanda, 379 N. Krajewski, Sud, Stein, W, 184, 195. 197. Krissen, LB, 25 N, 41 to 44, 56 N, 59. 66, 253 to 254, 273, 355, 416, 418. 420, 421 N, 423 N, 431 N, 469, 471. 486, 634, 883, 1013. Krabik, K, 175 to 176, 178 to 179, 182. 183, 295 to 296, 297 N, 299, 373, 375. 470 N. Krestinsky, N, 49, 58, 62, 68, 259. 261, 263 N, 265 to 266, 268, 270. 271 N, 314 N, 425 to 427, 430, 435. 438, 945, 1015. Krieg, J, 66. Krolikowski, S, 389. Kruk Concession, 482. Krupskia, N, 579. Krylenko, N, 269. Krzyzanowski, G, 461. Kubiak, N, 761 to 762, 778 to 779, 781. 8793. Kuhn, Loeb, Enko, 415 to 416, 432 N. 485. Kinney, O, 334 N, 335. Kobyshev, V, 781 N. Kun, Bella, 300 N, 497, 507 N, 900. 903, 911, 953, 1018, 1020. Kyominjin, 712, 713 N, 733 to 737. 744 to 745, 748, 751, 757, 761 to 762. 767 to 769, 775, 777, 785 N, 787 to 789. 857, 860, 879 to 880. Kuomintang, 613, 619, 622, 629, 665. 671, 681 N, 687 to 707, 710 to 711, 713. 719, 721n, 722 to 733, 734n, 735. 738, 740 to 741, 742n, 743 to 756, 762. 766, 768, 771 to 772, 774 0, 775 to 778. 780 to 802, 857 to 858, 860, 878, 879. 956. Kuo Sunling, 744n, 745, 746n. 748, 880. Kusinan, 93n, 139n, 186n. 187, 234, 296, 898, 900 to 901, 911. 937 to 938, 980n, 985 to 986. Guangxi, 687, 751, 772, 777n. Iwantong, 687, 695, 697, 795, 722. Index. 723, 731 to 732, 743, 750 to 752, 756. 762, 772, 774, 796 to 797. Quantum Peasant Union, 723, 800. KYZYL Kodo, 861. La Follette, R, 241 to 247. Labor Herald, 238, 412. Labor Research Department, 130N. Labor Swaraj Party, 669. Lajpat Rai, L, 660. Lansbury, G, 26, 946. Lansing, R, 476. Larkin, J, 563. Latvia, Relations with, 442, 448. 449. Lausanne Conference, 37, 639, 642. 1003. League Against Imperialism, 628N. 686, 707 to 708. League of Military Youth, 749 to 780. 786. League of Nations, 65 to 68, 204, 248. 255N, 257, 258N, 259 to 261, 263. 265, 266N, 271, 273 to 274, 276 to 278. 280 to 282, 422N, 424, 426 to 431, 433. 435 to 436, 437N, 438, 441, 448, 450. 462, 487, 507, 510, 555, 582, 593. 594, 641 to 642, 956. Health Committee, 450,966N. Permanent Advisory Commission. On Disarmament, 451. Permanent Court of International Justice, 450. Ledbour, G, 946. Lepart, T, 571. Lena Goldfields Concession, 25, 415. 483N, 485. Lenin, VI, and Unity of Foreign and Internal Policy, 3, and Brest. Litovsk Treaty, 6N, 591, death of 7N, and Ramsay MacDonald. 86, 127, and British Labour Move. Ment, 81, 576, and Bolshevization. 93,497, and Trade Union Unity, Roar. 525, 556, and British Communist Party, 125, and Surety, 157, and Fusion of PCI and Psi, 158N, and Right of Secession, 178, 402N, and NEP, 184, and Polish Campaign of 1920, 186N, and Party Organization, 201,295 and 498 and 914N, and International Equilibrium, 286N. 492, to the masses slogan, 325. 326, criticized by Maslow, 327, 332. Defended by Newman, 322, and X. 1039. Pulsion of Levi, 349, and against. The current, 355, Memorandum 2. Rubens, 481, 483N, and Marxism. 499 to 500, and United States of Europe slogan, 504, and Asia. And World Revolution, 612 to 613, 626. 774, and National and Colonial. Question, 614, 619, 658 to 659, 665. 802, and 1905 Revolution, 884. And Program of Comintern, 999. 1002, 1009. Lenin Enrollment, 922. Lenin Institute, 903 to 904. Lenin Schools, 341N, 903N, 1018. 1020. Leninism, Leninist, 73, 111, 149, 196. 293, 298 to 299, 315, 323, 325 to 326. 328 to 329, 341, 369, 387, 392N, 498. 500, 501, 503 to 504, SII, 513, 522. 556, 575, 993. Lenski, Sud, J. Leschinsky, 192. 193, 195 N, 196, 199 to 200, 381, 385. 389 to 390, 391 N, 393 N, 394. Lenz, J, 331. Leopold II, King, 14. Leps, I, 578, 761 to 762, 891. Levi, P, 297 N, 299, 349, 497, 502. 513. Lazaba, A, 634. Liaocheng Ki, 697 N, 701 to 702, 704. 727, 739 to 732. Liberation of Labor Group, 202 N. Li Qiling, 749 N, 779 to 780. Liebknecht, K, 340 N. Lilina, Z, 978, 979 N. Lili San, 721, 739. Lin, Henry A, 735, 789 to 790. Lin Pi Chu, 730. Lipetsk, 1012 to 1014. Lis, 596. Litachau, 700, 768. Lithuania, relations with, 438 N, 442. 448 to 449. Litvinov, M, 16, 19, 2231, 65,254 N. 260 to 261, 265 N, 266, 273, 278. 279 N, 418, 424, 437 to 438, 447, 455. 456, 475, 482, 642, 789 N, 801 N. 880 N, 882. Lloyd George, D, 28. Loeb, P, 945. Locarno Treaty, 46, 69, 252 to 253, 274. 282, 354,356, 361, 388 N, 414, 418. 425, 428 to 430, 432, 435, 438 to 439. 446 to 447, 449, 454, 456 to 458, 461. 466 to 468, 471, 474, 490 to 491, 511. 1040. 579, 582, 593, 629, 641 to 643. See. Also Eastern Locarno. Lodge, HC, 463. Vominenses, WIS, 332I, 3355 to 0337. 338 N, 391 N, 501 N, 507 N, 510 N. 512, 967, 997. Lore, L, 242 to 244, 247, 408. Laureate, F, 154 to 155, 349, 351, 359. 364, 515. Lusher, A, 38. Lovestone, J, 243 N, 247, 406, 409. 410. Lazovsky, A, 68, 99 N, IOIN, 103. 105, 107, 109, 114, 120 to 121, 133. 142, 187, 244 to 245, 308, 330, 344. 39 inches, 412, 473, 521, 529, 532. 534, 537, 540, 546 N, 547 N, 548. 549 N, 550, 554 to 558, 560, 561 N. 562 to 567, 571, 575 to 576, 577 N, 583. 584 N, 586 to 589, 591 to 596, 607 to 608. 617, 621 N, 623 to 625, 630, 764 to 765. 885 N, 889, 893, 912 N, 940 to 941. 943. Lucerne Sport International, 958, 961. 962, 964 to 969. Lukacs, G, 305 N. Lunakarski, A, 579. Luther, H, 1015. Luxembourg, Rosa, 98, 102, 187, 197. 201, 223, 315, 340 N, 619, 1001. 1003 to 1005. Lyatev, A, 398. Lyashenko, P, 957. McDonald, R, 21, 23, 26 N, 28, 30. 31 N, 32, 33, 135, 38, 40, 43, 65 to 66. 71, 80 to 81, 126 to 130, 132, 136 to 137. 263 N, 291, 295 N, 417, 454,455 N. 664, 707 to 708. McManus, A, 121, 131, 306, 563. 668 N, 708, 901 N, G. McNeil, R, 23. Macedonia, 209 to 219, 225 to 227, 230. 396 to 398. Maffei, F, 167 to 168. Miski, I, 415, 416 N, 839. Makens Codello, 398. Maltzon, Avon, 15 to 16, 37, 55 N, 60. 64 N, 250 N, 255, 431 to 432, 464 N. Maemodu, 608 N. Manley, J, 239. Man, T, 134, 343, 562, 573. Manwilski, D, 12, 71 N, 88 to 89, 92. 94, 96 to 97, 102 to 104, 106 to 107, 159. 165 to 166, 169, 178, 180, 182 to 183. Index. 198, 215, 226 to 227, 238, 290, 298. 309 N, 323 to 324, 326 N, 332 to 333. 335 to 337, 374 to 376, 378 to 379, 382. 383, 386 N, 389, 492, 502 N, 512. 568 to 569, 573 to 574, 618 to 619, 640. 650, 664 to 665, 705, 992. Malksedum, 700, 723, 739, 7435, 794. March 20th Coup, Canton, 778 to 779. 781, 786 to 787, 790 to 792, 796 to 797. 799 to 800. Merrick, Sud, 215, 396. Marguerite, Beta, 420. Mering, Sud, Sneedley, H, 538 N. 668 to 689, 692 N. Marklovsky, U, 949 to 950, 1014. Markovi, S, 220, 223 to 224, 226 to 227. 231, 401 to 403. Marlowe, T, 31 N. Martins, L, 476. Martov, U, 11 N. Marty, A, 951. Marx, Carl, 146, 349, 365 N, 614, 624. 625, 675 N, 1001 N. Marx, W, 315, 319 to 320. Marx Engels Institute, 903. Marxism, Marxist, 3, 6, 7, 8, 87, 93. LOZ Milo UIAQW 157 821 5E22 EUE. 226, 228, 240, 309, 325, 326, 367. 479, 474, 497, 498 to 500, 501, 522. 528, 614, 626, 659, 688, 740, 765 N. 828, 830, 891, 894, 956, 1006, 1018. 1019. Marxism-Leninism, 93, 326 N, 365 N. 500, 575, 903, 994, 1018, 1019. Masaryk, T.G., 179 N. Maslow, A, 95 to 96, 97 N, 99, 103, 108. 114, 115 N, 116, 192, 306, 311 to 315. 318 to 320, 325 to 332, 334 to 337, 338 N. 340 N, 389, 501, 503, 508 to 510, 513. 521, 594, 919 N. Masses of India, formerly Advance Guard, previously Vanguard of Indian Independence, 661, 666, 668. Matsui, 870 to 871. Mathadi, G, 164, 167 to 168, 371. May 30 Movement, 628 to 630, 719. 724, 728 to 729, 735 to 737, 739 to 740, 743. 753, 774, 878, 890, 946. Maximos, S, 215 to 216. Melnichinsky, G, 578, 587. Mensheviks, Menshevism, 84 N, 85 N. 128 N, 192, 195, 202, 293, 497, 582. 690 N, 885, 916, 1001. Merchant Corps, 707, 709. Mirshin, 652. Index. Meshcheryakov, V, 953 to 954, 970. 971 N. Meyer, E, 322, 324, 327 N, 333, 510. 511. Meyerhold, M. 629. Mesdinordnaya Kooperatsia, 975. Mitchell A. K. 959 to 960. Mikhailov, L. 219. Military Scientific Society, 86. Milky, 220. Milrand, A. 42. Milojakob, Z. 226 to 227, 231, 402 N. 404. Malutin, V. 222 to 223. Minkov, I. 396. Morofabramov, 911, 912 N. Mitsubishi Group, 871 N. Mitsui Group, 871 N. Mitwakgesellschaft, 67. Mologales, 56. Minute, P. 144-145, 149, 150 N. 151. 152 N. 299, 348 to 350, 351 N. 359. 515, 1019. Mongolia, Inner, see under Mongolia. Outer. Mongolia, Outer, relations with. China, 681, 703 to 704, 803 to 804, 821. 837 to 839, 842 to 843, 849, 853 to 855. 857 to 858, Germany, 270, 836, 855. 857, Mongolia, Inner, 858 to 861. Soviet Union, 681, 803 to 807, 809. 814, 817 to 818, 824, 826 to 827, 836. 840, 842 to 843, 851 to 853, 856 to 857. 868 N, Tunatuba, 862 to 864. C. Also Buriats, in Outer Mongolia. Mongolian People's Republic, Khan. Institution of Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. Mongolian Bank for Industry and Trade, 806, 842 to 845. Mongolian People's Army, 804 to 805. 815 to 816, 821, 833 N. Mongolian People's Central Coopera. Tiv, Monsenko, 839 to 842. Mongolian People's Party, C-Mongol. Ian People's Revolutionary Party. Mongolian People's Republic, Constitution of 824 to 826, 832 to 833, 867. 868. Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, formerly Mongolian People's Party, 619 to 620, 629, 809 to 810, 812. 816, 822 to 824, 825 N, 829, 831 to 832. 854, 858, 862, 864. Mongolian People's University, 835. 1041. Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League, 809 to 812, 823, 832 N. Pisasis G, 357 N, 560, 564. 595. Monroe Doctrine, 583. Mencier, Eta, 35, 36 N, 37, 39, 43. 420, 424 N. Morochowski, J, 188 N. Morel, ed. 26. Morgan, J.P., Co., 486. Morrow, Dwight, 486. Mosul, 640 to 641. Multinational General Trade Union. Mose, 172 to 173, 377, 517 to 518, 537. Muna, 174, 178, 373, 921. Munich Push, 53, 70. Menzenberg, W, 944, 946, 948. Murphy, J, 76, 121, 131, 301. Mussolini, B 9,12 and 14-15, 1735 N. 82, 158, 168, 372, 547. Neratos, G, 82 N. Nationalarbeiter Syndicate, NAS. 538, 590. National Left Wing Movement, 348. National Minority Movement, NMM. 106, I-19, 123 to 124, 126, 132 to 134. 135 N, 136 N, 137, 341, 343 to 344. 347 to 348, 563, 567, 571, 573, 578. 596 to 597, 942. National Unemployed Workers Move. MENT, NUWM, 119, 121, 123, 126. 135, 136 N, 888. Nitsokburgi, Nitsov, 821, 832. Nini, P, 159. Newman, H, 299, 326, 331, 334 N. 335 to 336, 338. Neuroth, A, 175, 178 to 180, 306, 372 N. 373, 377, 7378, 379 N, 380 N, 517. Gore N. New Economic Policy, NEP, 5 to 7, 70. 184, 186, 498, 527, 999, 1001, 1005. 1008. New York Trust Co., 432 N. Nwene Iquak, 88, 92 N, 610, 615. 617, 619. Niedermeyer, Ovan, 51, 54 to 55. Nikiforov, 830 to 832. Nikolaba, K, 981, 982 N, 983, 984 N. Nikolaevsk incident, 870, 876. Nilov, 786. Nin, A, 569, 594 to 595, 940. Nishio, S, 889. Nizhny Novgorod Fair, 634 to 635. Nojin, V, 477 to 479, 482. 1042. Nolly, Fan, 34N. Norman, 730. Northern Expedition, 772 to 775, 777. 778, 792 to 793, 796, 800 to 801. Norwegian Communist Party, 233 to 234. 236, 519 to 520, 988 N, 1021. Norwegian Trade Unions, 537 to 538. 589. Norwegian Workers' Party, 519 to 520. Nlens, J, 36, 39. Naupersieglid, 383. Naipolitiken, Den, 236. Above, A, 209, 217 to 218. Easel, 251, 418, 442 N. OGPU, 267 to 268, 285 N, 381, 646 N. 819, 910. Okovany Radnik, 228. Algen, M, 243 to 244. Olivier, S, 664. Organization for the Maintenance of Supplies, OMs, 346, 910 N. Organizovent Radnik, 229 to 230. Arhonikij, S, 488 N. Osaka, 888, 891, 893. Osinska, Sud, Unschlicht, Z, 193. Osinski, N, 488. Utegiest, J, 889. Pacific Transport Workers Conference. 609, 620 to 623. Painlove, P, 351, 353, 361, 419. Palestine Communist Party, 653. Pasi, N, 35N, 228, 231 to 232, 400. 401, 405. Paul, W, 343. Pavlovic, M, 624. Paz, M, 359. Peasant International, Crest Intern. 1487, 209, 227, 231 N, 401, 405. 610 N, 615, 668 N, 672 N, 709, 723. 724, 724 N, 763, 784 to 785, 865. 865 N, 952 to 957, 972, 987 N. Peking Hankow Railway, 676, 690. 702. Piang Pai, 722, 752. Piang Shuchi, 714, 799 to 800. People's Commissariat of Finance. Narkomfin, 423 N, 843. People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, Narkomindal, 8, 13, 16 to 20. 27, 47, 254, 267, 269, 272, 335, 441. 443 N, 455, 469, 478, 615, 680 N. 775, 801 N, 878. People's Commissariat of Foreign Index. Trade, Venesterg, 56 N, 478, 480. 632 to 634, 637. People's Commissariat of Internal Trade, Narkomnudurg, 635 N. People's Commissariat of Trade, NAR. Comderg, 423 N. Pepper, Sud, Pogany, J, 72, 238. 243, 246 to 247, 406, 408 to 409, 507 N. 520 to 521. Persia, Relations with, 643 to 649. Persian Communist Party, 645, 647 N. Petrovsky, D, C. Bennett. Pike, W, 330 N. Pilsudski, J, 188 N, 392 to 395, 448. Platten, F, 948. Plekhanov, G, 202 N. Plumer, H, 653 to 654. Polzone, 653. Podboyski, N, 957, 959 N, 963, 964 N. 965 to 967. Pomcars WRAR 4 New York, 159, 58370 AE. 63, 65, 425, 441. Poland, Relations with Soviet Union. 251, 432 to 433, 436, 439 to 449, with Romania, 447. See also Eastern. Locarno, Galicia, East. Polish Communist Party, KPP, 4. Merely Polish Communist Workers Party, KPRP, 176, 183 to 202, 303. 380 to 395, 929. Polish Communist Youth League, 201. 383, 929. Polish Socialist Party, PPS, 183. 184 N, 187 to 188, 191 to 193, 382, 384. 385, 391 to 392, 595. Polish trade unions, 184 to 185, 188, 295. 304, 390 to 391, 560. Politiken, 233, 235 to 236. Polit, H, 118N, 120 to 122, 124, 134. 135, 341, 344 to 345, 571, 924N. Palpred, status of, 9. Ponsonby, A, 22, 26, 31N. Popov, N, 606, 911. Portsmouth, Treaty of, 876. Portuguese Communist Party, 912. Poslední Novosti, 43. Podi, 484 to 485. Powers, Sud, C. Lovestone, J. Preobrazhensky, E, 22, 44, 423, 583N. Primo de Rivera, M, 352. Pritupa, F, 381, 382N. Prolikino, 948. Prolikult, 959N. Prototarav, A, 210, 213, 214N, 218. 219. Index 1043. Per, see under Red Army. Purcell, A, 26, 134, 135, 11.50, 153. 343 to 344, 570 to 572, 583, 946. Bowman, L, 383, 385. Pudelo Factory, 933N. Pyatakov, U, 415 to 416, 423, 488. Piatnitsky, O, 303, 334, 376, 574. 592N, 594, 898 to 902, 904 to 905, 911. 921 to 922, 924 to 928, 930, 932 to 934. Quotiaichi, 711N. Rodek, K. and Communism and Foreign Policy, 14, and Soviet GER. Men Relations, 17, 51 to 52, 61N. And Zinoviev Letter, 32N, and Rapprochement with France, 37, and KPD, 72, 106 to 107, 313, 316 to 317. 340N, 409, and PCF, 72, 147. And CPGB, 72, attacked by Zeno. Vive, 74, 78, 288, and United Front. 74, 76 to 78, 186, and Schlechter. Line, 82, and Trotskyism, 91. And Brandler, 111, and Rightist. Tendencies, 113, 171N, 175, and Severin, 147, and Neurath, 175. And Domsky, 186, 385, and 3. Ws, 187, 193, and German. Flascos, /low 24 UN BIH, INR. 212N, and Workers' Party of America, 244, 245N, and Inter. National Situation, 249, and Malt. ZA, 255, and Schubert, 255, and Stresemann, 263N, and League of Nations, 280, 459, and Locarno. 280, 474, and Estonian Rising. 285N, and Stabilization of Capital. Ism 292, and Bolshevization, 298N. And Smurl, 374, and Ruth Fisher. 374, and Soviet-Polish Relations. 444 to 445, and Anglo-American Rivalry, 471, and Congress of Toilers of the Far East. 606, and Eastern Question, 624. And Representatives of Indian National Congress, 659, and CCP. 688N, and Hands Off China Society, 708, 764N, and Sun Yat-sen University of Toilers of China. 725, and China, 747, 758N, 762. 877 to 878, and Wuhanmin, 763N. And Soviet-Japanese Treaty, 877. 878, as German Rapporteur, 907N. And Program of Comintern, 998. 1002. Rady, P, 401, 405. Rady, S, 214, 222, 227 to 229, 231 to 232. 401, 404 to 406, 953. Radnik, 221 to 222, 225, 228. Rakosi, M, 139N, 159, 169, 203N. 898, 911. Rakovsky, KH, 19, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35N, 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 210, 214, 250N. 263N, 414, 416 to 417, 418, 420 to 421. 422, 423, 424, 441, 452 to 453, 457. 582N, 771. Rappaport, C, 70N, 499, 999. Raskolnikov, F, 656N. Rathena, W, 82N. Reading, Lord, 664. Red Air Force, 251. Red Army, 51N, 190N, 196, 249. 250 to 252, 286N, 323, 383, 387, 433. 460, 502N, 681, 702, 722, 790, 960. 1013, 1015 to 1017, Political Adminis. Tration, per, of, 778N, 783. Red Fleet, 251, 1010. Red Friday, 343. Red Guard, 916, 968. Red International of Trade Unions. Prof intern, 15, 70N, 84N, 86N. 100, 105N, 106, 109, 113 to 114, 118. 123, 130, 133 to 135, 138, 140, 144. 153 to 154, 167, 170 and 171-173, 185. 206, 222, 238, 245, 343, 356, 358N. 377, 380N, 391, 399, 412 to 413, 473. 518, 525 to 567, 569 to 571, 573, 577. 585 to 590, 592 to 597, 607 to 611, 617. 619N, 620 to 621, 623, 630, 640, 653. 660 to 662, 669 to 670, 672 to 675, 690N. 793, 709, 720, 724 to 725, 731N, 739. 760N, 766 to 767, 886 to 890, 893 to 894. 912N, 938 to 943, 946, 948, 958 to 959. 961 to 962, 964, 966, 973 to 974, 978, 990. Red Serkat Islam, C. Serkat Raya. Red Spears, 723, 734. Red Sport International, Sport Intern. 957 to 969. Reichsbanner, 107. Reinstein, B. 238, 608. Riesner, F. 917, 968. Revolution Proletarian, Law, 348 to 350. 351N, 364, 366, 516. Rienzi, Sud, C. Tosca, A. Riga Conference, 443. Riga, Treaty of, 440, 445. Rincino, D. 804, 805N, 815 to 821. 823 to 824, 826, 828N, 829, 835, 853. 855, 857. 1044. Rizakhan, 644 to 649. Roback, Sud, 342. Robbins, R, 464, 475, 478, 481, 482N. 483N. Rodo Hijakai, 887N, 888 to 893. Rodo Nomen 2, Ronato, C. Japanese. Workers' and Peasants Party. Rodo Sodome, 885 to 889, 891 to 894. Rogachev, 727, 774, 777, 780, 785. 787. Roland, 37N. Rosenberg, A, 102, 115N, 314, 319. 321 to 322, 324, 326N, 331 to 332, 336. 386N, 509 to 511. Rosmer, AGS 142, 144 to 145, 147, 149. 150N, 151 to 152, 155, 299, 348 to 350. 351N, 359, 364, 515, 1019. Rossi, Sud, 164, 899. Rist Agency, 877N. Rothilfe, C. International Organizer. Shinforate to Revolutionaries. Rote Front Kampfverbund, 107. Rote Jungsturm, 107. Rothstein, F, 455, 642N, 646N. 648, 649N. Roy, MN, 76, 88, 136N, 614 to 615. 617N, 618 to 619, 625, 630, 650, 659. 670, 765, 778N, 956. Rosengolds, A, 48 to 49, 418, 1010. Rudas, V, 999. Rudzutak, Ya, 873 to 874. Ruhr, 35, 37, 39, 47 to 48, 98, 103, 138. 142, 358, 547, 945, 990. RUL, 434. Romania, Relations with, Soviet Union, 251, Poland, 447. See also. Bessarabia. Romanian Communist Party, 204 N. 216 N. Romanian Peasant Party, 955. Romanian Trade Unions, 206, 539, 590. 591. Russian American Industrial Corporation, 481. Russian Eastern Chamber of Commerce, 632, 634. Russian Metal Workers Union, 280. 533, 542 to 543. Russian Orthodox Church, property of 684. Russian Reconstruction Farms, 482. Russian Review, 464. Russian Transport Workers Union, 533, 548, 569. Russo-Asiatic Bank, 682. Index. Russo-Japanese Convention of 1907. 873. Russo-Japanese War, 876. Rus Transit, 633. Ruthenberg, C, 240, 242, 243 N, 244. 246, 406, 408 to 413, 520 to 521. Ruthenia, Subcarpathian, 89, 176. 178, 377, 380. Rule, Sud, 76. Ryazanov, D, 587, 1004 N. Rykov, A, 14 N, 18, 31, 44, 58, 91. 258, 438.N, 443 to 444, 456 to 457, 463. 464 N, 473, 483, 625, 875, Gu. Raskulov, T, 824, 826. Sabanin, A, 8 to 9. Safarov, G, 606, Gor N. Saint Germain, Treaty of, 89. Sakharov, N, 208. Sakhalin, 869 to 872, 874 to 876, 878, 880. 883. Saklatvala, S, 346, 667 to 668. Samos, 102, 110. Sampalon, 856 to 857. Samuel, H, 347, 653. Samuelson, O, 236. Samueli, Sud, C. Manuelski, D. Sanborn, Sud, C. Ruthenberg, C. Sano, M, 886, 887 N. San Stefano, Treaty of, 209. Serkat Islam, 670 to 672, 674. Serkat Raya formerly read Serkat Islam, 671 to 674. Sasenbek, J, 889. Saudi Arabia, 655. Savage, 363 N. Schlesinger line, 82 to 84, 191 N, 392. 1003. Schlesinger, M, 56 N, 270, 271 N. 275 N, 279 N. Sly, R, 485 to 486. Skolem, W, 97 N, 102, 314, 319, 32 I. 322, 324, 331 to 333, 336 to 337, 509 to 511. Schubert, Sivan, 255, 258, 261, 266. 274 to 275, 277 N, 279 N, 280 N, 426. 427, 429 to 430, 436 to 437, 448 N, 457. 459, 460 N, 1015 N, 1016. Schumacher, F, 106, 115, 377, 556. 557, 560, 565, 567. Skeeler, R, Go 1 N, 922, 990 N, 992. 993 N. Schwab, C, 486. Schwartz, Sud, C. Lazovsky, A. Scientific Society of Russian Oriental. IS, 624. Index. Skoximero, M, 367. Seekt, H. von, 14, 47, 50, 51 N 55 N. 268, 276, 1010 NN, 1011, IR4GN. 1015. Seidler, 378. C.G. Monday Kankaukai, Society for the Study of Political Problems. 891, 894. C. Yokai Party, 871 N. Sellier, L, 138, 153. Selsky Gospodar, 956 N. Selskosoyos, 480, 956 N. Simard, B, 144, 148, 154, 156, 350. 352, 358 N, 359 N, 360, 363 N, 515. 517, 560. Semashko, N, 966 to 967. Simon, 608, 617 N, 671, 673. Semi, Sud, C. Markabai, S. Sol, 894. Serb Social Democratic Party, 223. Serebriakov, L, 487 to 488, 788 to 789. 882. Sarah, Sud, C. Tosca, A. Sarati, G, 157 to 161, 368. Shamin, 719. Shanghai General Trade Union Council. 721. Shinsi, 762. Shatskin, L, 988 to 989. Scheinman, A, 22. Shidhara, K. 871, 875, 877, 880 to 881. Schmidt, V. 586, 590 N. Shumsky, A. 391 N. Shumyatsky, Ya. 605, 644 N. 645. 647. Shvernik, N. 22. Shversky, B. 464, 488. Siberian Commercial Bank, 843. Sibgostorg, 867 N. Simons, W. 261 N. Sinclair Exploration Co., 878. Sino-Soviet Treaty, May 31, 1924, 7 N. 936, 674, 682 to 686. Skolok, 379 N. Skoblovsky, A. 268 to 269. Skrinsky, A. 441 to 442, 445 to 446, 449 N. Skripnik, N. 178 N. 187, 190 N. 304 N. 383, 386 N. 393, 394 N. 402 N. 440, 503, 908 N. 956 N. Skolsky, 196, 199, 200 N. 201, 383, 385. Slazarsky, 184, 186. Smrl, B. 169 to 171, 173 to 183, 187. 222, 305, 372 to 375, 376 N. 377-379. 518, 594, 999, 1000. Smirnov, AP, 231. 1045. Smirnov, V. 1001. Snowden, P. 26N, 129. Social, Democrats, Social, Democracy. 74, 83 to 85, 116, 288, 293 N, 295. 307, 349, 351, 374 to 375, 379 to 380. 399 N, 465, 493 N, 496 to 497, 505 N. 515, 538, 557, 571, 589 to 590, 652. 945, 947, 969, 992. See also. German Social Democratic Party. SPD. Socialism in One Country, 17, 252, 290. 291, 296, 302 to 303, 312 N, 495, 499. 500, 523. Social Revolutionaries, SRS, 384. 582, 718 N. Society of Old Bolsheviks, 949. Sofia Cathedral Explosion, 262, 285 N. 353, 396 to 397, 405, 910. Sokolnikov, G, 252, 279, 489, 744, 900. Soloviev, 779 to 781, 785. Solz, A, 905. Sommer, J, 176. Zondergrupp, R, 1010-1011. Seung, TV, 727 N, 732, 781. South Manchurian Railway, 859, 873. Severin, B, 113, 138 to 149, 150 N. 155, 166 N, 293, 305 N, 349, 359. 361, 363 N, 364 to 365, 498 N, 513. 515, 901 N, 912, 1002 N. Soviet formerly Russian trade unions. 6th Congress, 1924, 68, 137, 249. 284, 570 to 572, 624 to 625, 951, and All Union formerly All Russian. Central Council of Trade Unions. 548, 550 to 552, 569, 573, 578, and International Trade Union Unity, 548. 550 to 552, 559, 564 to 567, 569, 576. 578, 585, 587 to 589, 591 to 593, 595. See also Anglo-Russian Joint Count. SIL, Red International of Trade. Unions, Profintern. Spanish Communist Youth League. 352. Spidel, H, 1012 N. Spitsbergen, 7. Stabilization of Capitalism, 4 to 5, 283. 286 to 293, 297, 298, 308, 322, 381. 403, 406, 471, 473, 490 to 495, 504. 522 to 523. Stack, L, 651. Stahlhelm, 107. Stalin, IV, and Bauern Lenin's. Death, 7N, and Soviet Power, 12. And Proctor Francois, 17, and Attitude to Capitalist Countries, 18. 1046 Index. 73, and KPT, 19, 95 to 96, 109. 116, 312 to 313, 317, 329 N, 337 to 339. 340 N, 509 to 510, and DOS Plan. 64, 264, 466, 470, and Fascism. 85n, and Social Democracy, 85n. Elected to Presidium of 5th Con. Gress of Comintern, 91, elected. Tuicki, 92, and Madwilski. 97, and Maslow, 99n, 313, and Lazowski, 99n, and Suverin. 144, and Polish Communist Party. 196 to 197, 387, 389, and Markov. Vic, 226n, and Danger from the West, 250, 262n, 303, and Wolst. And Kinderman, 269, growing. Authority of, 273n, and Stabilization of Capitalism, 286 to 287, 291. 292, 467, 492 491, and Bolshevism. 293, 302, 312, and Trotsky. 312n, and Socialism in One Country. 312n, and Zinoviev, 336, 361. 402n, 490, 506, 769, and Tolyatti, 371n, and Checo. Slovak Communist Party, 373n. 374 to 375, 377, and Sofia Cathedral. Explosion, 397n, and KPJ, 402. 403n, and Locarno, 414, and Anglo-Soviet Treaty, 470n, and Visits of Workers' Delegations, 495. Lectures on Leninism, 498 to 499, and Bordiga, 501n, and Ruth Fisher. 501n, and Clara Zetkin, 508n. And Hansen, 519, and Ultraleft. Deviation, 519, and Workers' Party of America, 520, and United Front. 568, and Trade Union Question. 586, and Eastern Question, 612. 613, 627 to 628, and Turkic Nation. Ultis, 614, and Communist University of Toilers of the East, 627. 718, 725, and Turkish Revolution. 643, and Egypt, 650, and India. 664, and Kuomintang, 717, 718n. 765n, and China, 718, 748n. 7725 to 7835, 784n, 7965, 883n. And Dictatorship of the Proletariat. 829n, and Japan, 881, elected to Presidium of Iki, Gu. Stambuliski, A, 209 to 211, 214. Starkov, 813, 823. Stein, H, C. Domsky. Stein, L, 67 to 68, 420, 455. Stein, W, C. Krajewski. Steklov, U, 625, 877n. Spinov, 780n, 785 to 787, 792, 797n. Stevenson Plan, 472. Stewart, R, 121. Stins, H, 38, 268. Stecker, W, 898. Stalzenberg, H, 1014. Stamoniakov, B, 431. Stoyanov, KH, 217 to 218. Straits Convention, 1923, 451 to 452, 639. Stresemann, G, 14, 16, 50 to 55, 58n. 60, 61n, 62, 65 to 66, 68, 255, 257. 262, 263n, 265n, 266 to 273, 275. 276, 277n, 278, 314n, 425 to 430. 436 to 439, 446, 1015. Stewart, C, 487. Stukat, P, 905. Sturm, Hertha, 978, 980 to 982, 984 to 985. Suiwin, 762. Sukhanov, N, 582n. Sukabutter, 813, 830. Sun Chio Winfang, 744n, 745. Sunday Worker, 342 to 343. Sun Evo, 707n, 727n, 730, 755, 799. 795. Sun Yat-sen, 616, 676 to 678, 681, 687. 689, 690n, 691, 694 to 708, 709n. 710 to 719, 722, 725, 726n, 730 to 732. 740, 749, 751, 764n, 772, 775, 785. 790n, 791, 794, 799, 872, 1003. Sun Yat-sen Society, 749, 780, 786. Sun Yat-sen University of Toilers of China, 725. Sun Yue, 733. Supreme Council of National Eco. Nomi, Vizinka, 423n, 634. Supreme Council of Physical Culture. VSFK, 966 to 967. Suritz, Yat, 639. Suzuki, M, 667n, 886 to 887, 889. 893n. Sverdlovsk Fair, 635. Swales, A, 343. Swaraj Party, 666, 669. Sweden, relations with, 25n, 449. 633. Swedish Communist Party, 232 to 236. 590 N. Swedish Trade Unions, 590. Switzerland, relations with, 455, 459. 460. Syria, 654. Syrian Communist Party, 654. Taichi Tao, 740, 741 N, 749, 754. 755, 795. Taku Forts, 767 to 768. Index. Tanaka, 878 N. Tanshenchi, 747 N, 782. Tannersji, 526. Tanatuba, relations with Soviet Union, 861 to 868, relations with Outer Mongolia, see under Mon. Galaya, Outer. Tanatuba People's Party, see Tanu. Tuba People's Revolutionary Party. Tanatuba People's Revolution. Ari Party formerly Tanatuba. People's Party, 831 N, 861 to 863, 865. Tanatuba Revolutionary Youth League, 865. TNP Yingshan, 695, 700, 706, 730. 751, 755 N, 768, 788 N, 794. Tianyin KI, 781, 786. Tenensitsi Railway, 873 N, 879. Tosca, A, 161 to 164, 168, 370. Terracini, U, 157, Go 1 N. Tierdini, Terzi Internazionalisti, 159. 164, 166 to 168, 368, 912 N. Tietenxa, 518. Tufik, 641. Thatcher, T, 478, 486. Thalheimer, A, 87 to 88, 107 N, 116. 192, 295, 312, 316 to 317, 340 N, 409. 497 to 498, 508, 513, 999, 1001, 1003. 1007, 1008 N. Thalmann, E, 95, 107 to 108, 112, 235. 281, 311, 315, 319 to 321, 324, 326. 328, 331, 333, 336, 338, 502, 509. 511 to 512, 515, 517, 919 N. Thomas, Albert, 889. Thomas, J.H., 126, 129, 344, 581. Thompson, General von, 55. Therese, M, 366, 515. Thrace, 207, 212, 215, 225, 227 N. Tillet, B, 570, 572. Tito, Josip Broz, 220 N, 223 N. Todorov, K, 209, 214, 217 to 218. Togliatti, P, 77, 161, 163 to 167, 168 N. 369 to 371, 501 N, 502, 594. Takita, K, 886. Tomka, 1014. Tomasi, 150 N. Tomp, J, 284. Tomsky, M, 22, 99, 130, 135, 343. 344, 442 N, 550, 551 N, 565, 568. 570 to 571, 576 to 580, 584 N, 585 to 588. 589 N, 593 to 594, 708, 940. Torgova Promyshlenny Bank, 867 N. Trade Union Educational League. TUEL, 237 to 238, 241 to 242, 245. 407, 412 to 413, 520 to 521, 561 N, 912. 1047. Trades Union Congress, TUC, 118. 119, 122 to 123, 129, 134 to 135, 330. 343 to 344, 442 N, 494, 568, 570, 576. 579, 581, 590, 708, 725. Tractor Mesrapom, 948 N. Tranmail, M, 233, 236, 519 to 520. See also under Kural Transylvania, 207, 216 N. Raint, A 276, 929 138 to 142, 1491 N. 144 to 145, 147 to 148, 150 to 153, 155 to 156. 157 N, 182, 306, 350 to 351, 354 to 355. 360 to 363, 366, 389, 516, 553, 594. 617539 degree 708. 901, 911, 920, 1003. 1004 N. Trelitzer, M, 606. Trotsk, 1013 to 1014. Trotsky, LD, and Comintern and. Foreign Policy, 11, and Permanent. Revolution, 17, and Socialism in 1. Country, 17, 303 N, and Kursin. 25N, 41, and Soviet German Re. Lations, 60-61, I010, 1013, Cam. Paint against, 71, 90-92, 113, 115. 124 to 125, 143 to 147, 152N, 155, 173. 174, 180, 193, 195, 197, 224, 242. 243, 293, 299 to 300, 312, 317, 408. 409, 498, and German Fiasco. 71, and World Revolution, 73. And Varga, 76N, and Comintern. Manifesto, 85, 658, and Revolution. In Europe, 86, and Madwilski. 96N, and Program of Common. Turn, 108N, 1002, and Ramsey. MacDonald, 128, 130N, and Aereo, 130N, and Suverin. 143 to 147, and Rosmer and Minute. 149, 350, 351N, and Versailles. Treaty, 168, and Soviet Italian. Relations, 168, and Smurl, 173. And Czechoslovak Communist Party, 174, and Lenski, 192, and Polish Communist leaders, 192 to 193. 195,197, denounces Party Bureau. C. Lacey, 20,107, and Zworski. 202111415. And Pepper, 241N, and Lafal. Let, 244, 245N, resigns as People's Commissar for War, 250, and Civil War, 251, and Kopp, 257N, and Wolst and Kinderman, 269. And Estonian Rising, 285N, 292N. And Stabilization of Capitalism, 292. And Bulgarian Rising, 292N, and Bukharin, 299, and CPGB, 346. 514N, and Anglo-American Relations, 349, 465 to 472, and Eastman. 350, 351N, and Bordiga, 368, and 1048. Franco-Soviet Relations, 423, and American Imperialism, 474, and Soviet-American Relations, 483, 488, and Sixteki, 493, and United Front, 493, and United States of Europe, 504 to 506, and Worker Peasant Government, 505, and Trade Unions, 525, 568, 585, and AFL, 583 to 584, and IFTU, 585, and Contraband Trade, 635N. And League Against Imperialism, 686N, and China, 710, and Communist University of Toilers of the East 710, and Kuomintang, 718N. 766N, 783, and Social Revolu. Tionarise, 718N, and Hands Off. China Society, 764N, and Polit. Borough Commission on Far Eastern Policy, 769, and SER, 769 to 770. And Chiang Kai-shek, 778N, 784. And Bubnov, 778N, and CCP. 783, and Soviet-Japanese Relations, 870 to 871. Tribuna Komunistyczna, 192. Tzai Hushen, 714N, 721. Sankov, A, 209, 212, 217, 386, 395. 398, 405. Tzaokon, 685, 711, 713, 787, 821. Chunk, F, 51. Centrosoyos, 480, 839, 972. Serendurji, 805, 818, 822, 821, 824. 826, 831. Suji, 887. Tuan Chi Chui, 712, 713N, 714 to 715. 721, 733, 743, 745 to 747, 762, 768. 787, 788N. Turkey, relations with Soviet Union. 34,422,427, 438, 448, 457, 636, 630. 640 to 643, Persia, 643. Tyrell, W, 263N. Ukrainian Communist Party, 190. 191. Ukrainian Social Democratic Party. 190, 381, 382N. Ulaanbaatar, Ergur named, 826. Ulbricht, W, 333, 334N, 380N. 436N, 932, 933N. Ulrich, V, 269. Ultraleft deviation, 75, 77 to 78, 80. 90, 95, 97N, IOI 102, I1 I112. 115N, 153N, 158N, 164, 296 to 299. 305N, 306 to 308, 319, 321 to 326, 328. 331, 333, 336 to 340, 354, 360 to 363. 366 to 369, 370N, 371, 379, 385. Index. 386N, 388 to 393, 395, 397, 399, 492. 496, 499, 501 to 503, 508 to 513, 515. 524, 738, 774, 929, 992 to 993. Ulyanova, M, 744 N. Ungern Sternberg, 605 to 606. Union of Toiling Araz, 828 to 829. Union of Urban and Rural Proletarians, Polish, 185. UNITA, L, 162, 164. United Front Policy, 74 to 82, 84 to 85, 87. QO, 102, 110 to 112, 125 to 129, 131, 139. 141, 170, 171, 193 to 194, 197, 201. 212, 234, 239, 241, 246, 247, 309 N. 311,322, 324, 339, 342, 350, 9359. 362, 366, 369 to 370, 386, 399, 492. 493 N, 496, 501, 516 to 518, 529, 534. 537, 539, 546 to 549, 552 to 553, 556. 558 to 560, 568, 576, 580, 586, 593. 594,673,715,797, 812,915,937, 938. United IMRO, 398. United States of America, Relations. With, 463 to 466, 472 to 489. United States of Europe, 493 N. 504 to 507. Unschlicht, I, 95 N, 186 N, 187, 193. 436 N, 949, 1015. Urbans, H, 305 N, 509 to 510, 512. 513. Urga, renamed Ulaanbaatar, 826. Ushery Railway, 873 to 874. Uzerod, 1020. Vanderveld, E, 573 N. Van Eck, 174. Vanguard of Indian Independence, C. Masses of India. Varga, E, 75 to 79, 87, 186 N, 288. 289 N, 292, 309, 465, 494, 498, 953. 957, 999, 1000, 1004 to 1005. Vasiliev, A, 681, 805 to 806, 814 to 816. 820 to 821, 823 to 824, 842, 851, 863 N. Vasiliev, Delegate of Subcarpathian. Ruthenia, 174 N, 177. Verdict, 378. Versailles Treaty, 46, 66, 88 to 89, 168. 203, 454, 487, 547, 1012. Volensky, V, 676 N, 682 N, 775. Vilatitite, Sud, Seek Vijit. Vikhoff, D, 211, 213, 218 to 219, 398. Venesterd Bank, 634. Voice of Labor, B, Sea Farmer Labor. Voice, B. Foykov, P, 445. Wodinsky, V, 621 to 622, 666, 7 Orn. 704 to 705, 708, 710, 747 N, 756. Index. 757 N, 765 N, 792 N, 798, 800 N. 886. Votiuk, Ya, 381, 382 N. Volhynia, 381, 382 N, 383 to 384, 387 N. Voroshilov, K, 433 to 434, 460, 769. Vorovsky, V, 455, 543. V. Sebabuch, 957, 959, 966. Vujevit, V, 993 to 994, 996. Waft, 650, 652. Walcher, J, 107 N, 942. Wilecki, H, 183, 196 to 197, 238, 392. 393, 911. Wallhead, R, 26. Walroth, W, 15, 56 N, 270, 426 N. Wang, CT, 679 to 680, 682 to 683. Wang Qingwei, 697, 698 N, 700. 702, 714 N, 716, 726 to 727, 731 to 732. 750 to 752, 754 to 755, 774 N, 776 N. 777, 779 to 781, 79%, 795. Wardwell, A, 479 N. Ware, H, 481 to 482. Worski, A, 183 to 184, 192, 196 to 198. 201 to 202, 383, 388 N, 389 to 390, 393. Watanabe, M, 886, 890, 891 N. Wise, B, 58 N. Western Hills Group, 749 to 751, 754. 755 N, 791. Whampoa Military Academy, 702, 709. 719, 722, 728, 731, 732, 749, 779. 780, 786. Wigan, A, 486. Williams, R, 548. Wilson, Woodrow, 475, 572. Worth, J, 47, 51 N, 56 N. Wirtz-Schatzkinter, WIKO, 1014. Widows, W, 188. Wolf, SM, 856 N. Walsh, T, 267 to 269, 272. Wonkhouse, 54 N. Workers, Communist, Party of Amer. ICA, formerly Workers' Party of America, 237 to 247, 406 to 413, 467. 520 to 522, 561, 884 N, 912, 930. Workers' International Relief, CN. International Workers' Aid. Workers' Monthly, 412. World Union of Proletarian Esperant. IS, 959 N. Rogel Island, 7. Wu, CC, Wu Chao 711 N. 790, 795, 800. Wu Chao Siwu, CC. Wu Peifu, 622, 676, 687 N, 690. 695 N, 703, 711 to 713, 732 to 734, 7,375. 1,049. 745 to 746, 757 to 758, 761 to 762, 767. 771 to 772, 788, 793, 821, 872, 878 to 879. Yankov, K, 396. Yinsen, Ya, 883. Yapontansen, 813, 815, 817, 856 to 857. Yoshizawa, K, 869 to 871, 874 to 876, 879. 884. Youth Congress of the Far East, 810. Uden, P, 824. Yugoslav Communist Party, KPJ. 204 N, 205 to 206, 215, 219 to 232, 396. 400 to 406. Yugoslav Trade Unions, 206, 222, 224. 225, 230, 406. Yugoslav Workers' Youth League. SROJ, 229. Yunnan, 777 N. Urena, K, 168 to 169, 251 N, 647. Yichuti, 700. Yusfovish, I, 560, 563. Zaglil, 650 to 652. Zapotaki, A, 181, 183, 372 to 373, 375. 379, 574, 929. Zenralmiska, ZMO, 47 to 48, 51. 55. Zetkin, Clara, 107, 113, 202 N, 316. 340 N, 508, 547 N, 907 N, 976 to 983. 998, 1004. Zimmerwald left, 137 to 138, 232, 976. Zinoviev, G, on Unity of Inter. National and Domestic Policy, 5. And Protest Against Comintern, 14. 17 to 19, and Zinoviev Letter, 14. 29, 32 to 33, 396 N, 414, 624, and KPT, 19, 101-102, 106 N, 108 to 112. 116, 305 NN, 311, 318 to 319, 320 N. 322, 326 N, 327, 328 N, 329 to 330. 332, 337 to 338, 508 to 509, 557, and German Policy, 59, and DOS. Plan, 63, 315, and Turn to the Left, 71 to 72, and World Revolution, 73, and United Front, 74 to 75. 112, 158 N, 159, 252, 492, 580. Denounces Social Democracy, 74, 78. 84 N, 288, and Trained, 76, 139. 153, 361, 362 N, and Rodek, 77. 171 N, 288, and British Labour Government, 81, and Fascism. 82 N, 84 N, 382, and Menshevism. 84 N, and Agrarian Question, 87. Elected to Presidium of 5th Con. Gress of Comintern, 91, and Bal. Shivization, 93, 154, 294 to 298, 300 N. 1050. 301, 303, 311, 317, 392 N, 406, 499. 522,925, 965, and Manwilski, 97. And Brandler, 97, 174, and Trade. Union Unity, IOI, 311, 556 to 570, 576. 578, 580, 588, 594, and ultra-left. Deviation, 111 to 112, 298, 306N. 308N, 337, 496, 499NN, 503, 508. 509, 512, 517, 522 to 523, and CPGB, 118, 121, 126N, 330, 513, 514, and British Left, 130 to 131. 340, 347, and PCF, 138 to 139, 147. 151, 153, 359N, 364, 515, and Humbert Draws, 139 to 140, 161, and Rosmer and Minute, 151, and Bordiga, 158N, 159, 161, 502 to 503. And PCI, 159 to 160, 164, 167, 371. And Hula, 174, and Swirl, 174. 175, 179, 181, and Krabik, 175. And Subcarpathian Ruthenia, 177. And Czechoslovak Communist Party, 177, 181, 373, 5370, 377 DS, 379, 9517. And KPP, 184N, 185 to 187, 192, 195. 196, 382, 388N, 392, 499N, and Slazarski, 184N, and German Independent Social, Democratic Party, 203N, and BKP, 205, and Kolarov, 215, and KPJ, 223 to 224, 401 to 402, and Croat Republican Peasant Party, 231, and Hoagland, 232 to 233, 235, and Workers' Party of America, 245 to 246, 408, and Hose. Utility of the West, 249, 253, 262, and Locarno, 280, 414, and 5th N. Large Plenum of Iki, 283N. And Estonian Rising, 285N, and Stabilization of Capitalism, 286N. 288 to 291, 297, 385, 406, 490 to 492. 494 to 495, 522, and Trotskyism. 294, and Leadership in Comintern. 304, 497N, and Right Deviation. 308N, and Expulsion of Trotsky. Index. 317, and Ruth Fisher, 329, 331N. 338, and Stalin, 336, 338, 361, 490. 506, 769, and Laureate, 349, and Aereo Government, 350, and Against the Current, 355, and Leningrad Opposition, 389, and Relations with United States, 472. 474, as President of IKI, 493. And Revolutionary Movement in China, 494, 628 to 630, 764, 767, and Rappaport, 499, Face to the Countryside slogan, 501, and German Commission of 6th IKI, 509, and American Commission of 6th IKI, 520, and Socialism in One Country, 523, and International Federation of Trade Unions, 553, 554, and Visits of Workers Delegations, 580, and AFFL, 584, and Anglo-Russian Joint Council, 586, and Eastern Question, 606, 626, 628, 764, and Conference of Pacific Transport Workers, 623, and Sun Yat-sen, 717, and Chinese Communist Party, 738 to 739, and Kuomintang, 766N, 783, 784N, 798N, as Honorary President of Great Girl, 824, and Japan, 884N, re-elected to Presidium of IKI, 900, and CATS, 907N, and Need for Auxiliary Organizations, 937, and MOPR, 950 to 952, and Peasant International, 955, and Sport Intern, 968, and Kim, 989, 992, and Program of Comintern, 998 to 999, 1002, and Controversy. With Bukharin on NEP, 1006N. Zinoviev Letter, 14, 29 to 34, 40, 248. 396N, 414, 624. Zibor, 651 to 652. Zog, Ahmed, 34N, 405. A. Asterisk. Slash. I'm. UE. Date 2. FOI.1I1 Part 12 TNSE. A History of Soviet Russia. By Edward Carr. An achievement without rival in our age, it challenges comparison with the greatest works of the classical historians. A.J.P. Taylor. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924. Socialism. In One Country, 1924 to 1926. Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Part I, Part 2. 52,200.